is beautiful. I think it is beautiful. I don't know. I came in the Monday. Of course, I came in the middle of the night, and I think it's going to be beautiful, or maybe not. It's in the middle of. It felt like the middle of the night. Anyway, good morning, as I said, and of course we have got a great, beautiful indigo blue, brand new stamps. Of course, and of course we will have demos from Julia, our amazing, inspirational Julia. Now she has sent some videos, so we will see them in a short while. But let me first introduce you to the brand new stamp sets that we have got from Indigo Blue. In here you have got the bundle that you have got 3 A5 red rubber stamps: the Wild Meadow, Live, Love, Laugh, and Nottingham Lace. Now, each of these stamp sets, they are A5 of course, they are cling foam mounted, and you can see them here. This is just one of the sets, and they have been already cut to size, trim around it, so you don't have to cut them yourself. And of course Indigo Blue, Kay and Alfie make those beautiful red rubber intricate detail stamps. You can see them here, and they made them in the UK. Now there you can see the deeply etched, and look, can you see the tiniest of details in there? Now that's going to give you excellent results, and you can see on the back that cling foam mounted, so you automatically can attach them to your acrylic block or stamping platform. Now, because you are getting all three and they are brand new today, you will be able to create amazing, beautiful pieces. You have got the sentiment that has those words that they command the attention, and you have got the background elements, those flourishes, those lace, but also you have got that botanically inspired drawings in there. Now this is a sample by Julie Atkinson's with the birdie. Look how beautiful they look like. How you color them is up to you, how you create the background, but what you want to have is a stunning gorgeous, beautiful detail images in here. And then of course those words in there: laugh as much as you breathe. That's a lot. Now of course then you have got those gorgeous, that one is I believe the Nottingham Lace. And now I have to say, if you wanted to go for them individually, we do have got those ones as well available for you. The details are at the bottom of the screen. Then you just need simply to select, for instance, this one that I'm showing you is the Nottingham Lace, so you could go for that one. Now I'm going to show you as well the Wild Meadow, and then you can see them here. Look at that, gorgeous. I love the details in here, because having those words kind of really with that kind of quirky font, it makes it that you can make them stand up a focal point, or you can make them in kind of part of the background as well. Look at that. Every day has the possibility of a miracle. And it's a really powerful sentiment in there, isn't it? Live every moment, laugh every day, love beyond words. That's really cool sentiment. And I'm going to show you the same sentiment in here, but look at that. I just think it's absolutely stunning, and I believe that's just the luscious I don't know if it's the luscious powder, so I think we do have got on the show, but look at that. Yeah, and this one would be the luscious pigments. Well, if you mix them with water, then you can do washes of color. And look at that. Isn't that stunning? Now, of course, if you wanted to go for this bundle, your item number is 869578, and you are getting all three stamp sets. Oh, I knocked something already. Only took me about 4 minutes. And now you have got, of course, we are part of the extra flexi. The Easter extra, I don't know how to pronounce extra, and of course that means that every if your basket, it means it kind of spreads into 3 payments if you want it, or in this case straight away with this bundle you have got a 3 payment option, interest free. So, and you are saving of course £15, which means that you are saving more in that first payment that you are spending. So anyway, that is the brand new 869. I don't know, 58. Let me rephrase that. 869578 is your item number. Now we have got flitter blue. Now, of course, we have got here flitter glue. Now, I really love this glue. Now, you have got two options. You can go for Chariots of Fire, which is the gold, beautiful gold flakes in there. You can see them here. Or you can go for Sheffield Steel if you like the cooler tones in there. Look at that gorgeous kind of, you know, the silver tones in there. But you also getting, of course, the flitter glue, and you are also getting the scrunchie, and then you are getting the fat foam as well. So now what I did with mine was to cut that in half and then cut that in half. So I had one for, you know, like kind of, you can divide it into even more smaller pieces if you wanted. It comes with instructions as well on how to do it. Now the flitter glue, if you wanted to know what it does, it dries to a tacky surface. So basically you apply it, and you can use it with a fat foam into your stamps. Then you can stamp with it, let it, you know, let it rest for a couple of seconds, and then when it becomes tacky, then you can attach your flakes into it. So it means that it transforms your every stamp into basically a foiling plate if you wanted to. Now also I use this for different techniques. I have painted with it, and then I'll use it more like a size, and then apply my gilding flakes over it. It is a really, really good medium to work with when you want that tacky finish, so you can apply even pigments onto it, or even sometimes a little bit of sprinkles of glitter, just tiny bits there. Now if you want your item number, is 452842. Remember, you have got the Chariots of Fire, which is the gold option, or Sheffield Steel, the silver option in there. I think I would go for that one. But both of them, I don't know. $9.99 is your price, making a saving of £3. I think I will go for both of them, because then I will mix them up as well and create even more variations of it. And trust me, with this glue, you want more, you want to have more, and then having extra of that makes a lot of sense. Anyway, that's being said, let's move on to the next item. Now here is the sparkling. Oh, look at that. It's the unicorn sparkle. So you are getting here, look at that. Isn't that glorious? Iridescent. So hints of, can you see the hues here of pinks and greens? Oh, look at that, greens, aquas, yellows, gold, look at that, pink, oranges. So now that is kind of, you can see it if I open it. Okay, so I'm going to put it in a little bit of glitter in here. Can you see how gorgeous that is? It's absolutely stunning. It's even nicer in real life, if you can believe that, because it's absolutely gorgeous. And of course it means that it's translucent, so it means that whatever you have got underneath it, it will show, but it will add that sparkle onto it. Then here we have got this clear superfine embossing glaze. So for instance, there are so many resist techniques you can use with this. So you stamp in first, you put this superfine, and then you heat emboss it, and then you can apply inks over the top and it will resist. But also, because it's superfine, it means that it's perfect for your super detailed stamps, including the brand new today, because it will, the embossing powder will adhere to wherever there is wet ink. For that, you can use either pigment ink pad or an embossing pad, like just the wow embossing pad, or for instance VersaFine. Even that will stay wet long enough so you can sprinkle the powder, it will adhere to it, and then you'll have the most beautiful raised effect in there. And then finally, in this bundle, you are getting the Junk and Disorderly Luscious Pigment Powder. Now, of course, this one is the pearl sort of effect. And what else? Let me see, magic sparkle. But I would say that this one is, and this is such a good bundle, because you have got, look at that. Now, this is the finest powder. If I take the lid, you can see that here. Look at that. Look how how shimmers there. The sparkle, the luster of this is just extraordinary. Now there is many ways of using this. You can, one of the ways that I use it is put it with something like Versamark or embossing pad, stamp it all over my surface, and then with a dry brush dust it over it, and it will get that iridescent. But that card that I showed you earlier, that it had a wash of powder, so you can put a little bit into a decanter, and then just put with a water brush and then brush it off. It's brush it in with water, and then it will give you like a watercolor with a pearlescent or kind of a luster effect. If you want to go for this bundle, £13.99 is your price. 536958 is your item number. Remember, if your basket contents comes up to £30, you can split the cost into 3 interest-free payments, courtesy, of course, of the Easter Extra Flexi event, which actually lasts until tomorrow at 6 p.m. So now make the most of it by making sure that your basket kind of passes over £30. Now we have got the luscious pigments in sets of 3. So if we go through the top ones, we will see. Shall I open them so you can see them? Or because again, they are those gorgeous, beautiful powders. Can you see them there? So super fine, but of course have got that mica in it, that, you know, that luster, with of course the pigment in there. So that one is Buttercup. Then you have got the Cheeky Peach, with that cheeky, and then Peacock. I love that picker. Look at that. Oh, that's gorgeous, isn't it? And remember, it's dry powders, and it's one of my favorite things, because also you can mix it up with mediums, like something like gel or matte medium, and then you kind of color them and they become acrylic paints. Then at the bottom we have got, of course, remember these are options, and they have got the same item number. So you should. So we have got the gold. Of course, that's one of my favorites all the time. It's one of the first ones that I got, and I think I do have that one, exactly that one in my stash, and it's one of those ones that you want to always have. Then you have got the vintage rose. So look at gold. Oh, that's beautiful. And then we have got, I think this is my favorite. Is that yeah, that's the green. I'm not thinking this is more of a teal rather than a green. But I think I love this color, so I would go for that one. Then we have got in here, we have got the Blackbird. So it's that's of course going to always be one of my favorites, black. Then we have got the cherry lips, cherry lips. And then we have got in here mermaid dresses. Look at that, gorgeous. Or unicorn. Then finally here we have got the last option, which is the teal, the fuchsia blue, and the verdigris. Now I'm going to put them side by side so you can see the difference of the green and the teal. So you can see that's the green, that's the teal. So you can see that there is a little, yeah, when you put them side by side, you kind of understand why they have named them like they will have. Now I have to say that this one is also quite cool, because you can, look at that. Look at that, gorgeous. And also I have to say that with 25 ml of these powders, they are going to last you a very long time. 749767 is your item number, and remember that you choose whichever option you want to. £14.97 is your price now for that one. Now we've mentioned that Julia will send some videos, so here is the first one.
Hi, Julia Watts here, and I'm bringing you a video with the indigo blue Nottingham lace stamp set, and we're going to be using some luscious powders too. So this is the card that we're going to make. We won't be putting pearls on. This just hides a little bit of overstamping that I did, but just to show you that you can get around it. So put that to one side, and we're starting with a piece of Pink Frog watercolour card. And I've got a spare piece of craft sheet here. I'm going to add a little bit of gesso. This is the indigo blue gesso onto my craft sheet, just in a couple of splodges, just with a wide brush. That should be enough. And then using the luscious powders, I've got no, that's green, I don't want green. I've got teal here, and I'm going to add a little bit of the teal to one of them. Oh. Like that. So we're going to make ourselves like a coloured gesso. You won't get the shimmer from the luscious, but what you will do is get a coloured paint. You do need to work reasonably quickly. This is the Cherry Lips Luscious, so I'm going to add a little bit of that to there, probably far too much, but hey ho, and give it a good old mix. Just be careful that it doesn't go all over the place, which it obviously has done. It's almost like doing live TV, isn't it? I'm going to spritz it with a little bit of water actually, just to water it down a little bit so that it moves a little bit better. Remember, gesso is can go on all surfaces, so that you can get a key to add other products to it. So even on the craft sheet, it does actually dry quite quickly. Again, I'll give that little bit of a mist with water. See it moving around. Okay, so on my watercolour card, I'm going to mist this, give it a good old wetting so that my gesso moves around quite well, and I'm going to actually put some on the back as well so that it doesn't move, doesn't warp too much. Then we're just going to add a little bit of colour to it, just for this is a background obviously, nothing to stress about too much. A little bit of the pink, obviously where it merges together you're going to get more colour, just like that. So that's my background already done. That's one side, and then we'll leave that to dry. So we're back here with the piece that's already dry, and I've trimmed it down a little bit, and we're going to cover this with an anti-static bag, just so that any fingerprints or any moisture that still might be there, which there isn't, but just in case, that we only get our powders that we're going to use stuck to where we want them to be. So going to our Nottingham lace, I'm going to take the lovely long lacy bordered stamp here, and I'm going to stamp that at the bottom, and take a Wow embossing ink pad and give it a good old inking. Make sure there's plenty of ink onto my stamp. I think that's well enough inked now. And we're going to stamp that down the bottom. Should have trimmed my card to fit, and give it a good old press. Make sure it's well adhered. I mean, even though I've got the gesso on there, it is actually a slightly textured cardstock, so do take your time to stamp it properly. Remove that, obviously you can't see anything. We're going to take the Mermaid Tresses Luscious powder, because I store mine upside down, and I'm just going to take a soft brush and add some over the top, and we can slowly see. I know it's very pale, but it's alright, there's a plan. I've got an idea in my head from a happy accident. There we go. I'll give that a wiggle for you so you can hopefully see the luscious there. Now on the other side, we're going to stamp the other lacy border from the Nottingham lace set. Again, we'll ink up with our Wow embossing ink. And we'll add it, which way around, that way, to the top. Give it a good press. Sorry about my squeaky desk. You'll notice it now, drawing your attention to it. And now we're going to add some more of the Mermaid Tresses powder to that as well. and then it'll be revealed. There we go. Give that little wiggle for you. You can see that one. There we go. Put my lid on before I knock it over. Right, so now we're going to put something in the centre here, and I'm on the same stamp set. I need a slightly bigger block, and we're going for, there's a beautiful tulip in the set. And in my original one, I actually stamped with the Morning Mist Versafine, but I don't know, because I put a black mat behind it, I'm going to actually stamp it in black this time. So hopefully we'll see a difference and we can decide which we prefer. Lots of tapping. The lid. And again, I'm going to stamp it on the wonk slightly. And see, it fits just in here. It's a beautiful stamp, this. Really lovely detail on it, as you'd expect from indigo blue, obviously. It's beautiful, isn't it? It's stunning. And I'm going to add some of the indigo blue clear embossing glaze to this. Now, where did I put it? I put it somewhere safe. There it is. And this is where a happy accident occurred when I was prepping this demo. I don't know if you can see, there's a little bit of embossing powder stuck to where I put the luscious powder over the ink, so therefore it's still a little bit wet underneath. So okay, so we've done that, so let's add embossing powder to the rest of those images, because it, you know, it's a happy accident. Try and remember what it looks like. I mean, obviously it's got powder on it now, but what it looked like before, you could only really see it if I wiggled it. Let's put this back in here. I've got one little bit of stamping to do, and then we're going to heat set. Leave the lid off that, which is dangerous, I know, but hey ho. And we're going to go for, oh, did I put my finger in that? Probably. We're going to go for the sentiment that is in the set, or one of the sentiments that's in the set, and we're going to stamp that in black as well. Try not to over ink this. This is a mistake I made. You know, when you get your stamps, you need to kind of learn what they're going to be like and where the areas are where you might have to be careful with your inking. So obviously the first one isn't always the best. Let's see if I can get this up the right way. And we're going to put that just there, I think. Forgive me if it's not straight. I'm trying to work over a camera here. It's not straight. Of course it isn't. It's just like live telly. But we can always laugh at it, can't we? Always laugh at it. In fact, I've got a little tip that what we'll do. I'll tell you about it now, because I'm learning, obviously, like you. What I would do is I would actually put a mark on the bottom of the stamp. I'll show you what I mean in a sec. Let's put this away. Put the lid on, and I haven't put that away. Oh. See, in the studio I'd have a little helper, wouldn't I? I'd have a lovely presenter to help me. Now I can put the lid on. Now, going back to this stamp, what I would do is get a permanent marker, and I know now, look, I know there that that's the middle of the bottom. So if I mark my stamp like that, then on the back I draw a line there, I know that that's the right way up to be. So the next time I do it, I'll stamp it straight, because I'll be able to see that through my block. There's a little tip. So we're always learning, aren't we? Anyway, let's set this heat up. Get my heat tool going. Now, let's look at this bottom border here. And remember, it's got the embossing ink and the luscious powder, and then it's got the embossing glaze on top. And then look, when I heat set it, that colour intensifies, as does embossing powders anyway, but we can really see the detail of that beautiful Nottingham lace border. Okay. We'll do the other one and then I'll do the middle. I'll get hold of it. And I'm using the Wow heat tool. It's not the dual tone one because I haven't got one of those yet, but look at the detail on that stamp, it's just beautiful. We're going to colour this in, but you could just leave it as it is. We won't look at my wonky stamping here, but we can have a good laugh at it, which is what it's all about. So we will come back and colour that in a moment.
That's fabulous, and of course we will see part 2 of that demo in just a little bit, but of course let's go on a recap on what Julia was using. Those beautiful images, part of the Nottingham lace stamp set, which is the brand new images in this bundle, of course. Now then you have got, in this, not particularly that one, that's yeah, it's all in, yeah, anyway, that is the one that is brand new, the one that, look at the sentiment, the earth laughs in flowers. That's such a powerful sentiment in there, and look at that beautiful lace detail. I love the best wishes because it can be background, it can be you know, like kind of the sentiment itself, and then those beautiful tulips, which by the way they're blooming, aren't they? They are in the gardens. Now, how you can use them in different ways, using exactly the same stamps as our Julia was using in that, but a completely different effect. They're here. Look about coloring them, stamping them in different colors, and even that botanical lines, that beautiful ruffle effect is just stunning. What about making them into, using those luscious pigments on the background? Look at how they shimmers, and that lace at the bottom and at the top. It is stunning, isn't it? How versatile this stamp set is. And of course you have got the set of here as well, the stamps that they have got the kind of a border, and you can replicate it using your acrylic block or a stamping platform to create a full circle. I think this is my favorite, Caroline Lankin. That is absolutely stunning. I love that sort of blue. And then you have got, look at that. I just love using the up and down the lace in that. Remember, if you want to go for the Nottingham lace on its own, we have got that one available as well, and the details are coming at the bottom of the screen. I think this is stunning, using the border 4 times to create that frame, and of course that sentiment from another stamp set in there. Now, if you wanted to go for the stamp on its own, the details are at the bottom, but of course the better value is to go for the bundle with the 3 stamp sets. 869578 is your item number, and remember, we are on Easter Extra Flexi, which means that you can spread the cost into 3 payments of £14.99, of course interest free, and still you will have the £15 saving. If you want one-off payment, of course you can, £44.97, including that £15 saving. Now, very popular today, of course, are the luscious powders in their pigments. Now let me just put it down. I mean, just kind of, I love the order, and I love color, and this is why I absolutely adore these beautiful luscious pigments. Now, we have got here a little board, and I'm not going to show exactly which ones are because they are mixed from different sets, but you can see how these have been applied. Just mix it with a little bit of water, and then you apply it, and look at the difference between onto white. So the hue, the color tone is more, how you will say, it's more the more true to nature on white. However, the pearlescent, the mica, the luster comes even more to life when you put it over the black. So having a powder in here that you can mix and match as well, create your own custom blends, it means that you will have the ability to use it on different sorts of colors. Ooh. Now, then we have got in here, so there is different options. So then we have got here the first option, buttercup, cheeky peach, and then we have got peacock. Then we have got the other option, gold. We have got vintage rose and then green. Then we have got blackbird. Then we have got cherry lips. And then we have got mermaid tresses. And then finally we have got the verdigris, then we have got the fuchsia blue, and then the teal here. Now if you want to go, remember it's an option, so you choose whichever bundle you want. 749767 is your item number. £14.97 is your price. We promised you part 2 of Julia was finishing that demo, and here she is.
So we're back now, ready to do some colouring. Now if you think that this looks a little bit different to how it was when we left, I had to do it again. So I followed my tip with the stamp with the little marker at the bottom to show me which way up things were, and you can see that it's worked, and this one's lovely and straight. So if it looks, like I say, if it looks a little bit different, I couldn't live with it. So this is the newer version, and I've already matted onto some black and some white card. So you could leave it like this and it looks lovely. So if you don't want to do any colouring, you've got your card sorted. But we're going to colour in with the Luscious powders, and we're going to use the cherry lips and the green. Just a little bit of colouring. I've got a little palette here. Ooh, balance it. And we're just going to take some of our green Luscious first and do the leaves. So just take, I mean, I've already got some green in my palette here, so we can activate that, wake that up. So if you want to add any more, just a little damp brush into your Luscious and mix it in. You can see when I added the water, it just reactivated what was there. So nothing's wasted if you keep it in a palette. I've done that one. And you want it to be, you know, quite not too thick, so that when you come in here, it's going to just jump off your embossed lines and not obscure your image. If you hadn't embossed it, then you would find that you would lose the definition of your image. So if you're ever going to use any mica based product to colour in, we do suggest that you do actually emboss. So obviously we don't need to worry about shade, because all the shade is done for us already on the stamp. We're just colouring in with the green. Do turn your work so that you're not leaning over it, if it makes it easier for you. See how easy it is? It was quite quick and easy for me to recreate this card as well. This would be great, a great batch card, because you could make your backgrounds in a session, then do all your stamping and embossing, you know, with your, and do your Luscious in one session, and then do your painting in one session. So you could get, especially at the moment, you could get a really good batch of cards made. Now onto the cherry lips. I've probably got enough actually in my palette. Yeah, we won't put any more in, we'll just use what we've got. So I'll turn this upside down. Just go over the top. Maybe see where it is hitting the lines, it's coming off, but while it's sitting on the lines, it's more of a blue colour rather than the pink, because it is a jewel tone Luscious. Don't want it to be too thick. You just see you get quite a good coverage, just, you know, with one dip. This is my style colouring in, really easy, really quick. Because we've used the fine clear powder, it means that the embossing powder is only where our stamped image was, and we're not losing any areas that we can't colour in. So there we are. So that's not quite dry yet, but as it dries you'll see a lovely shimmer coming through. There we are, completed card.
And that is absolutely stunning. Of course, our Julia, really inspirational. But remember, of course, you need those stamps, those beautiful images that command the attention, those gorgeous elements that are botanically inspired, whether it's using the brand new Nottingham lace, or whether they are using the other stamp sets that are included in this brand new bundle. Now, of course, you have got the beautiful flowers, the beautiful butterflies, and the corners in there that you have the scroll. So you have got every element to create a finish a card, including those gorgeous sentiments. Remember, we are in a sale in the Easter Extra, so you kind of spread the oh, he's having a nap. Oh, let's have it there. Let's put it up. Oh, so cute. Oh, imagine to stamp the beautiful, you know, wild meadow into acetate and then put it there, the chick just popping out. You can do that, something like that. And of course, rubber stamps, red rubber, deeply edged, made in the UK, so you know you have got quality, already cling foam mounted, trimmed to size, so straight away you can attach them to your clear stamp block or in your stamp platform and get perfect results every single time. You can use all those beautiful flowers and stamps in things like these beautiful cards in here, or frame them. Look at that, and mix and match as well. It's great that they are in bundles. Of course, they have been colored in with those beautiful luscious powders. Look how gorgeous, how different it is, because you have got different sizes as well, so you have got the different elements in here. And I love that, because I would grab this stamp set and I would know that I have got everything I need to complete a fabulous project. And I'm going to show you that one, and you can see how different they are. Now, if you want to go to this brand new bundle, 869578 is your item number. Now, if you want to spread the cost, you can. 3 interest-free payments of £14.99, saving £15 there. Now, of course, we are, you know, we have got one more demo from Julia, so here she is.
Hi, I'm back with another video for you today with the indigo blue stamps that are on the show, and this time we're going to be using the Live, Laugh, Love stamp set. As you can see, there's quite a lot of stamps on this set, lots of florals, a couple of sentiments, there's another border as well, some leaves, there's a bird, butterflies, dragonfly, lots and lots and lots on this stamp set. So first of all, we're going to start, this is the card we're going to make, and very, very simple to do. A little bit time consuming with the background, but you'd be glad to know that I've done most of it ahead. So that's what we're going to focus on first, is the background. So I've gone ahead and not sure if you'll be able to see that. I'll pick it up, so wiggle it a little bit, so maybe you can. On a piece of Pink Frog smooth stamping card, I've stamped 2 of the stamps from the Live, Laugh, Love set, these 2, which are like the same stamp but different sizes. I've stamped those all over my background using the Wow embossing pad, and I've added the indigo blue embossing glaze on top and heat set. So now there's like a resist going on, and you can add distress inks, distress oxides, any of your dye-based inks over the top if you want to. You can add your watercolours. We're going to add Luscious over the top. We're going to add the Cheeky Peach. So we're going to make a wash with the Luscious powder. So we're going to start with a spare piece of craft sheet, and it doesn't have to be spare, it just keeps it nice and clean for me. This is a damp brush, and we're going to add some of that to my craft sheet. That should be plenty. And then add some water to make a wash. That is very, very wet, so I might need to add a little bit more Luscious, otherwise it's going to be very pale. Let's add a little bit with my tool instead, rather than going with a very wet brush. That's not a good idea. I'll give it a mix. We do want it to be fairly runny, and then we're just going to wash over. Now my stamps, I've alternated between the large one and the small one at a diagonal, which is slightly different to the original. Like I just say, it doesn't matter. And we're just going to wash over the top, and we can see that that is resisting. Hopefully we can see where the embossing powder is. Just a little bit to go at the top. The problem is knowing where to put your fingers. And then we're going to set that aside to dry. Right, so my background's nicely dry now, and I've matted it onto some black card and some white card, and we can see there hopefully the lovely shimmer that you get off with it, off on it. And you've also got the resist, so you can see those flowers beautifully there. Okay, so we're going to put that to one side, and we're going to do a little bit of stamping from some other stamps that are on the set. So again, using the smooth card from Pink Frog, just with an anti-static bag, and we're going to stamp a flower and a leaf just to show you the detail. And I'm using VersaFine Claire, the Nocturne, which is the black one, on one of Phil's stamping blocks. Give it a good old press, give the ink a chance to sit onto the card. Look at that, it's just beautiful, stunning, stunning, stunning stamp. And we can stamp a leaf. It's like a rose leaf, I think. They do look like roses, like the old-fashioned roses. I think they're old-fashioned roses, the open ones anyway. And then there's your leaf. Look at that. Isn't it stunning? Absolutely stunning. So let's add some embossing powder, because we are going to colour these in. Again, using the clear superfine embossing glaze, which comes in a kit with the unicorn sparkles and the magic sparkle, which we sold out of last time. It's a good big pot, that 60ml. It's going to last you a long time, and a clear is the one you're going to use the most. We're going to heat set this now. And it's super fine powder as well, which means that I mean, obviously it's clear, so you can't tell, but you keep all the detail, and what it means is that when you come to colour in, you don't get any kind of white areas where the powder's, you know, too chunky and you can't colour in. So then what I've done is I've cut those out. I've cut out ones. And I've got some I've already coloured in as well. And we're going to colour in with the Luscious powders. Now, I always forget what I mean to do. I get carried away and then think, oh yeah, I meant to do that. So what I meant to do is actually colour the rose in with a bit of a mix. So we've got the Vintage Rose, which I have got in my palette already, in this little pot here. So just use some. So that's my Vintage Rose already. What I'm going to do is add some Magic Sparkle to it. So this is like a boost to your Luscious, it's like a sparkly powder. You can use it on its own, but if you add a little bit to what you've got already, that's a bit thick now, give it another mix. then it's going to make that sparkle. It lightens it ever so slightly, and it also makes it sparkle. Need it to be a bit thinner than that. That'd be fine. So it's a little booster. We all need a boost. And I'm going to colour this in. I think it might be a bit wet. There we go. You don't need to be careful because we've embossed it. It's just going to jump off that embossed line. Very therapeutic, but very quick as well, this, because you don't need to worry about, you know, staying in the lines or your shade. The stamp's got all the shading for you already. There we go. Last little bit. And we'll set that to dry. And then we'll do the leaf. I won't sparkle the leaf. I think the leaves need to be not sparkly. So we're going to use the green for this one. Damp brush into my luscious and into my palette. Don't worry about mixing too much, because as I say, this you can always, you know, reactivate it. You don't need to clean your palettes out. And then just go over the surface here. Again, this stamp's got some lovely kind of dotted shaded areas all done for you already, so you don't need to worry about that at all. Nice and quick, or as slow as you want it to be. Obviously we're using luscious. You don't have to use luscious to colour in your stamps. You've got a stamped image, depending on your ink, you can use whatever medium you want to colour in. There we go, beautiful, beautiful stamp. There's all our colouring, because I've done some already. I've also stamped one of the sentiments in the set, which is great font on this. You can cut this up into separate sections if you want to, but I want to edge that, and what I'm going to do is edge it with the Cheeky Peach, which we had on our background. Sorry, words are failing me. So take some Cheeky Peach. I'm just going to add onto my craft sheet a little tiny bit, or a big bit. I don't do tiny bits, and just water it down a little bit. Or a lot. And then I'm going to pick it just up onto it. It's just a piece of kitchen sponge. And then we're just going to drag that sponge around the edge to give it an edge that's going to coordinate with our background. All done. Okay, so now we can construct our card. Got black ink everywhere. It's no different, is it, to the studio? Right, so which way are we going? We're going that way. Yes, that way. Right, so I'm going to map this onto a piece of black card. Just with some Sentimental Yours glue. That's going to go there. Then I'm going to give a little bit of shape to my rose. Hopefully you can see there's a little bit of sparkle going on with that. That's going to go here roughly. Then we've got our leaves that we're going to just tuck in under here. See how they go. Need a little foam pad. Some really good size ones. Oh, there they are. leaves are on the show as well. I only need one. I'm going to add some glue as well so that I can move it around if I don't get quite the right area. So that's going to go there. I'm going to be able to tuck my leaves underneath, and because we've got luscious and embossing powder on the back, and the glue's a wet glue that I'll put on top of my leaf there. Oh. We're going to be able to move things around a little bit until it's all set, so I can get my leaves wherever I want them. So that's going to go there, that's going to go onto there. I'm going to have one out here as well. Don't be frightened to have them hanging off the back of your card. I quite like that. Yeah, I think I'm happy with that. Let me have a look. Yeah. Press that down, and then we put a couple of foam pads on the back of here. Good size foam pads, not these little tiny ones. As a top corner, and there you go, all done.
And that is lovely. And of course, you can create the same effects by going for this amazing bundle, brand new today, the bundle of this gorgeous indigo blue stamps, including the brand new Nottingham lace stamps. They are A5 in size in terms of this. I'm going to turn it over so you can see exactly what you are getting. So you can see that they are cling foam mounted red stamps, deeply edged, made in the UK, of course, by Indigo Blue themselves. And the fact that they are already trimmed to the same size means that it's easy. You can take them to your acrylic block or stamping platform and get exceptional results every single time. Now you can see that you are getting a lot of individual stamps in this bundle, and you are going to be able to mix and match the sizes. By having the larger border means that you can create smaller borders if you want it. The simplicity or taking it more backgrounds, or maybe something like the simplicity of this is just stunning by using the glitter, the glitter glue, I believe, with the, of course, the iridescent glitter. Now, I want to show you that from Nottingham lace, that gorgeous stamp and emboss into white. Doesn't it look like real lace? And look at those bare swishes stamps in there as well. Love that it can be the background. I love that it can be the sentiment there. And then you can see the simplicity of this card highlights the detail that you are getting in these stamps. I also wanted to show those 80 coins here, artist trading coins, so you can incorporate those beautiful backgrounds as well. To, you know, it's a corner background stamp, but then you can mix and match it, extend it, and create a proper background in there. And look at that. And of course, using the luscious powders, which, by the way, we do have in the show. The details are at the bottom of the screen, and there are different sizes you can go with. And of course, Julia is showing us all the different ways, or many of the different ways that you can use. I wanted to show you as well a couple more samples, because this stamp set gives you the ability to create whatever style you want. If you want bright and colorful, you can do that. If you want to go a little bit more mixed media, you can see it's the same stamps here that they use the butterflies, and of course those beautiful words incorporated. Do check out your baskets for this brand new bundle. Remember, it features the brand new Nottingham lace stamp set here, and remember that you have got there all the stamps pre-cut in the cling foam mounted, so ready to use. I love the way that you can choose. Now, and yeah, of course, we will have another indigo blue at 11 o'clock. So Julia will have lots more demos for that hour, brand new demos as well. That will be with Rachel, of course. Your item number is 869578, and you can, of course, spread the cost into 3 interest-free payments. That didn't come out right, did it? £14.99. That is your saving of £15. Now, of course, we have got a few seconds, and I wanted to say happy Easter to everybody who's watching, especially Barbara Gray and Tom as well, that they are watching on Facebook Live. That's kind of fun to check that. But do please stay with us for the rest of the day. We have got amazing shows with brand new products, and of course we have got inspirational demos that our incredible guests have been sending out. Remember to check out your baskets though for these gorgeous stamps from Indigo Blue. Remember that they are cling foam mounted and red rubber, and incredible results made in the UK. Now, thank you very much for the company this hour, and keep watching Hochanda after the break. Ooh, a Studio Light Grunge collection. It is absolutely stunning. Of course, it's the one-day special and incredible demonstrations by Lou with us. After that, I'll be back with crafty Rue designs. Really good.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years, Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. On the Hochanda shows, we'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows on Hochanda.
Welcome to Club G45 from Graphic 45. These are monthly tutorial kits that allow you to create beautiful projects by accessing step-by-step instructional videos that are viewable online. You'll get almost everything you need to create both of these projects from scratch. The first kit is Club G45 Birdsong Explosion Box and Origami Envelopes Kit. Simply order yours by purchasing item number 518169 for £49.99 plus your postage from hochanda.com, or give us a call on 01733 60 2000 for instant access to this month's Club G45 from Graphic 45. The second kit is Club G45 Birdsong Centre Step Card Kit. Simply order yours by purchasing item number 554627 for £31.99 plus your postage from hochanda.com, or give us a call on 01733 60 2000 for instant access to this month's Club G45 from Graphic 45.
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. It's a family company, so husband, son, daughter all work in the company, and then a fantastic team of designers, because a company cannot exist without a great team around yourself. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. We love our journaling planner line, and we're going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you. So please join Elizabeth Craft Designs here at Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Pat.
And Mark.
From Totally Patched. We're a family-based business here in Shropshire. We've been established for about 20 years.
All of our kits come pre-cut, meaning all the fabric is cut for the actual people who want to make the items, whether they be cushions, bags, quilts, or anything else you want to cast your creative memory or mind into.
Most of the kits we produce we design ourselves. The design process is usually inspired by the fabric itself. We only use great quality fabrics, 100% cottons.
So, whether you're a beginner or an experienced sewer or quilter, we hope we've got something for all of you.
Make sure you come and watch us on Hochanda.
Hello there and welcome back. Well, if you weren't aware, we are in the midst of a fabulous Easter event. We're looking at extra, do you see what I did there? Extra free flexi buys with regards to goodies that are going into your basket. Now, normally our threshold is £60, but at the moment, until tomorrow evening, if you spend £30 or more, it means you can spread the cost of your basket over 3 payments. And in this hour, we have got some fabulous items that I'm sure you'll be wanting to add into your basket. Of course, it's the one-day special. Our one-day special is launched at 6 o'clock every single evening. And then, of course, at 8 o'clock the following morning is our first opportunity of the live hours to have another look at it. And it's an amazing deal. In fact, we've got 2 deals for you. We've got 2 different one-day specials with 2 different options. So you can see here you get 4 stamps in either of them. First one being your voyage from home. And you can see all sorts of things here. Modes of transport with the fabulous ship there. You've got things like your ship's wheel in there. Maybe you'll be taking yourself off to Gay Paris. As you can see there, we have got the Eiffel Tower feature in this set. So all of these stamps coming to you for an incredible price of £27.96. You're saving £10 there. Not a bad saving, but bear in mind that over 60% of that particular option has already gone. So you can understand why it's been such a popular deal. Now, I promised you 2 options. Well, we've got a second option for you. This particular time, we're looking at gorgeous flora and fauna, and we've got some gorgeous kind of grungy flowers and little bits of kind of elements that are perfect for your mixed media here. Multi-layers, as you can see, but definitely that injection of floral contact with this one. Now, again, you're getting 4 stamps, and again, you're getting a £10 saving, and over, what was that? Over 60% of the stock has gone. Pretty much neck and neck, I think you'd agree, between those 2. Again, £27.96 being your price on your one-day special. But I know what you guys are like out there. You'll be thinking about getting both of them together, which is fine. You can do that, but just hold fire just a few moments, because we have got a bumper bundle for you, which includes both of the one-day specials with their associated savings, but you are getting more. I'm going to bring the details up for the complete bundle, which has been one of the most popular ways for you to get hold of your 2 one-day specials. And you are going to get these included with the bumper bundle. And these are beautiful. You're getting a fabulous set of stamps and dies this time. So you can see there you've got your 2 dies, you have got your 2 stamps, and you've got your washi tape. Now, they are available by themselves, so let's give you the details of those to start with. 193173 will get you both of the stamps, both of the dies, and that fabulous washi tape, and you're saving £10, £29.98. Absolute bargain. And I know you'll be wanting both the one-day specials, and you'll be wanting that bundle. However, we have got an amazing deal where you can get hold of not only this item with your £10 saving, your 2 one-day specials with the £10 savings on each of them, and put them all together to get a bumper bundle. Now, rapidly approaching limited stock for all of these goodies, going from the washi tape you can see right at the end here all the way through to that larger stamp there. So everything that you are looking at here, a brilliant saving. And Freedom members, even better, because you are getting an additional discount. £59.90 is a brilliant deal. But how about spreading that with that Freedom members discount and paying just £17.97? That is an amazing deal. Now, you've got 3 of those payments, makes it a very affordable way for you to get hold of these fabulous stamps here. And of course, they're part of that grunge collection that we are going to be seeing from Studio Light. So if you fancy getting involved, then you can do. Now, when you mention that name, Studio Light, who do you first think of? Well, that'll be Ms. Withers. And guess who we got on the phone lines this morning? Good morning, Lou. How are you doing?
Good morning, how are you? I'm good, how are you?
I'm very well, I have to say. They've done it again, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. I was watching numbers last night and I'm like, oh no.
Well, I must admit, I'm with you on that one, because there was one of those situations where we're thinking, are we going to have enough stock left with regards to these? I mean, at the moment we're okay, but it's been a very, very popular launch.
Well, I think people hear the grunge now. This is number 4. They've been, and they do this really, really well. And they seem to sort of tick a box for every sort of genre. So you've got male, female, and then anything in between as well. The washi tape, though, is a full-size washi tape. It's massive.
Well, with this, can I get it out of the box just as we're looking at it there? Because it's this thing, and I love this. Quite often washi tapes come and they're pre-coloured, aren't they? But on this occasion, they're not.
Well, this is, you can do either way. You can paint and anything, but I like the fact that you just tear one little tiny strip off this, and you keep going, and you can almost have like a jigsaw of washi tape, and then stamp on it and cut it out. It's something that, well, I could keep going and keep going with
really wide.
That's one of the things I didn't manage to do on one of the demos. But
look at this, my goodness. Wow. That is incredible. And it's so wide as well.
Yeah.
Do like that. Do like that at all. So if we wanted to add our colours, we've got 5 metres on there, but how can we add colour? Can we draw on it? Can we paint on it?
Yeah, you can do all of that. I've been using my alcohol pens on mine, but I tended to use my pencils a lot on it as well.
Okay.
But I'll be honest with you, I didn't really use a lot of colour because I just thought that was nice, either on its own as a piece of card in black and white, or just as in little bits of, I'll be honest with you, I'm tired of little bits of background.
Yeah, it's really good. And it's quite dramatic, isn't it, keeping it in that monotone look?
It is, but it is a stunning range. Number 4, it is stunning.
It's brilliant. And it's perfect. I mean, you say number 4 there, but if people haven't got involved already, then this isn't a bad point to get involved with set 4.
No, there's no beginning or end. They just have to give it a number, you know. And, and luckily, the other thing is every one of the grunge ranges work together.
Yeah.
So you could pick a stamp out of 1 and out of 4, and they would all still work together.
And I love it because when we look at the kind of integral parts of the stamps, we're seeing all the things that we love, bumblebees, we're seeing little elements of music in there as well, a bit of grunge, spots, splats, they're all appearing.
Yeah, and if you look, I mean, one of the things I'd spent a little bit of time looking at the big stamps, and the extra stamps, they're all like part of it. Not exactly the same, but you can see where you could use extra bits of them. So yeah, they're well designed, these.
They are, they're brilliant, and such fabulous value for money. I don't know how they've managed to do it.
No, I don't.
And of course the 3 flexis as well, making it so affordable. I mean, the fact is that first flexi is actually less than you'd be paying for one of those one-day specials.
I was looking, because like I say, I never have privy to prices. I just do artwork, me. And I was looking at that, and I was thinking, me looking at all, there's no way I couldn't get that, because for what you get, it's really, really good value.
Well, this is it. And I know you always like to put things in kind of figures of like coffees, the price of a coffee. And of course makes it such an affordable way, because of course, I mean, less than £18 for that first payment, and delivered to your door as well.
Well, it's not even a pound. If you put £1 a day away, or whatever, you've paid for, or £2 a day, you've paid for it all, more or less, haven't you? So, well, within reason, but you know what I mean? It's like that I can afford.
Yes.
So even at that 3, even at all together though, it's over £2 a day for the whole lot without
exactly.
flexi.
Now, if anybody's not had a go at mixed media or perhaps hasn't done grunge before, I mean, would you say this is a good range to kind of dip their toe in the water?
Absolutely, because you can do either or. You can either just do a background and let the stamp say all the talking, or you can take the stamp as a starting point to build upon, so you can add layers and textures and everything. So to me, it's great. It's not a beginning or an end. To me, I'd give that to anybody and say, just have a mess with that, and they'd be able to do it, regardless of experience. Yeah.
Well, this is it, and I know as we were looking at the stamps a few moments ago, we did have a little look at the one with the Eiffel Tower, very much a vintage feel, potentially. The florals, if you're familiar with florals, it's not too far away from things that you have been experienced previously, so not too scary.
No, and like I say, you know, there's something for everyone there. If you want a male-orientated car or female or non-specific, like the sea one or the Eiffel Tower one could be travel or anything. It doesn't matter. So I think there's something for everybody and all year.
And do you have to use them in their entirety, or could you just use like a little bit? I mean, we shouldn't be chopping them up though, should we?
I wouldn't chop them up necessarily. I would tend to just take them off the block and pat them into the ink where I want them, and then just use sections of them and apply them to the card. But yeah, I wouldn't even be worried about making mistakes because it's a collage. You don't see a mistake at all. It looks like it was intentional. Well, that's my story.
And those smaller stamps are perfect for you to extend the design as well, isn't it? So if you've got like your main stamp but you want to make it even larger, then you can kind of take out the peripherals.
Yeah, and sometimes if you want it to look less sort of vintage and more funky, you can add some of the more circles to it, so you bring a different aspect, making it look more original. And it is original then, because you've actually created it your own style.
That's it. And also with the style of these, some of them being a little bit doodly, do you think they might encourage people to perhaps get their micron pens out and have a little go themselves?
Do you know, a couple of times, Hayley, I was stamping on this and I thought, oh, it looks like I've missed a bit. And I ended up doing that, and I drew little bits in, but then I just started to draw my own stuff in, and I was like, oh, and I got carried away before I knew it. And I was drawing all little doodles in, so yeah, totally right there. Totally.
And I think that's nice, because as crafters, quite often we like to take a starting block, but put our own little, if you excuse the pun, stamp on it and make it our own.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to be able to let the stamp do the work, and I think that's not as daunting for someone new, but if you're a bit more experienced, you want it to look your own, put your own stamp on. And I can think you can add any one of them to the other one, and you will get that originality there.
Good point.
It's a really clever design. I like these stamps because they do so much hard work for you.
That's it. I can tell from your voice. You can always tell when Lou's enjoying a bundle. Now, I have to tell you, Lou, that complete bundle, this isn't going to be a surprise to you, but we're now looking at limited stock situation with all of these.
Oh, do you know what? I was dreaming about it all night, thinking, oh, have they got enough? Have they got enough? I thought, I better go out early, and I thought, well...
Well, I know last night there was a big stir amongst the staff here because it was like, oh, we're going to have enough to see us through to morning. Thankfully, we did. Whether we'll see enough going right the way through until, well, midday, isn't it? That's going to be our next show. So whether we'll have them then, I don't know.
I know, it's, but luckily you've got individuals, because I see the dies have come in. They are absolutely so useful for all the cards.
Good point.
You know, they overlook sometimes dies, and I don't think people give them enough sort of worth, but they are really good for all of these little black elements in the background of the dies. It just works brilliantly.
Definitely. Now, Lou, I'm going to say goodbye to you because I know we've got some fabulous videos coming up where you've been demonstrating and giving us lots of hints and tips, and I know that we do need to try and squeeze those in because there's a lot of information you've shared with us in those. You've been a busy lady. It's not been filming again. Has he had that call from Hollywood yet?
Oh yeah, right, yeah. Well, me carry on daily dose, that makes people laugh. At least it cheers everybody up.
No, this is a good point because everybody can watch you. You're doing lots of Facebook lives on your own Facebook page as well, aren't you? Yeah, just going on about my daily, not doing anything but laughing about what I am doing. So, I love it, and I love that I've been watching them. I've been loving the red lipstick. I've been loving the fabulous outfit you've been wearing. Lots of colour there, not the Lou that we're used to with your black top where you're always getting told off for.
Oh, I know. I'm striking out with a bit of colour. Oh, goodness, it's my alter ego, I think.
It looks fabulous. Keep doing it.
Oh, thanks very much.
Right, I'm going to say goodbye to you for now, and hopefully we'll have a catch-up a little bit later on.
Oh, look forward to that. And hello, everybody, and take care, and thanks so much. You're doing a brilliant job.
Oh, bless you, and so are you too as well. So there you go. There's our lovely Lou, and of course do check out Lou via her social media pages to be able to see those additional little bits and pieces that she's sharing with us. But, of course, if you're wanting the complete collection, you need to get hold of it. Details are on your screen there. Freedom members, discounted price, but we're going to be sharing more with you because we've got lots and lots to share with you. But this is what you're getting. You're getting loads in there. You are getting 24 stamps. You're getting, your 10 stamp collection, should I say there. You get loads, absolutely loads. Confused by that on the screen there because it says 10 stamp sets and I think it's 24 stamps in total over those times. Yeah, you're getting loads. That's all you need to know. You're getting everything that we were telling you about there. And I know that lots of you have been taking a little look at the stencils that we're sharing with you as well. Now, again, we've got options of ways ways of getting hold of these stencils. So the top row that we're looking at here, you are going to get 3 large stencils. They're beautiful stencils. I love these. Love the overall shape of these as well. Quite a clever design. I like these. So you can see some beautiful content. In addition to these, you are going to be getting the washi tapes that we've got either side of these, which I will show you in just a few moments. But look at the detail. Lots of the elements from here, I think you'll be able to see within the one-day special as well. £24.99 will get you your 3 stencils, but you will also get your additional washi tape. Shall I bring these together to make life a little bit easier? So you get these as well. Look at the colours. Wow. Now these are beautiful. You've got lots of different content within those. Those are going to come alongside those 3 stencils, £24.99. Oh, something I forgot to tell you at the top of the show, and I do apologise. Extended delivery on everything from Studio Light. I know we're used to it, but I should mention it. And the 20th of April we're looking at with these. So that's your first bundle. If you're wanting those details, obviously just popped off your screen because we've got a second set for you. Down at the front we've got another 3 stencils here. We have got a way of you getting hold of all of the stencils together, but again, if you're going for the stencils by themselves, you are getting not the little egg, but you are also getting those washi tapes alongside them. £18.99. Again, a beautiful array of stencils here. Lots of scope with these. Definitely worth thinking about. Each one of those stencils I've just spoken about do come with a little hole in the top of them alongside a little book ring, which means you can put them all together. Which is nice because you can keep them in one place, work your way through the masks and stencils, and then have loads of fun with them. But if you're wanting just the masks by themselves without the washi tape, then we have the ability for you to get hold of those. All 6 of them coming to you for just £22.94. So with the exclusion of the washi tape, you will get everything that you can see here going down towards the front there. 042 325 £22.94. And of course, if you want to add them in alongside your complete collection, then you can do spread the cost over 3 payments, because of course the whole basket will be over £30. So definitely worth thinking about. Lovely Lou, of course, we had a little conversation with her a few moments ago, promised you some fabulous demonstrations, and that's what we're going to have a little look at first. So check these out.
What we're going to use now are all these amazing stencils. Now you get 6 in this pack, and these are absolutely stunning. I haven't got a favourite. I don't think you could choose a favourite. They all match so well. We've got, let me go through them quickly. So we've got like almost like a cathedral window. We've got one that looks like, to me it looks like shells, Nautilus shells and stuff. We've got, this is like funky flowers. We've got another funky flowers, but more like a lace design. This is like a mandala, absolutely brilliant for doodling. And this one is more like a lace, and you could create your own mandala. So what I thought I'd do was a really, really quick background with these, that any of these stamps that we've got on today would go on it. So what I've chosen are very, very subtle colours. I have gone for colours that I would never touch normally, only because they're very light. So I've gone for all these colours. And they've got pinks, yellows, oranges, and I say that very lightly because they are very light, like no lavender. And I'm going to check the colours out first. Now, I have got a stamp and ink swatch upstairs. But what I do tend to do is when I'm using a certain paper, I'll do a swatch of it first. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pick up my first one, which is this one. Now, there is a front and a back to this, and you'll notice there's a rounded edge. Now, what I'm going to do is work mainly down the middle for the long one. So I'm going to pick up a little bit of tumbled glass. I am going to use very little, and you won't even know it's on there till we move it, and it looks so invisible. In fact, I might be able to do it a bit more because I haven't got any on it, looks like. So just a little bit there. So, and then I'm going to move it and just put a little bit here. Just a little bit. Don't go to the edges. You don't want a random straight edge. A bit there and a little bit here. You can just see it's really, really fine. So I've got my 3 elements again. So it's very fine. Now, so that's tumbled glass I've used. So I'll put the ones I've used here so you can see. So the next one I'm going to use is absolute stunning one. Now, I need clean pads, but I haven't got clean pads, so never mind. I'm going to use the same stamp again, but I'm going to go this time for Victorian lace. Now, sorry, Victorian velvet. I know I could hear you all shouting at me then. No, Victorian lace, Victorian velvet. So I'm going to just next to, but not over, well, slightly over. I am just going to pull this bit of colour in. Just over it, so that we've got this. What I want it to look like is, you know, when you go into these beautiful houses, these National Trust and British Heritage and like Longley and all that, and Blenheim, is it, where Winston Churchill, you see these wonderful wallpapers that have been restored or you know, conserved, and you just think, oh my goodness, they're absolutely just what you want, just what you want. And that's what I'm trying to get, that feeling. So what I'm going to do now is get the other lacy one, I think that would work, which is this one. Again, and I'm going to do my 3, but again, I'm going to do it in a sort of random but regular. Sounds so silly, that. Now I'm going to put pink in another area here, simply because I've got pink over here. So I've got a bit of pink there, a little bit of pink coming on here, and because it is a bigger area, sorry, it keeps all over the place here, because it's a bigger area, you'll see more of the pink coming through, right? So you can see, now, to me that's really bottom heavy, do it like me. That's better, might put a bit more in. But because these are all made to go in one collection, they will work together. So I've used spun sugar as well. So now I'm going to go in with one of my all-time favourites. I don't use this enough. There's 2 of them, and this one is tea dye. So I've gone in with tea dye. Now I'm using the opposite side, and I'm just going to, oh, bit dark. Now, if that is too dark, oh no, that's perfect. If that is too dark, we can take some out and put some more over the top. You'd be surprised how you can get rid of stuff like that. There we go. There we go. So you carry on like that until you've got all your paper how you want it. Right, okay, so what I've done is I've used all the stencils. So I've used all these together, and they're absolutely perfect on their own now. I mean, they're stunning on their own. And I've used 10 colours of Distress inks. So these are the colours that I've used, and I've used 2 oxides, but I paid no particular attention to anywhere. I've just got a colour in the middle with a fade out. So then what I wanted to do, I'll leave it that way so you can see. So I've got the stamps, and I thought, right, this is how I'm going to do them. I'm going to use each stamp will have a part of that. So then I will cut this accordingly. So I will cut this page down now into 3, and I will be back to show you what it looks like in 1 second. Right, now I've come back, and all I've done is cut them up into 3 separate things. So I've got 3 backgrounds. Next, what I'm going to do is just going to stamp one, and I will stamp the others off camera because you don't need to see that. So I'm taking the bumblebee one, I've got my block, and just going to put this on. Now, do you choose any colour? Now, they are big stamps, so my suggestion is always push down like that, and that way it's a bit easier. I'm going to do this in a dark colour. Now, you can do it in whatever colour you want. It might want you want a soft colour or something, but I'm just going to choose a black memento. So give it plenty of ink, and then choose the area. Now I've not discriminated, I've just gone straight on for where I want it. Just going to turn this round and pull it down a little bit so I can see, and I'm just going to do that. I have to stand up to do this, it's easier for me. So now give it a real, because there's a lot of black, so I would suggest using your stamping platform. So use your stamping platform, and then hoping there, perfect. Right, okay, so what I've got so far is I've managed to sort of faff about a little bit, and I'm going to concentrate on this one of the Eiffel Tower ones that I've done, which is this grunge one. But just to show you that I'm actually now at this point as well, I've done the other 2, so it's the same one, but as you can see here, I've got like added all the beads and little sparkly bits up here. So you can see all those little beads, and then down here you can see if I move that across, all the little sparkly beads up here, and I've just like pulled out the little bee, and so you can pick out as much as you want of the backgrounds, and bear in mind that they were all of them and matte and layer these on different colours. Okay, so that's what, you know, where I am at so far, and I've cut some down, and some of them I've used, the bits I've cut off I've used for stamps. So we've got this Eiffel Tower one, and I really don't think I need to do anything to this apart from a little antiquing or aged or something. So all I'm going to do is going to get a couple of browns, so maybe similar to what I stamped out with, but I'm warming it up a little bit. Maybe these. So I'll get these browns out, and bear in mind that, you know, some are cold and some are warm, so always, if you've got a bit of card, test out your colours. So we've got, they're quite similar, so that's a warm brown, and that's on the cooler side, but I quite like that for shading. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to pick up some, and I'm going to put it on my plastic sheet at the side. You probably won't be able to see that. And it's a really simple, because I want it to look quite antique. I don't want it to look too sort of new. I just want it to give it a little bit of age, and the way I'm doing that is just to go around. Pull this over it a little bit so we can see around the Eiffel Tower. So I'm just damping it down around the Eiffel Tower on one side, that way, and around the clock. I'm not trying to be neat or trying to too clever with anything. I'm just trying to get that colour around there, and this is all up to your own choice. So I could have picked out the purple, I could have picked out the green, I could have picked out any of those colours, but whilst it's still wet, add one of the warmer colours, and this is a very rich, more like a chestnut colour, and just drop it in a little bit, so that although it is still damp, you can see the colour, but it's not such a, how can I put it, it's not as bold. So, and whilst it's wet, blend it out a little bit with that colour there. So I'm only doing around the side, turn it around a little bit. So I'm going to go back in with this. So I damp it down with the lighter brown, which is, it's a bit similar. This is a bit similar to the tea stain that I had in the background. And then I go back in just to bring that colour out. And just to go through the stages of the other cards, I'll bring them back in once I let this dry. But to me, really, there's very little that's needed to be done to this card. Once this is, it's done. Once this, to me, I would just get, say, perhaps a little bit of gold and silver, and I would just come into the watch face with a little bit of gold and silver. I would just maybe darken in there. That's just a point there, just to darken in there. But it's three very different sort of styles, but with one piece of card made from the stencils we've got, and the what's it called, stencils, and the inks. Just a tiny bit of red there, but it's not a bright red, it's like a vintagey red, and I'm just going to pull in the red there, just on that heart, just so that you've got a bit more colour. So let's go back. What I did with this is I did all the background, I bleached out the flowers, and by doing that I just wet the petals again and then got the colour off, and then I dropped colour in, and I added beads and gems and stuff, hickory, that was with the hickory smoke. So that was a light stamp, that was done with corduroy. This one was done with black. I've used some of the tape that's in the one day special. I've got all the gems on, so we've got three. I know they're not quite finished, but you get the general idea. Three very different, I think, all from the one piece of card. Going back to this now, it's dry, you can see I've added the pills, but I wanted to show you again I am just getting my same pen, and these are faded, they're a bit flat, as we say. So all I'm going to do is just introduce a little bit of the pointillism, not all over, just around the edge, quite faintly first. So you're sort of doing a dotty edge and a few dots hanging out there. But then as I sort of get more around the shape, I can concentrate the line up a little bit more and add a few more. But so it fits everything really. This is a really good way, because what happens is I see it all the time is people outline, and that's great if that's what you want, but an outline's quite a heavy colour and quite a heavy contrast, whereas this is quite sort of gentle, and it sort of introduces dark like black, and but it doesn't look or have the appearance or the harshness of a black flat line. And for some reason it's just, I don't know, you can start to make a few dashes and stuff like that. But you can see now, I'm just going to darken in there and then drag that out a little bit. And that's start. And again, I would just darken in there just by adding more dots. You can use any sort of pen for this, as long as it's got a nib that's fine enough for you to work on. But there are number 8s and stuff, and brush nibs and stuff, and they work quite well, but you won't be able to get a lot of fine detail. So I'm more or less finished that. I will go on and totally finish the card, but I could add the same detail to this, the same detail to that. But I hope you agree with me that now, looking at that, has made quite a big difference. Hope you've enjoyed that. I have loved and loved and loved these stamps.
So when it says grunge on the label, it doesn't necessarily mean it's grungy to work with. I mean, that was a beautiful example created there, so thank you, Lou. Love that. Love that vibrant pink there as well, really pretty. Now, guys, seriously, we are incredibly busy. This grunge collection has been flying out in its entirety. Now, of course, we've got the 2 one-day specials, which are busy in their own. I'll tell you about those in a few moments. But that the grunge collection, which is part of the, I think it's set number 4 that Lou spoke of. There's lots more to come from Studio Light with regards to these grunge pieces, and this is a perfect opportunity for you to get involved or continue your journey with the grunge collection. Now, limited stock, but extremely limited in stock, so much so that we're a little bit kind of nervous about what's going to be happening at 12 o'clock. Details are on your screen there. Freedom members, you have got an additional discount on top of the discounts that you're going to get with those associated bundles. You have got an additional £31.99, which is why we're looking at a figure of £53.91. Don't forget, each one of those one-day specials was just shy of £30, so it is a case of that first flexi buy, it could be way less than that one-day special price. Just looking at £17.97 if you're a Freedom member. So you would pay that today. Obviously your post and packing's included, you're a Freedom member, but you will get all 10 sets of stamps. You will get all 24 of those stamps. You'll get both of the sets of dies, giving you 4 dies. You will also get that fabulous roll of washi tape, all coming to you in one delivery. Of course, we're looking at Studio Lights. It's extended delivery with regards to this one, the 20th of April, but when it arrives, what a bundle of goodies you're going to have to craft with. 977-148 if you are wanting that collection, the grunge collection on your screen. Now, if you wanted to go for your one-day specials, these are your 2 different options here, both of which are now limited in stock. First one we are looking at here is your Voyage from Home. Very much kind of sea orientated, travel orientated, some beautiful stamps as you can see here, again from the grunge collection. This time if you're wanting these and you can get hold of them, they've got a £10 saving, £27.96, but do bear in mind they are limited in stock now. So if you're wanting those, get them as soon as you possibly can. Next set that we've got, again, if you want those ones, floral and fauna, then we have got that one as your second option there, both on the same item details, again a £10 saving with these ones, £27.96. But of course the lovely Lou, as we saw a few moments ago, has brought us some fabulous videotape with tutorials. We've got more to share with you, and I think this one might be a 2-parter.
Hello everybody, hope you're all well. Look at these stamps. Oh my goodness me, I so wish I was there. So I'll have to try my best to do the best for these, because these are crazily amazing. Anyway, so this is grunge 4, and it's absolutely stunning. We've got these stamps. This one I'm going to use in my first demonstration. I was like, what do we do? What do we do? So I'm going to do a really quick but powerful, strong, really colourful card. So I've got the stamp, which is the 446, which is, it'll be, I don't know what the collection's called, but it's the seahorse. And I want to just show you, when you get your packaging, sorry about the glare, you're going to get the backing sheet. Now this is perfect for knowing where you want. So I'm going to use alcohol inks with this, so I know where I want my colour to be. So I'm going to look at keeping these areas sort of vacant, but I'm only going to use a bit of colour here. So I sort of know. I'm using the actual Yupo paper. I'm using one of the opaque ones. I think it's 85, not too sure. But anyway, it's matte as well, it's not shiny. So what I'm going to do is start, now I have got a mixture of Pinata and Adirondack inks, but I am starting with the light. So I'm going to put a background of, this one is Sandal, and I'm just going to put the light ones, squirt. Don't go too mad. I am really heavy-handed with these, so I really have to hold back, and it really sort of gets to me a bit, but hold back, it's the best way. So then I'm going to put on a little bit of this one is Citrus. So again, concentrating in the middle, in that line going down. So now I have got a little bit of Lemonade. Now it's a yellow, but it's a sort of a, it's not overpowering. And these are all the colours, remembering where this goes. So you look at it again and remember where that goes, lift it away. And we're going to put some darker colours in now. But remember, some of these are crazily dark, so just be warned. So I'm going to go in with a little bit of, oh, here we go. This one's beautiful. This one is Aqua. So I'm going to start up with building with the blues. And I'm just trying to put them in areas around. So I already like that, and then you get this wonderful action. Look at those move now, look at the move. It's just wonderful to see them moving, especially when I put a darker one in. I've gone with Bottle now. This is one of the darker ones, so I would be very sparing this. So if it doesn't work like that, don't worry, it'll work with the next colour because we're building it all up. So next I have got, let's go with Lettuce. Now, you won't get that instant wow with these at the moment. Well, not, I know you get a wow, but to me it's not as much as you do when you start putting the extender and stuff on. So I'm really happy with that, but I'm going to put in now the Pinata clean-up solution actually, and I'm just going to blob it, and that is the operative word. And these concentric circles won't stay like this. I wish they would come up with something that just captured it, stop, like that, but it doesn't. So give it a minute to move, and as it moves it sort of settles down. Bear in mind, again, that's going to go over there. Now don't worry about these parts, because these parts will all sort of mingle up in a bit. Now the next one I'm going to use is the Claro extender. So if that was anybody at home, maybe a Ranger product, you'd have the blending solution. So this is similar, so I'm just going to lighten up the middle areas. There we go. So again, because I have tried this before, and I noticed that, you know, I have to make sure I can see my wonderful seahorse and the shell there. So I'm really happy with that. Now a little tip is, don't worry too much about these, because what we can do is we can use them later on to do some foiling. So when they dry like that, they actually dry sticky and you can apply foil. But if you're a bit worried and you don't want them, lift some off just a little bit and perhaps blend in some colours like that. So lift a little bit off, just a tiny bit off there, and maybe put some little shapes just now and again. So if you've not got much green out here, just add a little bit there and a bit there. Okay, so what you do need to do is just to let that dry and be really patient with it, because we're going to let the stamp now will do all the work. We've done that, all we're going to do is remember the stamp now will do the work.
Well, the stamp will do the work, especially if you've already gone for that grunge collection, because I have to let you know it has now sold out. Technically it's sold out, so if you've got it in your basket, you've still got the opportunity to check that basket out and get hold of it. But of course, if you do leave it in your basket, it will fall back into our stock, and it's only fair that I do let people know, because there are some people that have missed out on it. So thank you to everybody. Again, the stamps were available in the one-day specials. Again, both of those have sold out now. We are trying to get things organised for midday. Of course, that's the next time that we'd normally be looking at the one-day specials that have sold out. But of course, our buyers, it's what, 8:30 or just after 8:30 on a bank holiday Monday. So it's a bit difficult to get hold of not only of our buyers but also the studio light people as well. So hopefully it'll all come together, and if you come back here at 12 o'clock, we'll have positive news. But we've still got those fabulous stencils, and these have been popular as well, because you've got 3 different ways that you can get hold of these. You've got an either or with regards to your sets of 3. So we've got 2 different item numbers for these. First set, as you can see here, you're going to get all 3 of these beautiful stencils. Really nice stencils, do like these. And you're also going to get your washi tape, your very colourful washi tape, I must admit, here, as you can see here. So really, really nice designs there. Some lovely sentiments featuring on there. Hello and bloom, you can see there featuring. Like those, create memories. Nice, like those. So all of those together for the deal that you've got on your screen there, just £24.99. 510686. But then we have a second set of 3 for you down at the front. And you can see with these, again, equally beautiful designs. Very useful designs. Again, you're going to get your abstract, and again this time you are going to get your washi tape. And your washi tape, if I pop it, whereabouts shall I pop it? Shall I pop it down this side here? Oh no, wrong side of the camera. Still get me left and rights mixed up. This time your washi tapes are these 2 that you can see here. So your monotones with regards to those. So again, you're going to get all 3 stencils with your washi tape, £18.99. They're also going to come with little ring binders as well. So your little book rings, you're going to get 3 of those, 1 for each stencil. But to be honest, you'll probably find that you'll put them all on 1 book ring and then use those perhaps for making your own planners and journals. Now, if you are liking those stencils, we have got them in a bulk set where you'll be able to get all 6 of those, and the details are popping up on your screen. But you don't get the tape on this occasion, you are just getting the stencils working their way around. All 6, £22.94. 042325. Now, of course, Lou with us is the wealth of all knowledge, and she's put together a little bit of an educational video for us this time. Check this out.
Right, okay, we're going to look with analogous colours again. I always get that word wrong. And I'm looking again at this. So the point of this is to show you that you can use all these in one colourway. All the different items we've got, you know, and they work well together as long as the colours are adjacent to each other. So here I've got the lovely flower stamp, and I've done these extra where I've die cut them just in case I use them in a bit, but we'll see if we need them. So I've just got some archival ink because I'm going to be using water, and I'm just going to stamp off the edge. Now this is watercolour paper, so it's really thick, so I have to make sure that I am really making contact. Right, I want to create a continuous line where they sort of join, but just off the edge, like that. Right, I'm going to twist it round, and just a little tip, when you're die cutting these and stamping them, I put a little tiny green mark on there and on the die cut, and it really helps you to balance it all up. Right, so I'm going to just bring that way, and then if you have like a bit of a Pete Tong moment like I have, don't worry, because all I do then is go in with a black pen. So quite happy with that. Now what do? You've got to leave it to dry for a minute, no problem there, that's dry now. So I'm going to go with the same colours. So this time I'm looking at the teals, the greens and the yellows on this wheel. So again, like the other card that we did, I'm looking at these colours, the blues, greens and yellows. So all I'm going to do is get my watercolours. Now you can use any colours you want, and I'm going to really neatly not. I'm just going to put blobs of colour on. So just move that up a little bit for you. I'm just going to go with colours like that. I'll do them all in the middle. So I'm just basically lobbing a bit of colour on there, and then I'm going to use the orange, but what I'm going to do is mix it on my palette just to show you that it's more of an eggy. And this, not all of the ones, I'm not doing it all, just now and again. And you can see now, even when I missed that little bit of stamping, don't worry, because you won't see it in a minute. So I'm mixing these colours, I'm getting a little bit on each. I'm trying to get a blend of colours, so I don't want it all to look, you know, orange and yellow. I want it to be like lots of reds and yellows and oranges. And a bit down here. So I'm not being neat, I don't have to be. As long as you don't go too far over the lines. I don't mean like just like my normal slap it on all over. I've got a little bit of red now, and I'm just going to bring it this way. See, a bit of red in there. Now I'm not too, this is powerful, these colours are powerful, these are the Studio Light watercolours. So what I don't want is this overpowering it, because any dark colour or a rich pigment will overpower some of the, you know, the softer colours. So a clean brush, and all I'm going to do is make sure I've got a little bit of yellow stood by so that I can use that, and then blend in just with water and a clean brush. Take some of the colour out, blend them in so you've got like a nice hue. Don't worry too much about that because we're going to do something with that. So now I'm going to just take these colours in as well. Might need a little bit more colour in one, not a problem. Not a problem. Just keep doing this. And there's a reason I don't mix off it. It's because sometimes the colours that you mix off it, they look nice, and then you put them on here and they don't. So if you mix them on here, you know, I think it's easier. It's just easier. You get some nicer surprises, I think. So I'm just going to go up to the lines, a little bit more yellow on here when it's dried. And you can do this any colour, as long as, like I say, the idea is having the colours that are adjacent to each other and they're near each other, therefore they're going to work. It could have been the other half of the colour wheel, which would be, it could be purples to oranges, we could go purples to oranges. So just look at the colour wheel and look at what you've got, especially the colours you've got. Right, so what I'm going to do now, bit there, is I'm going to finish off my colouring, and I'll be back in a minute. Right, there's two ways you can do the next step. It's really easy. If you've only got, you haven't got watercolours, you can use a pen as well. And I'll show you with the pen, and I'll show you with the watercolours. And you're just going to draw a line. Now this is the colours along that colour wheel on the same side, so we're just going to bring out the colour. Now don't worry about this side at all. So we're just going to bring in that colour. If you've got watercolours, just drop the watercolours in and around, and give it a little bit of depth around there. Don't put this, I've got a little bit too much water on here, so I want a little bit more pigment to show. So drop some in and then go all the way round. I will only do one flower and then you'll see. So you go round, add a little bit more colour, and then just do this. And the more colour I drop in here, it will, because there's a lot of water swooshing about now, it will actually work against me really. So what you've got to do is, whilst it's still wet, is just bring that out to nothing. So again, do a little bit at a time, let it come out, brush it out. And if you've got a little bit too much water there, don't worry, get a clean cloth and you can blot it off. I personally like all the colour on that, so I would go with it. Again, blot colour in. So I'll see you back here when I finish doing this. Okay, so I've cut loads out, I've watered down the watercolour and I've let it flow out. You can carry on doing that as much as you want or as little as you want. so you can spend time doing it. But what I want to show you is I'm just going to cut all this out. So I'm not worried about it being too neat, because it's just to reveal. And I thought if at home you might have some nice papers or anything else that you want to put as a reveal. So it's just a bit of fussy cutting. Now I was thinking, well, why do that when you've got a die cut? Well, I can die cut everything, but I'll be honest with you, when you're doing this, sometimes it's easier just to do it like this, because how can you not? It's really difficult to do it with a die cut anyway, like this. So all I'm doing is snipping into the card, and if you was, say, doing your own papers for the background, I'll just show you this, I won't finish it. Say you've got like a blue-green or a green-blue page that matches, that doesn't really match that. But what you could do is then just place that there, and you can see how it just overhangs this. Now these are all, obviously got these orange colours now, but these need a little bit more work on them. So what I'm going to do is, just to show you, is I would add a little second coat of going in with your yellow and your orange but no red. And what we're trying to do is really build up this colour so that we've got nice layers happening. That's a bit too much. Don't worry, it's watercolour, it'll blend out. But if you do get a patch like that, just blot it off. Can you see how it's a bit wishy-washy? We want some bright colours. So we're going to do that and finish that off. Then what I'm going to do is get the wonderful stencil from the One Day Special. And this has got a similar sort of spiky shape to it. I'm just placing that on there. And I'm going to get the peacock feathers, which that's a surprise. So I'm going to start a little bit. So turn it this way. So I've got it there. I'm going to start, and again, it's all to do with the colours that are on the right side. I'm going to start quite dark on this side. So we've got dark here, dark here. But then I'm just going to really, really, really subtly blend that out. Now, I don't do a subtle blending really. I'm not known for it. So I'm hoping that I can just do it here. So that when we get that off, there we go. We've got this now ready. I've got some more of the die cuts which I can add to this if we want. So I'll see how I go. I might not want to. I've got some more die cuts that I can add to that if I want, if I don't want. But that's the beauty of it, is I can make another card with all this, or I could leave that there and just put a sentiment. So I'll be back to see what it looks like when I've got it sort of nearly finished. Right, okay, now, so I've added some more. I've got some little black lines there. I've got some 3D tape on here, and I'm just going to sort of wiggle them together. I'm not really fussed how I have these, because I don't want them sort of too much in a line. I sort of want them misshapen, but it doesn't really matter because you can squash them in like that and just do. But you can have them however you want. So I've done that. I've put some little bits of pointillism with a black pen in the middle of these. I have added a little bit more of the colour in the background, so you can see this here. It's got the shading using the back there. It's still a little bit damp. But what I thought would be a really nice little ending thing is to bring it all together, is to just on the parts here, just on these, if you just put like your glue, not your glue, your gels, pens or anything, or if what I'm going to do is just add a few bits of glue like that all over, and then just to finish it off. Now you can do it two ways. You can do it how I'm going to do it, which is very structured, not. So you can flick some beads on like that, and then just get your container and just put them in. So just leave them, press them in. Don't know where they are, but I'm pressing them in, and then I'm just going to pull the squares off. And now what you can do, don't forget, because that'll dry really clear, is just press them in. Any spare ones you won't, it's better if they come off now than later. That's it. And then what I can do now is just have accentuated that. I could put a couple there if I wanted to, but I just think, see, so the colours that are together, analogous colours, two cards, very different, but using exactly the same colours. Hope you enjoyed that. Thank you.
Now that card that Lou brought in at the end of the demonstration, do make sure that you tune in at 1 o'clock because we've got a bit of a bonus studio light show coming up at 1 o'clock. So yeah, other things, not the one-day specials that we've been talking about or anything during this now. Brand new items that, when I say brand new, not brand new, but new items as in today that we're looking at. Now, of course, Lou was working with the stencils as well. We have still got stock of those stencils available, the details of which on the screen. But it is a key thing that you get involved at 1 o'clock because you can see more from Lou during that hour. She's done some more videos for us separate to what we've been chatting about during this hour. Not sure what's going to be happening around 12 o'clock with the one-day special shows, which are obviously in the schedule. Our buyers are working on that. We've got fingers, toes and everything in between crossed that we'll be able to bring you more of the one-day specials and that grunge collection. But if we don't, make sure that you do tune in at 1 o'clock to join Lou, and it'll be Rachel presenting during that hour as well to show you some fabulous things that you can do with more of the studio light range. And as you saw there when Lou brought in those elements, lots and lots of different areas that Studio Light bring us some artistic quality in. So definitely worth tuning in because you'll learn lots of techniques from the lovely Lou and of course have a lovely range of products. You can jump on the website actually, have a little sneaky peek if you're wanting to, but make sure that you do come back and join us at 1 o'clock. In fact, don't go anywhere because we've got another amazing hour with our lovely Paola coming up straight after the break. We've got some lovely designs from Crafty Roo. Looking forward to that hour. Then I'll be back with you for a second time with jewellery designs, some amazing kits. And then we're back with Indigo Blue after that. See you later on.
Hi, we're the team from Daisy Bee Stamps. My name's Nina, this is Josie, and this is my dad Roy. And we design and manufacture our very own polymer stamps. So 3 years ago, we decided to embark on turning our own designs into polymer stamps. We're really excited about where this is going to take us in the future and how we can evolve those designs and keep bringing you something that's just so different. So we wanted to
how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. The Sentimentally Yours family has grown to include my good friend Julia Watts and our new designer Trudy Howard. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration. Be sure to join us for our Sentimentally Yours shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door. I'm lucky enough to have been a guest on Hochanda since day one. The John Next Door brand is designed to bring high quality, innovative products to the crafting market. The range includes stamps, dies and new products such as the media plates. I'm also looking to expand the brand and bring you lots of new techniques, new ideas and new products into the next few years. So don't forget to tune in and watch the John Next Door shows on Hochanda.
Hello, my name's Kay from Indigo Blue and we've been established for 7 years, and together with my husband Alfie we design and manufacture our own in-house red rubber stamps. We also have our own range of paints, lushes and stencils. We're so proud that we've now got a reputation for such high quality products and the detail that we can manage to get in our stamps. What I really love about Hochanda is I get to demonstrate lots of different techniques for you to understand how to use our products and hopefully inspire you. I've got loads of fantastic ideas buzzing around in my head, so I can't wait to get those filtered into our products and out to you at home. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Katrina from Rowan Dean. We're a small family business that design embroidery kits. Embroidery has always been my passion, and I'd love to show you how to do some of the stitches and some of the kits. We're based in Derbyshire, and I'm really inspired by the landscape and flora of Derbyshire, and I think other people will be too. Our kits are really easy, and I hope they inspire you to have a go at stitching. Since we've been on Hochanda, we've had a great time. Everybody's been really friendly and really good. We've met loads of people all around the country who watch Hochanda and find it really inspiring. Don't forget to join me on my Rowan Dean shows on Hochanda.
Hello, good morning. We are of course still in the middle of the Easter Extra Flexi, which means that if your basket contents goes above £830 when you go to checkout, of course before PMP, then you can apply, you can choose to have got 3 interest-free payments, split the cost into 3 interest-free payments. Now, of course, now this hour we have crafty root designs. Now, there are such a clever concepts here, and we will be talking to Kim, who is Crafty Root Designs, very shortly, and of course we will have demos from her as well. Now, we have got here a bundle in front of you, which is the rectangle polyplate and everyday saying stamps. Now you can see here that we have got a beautiful sentiment. Every day is a new beginning. That is the stamps, and of course sometimes when you see the packaging you think that is a smaller one, but actually in actual fact it is. Oh, here I kind of forgot where I was going. Look at that beautiful big size. Now that is the stamp that comes in this set, but look at the polyplate on the background. I absolutely adore. Now, if you are somebody like me that likes the color on the backgrounds, but also you sometimes are on a time, you know, you don't have that much time, or you don't want to get messy. If you are a little bit, you know, scared of getting your inks into your stamp mat, but you want the effect, these are perfect for you because it gives you the distressed look, the beautiful, but with the ease of a stamp. That is a stamp you are getting, so you can, it's a plate basically, that you can ink it as you wish with all the inks that you have got, and then create those backgrounds with the color intensity perfectly. Now, also I wanted to just show you that even if it's the bigger one, you can stamp it on the edge of the card, and look at that. You have got the edge in there. Now we have got Kim on the phone. Hello, Kim.
Hi, Carla.
How are you doing?
Oh, great, thanks. How are you?
I'm very good, very good. I'm really excited because I think it's the first time that I have, you know, presented one of your shows, but I have watched you, and I think your products are fabulous.
Oh, thank you.
Now, how did you come up with the polyplates?
I'm a great one for backgrounds. I love my backgrounds and just adding colour. And I wanted to create something that would give me some unusual shapes in the background and allow me to play with my inks. And I came up with, the first one we ever did was a basic A6 rectangle. And I played with that and I was like, oh, we can do something better than that, just a plain rectangle. And so we started introducing all the different shapes, and then it just well, it just took off from there, and it's just wonderful shapes now.
It is, and I love because you have got, like you were saying, the stress ones, but also we are going to see the clean edge ones as well. So can you mix and match? Can you create like kiss techniques with them?
Oh, absolutely. They're great for doing like your reverse stamping or your mirror images.
Exactly. Oh, great.
And using like your stencils over the top of them as well.
Oh, fabulous. So you can use it like a plate, a printing plate, monoplate as well.
Absolutely. The only thing I wouldn't recommend is using your alcohol inks on them. And that's not because they'll damage the plate. That's because they take so much alcohol ink to release. So because they're made from photopolymer, they're very, very thirsty.
Oh, I see.
If you're using your paints and things on them, you need to feed them first. So give them a quick spritz with your spritzer.
Okay, so that will wet the plate first.
Yeah, it almost creates like a barrier between the plate. It feeds it, it gives it the moisture it wants, and then it'll release your paint. Now, with your alcohol inks, what it does is it sucks all the alcohol ink in, and you end up using far too much.
Yeah. Could you use something like spritzer with mica content?
With mica?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely. We use a product called Sprinkler on our plates a lot.
Quite.
And
So
with the brush out.
Of course.
Yeah, it would just look fabulous.
Now, so is there any particular type of ink pad that you love to use with them?
Oh, I am old school. So the distress inks,
yes,
the distress oxide,
yeah,
brushos, paint. So yeah, it's just anything really. Any of your ink pads, have a go with them. I am a bit naughty because I will let the kids sit with, the really cheap, like washable felt tip pens.
Yes.
I'll let them draw on them and give it a spritz, and that works just as well.
That's cool.
You had some, I think, Secura pens in earlier in the week, and they would just work fabulously.
Can you use them with a stamp platform as well?
Oh, absolutely. Because of the same depth as your stamp, as a normal stamp, you just use it as you would using a stamp. And what that is really good for is some of those edging techniques. So I like to frame mine.
So would you do that with a stamp platform by inking several times the stamp and then pressing down and then another time and then...
It depends which medium you're using. If you're using your distress oxides, absolutely you'd need to add colour one at a time because you don't want to contaminate your ink pads. But if it's the distress inks, no, just layer them up. As long as you go paler to darker on your ink pads, you'll be fine.
So we will be seeing you demonstrate these ones in a video that you have sent in, haven't you?
Yeah, I've gone back to basics almost. So we've got some really basic, simple techniques with that polyplate.
So you are going to be featuring the brand new plates, aren't you? This Distress Square and the Oval.
Oh yeah, they're the two I focused on today.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. We Kim, we're looking forward. Well, I'm very looking forward, and I'm sure everybody at home to see what your demonstrations. And have a lovely Easter Monday, and be safe. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for the demos as well. Thank you, Kim.
Thank you, Paula.
Bye. Now, it's of course here. It is so lovely that we can have the voice of our guests. Of course, they are safe at home and sending those videos so you can enjoy their demonstrations as well. Over 10% of the rectangle has already gone. If you want yours, 442494 is your item number. £11.99 is the price for the plate as well as the sentiment stamp in there. Then we have got another lovely duo in here, which is the rectangle in here is the painted rectangle. So if you look at it, if I'm going to show you this sample, because you can see in there, this is a plate, this is exactly how it is. But of course you can use it vertically or horizontal as you wish. And one of the things I love about these plates is that you can have all the colors homogeneously in here, or you can have them more of a patchy sort of look depending on how the inks are kind of blending in. It looks like a batik as well, doesn't it? Or you can have just a swoosh on there. I absolutely love them. Now, of course, it means that you could use different colors. It could mean that you can use different bits on it. It means that you can get the effect of paint and washes of color with the ease. Now, of course, the sentiment that you are getting in here, you can see it here, that beautiful, always choose to be happy. And then, of course, you can personalize it, and then you can there to be, choose, always. So you can, they're individual stamps, therefore you can personalize that. You could, maybe if you have a birthday sentiment, you can use that happy with a birthday. Now, if you want to go for this bundle, 178509, £11.99 is the price for this bundle. Moving down into a brand new one, I believe that is this hoodie stress square, which is the brand new bundle, is the stress square and poly plate. You find a strength saying, thing is, let me finish that sentence. You find a strength in the strangest of places. Indeed, for me nowadays is my sewing, but you can see what. Now, of course, again, it is not the actual size, so if we put it side by side, you can see that it's a sizable stamp in here. The square, now, of course, the square size is one of the most popular card sizes, whether it's a 6x6, an 8x8, a 7x7, it's up to you. But however, the square always gives the proportions, which means that, if, for instance, if you prefer an 8x8 card, you just mat and layer, maybe use the die to correct the decorative edges. There are many ways of using it. I absolutely love that beautiful background. Now, it does have a freedom price, so you are only paying £10.79 if you are a freedom member. Of course, you don't pay P&P. If you're not a freedom member, you pay £11.99 plus P&P. 265454 is your item number for this brand new stamps. Then one of my favorites is the circle. It has got clean edges, but it means that you will gonna be able to create something as stunning and that create maybe like the moon. Bring your silvers into play as well. Create sunshine, so many different techniques, and of course the poly plates are, like Kim was explaining, there is a lot of techniques, all sorts of ink pads that you may have already. The sentiment here says happiness is not out there, is within you. Such a powerful sentiment, isn't it? And one of the things you will have noticed is that the fonts of all the sentiments mix and match perfectly. They have been using the same fonts, therefore you know that you can create inits and outies, a sentiment for the outside and then another sentiment for the outside from a previous set, and all will work. Absolutely love that. If you want to go for the circle, poly plate and happiness within, your item number is 996267, £11.99. Love that. Then, if again with the clean lines, we have got the square. If you prefer square sizes, remember that you can mix and match, you can trim a little bit, and there you have it. This one comes with life. Live your life and forget your age. Really fun, that one, isn't it? Yeah. You know, it's one of those things that we age is just, they say it's just a number, but it's even better when you don't even think about the age. Now, of course, you can see how the square, it creates that focal point. Imagine it can be like that. You can see suddenly you delve into it and you start seeing those leaves coming through, those colors in there. I absolutely adore this sample. It shows how they have masked the area, so then you have a clean impression in there, and then all those gorgeous words coming through as well. So many ways using your stencils as well. If you want to go for this poly plate and of course the sentiment stamp, 823891 is your item number. £11.99 is your price. Now, if you wanted to know the size of this one, I'll check the size of that in a minute. No, and then the final one is also brand new today. It's a clean oval size, and life is a story, write it well. I love that. Right, well, these sentiments are really cool because they are the sentiments that you can put into creating mixed media pieces that you display proudly at home, or something for your art journal as well as for cards. Now it's brand new today, but also it does have a freedom price of £10.79 if you are a freedom member. But look at that, again, individual stamps, so it means that life is a story, and then write it well in there as well. This is apparently our director's fingerprint. He has got big hands apparently, and of course you can see the beautiful colors in here, and look at that. And then look, I love that. It's just absolutely stunning. It could be an Easter egg. It could be, I think also if you put it like this, it's kind of a scene, like a window, like a kind of a, maybe, I don't know. And write it well. I love that. 187462 is your item number. Now if you want to go for the brand new one, you can. Even if you are not a freedom member, you can get it for £11.99. Now we promise you demos by Kim, and here is the first one.
Right, now we're going to play with our brand new oval polyplate, and that comes with that lovely sentiment that says life is a story, and the second part to it down here is write it well. And I'm just going to show you this really easy to do landscape card, but I think it looks quite effective as well. So let's move that one out of the way, and I'm just going to work straight onto my base card again. I'm going to pop that there, and I'm going to grab my polyplate, and this one's really simple to do. So I'm going for a landscape, so I need blue for sky, green for grass. Yep. So I'm going to start with my blue because that's actually my paler colour out of the two. So I'm just going to ink up half of my plate. There you go. And now I'm going to add my grass. So I'm using the green. And again, I don't want a straight line because there's not many landscapes. If I put that on top of there, there's not that many landscapes that have a flat line like that. So this is where you get to have a bit of fun. So pop in a couple of trees and a few bushes at the side and really go to town. You can make a right story creating your landscape with this one. There you go. I think I'm quite happy with that. And I'm just going to spritz it now. There you go. You can see those lovely bubbles formed on our polyplate there. I'm just going to turn it over and pop it down. Now I'm working on an 8x8 card size here, but this oval is great for your DLs, it's great for your A5s as well. It's such a useful size and shape. So there we go. I was just encouraging it a little bit there. Let's lift him up. You get that lovely landscape. So I'm going to pop my polyplate to one side for a minute, and we're just going to soften this edge a little bit. So I'm going to grab my two colours back. Ooh, I nearly put my sky on the floor. And I'm going to grab my tissue. So where I've got the green, I'm just going to blend that edge. So bit of screwed up tissue. Grab my green ink. I think maybe I should have just dried this with a heat gun first. But it should be okay. There we go. So you can see I'm just blending that edge and just softening it a little. All the way around, and then I'm going to do exactly the same with the blue again. Let's move that green out of the way. Grab my blue. And just do exactly the same again. So I'm just softening this edge. And there we go, all the way around. You can see it really just starts to add a bit of depth. So now we're going to frame it. I'm going to put my tissue in the bin and grab my polyplate back. So I'm going to grab my memento again, just because they're handy and that's what I like to work with. So I'm going to grab my memento and I'm just going to feather in around the edge. So I'm just using a brown for this. Feathering all the way around. There we go. And I find it easier to leave my ink pad in one place, and as you can see I'm just turning my polyplate around. Make my table work for me. Do all the hard stuff. See, I can see here I've gone a little bit far in, so I'm just going to knock it back a little. There we go. Right. I think that's done. So now I'm just going to line it back up. So grab that where I can see it. And with it being an oval, it's quite an easy one to line up, she says, and then it goes nowhere near close enough. So I'm just concentrating around the edges. Pop that frame on. And then lift that off. Ooh. You see, just get that lovely, it's almost vintage feel to it, isn't it, this one? Let me pop that down. And I still want to emphasise this frame a bit more, so I've got a good old jelly roll here. Good old Secura jelly roll pen. And I'm just going to go around the edge, but before I do that, I'm going to grab a piece of tissue to stop my hands going in and messing up the work I've done so far. I'm forever doing that, putting my hands down on top of my work and leaving the big inky pinky marks. There we go, so I'm just turning it around. Just going all the way around. And obviously you take a bit more time with this, but I think it just adds to it. I'm doing a bit of a scratchy line. I'm not trying to draw one straight line here. I'm just adding a lovely scratchy line around the edge. There we go, nearly done. And I always like to put wiggles on mine as well. Yeah, as you can see, it really does just frame that polyplate really well. So now, sentiment time. I'm going to grab my polyplate again and pop that out of the way. And I'm actually going to give them a quick clean because I don't think I did that before. There we go. So, give them a quick wipe. And I want my sentiment to have a very similar look and feel to this lovely watercolour effect here. So I'm just going to ink up a little bit of my plate. Oh, should have done my blue first. Wipe that off. Because my blue's my paler one. So pop my blue on. I don't need to ink up much. My sentiment's not that big. I'm going to pop this one in. There we go. I'm just going to spritz it. Ooh, lots of water there. So you can see that is very, very juicy. So I'm just going to dab a little bit off. Right, now I've got my teeny tiny piece for my sentiment. But before I do that, I'm going to grab another piece of stamp on top. Let's turn this over and pop this down. There you go. It always makes me smile when I see that magic happen. So pop that down there. And that looks cool by itself, but now we're going to put our sentiment on it. But before we do, I think I'm just going to blast it quickly with my heat gun because it does look a little bit wet. Give me a moment while I blast the heat gun. You can see it's really going to sit well with our finished part. There we go, that should be enough. Let's move it out of the way. Put my heat gun back. So, I've got this. I'm going to grab the Life is a Story sentiment that goes with this polyplate. I'm just going to ink this up. There we go. I'm just going to stamp it on here. I'm not going to stamp it. Oh, I am going to stamp it straight, I think. I hadn't quite given myself enough room, had I? So I'm just giving it a good rub to make sure that ink transfers. There we go. Looks cool. And then all I've done is thinking of building my card up. So I've got a lovely brown mat on my base card. That bit goes on there like so. Like that. And then I've cut a little mat for my sentiment. And that looks nice, but I just want to add a little bit of doodle to it. Yeah, because I think I just want to bring everything back in together now. So I'm just going to show you a quick tip. The second part of the sentiment is quite a long stamp, yeah, and I want it to be straight when I come to stamp it. I could, if I wanted to, pop it onto my ink block, my stamp block, and twist it slightly. So it's great for going around corners. So I could make it so I could pop it round the edge of my oval. I don't want that. I want it to be nice and straight because I want to stamp it in this bottom corner. So throw it down onto your stamping mat, and then pick it up onto your stamp block. And that way the stamp will be the shape it is when we manufacture them. Yeah, so it's not being distorted by you popping it onto your stamping block. It's a great way of keeping your stamp nice and straight when you want to pick up those sentiments. So let's just ink that up. I'm going to pop that down there. So I'm just going to stamp this in this bottom corner. There we go, just give it a press. And then I'm just going to finish this one off with a little bit of doodling. So I'm going to grab my doodle pen. I'm going to start on this side and just quickly go around the edges. Just like that. Last one. And I've just put my fingers on that. Oh, it's okay. Then I'm going to do exactly the same just around this little sentiment. Yeah, and it all just brings it together. So, put the lid back on my pen, pop it over there. Now, there you go. We have a beautiful landscape card, and can you see how the landscape from a polyplate comes straight across that sentiment and just really pulls it all together. So there you go. Hope you like that one.
Love the techniques that you can do with these polyplates. But I need to tell you also to check out your baskets, because a third of the oval has already gone, and it is incredibly popular, as is basically every single item. So do please check out your baskets. Now we are gonna show you again the rectangle. Now I think this is one. Well, I do like them all, but this one I really love, especially this sample here by Kim. I love the clean and simple nature of the style of the card, but it's all about the color. It's all about the texture that these polyplates will give you. Hours of fun, easily achieve those backgrounds. Then you can just send the sentiment, which is also included into the bundle, and create stunning pieces. I love how Kim has added those edges in there. And remember, these polyplates, you can use them on your acrylic blocks as well as on your stamping platforms. They are made out of polymer, so you can use them in the same way that you would use a stamp. I love how the white pen in here highlights that straight edge. It looks like an island, you know, like kind of the coastline in here. And that could be also, you could imagine to just paint some or stamp some you know, boats or something like that. It kind of is just something like a little bit more quirky. 30% of the stock of this the rectangle polyplate as well has gone. Do check out the baskets for it. 442-494 is your item number. £11.99 is the price. Then we have got the painted rectangle. And the other thing that I love about these plates is that you can mix and match. You can do kiss techniques. You can overlap them as well. So if you like rectangles, it makes a lot of sense to go both for the display, distress one as well as the painted one. I like to show, you know, this one looks like batik, that sort of blotchiness is just so stunning, and it would be so impossible to do with it. But also you can do it horizontal and have the mix of those colors in there, like swashes of color in there. How you can then trim them down and then just have them in here, so you can see a smaller size and it fits perfectly in there. I love that also you are getting that stamp that Choose So Happy, and there are individual stamps, and if I'm gonna show you so you can see exactly. So to be, choose, always, and then happy, so you can mix and match them. 20% of the stock has already gone, so again, very busy items, so do check out your baskets for it. 178509 is your item number. £11.99 is the price. Now we have seen the rectangles, but let's move on to squares. We have got the distress square one. So again, we have got the rigidity edge of the beautiful square here. Now, a third of the stock as well has gone. We are very busy across the board, so do please, if you want anything, just check out those baskets to make sure that you grab it. Now, this one is brand new today. You are getting also Freedom price, which means that you have a further 10% discount if you're a Freedom member, as well as not paying P&P. I adore this card because it shows you how with distress inks you can create backgrounds in here, masking it, and it looks like a sunset there. Can you imagine like creating a scene in which is like a window in there, and the page, it kind of gives you the look of torn pages as well. Imagine to then on top of it stamping some leaves or something like that, like kind of a tropical paradise that we all dream with now at the minute. Then you can have the beautiful sentiment as well that you are getting in this bundle. You find a strength in the strangest of places, but don't be fooled by thinking, oh, it's a square, you can only use it for one size and also one, you know, square shapes, but you can then use them into like little corners in here. So it's up to you how the big size. Approaching 40% of the stock has already gone in, so please do check out your baskets. Your item number is 265454, £11.99 if you're not a Freedom member. If you are, you pay even less. Now, of course, you want to seek him using this brand new bundle, so here she is.
So first up, we're going to play with our brand new distressed square today, and that comes with that lovely saying you can see there, you find strength in the strangest of places. So let's get going. And I'm just going to grab my base card, and for this I'm going to be using distress inks. So I've chosen 3. So I've got Broken China, Peacock Feathers and Faded Jeans. Now I always line mine up palest to darkest, just so that I know which order to pop them down on. And I'm going to grab my poly plate. So move that piece out of the way for a second. Now I'm just going to start inking this up. So always start with your palest colour first, and I'm just going to pop it on here and cover the whole of my plate. There we go. And now I'm going to do about 2/3 in the middle shade. And I'm going to make sure as I go across, I want to keep moving my ink pad. I don't want a straight line because then the colours won't blend and mix quite as well. So that's my second colour. And then I'm going to put my third one on. So I'm just going to pop this up right in the top corner there. So again, just dancing my ink across my poly plate. That looks good. So just making sure my poly plate was stuck down there. Now I'm going to spritz. If I spritz with my spritzer down here, I'm going to end up with puddles, and I don't want that. What I'm looking for is bubbles. So I'm going to lift my spritzer up. It's about elbow height, a good about 30 centimetres from my poly plate, and I'm going to spritz. And you can see we get these lovely bubbles forming on our poly plate. So I'm going to pop that there. I'm just going to turn my plate over and pop that down. You can see it always makes me smile when I see that happening, all your colours mixing and merging together. Yep, so give it a bit of a poke and a prod. Now, the important thing to remember when you're doing an ombre effect like this is always lift your plate towards your darkest side. So I'm going to lift mine towards this nice deep dark blue. And that's just in case you have any ink left over on your plate, so it'll run to that darker edge. So that looks good, but I want it to pop a little bit more off my page. So I'm going to take my poly plate again, grab some kitchen roll and just give it a quick wipe. There we go. And now what I want to do is give it a frame. So I am grabbing a memento for this one. I'm only using it because it's a little ink pad. That point is perfect for doing this. But any of your ink pads would work really. And I'm just going to gently drag in from the edge. Just like that. All the way around. All the way around your plate. And you'll notice I'm always moving my plate. I'm working to the opposite side as well. Yep. I'm just dragging it on. I'm not dragging it off because if I take my ink from my poly plate off, you end up with quite a solid line, and we don't want that because it won't look like it's feathered in. So I'm just going to remove that bit because we don't want that. We want it nicely, gently, just dragged onto our plate. And I'm not worrying too much about getting it onto my stamp base. But there you go. So now I'm just going to go back in and clean up my poly mounts a little bit. because I know what I'm like, I'll get my inky bits everywhere. Now I'm going to line this up. You can see here you've got a little man on a galloping horse. So he's got his arms, his head and his nose, and that is the perfect place to line up our polyplate. So the little guy on his galloping horse is also on the big rectangle one as well. So you'll find on most of our distressed plates there is a place for you to line them up. So now I'm just pressing around the edge where I've added that ink. I'm not pressing where I don't want. No, not put ink. There we go, let's lift this off. Ooh. And there you go, you have a lovely frame. It really does just frame it. So I'm going to put my polyplate to one side and I'm now going to work on my sentiment. So pop that there. I've cut myself a nice little piece of card, just big enough for this lovely sentiment. Yeah. I'm just going to ink it up in black. Give it a quick ink up. Just like that. And then pop it down. So when I'm stamping, I want to make sure I keep one finger in place and then I can press all over my stamp. Yeah. Because if you just press at the edges, all that happens is the centre of your stamp pops up and you don't get your ink transferring in the middle. There we go. Pop that down there. Look at that. Now, I'm just going to grab a stamp base and pop that there. I'm going to grab wilted violet because I want a bit of a frame on my sentiment, but I don't want to distress because I think that will look a bit harsh. So I want to keep this like watercolour effect going. So I've put my wilted violet on there. I'm just going to give it a quick spritz. I'm going to move everything out of the way. Just like that because I want it quite watery. And then I'm just going to dip the edge of my card in. There you go. And you get a lovely framed or watercolour frame. You just have to be careful though that you don't get your fingers in the edge that's wet. I've done that a few times. So there you go. Got that lovely frame. So I'm just going to pop that to one side. Wipe my mat. And then we can start putting this together. So all I've done, ooh, I'm throwing things around. There you go. So all I've done is I've taken some string. Yep, and I'm just going to wrap it around my card. I don't think this card really needs much more adding to it. So I always do my string in 3 wraps round. Don't know why. I think it's that odd number thing, isn't it? So I'm just going to tie a bit of a half bow on there. And pull that through. As you can see, we've got a little bit of interest there. I would normally make sure my card was a bit dry, which is why it's buckled a little. Now I'm just going to grab my card and I'd pop that on there. So I'd stick that down on there, and then I would take my lovely sentiment and I'd 3D glue it and I would pop it there. And there you have one very simple ombre effect card. Hope you like it.
I cut me off guard because the director was counting in something that didn't make my German. Apparently, I don't speak German. Funny that. Now, sorry about the digression because I absolutely love that came and. Absolutely gorgeous demo by Kim. I need to tell you that 80% of the stock of the beautiful distress square has already gone. So that means, please, if you want this one, do check out your baskets right now, especially if you're a Freedom member, because then you are gonna get the further discount, just paying £10.79. Then we have got the oval. Again, another brand new bundle from Crafty Root Designs. Over half of the stock has already gone. I love this oval. Now, not all ovals are equal. Ovals can be a little bit short and fatter, and they can be like this one, tall and elegant with that kind of beautiful drawing in here. And you can see there that here. This is the first demo that Kim showed us how to kind of color in those beautiful, like kind of landscape in there. Now, if you are one of the kind of person that likes all that kind of landscape, you can build a landscape on top of here. You can add layers of stamping, or you can do it clean and simple. There are a lot of different techniques in here. Look at that. I love that. Again, looks like a batik effect. Can you imagine your favorite ones in here? Or maybe just like kind of almost aquatic as well, like kind of the water kind of tanks as well. The kind of, and you can then put maybe mermaids stamps in there, or just fish stamps, whatever you like. And then you have got a stamped on black with opaque inks, and then it gives you that kind of, again, that kind of you kind of say like ghosting techniques, I would say, like ghosting in here. Can you imagine that for also for Halloween, just put in like kind of a scary elements in there. Anyway, if you want to go for the oval poly plate, 187462 is your item number. £11.99 is your price plus P&P. Of course, if you're a Freedom member, it has got a Freedom price there as well, £10.79, which means that you not only don't pay P&P, but you get a further discount. Now we have got, of course, this square one. Now this one is a clean square, but there are many ways of using it, and you can see here that you can make it a little bit distressed if you wanted to. It's the way that you apply the ink and the way that you will kind of accentuate those edges. You can remember that these poly plates can be used with your acrylic blocks or your stamping platform for ease of use. You can attach it as well onto your glass mat and then lift prints like a mono printing plate. There are many ways of using it, and it's one of those ones that you want to have to explore different possibilities. Whether you create the background and then just stamp on top of it, it's up to you. But of course, you are also getting that beautiful sentiment, live your life and forget your age. Gorgeous sentiment. $11.99 is your price. 823891. Now, of course, we have got the circles next. Now, I love the circles and the squares to mix and match in there, and then you can see them here perfectly. Now, I love that. That creates like a planet, like the moon. This is definitely one of the ones I would go for, because I just think it's just stunning the ways that you can do it. Now, also, one of the advantages of poly plates versus other printing plates is that will give you a much more defined edge. Now, of course, if you want to mix them and match it, by all means do. Your item number for the circle is 996267, and of course you can see a further sample in here and you can layer them, and this is about an 8x8 card, and you can see the size of them. Sounding proud in there, and then happiness is not out there, it's within you. Love those sentiments as well, and how you overlay those circles to create those overlaid stamps in there is absolutely stunning. $11.99 is your price, and of course we have got more demos from Kim, and here is your next one.
So I want to show you how to make this beautiful planet effect using our circle poly plate, distress oxides and some black card. So let's get going, shall we? So I've got my black card ready. I'm just going to grab my circle poly plate. I'm going to move the black card out of the way because it might get a little bit splattered at this point. So I'm going to grab my first colour, which is lovely peacock feathers. With oxides, what you'll find is if you pop them onto your poly plate, you get like the outline of them. So the quickest way I've found to ink up your poly plates is to pop it down and smoosh it, or give it a twist, and you can quickly add lots of colour to that plate. I'm just going to give it a quick spritz, and I'm going to add it onto my card. So turn that over. I'm just going to pop it down in this bottom corner. There we go. And then I'm just going to encourage it a little bit. I'm going to lift it off, and straight away you can see that lovely effect you get using your oxides on that black card. So I'm just going to give my poly plate a quick wipe. So just give it a spritz and a wipe over using your kitchen roll. And now I want to start adding a bit more detail. So I'm going to grab milled lavender this time. I'm going to give this a bit of an edge. So I'm just going around the edge. But I also want to give it a bit more of a planet feel. So what I like to do is come in and just add a few little dots and dashes with my ink pad. And this is where I get carried away. You really start making stories at this point, what your planet's doing and things. And this time I'm not going to spritz it. And the reason I'm not spritzing is because I don't want it to merge. I want some of that detail. So I'm going to pop that down and line it up there or thereabouts. So I'm going to give it a quick rub. And I'm only rubbing where I've popped that ink down, so I don't need to rub anywhere else. So yeah, I'm going to give it a quick lift up. So you can really start to see that planet taking shape. So again, I'm just going to give it a quick spritz. Ooh, my spritz, the lid was coming off then. And a quick wipe. and I'm going to add my third and final colour. So I've got Shaded Lilac as my third colour. So again, I'm just going to go around the edge. I'm just moving that polypipe all the time. And I think I might put a few lines on this one as well. So turn it around. See, I get carried away now. I'm going to pop a couple in the middle. There's that one. And then I am just going to turn it over again and line him up. Now I'm making sure these lines, didn't want that one going down, did I? There you go. These lines go in the same direction. Only because it makes it look more planety to me. So there you go, press that one down. Take that off. So you can see you're starting to get that lovely, lovely planet shape. Now, I'm just going to grab any stamp base to do this. So I now want to add, if you notice on my sample, we've got like little splatters, a bit of a galaxy going on. So all I've done, I've taken the same colours of my oxides, so pop a bit of each one on my stamp base. And the third one. I always like to work in threes because I think it just kind of rounds your colours off. And then I'm going to give it a quick spritz. And then I'm going to grab a paintbrush. Ooh. So I'm going to grab my paintbrush and then I'm just going to splatter. And this is great fun. Well, it would be if I'd put enough water down. A bit more water down. Load up my paintbrush a bit more. There we go. I get this everywhere. Oh, there you go, just got my arms. It's great fun. You can make yourself your own little galaxy. There we go. Right, I'm not going to do any more on that. So, that's looking really good. What I would do is, I would grab a nice white jelly roll pen and just make that planet pop a little bit more. So I'm just making sure my pen's working, and then let's grab a piece of kitchen roll again. I'm going to pop that down. I'm just going to go around the edge. And again, I'm using a lovely scratchy line, because if I try and draw a straight line around my planet, it'll look daft because it just won't work, and it'll go out all ways. If I do it this way, it looks like the surface of my planet, doesn't it? And there we go, nearly there. Oh, I'm starting to smudge my splatters a little bit. Okay. And then I could even start doing some doodling within my planet. Yeah, so take some of these lines and really enhance them with my little doodle pen. Right, that's me carried away now. So there you go, one quick planet. Hope you enjoyed it.
I love that. I mean, you can create your own planets with these gorgeous plates. That was the circled one, of course. But of course, we started the hour with the distress, rectangle here, and it is absolutely fabulous bundle. I love that you are getting not only the plate, but also you are getting a sentiment there that you can mix and match. Now, I need to tell you that 70% of the stock has already gone, and I love how Kim has used 4 different colors in there, but also you can then mix and match with different ways, different techniques in here. I love how she has a stamp on the edge of I think this one is a A6 card, folded card. So you have got the pattern coming from the back to the front in there. Now, if you want to go for this bundle, remember you are getting every day is a new beginning. I love that. £11.99 is the price. 442494 is your item number. Remember that the stock, we are incredibly busy across the board, so do please check out your baskets. How is it? 70% of the stock has already gone, so do please check out those baskets. Now then, we are going from the painted rectangle. Again, another of my favorites. I think I have got almost every one of those ones are my favorite. The reason being is because sometimes you want a clean and simple card with that source of color, and it's so hard many times to achieve the perfect results time and time again. With this, you will get them. Now you can use them in things, different effects. There are different ways in which you can use. Remember, as Kim was saying, certain inks will be, you'll need to pre-condition the stamp by just spritzing water, just so the inks will wet enough, because the plates are photopolymer, so they absorb the ink. That means that you can achieve even more results, even more techniques through them. Also remember, of course, they are photopolymers. So I'm going to show you, because I don't think I have shown you the depth of it. Let me grab this one. So if I put it side by side, sideways like this, you can see the depth of it. So it is not that thick in the sense that it will go with your stamp platform. Of course, it will work with that, or your acrylic plate. If you have none of that, and you just have, as long as you have got a surface that you can put your stamp on it and then use it as a printing plate and then create prints out of it. £11.99 is the price for the poly plate and the sentiment stamps. And remember, the sentiment stamps are individual stamps, so therefore you can customize that sentiment. You can say, to be happy, choose happy, choose to be happy, obviously always, always happy, like our director. And then you have got your item number is 178509, £11.99. Now we have got our distress squares here next. Now it is the most popular item, and do please, over 80% of the stock has already gone. Please do check out your baskets for it if you do not want to miss onto this brand new stamp set. Now you are getting the square, which is a perfect for your square cards, because no matter what size your square cards are, squares will retain the proportions, so you can just mat and layer. Think about all the size that you can then incorporate to frame this if you wanted to, but you don't have to. These stamps allow, well, they are not the stamps, they are poly plates, will allow you to create a multitude of techniques. Think about all the water-based inks, think about your markers that you can scribble, like Kim was saying that her children do, scribble onto the plate, spritz some water, and you will create different effects. There are some that have got glitter even on them, those water markers, so you can have a sparkle coming in through as like a sway. If you want to have a good old play with the square poly plates, your item number is 265454. It is limited stock, so do please check out your baskets for it. It's just £11.99 your price. However, if you're a Freedom member, it's even lower, £10.79 without you don't even pay P&P. Now the next one, a brand new one, of course, is the oval plate. Now, of course, 3/4 of the stock has already gone, and it is extraordinary. Life is a story. Write it well, and there are separate stamps, so again you can mix and match. Whether you are creating an art journal, whether you are creating a card in which you can write about it, those stamps, the sentiments are going to be absolutely stunning inside it. But that oval, those beautiful elongated proportions allow you to create DL cards, as well as much larger cards like this 8x8 card in here. Stamp them, well, I say stamp them, but print them onto dark color using opaque inks, maybe in your spritzers, maybe with Pearly Wings, the chalk paints as well, or chalk sprays. That will give you an opacity so that you will create amazing results. What about doubling your inks into here to create those kind of edges? Perfect for somebody who likes the batik prints. And look at the write it well to create a pattern with some texture in there, and life story, which is, I love those fonts. I just think it's just really, really lovely. And especially if you are at home with children and you want to have a play with your stamps and your crafty elements, this will be perfect. 187462 is your item number, £11.99, or if you're a Freedom member, £10.79. Now we have got the square. Now that one is a clean edge square. The previous one that we saw, it was a distress. So if you like the square proportions, I would definitely go for this one as well. Now you can use them in different ways. And then you can see it here. that you can, I love that. Now I believe that you can achieve results like this by using the polyplate, by rolling your ink and then transferring that would give you that sort of printed distress grungy look as well. Now of course, by having the plate means that you can dab different colors. If you're using your distress, like Kim was saying, you can use always lighter to darker ones. If you're using your distress oxides, you can do multiple stamping, especially if you are using a stamp platform, but it's not needed. You can use it with your acrylic blocks or even your glossy surface in there. Now you have got here how the background as well. You can use the stamp onto the plate and then lift off a print, mask the area and then stamp there. Multiple ways of using it. 823891 is your item number, £11.99. And finally, we have got the circles, one of my favorite shapes, or probably my favorite basic shape, because again retains its sizes, so it will coordinate with whatever circle dies that you have got, but creating that moon-like images, planets in there, like one of the Kim's the last demos that she showed. Now you can incorporate one of Kim's last demos. That was forget about it. Anyway, you can overlay those different stamps in here, or the different plates, and creating those kind of bubbles effects in the background in there. I'm not sure I use the correct word, but you know what I mean. You know the thing that bath, when you create a hot bath and you have got like white things in there. Then you have got there, and as well, and you can put in here as well your stencils, and then you can kind of have the contrast in there. Imagine incorporating the one day, especially if you have gone for it, those stencils into those plates and then transferring those patterns in. There are so many ways of using it. I remember it will take as long as like your water-based and more oil-based paints as well into it. Your item number 996267 is your item number. £11.99 is your item number. Now I need to tell you that the square one. Sorry, I'm just gonna hold it. Oh, that's James. Yeah, this is all my exercise that I do. I extend my hands over there, and that is as much as exercise as I do. Now we have got in here, I need to tell you that a square polyplate. Now this is very, very limited, so do please check out your baskets, whether it is of course for the square one and the stress ones. Remember, brand new today and limited stock, so do check out your baskets, otherwise you might miss out. And if you have made your mind up that you want this one, now is the time for checking out those baskets. £10.79 is your price, of course, if you're a Freedom member. But do not forget about the Flexi, the Easter Extra Flexi, which means that as long as your contents of your basket are over £30 or more, it means that you will be able to spread the cost into 3 payments, interest-free. So thank you so much for your company. We have got inspirational demos after the break as well. Jewellery designs we have got after the break. Of course, Hayley is going to introduce that one, then indigo blue, and then after that, happy hour deals.
Hello, my name's Catherine Sturrock, and I bring to Hochanda my company Character Crafts. Character Crafts brings to you our laser cut designs. Each design is designed by myself. We cut them on the laser machines here in Doncaster and bring the products to you at home. Character Crafts is suitable for all ages and all abilities, so I hope that I can inspire you and help you along with your crafting. I like to show you how to use different paint techniques and different techniques to bring the characters alive, and use various mediums to decorate, and I also use air dry clay for decorating with the flowers. So make sure you look out for the Character Craft shows on Hochanda. I hope to see you soon.
Hi, I'm Hayley. Join me for some amazing fabric freedom shows.
Fabric Freedom design all their fabrics here in the UK, and they design them with quilters in mind, so they're really good at picking out those unidirectional prints, really nice and small prints so you can work on smaller patchwork projects, and paste prints as well, which is one of their signature fabrics. They do lots more fabrics besides quilt and cottons, so tune in to the Fabric Freedom shows here on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Matthew Palmer, professional artist with the SAA, the UK's largest and friendliest art community. The SAA exists to inform, encourage and inspire all who want to paint, and that's exactly what you'll learn to do with me as your teacher. As a self-taught artist of 30 years ago, I know the challenges of a white piece of paper and learning how to paint. But with me, Hochanda and the SAA, I'll show you how easy watercolour painting really is. I'm here on Hochanda because I want to show you my watercolour painting techniques, and I want to get you over that white paper fear and get you started and develop your watercolour painting. So whether you're a beginner or an advanced artist, I've got some fantastic watercolour techniques that will get you started and take you even further on your watercolour journey. So join me, Matthew Palmer, for my shows on Hochanda.
Hello, I'm Barbara.
And I'm Julie.
And together we're Scarlet Rose Crafts. We're a family-run business, been in business for 2 years, and our aim is to bring new and innovative new products to the crafting industry.
We've both been involved in crafting industry for many years, and we're continuing to move forward with our new company now.
The Easy Matte Plate is our flagship product, followed by our innovative Easy Shim product.
Our range includes diamond trail plates, ultra-sized dies, cards and sticky sheets.
We're constantly developing new and unusual products, so watch this space.
On our shows, we hope to inspire you with our products so that you can carry on crafting, because our motto is, because we can.
So don't miss the Scarlet.
Spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly Flexi-Buy payments, offering you the extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with Hochanda easier.
Hello there and welcome back. We've got a fabulous hour ahead of us. We're looking at jewellery crafts and we've got some amazing kits, brand new kits that we've not had a chance to share with you previously. The ladies have been very busy with their design and putting their kits together. We're going to have Julie on the phone a little bit later on, but I do urge you to jump on the website and have a little look. We are fortunate though, we have 2 hours with the lovely ladies, well, kind of theoretically, because of course they're not physically here. But 2 o'clock this afternoon we have got more, which is why we have got so many fabulous kits to share with you. And of course with fabulous kits comes fabulous tuition, and we're going to get some wonderful videos that we'll be sharing with you during the course of this hour and 2 o'clock. So grab yourself a cuppa, settle yourself down and get ready to place your orders, because I know we're going to have a busy hour. And of course Julie, being one half of Jewellery Fabrics, will be joining us by telephone a little bit later on. Of course, Sue, I'm sure you're watching from home and I hope you are both keeping yourself safe. Now we've got some fabulous kits, including the first one that we've got on the screen there, your wonderful elephant jungle. Now you're getting a fabulous range of fabrics, I have to say, but what you will create using your pattern, as you can see here, is your wonderful elephant jungle walk kit. Now have a look at this. This is adorable. Got Dresden plate sitting in the centre of your quilt there, as you can see. Those lovely appliqued elephants, and I have to say the fabrics that have been chosen from this amazing, and that incredible border fabric. That is amazing to use. But the joyous thing is, let me show you that piece of fabric, because you might be thinking, oh, there's a lot of stitching to be doing with that. Well, this is brilliant because the border itself surrounds a white panel in the centre with all your wonderful applique. But have a look at this. So simple for you to actually cut out those border strips, because they are all there on your one piece of fabric that you're getting as your border, but then you're getting all the other fabrics included. So you've got your white for your centre point, and of course you've got all those fabulous fabrics, gorgeous boutiques to work around the edge and do your applique as well. So lovely, lovely designs. Now if you're wanting to get hold of this kit, you can see the details are on your screen there. You're going to be able to create a fabulous panel. You're going to get your panel, obviously you're getting all your jungle print for your elephants featuring in there as well. Brilliant price, as you can see on your screen there, of £84.99, and needless to say you can spread the cost, and you are getting your full pattern included as well. 264108 if you're wanting to get hold of those. 3 flexi buys are £28.33 if you're wanting to spread the cost, because of course we have our fabulous event going on at the moment, which I will continue to tell you about as we go along the counter. Now the next one that we're going to share with you, now I've already seen on our Facebook page that we are going to be seeing a little demonstration of how to put this together, and I love the quality of the fabrics, I love the print of the fabrics as well, love the colour. Look at this, that gorgeous pink there. Now this is your hold it all craft bag, really lovely bag that you are going to be able to create using not only the fabrics that are included in here, but also you've got your pattern to help you along your way. Inside you can see you've got loads and loads of little internal pockets here. I love this because they've all got plenty of room in there, so it could be your scissors, your rotary cutter you're popping in there, plenty of room at the base there, so even if you wanted to put things like a knitting project in there you could do, all made with these fabulous fabrics around the edge. Now the fabrics come to you like so, all 4 of them. Fat quarters, £24.99 for those, including the pattern is brilliant price. Just need to add in something like well, it depends what wadding you're wanting to use. You've got your stabiliser in there, something like Decaville or something like that you're going to be able to use. I'm sure Julie will explain that to us in her little video as the, well, we'll see that in a little while. But what a fabulous little project like that. And this is something that you're going to be able to make using your own fabrics as well. I'm looking at these and thinking potentially strip rolls as well. Maybe if you've got 2.5-inch strip rolls, I've got a feeling that those might be the kind of fabrics you could be using. But on this occasion, you don't need to go and find any fabrics because it's included within your kit. 110017, £24.99 being your price if you fancy getting hold of this one. Now, I am not the only person here. As you can see, I have a bit of a buddy here. Very topical, actually, an egg-shaped buddy. And, of course, it's Humpty Dumpty. Now, Humpty Dumpty comes to you via a panel. And I love it because you've got all the elements. You've got Humpty Dumpty there, as you can see. You have got his wall. He's sitting on his wall, as you can see there. And he's got, look, all the king's men and all the king's horses all around there, as you can see. But also, with your Humpty Dumpty, I have to say, oh no, is that, I think that's where he's bumped his head and he's got, there you go, he's had his great fall and he's cracked his head there. Oh dear. How will it all end? I don't know. Well, I do know. And the panel will explain it all too, because you've even got the rhyme there as well, from obviously that fabulous nursery rhyme. Now, we've got queues on the phone lines, folks. We are always busy with the Jewellery craft show, and have a look at these. Absolutely beautiful. All the elements you need, including the little story there, as you can see. Isn't that fabulous? £18.99 being your price there, 100% cotton, and a brilliant value panel at £18.99. I think you'll have loads of fun. Obviously, you just need to add your toy stuffing. Now, I promised you that we'd be speaking to the lovely Julie, and we have got the lovely Julie on the telephone line. Good morning, Julie. How are you doing?
Hi, Hayley. I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Loving what you've brought to us. We've got some fabulous projects.
I try to add something for everybody, some children's things, some little projects, some big projects, so something for everyone, I hope.
And I love those gorgeous floral cushions we've got coming up. I've got my eye on those.
I thought they were quite nice, spring-like, I thought, spring colours.
Nice, gorgeous, kind of soft palette of colours. Good choice with those. Loving the bag as well. And the bag is something that we're going to be seeing in that video that you've shared, or one of the videos you're sharing with us.
Yes, I've done two demos, one to actually make the components of the bag and then to actually complete it all together.
Beautiful. And am I right in thinking, I know obviously it comes with the fat quarters, but as time goes on, could we be using our strip rolls to make this?
You could indeed, yes, absolutely.
I love that idea. And of course you've got your comprehensive pattern. I know you always pride yourself on your patterns. You're always very explanatory, loads of information in there.
Well, I always try to add lots of photographs because I'm one of these people that like to look at pictures to see what I've got to do rather than just words.
Yeah, I agree. I'm exactly the same. Sometimes it's true what they say. A picture says 1,000 words, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
And I love this, as you can see there. Now, something I must ask, because I think when people start seeing these bags, they're going to want to be putting in orders for these. Is that okay for our viewers to make and sell these?
Yes, absolutely fine.
Perfect, I love that. That's a quick answer, isn't it? Yes. Yes, you can, basically. Of course, if you're wanting to add in your own fabrics, as time goes on, I'm sure you're going to be making them for all sorts of different opportunities. He's going to fall off that wall again, isn't he? I just know it's going to happen. Every time I pop Humpty back on that wall, he goes. Oh, he's staying for a moment now. There you go. I love this panel as well, the Humpty Dumpty panel. I mean, that's such a clever idea.
It is. It's brand new this year, actually, from one of our suppliers. And I thought, oh, it's a great idea. It's quite good for Easter as well.
It is, yeah, very, very topical. And everything's just in the panel. You just need your toy stuffing, I'm guessing.
Yeah, that's all you need. Just and it's the Humpty Dumpty is very easy to make. So that's a really good project to start with for an absolute beginner.
And is it a nice one to teach maybe a novice sewer? Maybe you've got, I don't know, an older brother, older sibling to a younger child that might love that Humpty Dumpty rhyme.
Yes, I think that's a great idea.
I like that because quite often it's one of those things that maybe when you've got time on your hands, as we have at the moment, entertaining during the school holidays might be a project for somebody.
Yes, a good idea. We've all got lots of time at the moment,
haven't we just? Haven't we just? And I have to say, thank you for taking some of that time to actually do some videos for us. And we've got 2 shows from you today.
Yes, I think I'm on again at 2 o'clock.
You are?
I've done a total of 4 video demonstrations. So.
Lovely. And I think we've got a 2-part demonstration for this, and I'm guessing the other 2 are for later on. Got Rachel a little bit later on, so she may well be having a chat with you on the phone later if you... Well, I was going to say if you're not popping out, but let's face it, none of us are popping out at the moment, are we really? It's a bit of a silly thing to say. Are you keeping yourself safe there, though? Enjoying the sunshine outside when you can?
I'm just we're going out for a walk once a day with the dogs, and then that's it.
Lovely. I was chatting to somebody and they were saying about all the dogs keep saying that. Not again, not going out from a 3rd walk today, am I? Our dogs have never been walked so much as they have over the last 3 weeks. But there we go. Now I'm going to say goodbye to you if that's okay, because I know we're going to go into and have a little look at the first part of your video. So thank you, Julie. We will catch up with you a little bit later on.
All right, thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, take care. Bye-bye. And as you heard there from Julie, she likes to try and bring us something. So as when you're watching a show, whatever genre of craft or sewing you're into, whether it's things for the kids, whether it's things for yourself, whether it's gifts, things for your home, then you are going to be able to make sure that you join the shows, because you'll see that there's always something there that the ladies trying to bring to you. Now, of course, we're talking about this fabulous Hold It All craft bag. Got it available for you as a kit with the details on the screen. And it's been a popular one already. 20% of the stock has gone, and I've got a feeling we're going to get busier for this when you start seeing how it comes together. And this is part 1 of the video tutorial.
Hello, and thank you for joining me for our first demonstration. In this demonstration I'm going to show you how to make all the component parts for the Craft It All bag. When we've done that, I will go away, and then in the second demonstration I'll show you how to put it all together. So to start off, you want to get your cutting instructions and cut out all your fabrics. One thing to make sure when you cut them out is that you do follow the directions on the cutting instructions, because on some of the fabrics we cut across the width of the fabric, and for the lining we cut down the length of the fabric. Now it's really quite important, because if you do it wrong you won't have enough fabric for the lining, but it's all explained on the cutting instructions. Okay, so to start off, the first thing we're going to do is take all our strips of fabric, and you will have had 3 lots of each fabrics which you're going to cut out and then cut them in half. So you have 18 strips of fabric altogether. Now the first thing we're going to do is we're going to arrange them, so both sides need to be exactly the same, so you just would arrange them like this. I don't know if you can see, actually, let me push it forward a bit. No, bring it forward, that's better, sorry. So here we go. So I'm just going to arrange them all out, and then once you've got all your 9 strips arranged, you can then start sewing them together. And we use a 1/4 inch seam, and there we go, and just stitch them all together, quite straightforward from top to bottom. Okay, and there we go. And so you want to, once you've joined them all together, I've done one here. Here we have, as you can see, slightly different layout of the fabrics, but pretty much the same. So once you've done this, you will then cut out your piece bozel or in-R form, or foam stabiliser, whichever you would like to use. You can use other stuff such as perhaps craft textile, but I would recommend that you do use something stiff rather than ordinary wadding, because you do want it to be quite structured. So once you've fused them, sewn them all together, you take your piece of fabric and lay it out on your, I'm using a foam stabiliser here, and just, I'm using actually single-sided fusible, but you can equally use sewing. You don't need to, it just makes it a bit easier. So there we go. So I've now sewn it down. So the next thing we want to do is to just sew 1/4 inch on either side of the sewings of these seams. I tend to start in the middle and work out to one side and then the other side, and then turn it round and go back the opposite way. And here I have one here that I made earlier. I've now then trimmed this to size, and all the sizes are given in the instructions. Once you've trimmed it, so you would then do that on both of these, and you trim them both, and then we have our 2 bag outsides ready. Okay, so I'll put those to one side. I'll move all these bits out of the way, because the next thing we're going to do is to actually make the internal pockets. So you'll have 2 pieces of fabric which you're going to put right sides together and sew down each side 1/4 inch again. You would then turn this inside out like so. There we go. Now here's one I made earlier. So what you want to do is to actually, not to put the seams at the top, but you want to drop them down a little bit, so like 1 inch, so that you get the top of the bag, pocket rather, sorry. Then give it a good press, which I'll do. Then again, some measurements are given in your instructions. You will make some marks down here, and this is for the lines of the pockets. Inside of the lining, we'll do exactly the same. Now you'll see I've interfaced this, and I do recommend you interface the lining, because when you put the pockets on, they will, it gives it a bit of extra strength. Now you'll see that the pockets are actually longer than the lining, but that's great, that's exactly what we want. Okay, so I've drawn some lines on here. Again, you would do these lines, but all the measurements are given in the instructions, and also on here. So the first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to measure the 2 central lines here, and I'm going to put a pin in here. And then I've got my second line here, and I'm going to match that up with the line that I've drawn on my lining. So like this. Like this. And on my third line here on this side here. Okay. So that's the first part done. Okay, so now what you want to do is to go to the sewing machine and starting at the bottom, well, I start at the top, or start at the bottom, sorry, start at the bottom and sew all the way up to the top, turn around and come back again, and do it on all these lines. So I'm just going to do that, and then I can show you how we make the pleats in it. So just bear with me, it won't take me a minute to do this. By starting at the bottom and then going back down, you give a nice strong seam, but also it also hides the threads as well, so they won't be at the top of the bag. I'll just put my pins in there. I'm going to swivel and come back down again. There we go, that's the thread. I'm going to do the same with this middle one. Start at the bottom. Up to the top, swivel, and back down again. Now, last one. And there we go. So let's bring this ironing board up here so you can see what I'm going to do here. So we can take out all these pins, and as you can see, we've got some a bit baggy here. So all we need to do is just take a little bit and just fold it over and pin it. Okay. Bring a little bit over. On the sides it's quite easy to how much you need to fold, because let's take this out there, because the actual edge of the pocket will line up on the outside. So I'm going to fold that over. You can see straight away. I'll give that a quick press just so you can see how it comes together. And there's your first pocket done. But you can see you've got the nice, so you've got plenty of storage space. So the next thing we'll do is to just, once you've done them all along here, is to sew down here and all the way along the bottom and up to the top. And that's your linings done. So you'll do that with both sides of your linings. So the last thing that we need to make is our handle. Where is my handle? With me 1 second. Here we go. Here's my handle piece. So with the handle now, we're just going to take it and fold it in half, give it a good press. We've got a fold line down the centre. There's no need to interface this unless you particularly want to. There we go. And then we're going to bring the edge, more edges in to the middle, like so. I'll line this as I'm going along because I think it's easier. So just go, and then along to the other side. There we go. Right the way down. Finish the edge. There we go. And then we're going to fold that in half again. Just the iron's on the wrong side for me, but just straight the way down. And there we go. So that's our handle made. Out of the way. And then we're just going to simply sew very close to the edge, about 1/8 of an inch away from the edge of the each side just to give it a nice neat finish. I'll just do that. I'll just do the one side because you get the idea. Then you sew down the other side as well, and then we're going to cut that in half, and that's our 2 handles for either side of the bag. Okay, so that's it for this first demonstration. I'll go away and I'm going to finish making up all the components, and then we'll come back and we'll start the second demonstration showing you how to put the whole bag together.
We certainly will, Julie, and it's proving to be a very popular kit. Half the stock has gone, and we've got 4-minute queues on the phone line, so it's going to get busier and busier, I am sure. I'm going to give you guys a little bit of a review, and we're going to go back and see part 2 of that video demonstration in a few moments. But as you can see, I mean, it's an amazing bag. All those wonderful pockets in place there for all your goodies. Now, obviously, on this occasion, we've got your sewing theme, so it could be putting all your sewing paraphernalia in there, but there's nothing to stop you making it into a craft bag. It could be that you've got artist brushes in these. There's lots and lots of content that you could be making with these. So if you do want to create yours in whatever style you can do. And of course you are looking at kind of 2.5-inch strips here. So if you wanted to recycle or maybe use things like a strip roll, then you could do quite easily as well. And of course you're going to get your 4 fat quarters with this one, £24.99, and your pattern that is going to mean that you can be able to create these at home. And as we heard from Julie herself, you are able to make and sell these if you so choose. 110017. Do be quick though if you're wanting to get hold of that one, because as I say, it's a very popular item, half the stock having gone of that one. And yeah, if you want it, now is the time to get hold of it. Talking about being busy, Humpty Dumpty, well, you are loving Humpty Dumpty. 80% of the stock has gone. Now of course with Humpty Dumpty, what you're getting is a panel that will allow you to create Humpty himself and all his king's men, and of course that fabulous famous wall that he is sitting on here. Everything is detailed on the panel. So you've got obviously your cutting lines with these, and you've got all the elements. You've got your front and your back, and you'll find that he's kind of got 2 faces on there, because of course one is he's happy sitting on his wall face, and the other one is, oh no, I've hurt myself, I've cracked my skull. Is his skull? Doesn't he colour his skull? I suppose they don't. His shell. Probably a shell. And you've got the Humpty Dumpty rhyme sitting in the centre there, and of course all the king's men. Now you could be quite frugal if you wanted to with those king's men, maybe add in some additional fabric and actually have more of those if you wanted to put a plain fabric on the back of them. But £18.99 is a popular one. 80% of the stock has gone. Wow, it is flying out. So if you're wanting your Humpty Dumpty and the wall and all his king's men, the details are on your screen there. £18.99. 943147. Now, many of you canny crafters have been jumping onto the website and seen the next panel that we're sharing with you. I haven't even shown you this, and half the stock's gone. Now, this time we're looking at another famous nursery rhyme, The Old Lady in the Shoe. And this time in her shoe, she has got all her little children there, as you can see. Again, a panel is going to give you all the elements that you need, including the old lady herself there. And you've got the panel. Now, the panel will give you the ability to make your boot. All the pieces, no paper pattern or anything like this. All of the little stitch lines are there. All the seam allowances are there. And what a beautiful, beautiful print that you've got on there. Full instructions. Again, a lovely panel for you. Perhaps as a novice stitcher, maybe you're teaching a younger sewer. Then this is a lovely way for you to create something that is definitely a feasible item to work with. And I don't know whether you could actually make it so it almost turned into somewhere where all the little characters could literally be inside the shoe if you wanted to as well, couldn't they? Living in the shoe themselves. So of course a fabulous panel. If you fancy getting hold of this one, the details are there. £18.99, 796454. But I did promise you the second part of that video tutorial from our lovely Julie, and so it's time to go back to that.
Hello again. So final part of the demonstration. I have now got my 2 front bags and my linings, both my linings now, with my lovely pleated pockets, which got lots of space for all, lots of big items like needle cases and pin cushions, etc. So next thing we're going to do is to pin our handles onto our front. Okay. Now you can tack these on. I won't actually on this occasion. but normally I probably would just tack them into place. And then you're not going to be sewing over pins. So, but for this demo, I'm just going to put them into place. And just make sure that you're not twisted it round, so you don't want it like that because then you're going to have a twisted handle. You do want to just make sure that it just sits there like that. Okay, so here we go. There we go. So the first thing we're going to do, we're going to take our pocket, and you want to put it this way against the thing and flip it over and just pin that into position. Okay, like so. And then using, I would probably say 3/8 of a C, we're going to sew this into position. If you've got a walking foot, you can use a walking foot because your fabric's going to say it's stepping. I'm not actually using a walking foot, but it seems to be sewing okay, so I'm quite happy. And sew right the way to the end. Oops, that was my pins that just fell on the floor. Never mind. Pick those up later. Okay, so there's our first bag. We can now take those out. Okay. Oh, I haven't sewn this one on. I will just sew this on quickly because then, if you don't mind, because then at least we can complete the whole bag in this demonstration, which would be nice. Sometimes I cut my lining just a tad shorter than my actual bag front. Now the reason I do that is you don't have to, but you just need to just pull the lining over a little bit. It does mean that when you turn it out the right way, you're not going to have a baggy lining. It will just fit that much bit better. So, okay. And it should sew all right. I mean, when I say I cut it slightly shorter, it's probably only 1/4 of an inch, and I don't want to make it too short, because it won't fit then. Quickly sew along here. Just make sure my handle's in the right place. And not crooked. That's fine, I'm happy with that. And there we go. So there we've got now our 2 bags. I have to make do with just 4 pins, seeing as the rest are on the floor. We've got a couple more here. Here we go. Right, so the next thing we're going to do is going to put the bag base, the bag fronts together. And along the bottom, if you can, you want to try and match those up as nicely as possible. Okay? So we just pin them in position. And then along the top. Now I like to sew the outside of my bag first and leave the lining to the last thing, because it's just easier when you come to box the corners. I'll quickly sew all the way around the edge. Okay, just using a 1/4 inch seam. So I'd like to sew the sides first. And then I'm going to do this side as well. Take the pins out. And then once we've got down to the bottom, I'm going to sew right across the here. Again, you could use a walking foot if you would like. My machine actually is going through both these layers without the walking foot, so I'm quite happy to keep going. But if you struggle, you could try putting on your walking foot. Okay, so there we are, we're at the end. Now you can see why I've left this open, because now we want to reach inside and actually just squash these corners down. But you can look inside, and what you want to make sure is that these are the two seams, and you want to make sure that these are quite close together, are exactly in position. So push it out, flatten it, and I'm just going to put a pin in. The one thing I haven't got here, oh, have I? Where's my oh, excuse me a minute. Just need a pen. And we're going to quickly just draw a line across the bottom. All the measurements that you need for this drawing the line is in the pattern. But basically, it's probably, we're going to cut about 4 inches off across the hair. I'm just going to draw that quick line. There you go. I'm using a Sharpie, but here we go. And then we're going to sew straight across. And I like to do a reverse seam here, just to secure it. In actual fact, I'll probably go over it a couple of times. I'm going to need to sew over it a couple of times just to make it really secure. And then we can just trim it off. And here we have a lovely boxed corner. So you do that with the other side, and once you've done the other side, you can then join the lining together, matching up the pockets here. They should all match nicely. So then sew all the way down here, and then I would leave about 4 inches in the middle of the lining open, and sew down this side as well. Box both the corners in the same way, and then you can turn it inside out, and that is your bag completed.
And it's as easy as that. Isn't that amazing? But don't worry, if you didn't catch everything is included within your instructions. And don't forget, you can go back and watch Julie's demonstration. It's up to 60 days actually now on our website. 2/3 of the stock has gone of this kit though, so if you're wanting to create this in the same way as Julie has, then you will need to get hold of this sooner rather than later. Of course, all you need to do is add in a little bit of your R form, which you will be able to find on the website, I'm sure. And of course, that gives you the stability of your bag, which of course we just saw Julie creating there a few moments ago. Love that. Very popular pattern, very popular kit. Details are on your screen if you're wanting that. 110017. Now, it's been a busy hour. I think we're okay with regards to those phone queues, but they did have them building earlier on, so now's a good time for you to get your order in, especially if you are looking at getting our Humpty Dumpty panel, because the panel did sell out. So it's back on extended delivery now, so if you did miss out, then you don't have to worry, you can still get hold of him. But we're looking at the 17th of April, which I understand is Friday. So there you go. Completely lost track of what day of the week it is. and all that kind of thing at the moment. But yes, from Friday, you've got your panel which will allow you to make your Humpty. He's actually got two faces because, of course, he's got his happy sitting on his wall face, and then he's got his not so happy fallen off the wall face. And he has got his little crack there in his head, as you can see there. But don't worry, all the King's horses and all the King's men have come, and they are going to put him back together again. So he'll be back to his happy Humpty in no time at all. Now, all of the elements are there. So the wall, you've got Humpty, you've got the King's men, all within that particular panel as you've got there. And at $18.99, a very affordable way for you to get hold of this. You've even got little tiny elements here. Didn't notice those, but perhaps the kids could be colouring those in with a few little fabric pens as well. That's going to keep them busy too. If you fancy getting hold of this panel, then £18.99. You've got everything that you need on there. Your two different sizes, sides of your Humpty, as you can see there. Your King's horses and King's men are featuring there. I personally, and this is me being a very frugal crafter, I would incorporate some additional fabric and maybe turn it in so you've got 4 of those horses and men and use a plain fabric on the back. But you don't have to. You can have them double-sided if you wanted to as well. Love that idea. Another panel we have got available for you, which lots of you have been added into your basket, is actually limited in stock now. And I was having a little play with this one when you were watching the video, and I noticed that we've actually got little pockets on there, and you can see one of the children sitting in one of the pockets at the top there. And that's the beauty of this. You've got all the little characters featuring within here, but then you've got additional elements like pockets. There's a pocket on the front, a pocket on the back, heart-shaped window, as you can see there. But all the little characters, the old lady, oh no, child down, we've got him, he's okay. Or was it she? I don't know which one fell over. But you've got all of those, as you can see there. Again, the panel is going to have everything that you need. The little rhyme, all the instructions there. You could have loads of fun with this. You could actually embroider additional elements on this if you wanted to. Might be easier to do those before you actually stitch it together. If you're wanting to add any more detail, by all means, please do. And at $18.99, a really popular panel again. $7.96, a $4.54. Again, when you're creating this, you can be as creative as you like. You can make a little aperture so you can be putting the characters in there if you wanted to. Add a lot of toy stuffing, as you can see with this. Make it 3-dimensional. Just have fun with it. That's the key thing. But place your order for it as quick as you possibly can. $7.96, $4.54, just £18.99. Now, I've got a few other bits and pieces I'm going to share with you before we get to the end of the hour, because time is ticking away. You will actually be able to see another show a little bit later on, 2 o'clock this afternoon. We've got another jewellery crafts show, and again we'll be concentrating on perhaps on other elements from the ones that we've been looking at earlier on. But I love this cushion. This is a beautiful design. Look at this. The sunflower that you've got from this, absolutely beautiful. Very clever technique, this one as well. Because you might look at it and you might think, oh, hang on, it's working with diamonds. How are those all going to come together? Well, if you look carefully, you may be able to notice that a special bit of sewing has gone on here to actually turn this into something that's much easier to work with than you might think. So make sure that you do consider this kit, because with this you've got your full instructions. Now, I don't know whether the demonstration that we've got coming up at 2 o'clock will feature this, but if it doesn't, you've got all you need to know within this instruction here. We think it is one of the videos for later on. Now, you've got all the different fabrics featuring in here as well, which is beautiful. Gorgeous palette of fabrics have been chosen for this, because I think you'll agree it makes a gorgeous cushion cover. Now, you are going to get the fabric in there for your front as well as your back. Of course, all you need to do is add in your cushion pad. And with this particular one, I'm not too sure what size the cushion pad is. I'm just having a little look on there. We've got all the dimensions of all the different elements there, but I can't remember. Finished size, 19-inch square. 19-inch square. Mode of fabric featuring in this one as well, so straight away you know you got quality. And at $24.99, what a price. That's a brilliant price. If you fancy getting a couple of them, by all means, please do. It's not limited to one per customer. You might have a couple of gorgeous chairs that you fancy adorning these with. So 085034 if you fancy that on. Now, these are the cushion covers that took my eye when I got into the studio. We've actually got 2 of them. 2 different item numbers, but similar fabrics being used in both of them. So this first one, I mean, the gorgeous colours, gorgeous palette for springtime. Really, really pretty fabrics. Now, we're looking at Flower Garden. Now, obviously, you've got your basket featuring it predominantly on this cushion here, but what a lovely piece. Absolutely gorgeous. Lovely designed fabrics there. Mixture of your polka dots, which I always love my polka dots anyway. Love the greens, love those gorgeous pinks in there as well. And, of course, you're going to get your instructions in there. Everything that you need to know is in there. Just going to need to add in some additional wadding. You're going to need to add in, now it says your backing fabric on this one. So on this one, you've confused me a little bit. So with this one, you've got your backing fabric being very similar. So it confused me for a moment, but it does say you need your backing fabric or your calico. Now that might be for the inside. Might be for the inside. So yeah, I'll have to double check on that one because you have got a big piece of fabric. Let me just do a little bit of a look, because yeah, this fabric, the backing, I think it is actually the backing fabric for your cushion is included, but your calico that you'd normally usually you use your wadding behind your cushion cover, the front part, like the topper, you'd put some wadding in that and then you'd put a piece of fabric behind that, and I think that's what they're referring to as a backing fabric. The back of your cushion, you have got a big piece of that fabric in there, so the back of your cushion is included. It's just the back of the wadding section of your cushion. That's probably as clear as mud. But if you're into your cushions and you made quilted cushions, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Details on your screen there, you can see 979618, featuring the beautiful Moda fabric again in that one. So another brilliant buy at £23.99. And you can see why I like this cushion as well, because it complements that first one absolutely beautifully. Again, how gorgeous. Gorgeous fabrics being used, a lovely design. This is going to be one of those designs that I could imagine people creating cushions throughout the year, so changing the colours. Obviously the fabrics that come with it, you could be making your cushion as it is, but you might save those fabrics for another project, but have some fabrics at home in mind to actually follow the pattern and create with this. So you've got both within the kit. You've got the fabrics to make it as it is, and also you've got your pattern there. And again, you have got the fabric featuring on the back of your cushion. But again, frugal crafters, if you're like me, that is such a pretty fabric. I don't know if I'd want it on the back of a cushion. I think I might be keeping that and maybe using it in a quilt project. You never know, to complement the cushion, especially if you're going for the set of two. Adding your own fabric on the back, and you can have two large pieces there that you can kind of chop up, extend the use of, and yeah, make a quilt potentially to work with it. Ooh, now my mind's working. Now, 462818 if you're wanting to get hold of this on £24.99. Again, go for the two together. Don't forget, we've got our Easter event, so because your basket goes through that £30 threshold, you can spread the cost over 3 payments for those 2 kits in your basket at the same time, so it's worth thinking about. You might fancy adding in a bit of additional fabric, especially we've got some pretty fabrics like these. Moda, we love Moda, and this particular one you're looking at cocoa fabric bundle, as you can see here, and again you're getting, is it all of these? All 8 for £23.99. Wow. That quarter size, so we'll open up one of those for you in just a few moments, but have a look at the designs you've got here. They all complement each other so beautifully that if you are thinking of making a quilt and you've struggled with choosing fabrics to go together, then you don't have to struggle at all, because these are all beautiful. Nice range of colours in here as well, so easy for you to pick out a plain if you're wanting to extend them. Lots of pinks in there, lots of gorgeous greens, many of which you are going to have in your stash already. So nice and easy one for you to add your plains in to extend that as a bundle. So really good value at £23.99. Really pretty design. Fat quarter size. So of course one of the most usable pieces. I mean, look at that. That is a good size. So again, you could be using them, maybe making some cushions. Maybe your first quilt projects could be cushions. Nice manageable size to work with, but equally so, they are beautiful fabrics. So whatever your project is, you could cut these into strips, potentially make one of those fabulous bags that we've got from the video earlier on. Lots of ways you could work with those, like those. So yes, if you're wanting to get hold of those, you have got all of them coming to you for just £23.99, like those. Really pretty. Really pretty, like those ones. So there you go. If you fancy getting hold of those, why not pop them into your basket? £23.99. Now, this is a nice project. Love the colours. Absolutely beautiful. In fact, they remind me, are they the same? They're very similar to that cushion, the sunflower cushion that we looked at a few moments ago. I'm not sure if they're the same fabrics. I don't think they're exactly the same. Could well come from the same range though. This one, we're looking at a Moda Country Swoon block. Look at that, isn't that beautiful? Really pretty design. Now obviously it's created in that almost star-like formation, as you can see on the back there, but there is nothing stopping you creating this and having it as a centre point of a quilt and building up from this. Maybe appliquing it onto the front block of a panel of a quilt, using other fabrics potentially that you've got. Again, a really pretty design. With this one, I can't see the backing fabric featuring within the fabrics here, so I'm going to assume that your backing fabric isn't included with this one, but you have got all those other beautiful fabrics in there. At £23.99, brilliant value for money, really pretty design, and of course you have got the pattern that will allow you to create your piece there, your swoon block. Really nice one, I like that. Nice colour palette, lovely. Very nice. Okay, £23.99. If you fancy that particular one, 945663 is the item number for that one. So why not take advantage of that one? One more thing to share with you. Now, this is a charm pack. Now, charm packs are incredibly useful because you have got your square pieces, and we're very, very busy for this one. Charm pack sizes, as you can see here, 5-inch squares, so a really good size with regards to these. You can use them in lots of different ways. Really useful, quickly and easily. You could just put the squares together. You don't need to do anything with these, but you are going to actually get a pattern book that comes with it that will allow you to make your quilt. Now we've got the quilt top here, which, look at that. That is beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. I love these fabrics. Really pretty designs. Again, another beautiful one to make just as is. Potentially, if you wanted to, you could actually extend this design, maybe bring in some of your own planes, make it into a bed-size quilt, but it's a good size to start with. Love the fabrics there. Just looking at some of those, you've got little bumblebees and all sorts in there. Really, really pretty design. Lovely. As you can see there, if you're wanting to get hold of these, then do please take advantage. Just £16.99. That's a very affordable way for you to get hold of these. So if you're wanting to get hold of these, then you can do. Details are there on your screen. Now, whoops-a-daisy, wafting those little squares around. One more thing to share with you. Now, you know those beautiful cushions that I showed to you earlier on, the garden party? Well, we have got a fabulous quilt kit for you as well, and this is beautiful. Is this for the quilt behind me? Oh, wow. Oh, that's beautiful. I was admiring that earlier on. I didn't realise we've got this as a kit. £199.99, split over 3 payments. It's a considerable size quilt. Looking at it, it's going to sit neatly on top of a king size quilt. Now, it says on there, dispatched from the 30th of December. I don't think that is actually true. I'll just hazard a guess. It's going to come to you a little sooner than that. We're just taking care of that for you. I was hazard a guess that when we had this on at some point, it did sell out, and that's why we had extended delivery on it. So apologies for that. We're just sorting that out. Lovely kit, really contemporary look to it, but with traditional style fabrics in there, so it's a really nice style like that. And again, the pattern is included. You're getting so much fabric in there, brilliant value for money. And I think what you will find is you'll be adding in your own fabrics, making your own version of those and having loads of fun. But a lovely project to get your teeth stuck into, and I love that, a lovely kind of summer project that. Like the colours in there and everything. Beautiful. Talking of projects, we've got a lovely project for you with the elephant quilt. Now, this is a lovely one because you've got your elephant jungle walk. Now, with this one, you are going to get everything that you need to create your quilt top that we're going to be looking at, as you can see here. Now, you've got your fabric that you're going to cut into and make that lovely border, that jungle border there. You're also going to have your main fabric, your kind of light white, or light cream, should I say, for your main centrepiece. And then you've got all your applique fabrics for not only Dresden plate in the centre there, but also the wonderful elephants. Now, I potentially would look at this and think, you know what, I like the idea of extending this. Now, the size that it is at the moment, it's a good size. It's 52-inch square. But if you wanted to make it to fit onto a bed, then there's nothing stopping you adding in some of your own colours. And to be honest, you're spoiled for choice when you're adding in your own colours, because you could add in any of these. So it could be blue, it could be a purple, it could be pink, greens, any bright tones, any batiks that you've got would work beautifully with this to extend it and make it even into a larger project. Good size as it is, but the panel that you've got here has got all of those pieces that you'll be using for your borders. And of course, they all go around that centre panel with those gorgeous applique envelopes, applique elephants. And of course, the pattern from your elephants you could be using on your cushions. I mean, obviously, it comes with as a kit with a pattern for a quilt, but it doesn't mean you have to make it into a quilt. You might have ideas of your own for that. In fact, I'm sure many of you will. But £84.99 will give you plenty of scope because you're getting a lot of fabric in here. And again, it's another one of those ones that if you did want to make it up and sell, or perhaps put your own fabrics in at a later stage, then I know the ladies at Jewellery Fabrics don't mind that at all. But I have to go back to that hold it all. You've been loving this. Throughout the hour, it has been incredibly busy right the way through. And of course, we have had 2 fabulous video tutorials, part 1 and part 2. Just to let you know, at this stage, 80% of the stock has gone. So if you have watched the video tutorial and you've got it sitting in your basket, now would be a perfect time for you to be checking that basket out. You've got all your fabrics, your 4 fat quarters in here, all used, cut into strips to create the bag here, which means that as time goes on, if you're wanting to incorporate your own fabrics, or maybe you've got a strip roll that you've just not quite decided the project to create with it, then this is the perfect opportunity to make something that is incredibly practical. All the wonderful pockets in there, plenty of room in there for you to put anything, whether it is your sewing bits and pieces or whether you're making it as a toy bag, as a changing bag. I mean, you've got loads of room in there. Be putting all sorts of goodies in there, couldn't you? And because it's got the R-form in there, it's got a good stable shape to it. Do check out on the website for that R-form which is used inside. If you have just joined us though, we have had 2 tutorials from Julie which you'll be able to go back and watch if you're watching the show on Rewind. It's, yeah, 60 days you've got to go back. So when you actually receive this, then it is going to be really easy for you to create, because of course you can craft alongside Julie watching the video. We have got another show at 2 o'clock this afternoon. So of course, if you fancy coming and joining us, in fact, what's not to love about that hour? There's going to be some fabulous videos that we've not seen during this hour. But do you know what? I'm going to leave the show with this particular quilt. The details are popping up on your screen. It's a quilt top kit, allowing you to create a beautiful garden party quilt, as you can see. It's been a popular item. Now you've got 3 flexi buys on this one, which is brilliant because it gives you the opportunity to make a quilt that will sit neatly on top of a king size bed. Of course, if you want to add in additional fabrics, you could extend that so as it drapes down the sides. But I think it's just a beautiful one. Lovely design there. Lovely use of fabrics as well. And when you look at this, you'll be able to see that as time goes on, you can incorporate your own fabrics. Take elements like the butterfly there, perhaps put that onto a cushion, things like the dandelion clock. What a clever idea of using all those little hearts on there. Love the fabrics, and of course you don't have to go looking for the fabrics. They are all included within the kit along with the instructions there. This is something that you can be able to create and you're going to love for years and years to come. Nice fun quilt. And if you're wanting to make a quilt maybe more contemporary than the traditional modern block formation, then I think this is definitely the one for you. Lovely design there. Details are on your screen there, 184017. But the hold it all, just to let you know, lots of you checked your baskets out during that last little review I've given you, and it is now limited in stock. If you're wanting yours, details are there on your screen. Do not miss out. 4 fat quarters for £24.99 is brilliant value for money, but the fact that you are getting the pattern included. And the patterns are brilliant. As you'll see with any of the patterns that you invest in from Jewellery, you are going to get full instructions with full colour photos, which makes all the difference. Because if you are creating this and you're going working your way through, then it just makes life so much easier, step by step there. So you can go through, and if you're like me, that you like a picture to follow more so than the words, then this is going to make it so easy for you. Lovely hour. Thank you for your company. Thank you to Julie as well for speaking to us. Hopefully we'll be able to have another little chat with you later on, because we've got Rachel coming up later at 2 o'clock with another show from Dewberry. Yeah, do make sure that you're tuning in for that one. Also make sure you're checking out your basket if you have got that hold it all kit in your basket, because it could potentially go in between the shows. I will see you tomorrow morning. I'm going to be handing over to lovely Rachel straight after the break. You take care of yourself. See you soon. So we've got a lovely hour in indigo blue coming up after the break. Then we've got happy hour deals, followed by an hour dedicated to studio light goodies. Make sure that you tune in. We've got some fabulous hours coming up.
Hi, I'm Andy from Picture This. I've been a painter all my life. Picture This was actually formed on the back of a throwaway remark from one of my art students. This has developed my drawings into a series of photopolymer stamps, clear stamps for the crafting community and the crafting industry. The stamps are all hand-drawn by me, they're made in the UK, most important to us at Picture This, and we have so much more to bring you. Our shows on Hochanda, we hope to make them informative, amusing obviously, entertaining, but mainly it's about bringing the creative spirit to you. Make sure you tune in and watch the Picture This shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door. I'm lucky enough to have been a guest on Hochanda since day one. I like to pack my shows with lots of hints, tips and techniques, and my idea is to give the experience that I've got and I've gained to everyone at home and show as many things as I possibly can. The John Next Door brand is designed to bring high quality, innovative products to the crafting market. The range includes stamps, dies and new products such as the media plates. I'm also looking to expand the brand and bring you lots of new techniques, new ideas and new products into the next few years. I hope you can join me on my crafting journey and learn some tips and techniques from me that I share with you. So don't forget to tune in and watch the John Next Door shows on Hochanda.
Hello everyone, we're the Pink Ink Ladies.
I'm Kathy.
And I'm Mel. We've been with Hochanda right from the start and we've been crafting for 30 years. We're passionate about fabric, so our main thing is to stamp on fabric or stencil on fabric. We can't wait to show you all our new hand illustrated stamp and stencil designs, whether you're using them on cards or soft furnishings. Kathy and I get together at Pink Ink Towers and we can't wait to share our ideas. We choose all our subject matter together and then Kathy goes away and hand illustrates all our fantastic finished designs, and we pride ourselves on the quality of our range. On our shows on Hochanda, we're excited to share all our hints, tips and techniques for you to get the most out of our products.
Please tune in to the Pink Ink shows, get inspired on Hochanda.
Welcome to Hochanda's Easter Extra Flexi event. Join us from 6 p.m. Thursday the 9th of April to 6 p.m. Tuesday the 14th of April, as we'll be offering you an extra special treat to help ease the cost of your Easter purchases. All of your crafting favourites will be here with us, celebrating the Easter break by demonstrating and showcasing their latest products. So, not only will we reduce the flexi basket value from £60 to £30, but you will also be given the opportunity to spread the cost of your purchase over 3 exciting flexi buy payments instead of 2. So get cracking and take advantage of our Easter Extra Flexi event from the 9th of April at 6 p.m.
Well, hello, a very good Monday morning to you. Happy Easter Monday, of course. And of course, you would have seen our little bunny flying up there. It's our extravaganza event at the moment. And what that means that if you want to spend £30 instead of 60 to get your Flexit, you can. And when you spend that £30 or over, it is divided into 3 fabulous Flexit buy baskets. So instead of just having 2 options to spread the cost, you've now got 3 different options there, which is fantastic. So 3 months, spreading the cost and only having to spend £30 in the process. So you could just be paying a tenner today for something if you wanted to. So that is fantastic. Happening until tomorrow as well. So here we are then with another lovely show for you here live on Hochanda, and we are talking about stamps. And as soon as you see the red rubber stamps, you probably know that that is indigo, because that is what they are famous for. And red rubber stamps, by the way, are all made here in the UK, which is fantastic, and they are pre-cut and ready to use for you as well. They are wonderful to use, a lot of flexibility, a lot of versatility. They give you absolutely extraordinary detail. They are so well made that they will last you for a very long time, last you for years. And I think they are interchangeable, these designs as well, because you've got lots of nature elements. You've got some sentiments in there, a dragonfly, a butterfly. I mean, you can't go wrong, can you? And then you, of course, have got your borders there as well. That beautiful kind of lace effect border. There you've got your flourishes and your swirls. And then, as I say, you've got your sentiments there. Every day holds the possibility of a miracle. Well, isn't that the truth? And then that lovely border at the bottom, which I think you could really add to. I think you could add elements in there. And let's just show you one of the rubber stamps. For example, this one here. I just want to show you the kind of flexibility so you can see what they are like to work with. And already mounted, as you can see, on the grey sponge there. And then when you have a look at the detail in there, you can imagine, can't you, how much detail you are going to get out of that. There is a lot there, and that's why you're seeing the images that you're seeing on your screen. So there are your fabulous stamps. So if you would like to get hold of all 3 of those, it's for that price, £44.97 instead of nearly £60. And of course, because you're spending over £30, you can divide the cost into 3. It's £14.99 today, your first of 3 flexible payments there. 869578 is your item number. Now, it might be that you say to me, you know what, Rach, I can do the 3 flexible payments, but actually I just don't have that money anyway, even if it's spread. I'd just rather spend a little bit less. Well, you can go for the individuals. So the first collection here is £19.99 on its own. It's 006955 as an item number there, if you would like to get hold of that one. If we go into the middle collection here, same item number, just a different option. Again, £19.99. And so this one is called Live, Love and Laugh. Yeah, with that Nottingham lace at the bottom. And then you've got your final option, again, same item number, £19.99, but this one is called the Wild Meadow. So there you are. Those are your options. All you have to do is jump onto the website. It is hochanda.com. You can pick up the phone and give us a call as well. Let's move on now to these amazing pigments, though. Oh, my goodness me, they are just, you just want to pick them up and start playing with them. They're absolutely gorgeous. Now, you can mix them with water. You can mix them with your paints. So all sorts of different mediums. And the way it works is that you get a collection of 3. So you've got the top, you've got the next shelf, you've got the next one, and you have got the next ones. And you can see here wonderful colours. These you just look like you've kind of got a gold and yellow option as you're going through them, apart from that shelf there. Let's go through the options for you. So this one is Buttercup and Cheeky Peach and Peacock, and you can see that wonderful look, that beautiful, beautiful blue, and you can see that shine and metallic coming through these as well. So they are, as the name suggests, absolutely luscious. Then we go to the next one. We'll start here. This is gold, and you've got vintage rose, and then you've got green on the end. And then we go on to our next row. So remember, you get all 3 in your option, but they're all the same item number, 767, and then you just get your 3, but you have to choose your option. So this one is black, cherry lips, and mermaid tresses. Ooh, have we seen mermaids before? Do we know that that is the colour of their hair? We'll never know, unless we see a mermaid. And then the final one, verdigris, apparently. Or is it called Oh No Verdigris? Not sure, because that's what my producer said. She said, oh, it's Oh No Verdigris. They're trying to pronounce it. And then we've got the middle one, fuchsia blue and teal. So those are your options there. So if you would like to get hold of those, you can. Shall I just open it up as well so you can see? I mean, my goodness me, the amount of powder you get, it's a lot. But also you can imagine the vibrancy of the colour in there is going to be absolutely amazing. You are going to get wonderful, wonderful results. I've also got a little swatch behind me as well. Well, actually, it's in front of me. It's not behind me. It's behind the little thing here. And if I just show you that, you can see all the colours. Random fact. There you are. So you can see when you mix them, yeah. So you can see, and on the colours, look, when you've got them on the black and the white, they look different, don't they? So you are getting a lot of versatility out of these. We are very busy, by the way. Queues on the phones already. If you do want to phone us, you can. Our call operators are all working from home. They've been given special phones, but they are there working for you and ready to take your call. More on the show, of course. You can see all these things on the website, but there's some lovely pigments for you. They are absolutely beautiful if you want to get hold of those. Really shiny and vibrant and luscious, as the name suggests, and that's what you need when you are wanting to do your mixed mediums. Now, I think this is a brilliant starter set, and for the price as well, very, very good value indeed, because it's around a tenner, isn't it? £9.99. Now you choose which of your gilding flakes you would like to go for. Chariot Fire is your gold, and your silver steel, Sheffield steel rather. Sheffield steel is your silver. It's a good name, that, Sheffield steel. So you choose which one of those you go for, but you then do get your glue, and of course you get your little pads and sponges to play with, so that you can then make gilded images. And if I just show you this here, look, you can see what you could be doing if you have a look down here. And this is really good because it means you don't need one of those hot foil machines. All you need are your gilding flakes and your glue and your sponge and applicator. So there you are. I think that's a really great little pack actually for under £10. £9.99. 452 842 is your item number. Never wear a big ring live on television. I just went like that and I hit my knuckle with the ring. Ah! Anyway, moving on. Right, that's that. Let's have a look. We all need unicorns in our life, right? We've got Unicorn Sparkle here, and you get the 3 pots here. So you have got a pigment powder, you have got a clear embossing glaze, and you've got Unicorn Sparkles. Let's let those Unicorn Sparkles out. I wonder if you look at this. Ooh, pretty. Actually, do you know what? That just looks like a pile of salt on there. That's not very impressive. But when you see it under the lights, I'm going to see if I can put it on my hand. Because if I show you there, can you see colours? Can you see colours? Yeah, it's like holographic when there. It's like holographic when the light hits it. So it's really fabulous, fabulous stuff. So that is your Unicorn Sparkles. And then we've got your embossing powder, fabulous. We know what embossing powder is, don't we? And then you have got your another pigment. I'm just going to see if I can see any of this. Oh, hello. Oh, yes. Look at that. You need some of that in your life. That's fantastic. Over half the stock has gone on this little starter kit, £13.99. Wow, that's I like that a lot. Put a little bit on it, spreads a long way. So there you are. Those are, I'm going to do this later and have a white face. Those are your little starter pots there. So 536958, your item number, £13.99 if you would like to get hold of those. And then we've got foam pads. We know what a foam pad is. Now these are all obviously different sizes because you have got your little squares on there, and then you have got your rectangles on there. So there you are. Those are your foam pads, and you are getting 12 of the 12 by 2mm and 12 sheets of the 12 by 24 by 2mm. So it's 24 sheets in total for £13.99. That is 160 pads per sheet, and it should be £20, and it's down to £13.99. So this is one of those, you know, when you get your essentials on sale, this is one of those times to pick up some essentials. We all use foam pads. So 714467 is your item number if you would like to stock up today, especially when you're looking at flexi. Don't forget 3 flexes instead of 2. So getting things like this, great way to spread the cost. Then we have got your red liner tape. Now you're actually getting 16 assorted rolls. Now if you have a look at all of these, you can see the sizes there. So you've got your 3x5, there's 7 of those. You've got your 6mm by 5mm 6 rolls, 12mm by 5m 2 rolls, and 19mm by 5m 1 roll. So you can see all the different ones when we just put them all up like this. That is a lot of red tape. It's a lot of red tape. It's a lot. It's a lot of red tape, as you can see, and great to have all those different widths to play with as well. So very, very good stuff. That's a good bargain for £19.99 instead of, should be £30, but £19.99 for that one. So 605 768 is your item number. You love your red liner tape, and we're getting busy for that one as well now. A lot of people are stocking up on some essential goodies today because they have savings, and you've got your flexi buy as well. Now, we did start the show, it feels like an hour and a half ago, it was actually only 11 minutes ago, with our red stamps, and it's fantastic. You're going to see those in action now because Julia Watts has sent us some lovely demonstrations. Now, is this a continuation? It is, isn't it? If you were watching the show this morning, there was a continuation of a demo which is about to happen. Now, that show was on at 7. If you watch this now and go, well, I've missed the first bit, go to hochanda.com and have a look at the rewind button at the top, the arrows. Press on there. You can choose any show from the last 60 days, including the one this morning at 7. So you can watch all the demos from this morning, and then you can watch all the demos that you're going to see in this hour, starting with this one.
In this demonstration, we're going to be mainly using the Live, Laugh, Love stamp set from Indigo Blue, and we're also going to be using just one of the stamps from the Nottingham Lace. So we're starting off by, I've got a piece of craft card here, and I've cut a masking sheet using one of Phil Martin's double deboss rounded corner rectangles, and I popped it onto my piece of craft card already. And we're going to be using the Broken China Distress Oxide, and I'm just going to apply colour to the centre here. Broken China seems to be my favourite colour at the moment for some unknown reason. It is beautiful blue though. So with your masks, you'll find that you'll be able to use them for a few times. If you always put them back onto the carry sheet, obviously at some point they're going to lose their sticky. I've used this one once before, and it's certainly fine for this time too. Obviously around the edges where I'm catching with the tool, it might not be 100% perfect anymore because that's where it's losing its stick. Of course, the beauty of cutting a masking sheet with the die is that you've also got that central mask as well to use, so you can you know, just create a background around a very clean area. So that's my Broken China all done. And we're going to actually we'll leave the mask in place just for a minute, and I'm going to just put some water into my hand. And I'm going to, this is I don't flick, I tend to clap over the surface. Don't know why, but I just do. I'm a little bit in the top. Makes me happy clapping anyway. Happy clappy. Just leave it to set for a minute, and the water bleaches out the Distress Oxide because it reacts with water, as does regular Distress ink as well. So just going to pop that on to dry it, and then that'll stop the movement. It will move a little bit more. Hopefully you can just about see where it's bleaching out. And now we're going to remove the mask. And we've got those very clean edges. Remove it carefully and I'll be able to use it again. To one side. Okay, so now we're going to, it's not 100%, nothing I do is 100% safe, straight ever. I'm going to want to do a border down here which will hopefully disguise the fact that it's not that straight. But I'm just going to give it a quick blast because I'm going to do some stamping and embossing, and as this dries, hopefully you can see that it increases the bleaching out a little bit more. Now normally I would just leave it to dry naturally, because then you don't get any warping of your card. Turn it over and do it from the other side. That's enough. And grab my anti-static bag. Give it a good dust. I'm only going to dust down this bottom area here. That's where I'm going to be stamping. And we're going to use this lovely long border from the Nottingham lace. In fact, what I'll do is I won't use a block. I'll use my Stamp Perfect, and then I can actually make sure I get it in the right place and hopefully straight-ish. So when you're using your Stamp Perfect and a bone mounted stamp, you need to remove the foam. Put it in here. I'm going to put my magnets up here. And let's see, we'll have it that way up, I think. I don't think there's a right or a wrong, we'll have it that way. And we pop it about there. In fact, because I'm going to be covering that area up, I might move it slightly over to the left more, so I've got more design there, which is slightly different to how I did it originally. Pop the lid, and then we'll start inking. I'll try not to tap too much. I've discovered that when I tap, the camera shakes, so apologies if it shakes a little bit. So this is the Wow embossing pad. It's moved. I think I've got some that way. I think I've got some of the anti-static bag on the back of my stamp. So as I've inked it, I'm going to just press down. Really good press, because it's a very, very detailed stamp. You can see the watermark there already. The magnets out of the way, and we'll add our powder. So I'm going to be using some of Phil Martin's Pure White embossing powder for that pop of white along the edge. If a good flick, you can see because of anti-statics, we've got a perfect image there. Back in. Give it a blast. Isn't that pretty? It's a beautiful, beautiful stamp, as you'd expect from indigo blue. Okay, so that's my stamping and embossing. Now I'm going to add a little dragonfly in the set. We're still working on the Live, Laugh, Love, and I'm going to stamp him in Nocturne Versifying Clair. And it's only when you get a really good quality ink pad like this that you really realise how detailed this stamp is. You can't see the detail when you just ink it up, but when we pop it down here, have him flying in here, give him a good press, wet the ink bond. Look at that. I'll hold it up for you so you can see. Look at the detail in that. It's just beautiful, isn't it? Now remember, with Versifying Clair, the ink stays open for a little while, so you could actually stamp and emboss that if you wanted to. So there's the start of our background. I'm just going to put that to one side to dry for a little while, and I'm going to be stamping some extra elements on a piece of super smooth card from Pink Frog. Just going to dust that with my anti-static bag. You find quite a few anti-static bags around. This is a Sentimentally Yours one. Go back to my Nocturne, and we're going to stamp some more elements from the Live Laugh Love. I've got the rose leaf here. All these are going to be cut out. And we're also going to stamp the large, I think it's an old-fashioned rose. Work quite quickly. Sorry, I'm tapping again, aren't I? Making the camera shake. Sorry. I get carried away. So I'm going to stamp this one. Bigger stamp, so I'm going to give it a good old press. Again, make the camera go. And then finally we're going to do the bird. Try and tap more gently. I've got dirty blocks. Look at the detail on those. Look at that bird and the rose leaf and the flower. So let's add some of the indigo blue clear embossing glaze to this. Doesn't matter, it's all going to go back in the pot. This is a 60ml pot, and in your kit you get some unicorn sparkles, which is the beautiful fine glitter, and you also get a magic sparkle, which is like a boost for your luscious powders, which we'll look at in a little while. Give that a heat set, and it is an ultra fine powder. Give that a flick. It's an ultra fine powder, so it means that the powder won't stick to the image that's the white space, and because of that it means that when you actually come to do the colouring in, you're going to be able to colour in all the areas that you need to. When you're embossing, just follow the images around. You'll see it's quite quick and it's detailed. Beautiful bright black images there to colour in a moment. I'm just going to go back to my background and start a little bit of stamping, then I'm going to leave you guys for a couple of minutes. Got a scrap piece of card, so side by side, and this is where I'm going to dip into the Nottingham lace stamp set, and this is where do I want it? On that, put it on that side of my block. This is just a sentiment that just says best wishes lots of times. Turn over my scrap card, I'll just stamp it for you so you can see properly, because I'm going to do second generation, and I'm using the Morning Mist Versafine Clair for this. So I'll show you my first generation on here, see if I can get it up the right way. Yeah. So there's our best wishes stamp. Really good detail on that. And all I'm going to do is stamp it second generation around the edges. So you see it's very, very light. So constantly first generation on here and then second generation on here. Doesn't have to be perfect. All we're doing is building a frame. Now what I could do is I could put my other mask on the top there and not go over the edges, but I do quite like the movement that you get from actually stamping it into your background. I like that. So I'm going to continue stamping around the edge just in the same way, and I'm also going to cut out my images and we'll come back and do a little bit of colouring.
Fabulous. Julia Watts is such a talent. But what you need, excuse me, as well as your talents, is you need good tools. And these are the tools of the trade that you absolutely need. By the way, we're going to see the second part of that demo in a second, so just hold on for 1 second. Let's just remind you, though, of the stamps, because if you've watched that and thinking, ooh, I'm quite tempted. Well, if you want to go for the lot, remember our extravaganza event at the moment is going to give you 3 glorious flexi bays on that $44.97 price, because it should be nearly £60. It's down to just over 44, and then you divide it into 3 because of our extravaganza event, which means today all you pay is $14.99, which of course is less than if you were buying one of the sets by itself. I know you've got to pay $14.99 again and again, but you know, kind of feels like you're getting everything for the same amount that you would lay out in one time, wouldn't it? So there are all the items. Now, if you do want to go individually, of course you can, and the details are on the bottom of your screen. $19.99. But you know, they are absolutely beautiful. If you want to create something simple like this, just using one of those elements or a couple of elements, you've got the sentiment and then you've got your dragonflies. That looks like our unicorn sparkle, which is on the show as well. So you can do something like that. Of course, if you want to make your stamps into 3D elements, then you simply stamp and cut out. You've got things like this, so you can make tags with your beautiful butterflies. If you want to make a card, you can do that. You see, I mean, there's just options. When you're stamping, the options are endless, because you can just go stamp, border, colour. But then, as I say, you can start to cut out, you can start to decoupage, you can use foam pads that we've got on the show. That's very nice. And then look, that's an actual piece of artwork. So you can do things like that. Lovely. So those are some examples. If you would like to buy this collection today, it is 869578, your item number. Right, you've seen the stamps, you've seen the prices, you've got your flexi buy, buy, and then do this.
Okay, so I've finished doing my stamping around the edges, and I've also just applied a little bit of the broken china just around the edge too. So my background's all done now already. I'm just going to pop that underneath my board to flatten out, and I've cut out my elements here, ready to colour in. Oh, my little birdie's running away. So we start with the leaf, and I'm using a palette, and I've got my Luscious powders in here. And to use your Luscious powders, this is the green. Let's tap that down a little bit. You just take a damp brush, pick up some Luscious and add it into your palette. I know that the one I'm going into here has got the green in it already. Add a little bit more water and then mix it in really, really well. And also I'm waking up the colour from underneath. The more water you add, just standard watercolour techniques, obviously the paler it's going to be, but you don't want it particularly thick. And then to paint my leaf, I don't need to be particularly careful. Let's just move that out of the way, because the embossed lines will repel the Luscious, and you still get that beautiful image underneath. I'm not going to worry about any shading. I don't tend to when I use this kind of product. All the work's done for you already with the stamp. Quite easy to do. And other leaves. Keeping your Luscious powder in a palette is a really good practice, really. You can label the palette, you know, on the clear side, on the lid, as to what colours are underneath, but you do get to know your Luscious powders, and you do get to know which colours which, and of course you can actually mix them and make your own colours, which we are going to do too. There's our leaf done very quickly. Then we're going to go on to our rose. I'm sure it's an old-fashioned rose. And I think on the original one I used Cheeky Peach. I think what we'll do is we'll bring in, let's move that out of the way, we'll bring in some of the buttercup, so we'll have a yellow rose, and I'm going to give it a little bit of a sparkle too. So add some of our, that's quite a lot there. I'm never worried if I put quite a lot in, because I know that if I'm keeping it in my palette, then I'm going to be able to use it for, well, as long as it's still there really, because I just regenerate it each time with some water. So that's my beautiful buttercup. Hopefully you can see that. And then I'm going to add some of our Magic Sparkle. Now Magic Sparkle is a bit of a boost for your luscious, because it does give it a sparkle as well as a shimmer. So I'm going to add some of that. I have a reasonable amount of that, I think. And add some more water. It does lighten it ever so slightly, because if you do actually paint it onto certainly black card, then you can see that it's kind of got an underlying sort of white hue to it. So this has got what we're going to paint our rose with. Move that out of my way. In fact, I might just go a little bit more water. Okay, and then just pop that on there. You see how the embossing powder is repelling. Don't worry about it too much, because it doesn't always move straight away. Sometimes it just pops off afterwards. Again, I'm not worried about being particularly neat. If I want to just take some of that off, I can do with my finger. When this dries, this will have a sparkle to it as well as a shimmer. I think I need a little bit more water. It's drying quite quickly because my heating's on. If it's too wet, just either move it around or blot it off. You can always come in and add a little bit more. I think that's good. All covered. Okay, so we'll put that aside to dry for a minute. It won't take long. And we go on to our birdie. Now for the bird, I'm going to use some verdigris. I've already got verdigris in my pan here. I think this is the verdigris. I'm sure it is. Yeah. And I'm going to mix a little bit more in, because I want a little bit more. The verdigris is green on black card, as you'd expect. Bit more water. Okay, so I'm going to cut and do his tummy in this. I don't know what sort. I think it looks like a sparrow, this bird. I'm sure it is. But the thing is, when you stamp, you can do a tropical bird if you want to. It doesn't have to be true, does it? You know, you're in charge of whatever it looks like. And we've got his little legs coming down here. Like that. There we go. And I'm going to, for his beak, I'm going to use gold. Give that a good mix. I've already got gold in here. See how easy it is to regenerate. There's his beak. And we want a little bit of our green on the branch, because I think it's a spring branch. We're going to say it's new foliage, so it's all green. It's not all brown from the winter. I'm going to add that in there, and then we need to add a little bit to his back. This is where I'm going to mix my own colour. I've already started down here. Bend that back down, I can't. Hopefully you can see down here. I've already started. So what I've got in here is I've got some gold already. Let's just regenerate that. So let's just show you what I did. We've got some gold. Pop that in. And see, that's lightened it. Then we're going to take some blackbird, which is obviously black. Because if I just coloured it in black, you wouldn't see the definition of the lines necessarily. So I'm now adding black to my gold. So it's not black, it's a lighter black. So there'll be a contrast with his feathers. I'll have to turn that round, sorry. Otherwise I can't get to where I'm painting. A little bit more water in there. And we're going to just stamp, colour in his wings and his tail. And the top of his head. I don't know what colour eyes birds have. You never get close enough to look, do you? So let's just use a little bit of our green because it's already wet. Okay, so there's our birdie, all coloured in. So now we can construct our card. Grab my background from underneath here. And we're going to, I'm not going to stick it down, I'm just going to show you what we do. I'm aware of time here. So map that onto black card and onto a piece of the white card. Move it down so you can see. Then for construction, I'm going to give, it's not 100% dry yet. So I might just show you where we're going. So we're going to have our leaf here and our flower here, and then our birdie is going to just sit behind there with a piece of foam, and he's going to sit like that. Then I've got the in the Live Laugh Love, there's a couple of sentiments, and I've stamped both of them and cut them out and just taken the main words and trimmed them down and just edge with a little bit of the broken china. This is all what was left on my tool after doing the central area. So what we can do is I'm going to position them roughly where I want them. So we'll have, if you've got any bad bits of stamping, you can cover these up. So we could have live, laugh, love, perhaps have it slightly different to how I had it before, and breathe. Let's do it like that. Let's stick that down. So I want to show you the next bit. I can stick all the main pieces down afterwards. So where did I have that? I had that around just about there, didn't I? Hopefully it's straight-ish. Everything's straightish, isn't it? Artistic license to not put it down straight. Live. Laugh. We all need a little bit of this. We need a little bit of all of this at the moment. In fact, I might do him slightly over to the left. Change my mind. Live, laugh. There, I think. Love. And we're going to just, we've took breathe. I know the leaves aren't stuck yet, but we've took breathe just underneath the leaf there like that. So I like that. Then, just to finish off, pretend everything's stuck, I'm going to grab a Pigma Micron pen, and I want the 05. And I'm just going to do a little bit of mark making. Now this is not always in your comfort zone, and you're best off just really going for it and not trying to be neat or anything. So remember, these are going to move. Let's just move those out of the way because they're going to move, aren't they? And I'll bring them in a minute. So just scrubbing around That's what I'm doing with the pen, just to frame my words. Oop. And don't try and do it really neatly, because if you do it neatly, it's going to look not as good as if you try not to. And then I'm going to just add some squiggles. Off the edge. I'm really not really thinking about it, except that I know I want squiggles. Then when we bring our chappies back in again, that's going to go underneath the leaf there, and he will sit just kind of like that. And there we go.
Perfect. Well, if you want to be able to create something like that, we've got all the tools on the show, because of course Julia was using those fantastic Luscious powders, wasn't she, which were amazing. So we'll give you the details there, but we're actually going to go down our counter now so you can see everything that we are talking about. So here are the stamps. You've seen them in action, as it were, and it's a set of 3. Now, if you want to buy them individually, you absolutely can. They are £19.99 each, plus of course your packaging and posting, and you can go for each of those. But if you want to go for the lot, because it's our extravaganza event, we're actually giving you 3 fabulous flexi buys instead of 2, and that means it's £14.99 today, your first of 3 interest-free flexible payments. So 869578 is your item number if you would like to get hold of these, and you can see they are fantastic. They really go together. You could, you know, for example, if you look at that image there, and then you think about the dragonfly is going to fly over there really beautifully, and then of course you could have your butterflies flying up from there as well, so they do all coordinate perfectly. Let me just show, actually just picking up the dragonfly. Let's just show you that in more detail, because you can see they are deeply etched red rubber, all mounted and ready to go. They are already cut, which is fantastic. You simply pop them onto your plastic block, and then that's it. And lots of flexibility in them, so you're going to be able to manipulate those a bit and get really good imagery. Don't be worried about stamping, just give it a go. If it goes wrong, it's only a bit of paper. Just practice, and you'll be able to create masterpieces yourself. So 869578, your item number. Let's go on to the Luscious pigments, because you saw those being used, and it's fantastic. When you use them on black and white, they look quite different because of the background colour. And also, it depends what you use them with as well, whether it's just water or whether it's other mediums. But you can see that fantastic metallic sheen and the coloration. So 749767 gives you 3 of them. And we've gone in options 1, 2, 3, 4. So you get these 3, or these 3, these 3, or these 3. And do you want to go through the colours again? Okay. So if we go through here, buttercup, peach, cheeky peach, and peacock, brilliant. The next ones, gold, vintage rose, green, and the next one, blackbird, cherry lips, and mermaid tresses, yes. And then you got the verdigris, fuchsia blue, and teal. There you are. So those are your options. Have a look at them on the website. As I say, if you want to get them on flexible payments, you can. So if you wanted to buy a few of those today, you only have to spend £30 instead of 60, and you get an extra flexi buy. It's our extravaganza event, 749766. Took a lot of thinking that, you know, they were thinking, what can we call it? What can we call it? Extra egg string, you see. They're clever, that team. Right, let's move on. Never been done before, that, has it? Egg never been used in an Easter pond. Right, then we have got this wonderful set. Now, this is a great way to get you started. You don't need a machine now to do your foiling. Here, you can choose between which flakes you want to go for. So, obviously, you've got your Sheffield steel, which is your silver, or you have got this one, which is your Chariot of Fire. So you can choose whether you want the gold or the silver, but then you get your glue and you get your tools. So here you would obviously press down your flakes, and then you can use this to take off some of the flake. And if I just show you on there what you could be making, you can see exactly how you can make those wonderful gilded flaked images. So 452842, your item number, if you want to get that starter kit. I think that's a great kit, under £10. Brilliant. Why not give it a go? There is also a super smooth card on the show for you as well if you want to create something. It's from Pink Frog, of course. Those guys know their cards. And you get 80 fabulous super smooth A4 sheets, 300 GSM it is, and it's £10.99 for the 80 sheets, which is absolutely fantastic value there. So 522767 is your item number. Now we've got some lovely things here. We have got some unicorn sparkles here. If I just pop these on here, I'm hoping, I know it's going to slide off, but I'm hoping there, when you catch the light in the right direction, it is all, there we are, it is all holographic, so you really get amazing colour and sparkle from these, and it's a very, very fine grain. So that is your unicorn sparkles. You also get your super fine embossing powder, embossing glaze, and then this one, I love this one, the luscious pigment. And if I just show you, so we were talking, obviously you can mix these pigments because you just had them on with water and things, but if I just pop that on there, and then if I just literally start rubbing this in like that, you can see how it gives you this fantastic fine, I mean that's like a starry night, isn't it? But you can really play with that and get a tremendous effect. So I really like that one. Now, all of those three are coming in at $13.99. We're over at 70% of this item gone. People loving this one. They are a really useful little collection there. And that is $13.99, as I say, for all three of those pots there, 536958. Something that's an essential item, definitely when you're looking at the extra flexi pay, really helps. Get your foam pads. You get 24 sheets of these in total. Stock up now while you can, and you can see those are your two different sizes of your foam pads. So 714467 is your item number if you'd like to get hold of those for £13.99. We have got some watercolour card for you as well on the show. If you want to stock up on that, that is going to be 422157, again from Pink Frog, and 80 sheets there for under £20. Should be nearly £32, but under £20 today, which is fantastic. Also as well, you have got your red liner tape, and you will notice all the different widths in there as well. 16 rows in total. If I just put that to the side, you can see what you're getting there. So you've got your 3x5mm, 6mm, 12m, 19mm, and those are the amounts of rolls that you're getting, 7621. So that is 16 in total of your red liner tape. A great time to stock up. Now, one of my favourite products, as I just said on the show, is your unicorn sparkle. Absolutely love it. All I was doing was literally put it onto a piece of card, but let's have a look at what you can really do with it if you've got those stamps also on our show.
Here's just a quick idea of how you can use the glitter glue with the unicorn sparkles, just with a little stamp to create a border. This dragonfly is from the Live, Laugh, Love stamp set from Indigo Blue. And I've got a piece of fat foam here, and I've already got some flitter glue on there. I think it'll be okay. Let's have a look. No, we need a little bit more. So you do get the fat foam in the kit. And you get a spatula in the kit as well. I'm just spreading it over the fat foam and adding it to my dragonfly. You can see it now, it's on the stamp. Lots of light tapping, and onto some black card, 1, 2, 3, up. And we'll probably get about 3 on here, I think. 2. Probably I've got a bit too much on here, but we'll see. Don't leave it on your card too long, because otherwise the glue will actually stick to the card. And I've just popped my stamp into a bowl of water. Let's have a look. What this does is it stays tacky, this glue. It's not the sort of glue that you actually stick things down with. It's just for your luscious and your flakes, and also your glitter. I think we're good there. I'm just going to bring in a piece of paper. You need it to be clear before you use it. And I'm going to use the unicorn sparkles, and the unicorn sparkles comes with your clear embossing glaze and also your magic sparkle, so it's a really good kit to get. So the unicorn sparkles is lovely fine glitter. I'm going to sprinkle it just over the top, give it a flick. I think I might have got a sticky fingerprint there. You give it a bit of a burnish over any excess, and there you go. There's a beautiful border for a card.
And as if by magic, there we are. We have the exact sample there. So that is what you could be doing. Look, using the unicorn sparkle and the stamp there, you have got everything you need to make an absolutely glorious card there. So if you would like to get hold of the stamps as a starter, then these are they. And it's a fantastic collection today of stamps because you can absolutely make up a wonderful kind of meadow scene. And they are £44.97 for the lot instead of nearly £60 there. 869578 your item number. That's a brilliant saving, and of course they're made in the UK. They are red rubber, ready to go for you, already mounted, and the detail, as you can see from that imagery there, is fantastic. So if you imagine the butterfly or the you know, the dragonfly in with the borders, and you've got that wonderful border in the corner there which looks like a lovely meadow, you could make some absolutely fantastic things. Talking about fantastic things, I mean, let's have a look, because I think sometimes we can think that stamping is just like that because it's just 2D and that's all you can do. But actually no, because if you think about stamping and then cutting out your imagery, you could make that sort of thing. You can decoupage, you can make lovely little gifts like that. So you've got a little booklet in there, you've got a door hanger here. We've got a lovely sort of tag there that could go onto a door as well. And then you've got things like cards, of course. So, and then you can actually make pieces of art like that, which is lovely. A piece of canvas and stamp, you know, create the depth with the foam pads, of course, as well, by sticking things on there. We've got the foam pads on the show, remember. So, you know, it is amazing what you can do with your stamps once you get started and playing with them. But you need really good quality stamps. You need stamps that give you a lot of detail and depth. Of course, as well, when you look at the shading, if we have a look at the one in the middle, and we'll give you the details individually for that one. So we have a look at that bird, for example, or the flower, whatever. When you look at the sort of shading that's already done for you, the fantastic thing is that when you do a wash of your watercolouring, for example, it almost looks like you've put the shading in with the watercolouring and you haven't. It's already done for you. So that's what makes your imagery and makes your lovely stamped images look even more artistic and creative when you've got that shadow already created, because to be honest, it makes it look like you've done it and you haven't. Now that one is called Wild Meadow, by the way, 006955 your item number, just under £20 if you would like to get hold of that one. If we have a look at the next one with that beautiful lace border on the top as well, this is brand new today and it's Nottingham lace, that one, and you can see that lovely sort of type there, the best wishes, and the earth laughs in flowers. I tell you something that is a positive of what's happening at the moment, talking about the earth laughing in flowers. The earth is really kind of healing at the moment, isn't it? So that's a positive, at least for the world. There are lots of like I say, yeah, good things happening to the earth. Anyway, this one, Every Day Holds the Possibility of a Miracle. You've got that stamp set there. And that one is called Live, Love, Laugh? No, Wild Meadow. Wild Meadow, there you are. So if you want to get hold of that one, that is 006955. But the complete set, of course, with that glorious flexi buy, the extra flexi payment thrown in there because of our extravaganza event, the extra event. So if you want to divide it into three, you can. It's £44.97, already a saving instead of £60. And then you can divide it into three payments. So £14.99 today, which of course is less than one stamp set on its own. I know you've got to pay it twice, another 2 times, but in a way, if you can find that today, then you get them all home and then you can start playing with them. And by the way, the unicorn sparkles that was used on that fabulous card there, the details on your bottom of your screen, that is now limited stock. So if you want to get the unicorn sparkles, you're going to have to be very quick indeed, because that is about to sparkle its way out of this building. The item number is 536958. Remember, not only do you get the unicorn sparkles, you get get the embossing powder, and you also get the pigment, the luscious pigment, which is beautiful. Fabulous. What a great show. That's gone very quickly. The next show is going to be even better. It's a happy hour. Prices for just the hour. They're tiny. So as I say, it's happy hour deals coming up. After that, it's going to be studio light, and then we've got jewellery designs, all to come here on Hochanda. I'm hoping you can stay with me and keep me company.
Hi there, I'm Nick from Craftoscope. I've been crafting for as long as I can remember. It started off making things just for myself, but then friends and family asked if they could use them too. It was really important to me to bring something unique to the crafting arena, something that was different and something that people would enjoy using just as much as I do. I really hope you'll come and join me on Hochanda for my shows with Craftoscope.
Hi, I'm Gina Barrett from Gina B Silkworks. We're a family company specialising in traditional crafts for the modern maker. Most of our products involve textiles and age-old techniques, from button making, lace making, weaving, and other forms of passementerie. Mark and I work hard designing the kits and developing innovative tools to make all of these traditional crafts more accessible to the modern user. We're really pleased to be part of the Hochanda family, and I'm looking forward to being able to take time and demonstrate some of these techniques and share new ideas. I hope you'll be able to tune in to the Gina B Silkworks shows here on Hochanda.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now and a designer for just over 10 years. Sentimentally Yours is my multi-award winning brand of clear stamps, rubber stamps. I've now also introduced lots of craft dyes in there, designer papers. I have my mediums where we've introduced the Flawless Media brand into the Sentimentally Yours family. So on our Hochanda shows we aim to inspire you, to be educational and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. The Sentimentally Yours family has grown to include my good friend Julia Watts and our new designer Trudy Howard. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration. Be sure to join us for our Sentimentally Yours shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Donna and this is my brother Simon and we're Pearlywinks Craft Supplies. We've been crafting since we were very young. My mum got us into crafting and we've been loving it ever since.
We have a good selection of inks. We started with our Winks, which are just a water-based ink, and then went on to the pearls. We've added some chalks, we've got some glitter sprays, and then we've added some beautiful stamps to complement the inks.
We've got a fantastic design team who help us with all our designs for the stamps, and we've got a great range of inks which we manufacture ourselves here in the UK.
Our pearl sprays and our Pearlywinks are loaded with mica, so they give you amazing results on your projects.
We hope that our products bring you as much fun, creativity and inspiration as they do to us. We love all of our products and we hope you do too. So make sure you don't miss our shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Bev. Hi, I'm Sam, and we are from Be Crafty. Be Crafty is a family-run company. Sam is my sister, and we love bringing brand new products to Hochanda. We manufacture and design all our own ranges of stamps, inkables, MDF, lots and lots of inspiration that we love to bring and share with you. If you tune in to Hochanda to join us, you'll see that mine and Bev's style are totally different. But what that does is it brings you lots of styles and techniques that you can include in your crafting too. Our ranges are increasing all the time with the lovely hand-drawn images that Sam and myself are trying to bring to you, plus the fantastic new designs that we like to bring in the Inkables, in the Dinkables and the MDF as well. So you can use them across all different sorts of crafts and bring the best we can to Hochanda too. So make sure you don't miss the Be Crafty shows on Hochanda.
Well, hello, a very good afternoon to you. How are you? Is it afternoon? It is afternoon now, isn't it? It's just after midday. So nice to have your company. Thank you for joining us. My name is Rachel. This, of course, is Hochanda. We are live. We are in the building and we've got a happy hour for you. Do you know why? Because our one-day special sold out. So we've had to replace it. So we thought, oh, why not give you a fantastic happy hour? This is the kind of show where if you see some great bargains, act very quickly because the prices only stay for this hour. And we have got some really good things on here, some essentials. We've got some cards and some papers. We've got some tapes for you as well, red liner tape, so dies as well. Have a look on that website, won't you, hochanda.com, because of course you can get ahead of us. But there is the clock, tickety tock, tickety tock, tickety tock. So if you want to get any of these prices, please act in this hour. Let us begin with this smorgasbord of decoupage, stamps and some lovely die cut pieces already for you in here. Now this is the masculine set. The thing is, allegedly, and so I know some people will disagree with me, some people will be looking at the TV now going, I don't struggle making men's cards, and that's brilliant, but there are some people who do say that they do struggle and also struggle with teenagers' cards as well. So if you are one of those people, this is a great collection for you. Let us begin and go along. If we can, I might just do a little bit of, because we've got time, we've got a whole hour. Let's just show you what we've got here. So in terms of hobbies, we've got a little bit of the old golf in there. Do you know, I was talking with my friend yesterday about this whole situation where we're all locked down and everything, and I said it's really sad for the golfers, isn't it? Because this is the time when they all get out and they socialise and they're mixing and doing their golfing. It's really must be very, very tough when you've got a hobby like that. So we've got other things in there as well. We've got a bit of DIY. Of course, some people are doing their DIY right now. And then you've got your lovely racing cars in there. Yes, as a friend of mine, she presents all the Formula One stuff in Monaco. Lost all of her work. Oh, we've got all these lovely guitars. Do you know my first thing I ever played on the guitar was Puff the Magic Dragon? Never played again. That was the highlight of my career. I was 7 years old. It's because I wouldn't cut my nails. I wouldn't cut them, literally. My mother bought me a guitar, and then the guitar player said, teacher said, you've got to cut your nails. And I was like, I'm not cutting my nails. And that was it. That was the end of guitar lessons. I could have been a rock star. Right, you've got lovely motor things on there. So if you're into your motor cars, then you could be buying that set there. Once again, we've got the DIY. Are we multiplying? DIY? We've seen that one. 2 sheets of each, yes. 10 designs, 2 of each. So you can see you've got all your different hobbies on there. And then we have got, these are different, aren't they? So then we've got some tennis. And we've got football on there, and we've got cricket on there. And then we have got this one. Now, these are all ready to be just popped out here. So these are just kind of, they're just sentiments toppers. So I know it says Happy Mother's Day. We're talking about masculine, but you have got other ones there. Happy Father's Day, with love, someone special. It's a boy. Happy Father's Day is June is it the 16th? 21st? Don't know. 21st? Where's that get 16th from? I don't know. June 21st. So we need to think about our Father's Day cards. And then you've got those in the same, but in the cream, as you can see there. Then we have got some more things for you, but this time you can pop out these elements. So you've got your gardening in there, as you can see, your little welly boots in there. And then you've got your musical instruments again. And then as we go through, you've got your pieces to pop out, your toppers. So you can see there, yeah, we've got the rugby players. I was looking at this one. No, I was looking at, sorry, I was looking at this one upside down. What is that? What is that? I can't work out what, I just put my glasses on. It's a scrum. Okay. Oh, the song with just lots of elbows and things. Like, what is going on there? Couldn't quite work it out. In fact, I'm still not sure which way it's working, but that is a rugby scrum. By the way, 10% of this has gone already, so you're liking this. And then we've got this one with your pints of beer. Oh, do you remember the days? Remember the days going into a pub and having a pint? Well, I'd never had a pint, but other people did. But, oh, those are the days. Then you've got your records. Lovely. Vinyl. Does anybody own any vinyl in this building? Jack, are you a vinyl collector? No. No.
Molly's got one.
Now, our director Molly apparently has got one. What, one vinyl, one album? What is it?
What? Ed Sheeran.
It's what? Ed Sheeran. Oh, okay. So you're right. So you're into the new stuff. Yeah, I've got like a load of stuff in the loft from like when it was only vinyl. Do you know what I'm saying? Before it became a collector. Right. Then you've got your lovely gardening things. Now, stamps. Hello. I remember having a phone like this. I did. I remember when the phones came out and you had to text people literally going, and pressing the button several times to be able to send text. Honestly, before the QWERTY keyboard. But there's your mobile phone. Then you get your tie. I'm sorry, I'm such a child. There we are. There's your little tie. That's how teenagers wear their school ties. That's how my daughter used to go with a nice long tie. She was nice and smart at 7 years old, and now it's like that. You know what they're like. And then this one is you've got shirts and shoes and ties and things like that. So in terms of masculine stamps, fabulous. So that is that. And then we've got loads of embellishments here. So my goodness me, you have got trophies, and you've got Believe, Achieve. So you've got some good inspirational things. Second place. You've got Today, you've got Champion, water bottles, stars, little tag things that you can write yourself. I mean, you've got loads. You know, so for your journals and things, these are really great. Now, this collection should be £35. I'm not surprised that it's flying out of the door. It's £12.99. Plus, of course, your packaging and your posting. 883747 is your item number. That is a £22 saving, and 20% of that stock has gone already. So a very popular collection. Let's move on to our adhesives next. We have got your red liner tape, and we also have your tape pens or tape runners. I think the Americans call them tape runners, don't they? And we call them tape pens, or it's the other way around. But I know that they are definitely two different. They're the same thing, but known differently in America and here. Anyway, it's your adhesive collection. Now, you are getting a saving of £11. It should be nearly £24. £12.99, and you're getting your 6 5mm rolls of red liner tape in assorted widths, and then you get your 6 tape runners there. Now, these are really handy. I have tape runners in my house. If I'm doing present wrapping and things like that, I think it's fantastic. It's just so easy. But of course, if you just want to do some very quick mat and layering, fantastic to be able to just use the tape runners and stick things down there. But you are getting different tapes here as well. So you've got your dot runner, so that's just giving you little tiny dots. Of course, your strip runner is giving you the permanent long strip. And then you've got your permanent strip as well. So 15 metres of that. So you've got your different strips in there and your red liner tapes in different widths. A very good bundle for £12.99 instead of nearly £24. Again, 20% gone. Remember, these prices are only here for this hour, which is another 42 minutes. So make sure you get shopping on the website, hochanda.com, or pick up the phone, give us a call, 01733, I missed it, 62,000. What was it? Yeah? 62,000, yay! 01733 62,000. And by the way, don't forget with our extravaganza event that if you do pop in things into your basket and it comes over £30, not 60, over 30, this is until tomorrow night, you will be able to spread the cost into 3. So your first flexible payment is the whole cost divided by 3, which is fantastic. So that is just for our extra event, which is happening until tomorrow night. By the way, a quarter of this stock has now gone, so 2 very busy items indeed. Hop on the web or pick up the phone and give us a call. Now, Pink Frog, whenever Pink Frog cardstock is on a happy hour show, then it's always a very, very busy hour indeed, because Pink Frog give you absolutely fantastic cardstock. It is very good quality. These, I have to say, are lovely colours. Now, you are getting 20 sheets of the brown, which is paper, by the way, because it's 120 GSM. And then you are getting this wonderful, wonderful card here, gold metallic, and 40 sheets of that one, 300 GSM on that one, with that gorgeous, gorgeous shine, as you can see. And then you've got your oyster pearl, 40 sheets of that as well, 300 GSM. But you can see how those together, what a perfect combination. If you want to do some matte layering, absolutely fabulous to be able to use those together, but they also are standalone colours by themselves. So if you want to get hold of that, 182200 is your item number. Can I just draw your attention to that saving? I'm just going to walk over to it. Look at that. Look at that. Oh! £25 saving. That is amazing. So under a tenner, I'm just going to do that, for 100 sheets of loveliness for under £10, £9.99. That's fantastic. That's working out at 10 pence a sheet. 10 pence a sheet for something that is such good quality as that. That's amazing. So 182200 is your item number if you would like to get hold of that. This is one of those that you just have to get. It's like Yanis is in the room with his whole wibbly wobbly. One of the first times I met him, he said to me, "Do you wibble wobble?" Excuse me. And yes, I do. So 182200 is your item number, £9.99. Definitely get hold of that. By the way, Yanis is not here this week. I did share a dressing room with him last week, and I heard he was sick, and I was like, whoa! And then I discovered it was his knees. He's hurt his knees, apparently. Knees are not catchable, thank goodness. But yeah, his knees are killing him. He'll be all right. Come back next week. I'll have a nice little rest this week. Now, let's have a look at this collection. These are beautiful stamp sets, and you can see here, look at the detail. Look at that detail. And the shading, they are absolutely beautiful. So you've got your allium, and petunia, carnation, and campanula. Those are your flowers that are detailed there. I mean, look at the detail on these. And just imagine going in with your paintbrush and really picking out all of that wonderful detail, or pens, you know, and colouring these up. Now, these are by Tilly Griffiths. The usual price should be £15, down to £9.99. You're saving a fiver on the two. I will flip them round so you can see as well how big they are, because sometimes you don't get an idea, do you, in real life. But I mean, that's a big, big stamp there, isn't it? Fabulous. So 168618 is your item number, and of course you get both of those as well. So fabulous. I'd get on that website if I were you. Nice floral. Now, we've also got lots more on the website, like some craft card for you if you want to get hold of that. Great for sort of making the faux leather effect. Really, you know, I think that sometimes craft card can be sort of taken for granted, and I think it's a really good thing to have in your arsenal. Now, we're looking at here 250 sheets, 250 GSM per sheet there. It should be nearly £50, down to £14.95. That is fantastic value for 250 sheets. 409511, your item number if you would like to get hold of that card. Now, in front of us here, we've got these dots on a roll. Now, these are fantastic. Can you imagine how long these are going to last you when you think about the dots, how many there are on each one, and the fact that you're just going to use a dot at a time? Now, these are great because instead of using a long strip, you might sometimes just have very small embellishments. You might just want to literally dot the corners and stick those down on something, but these are fabulous. Now, they are all different, so you've got small dots, you've got super small dots, you've got glue strips there. So you have got the strips if you want them as well. You've got your craft dots there. So, you know, they're all different types, but a really good collection that basically, if you want to do some gluing with some dots, you have got every type here that you possibly need. And that is 8 packs there on a roll as well. So nice and easy to just use and be able to get those dots onto your page. 470475, your item number. Again, all of those for under a tenner, £9.99. Do you know as well, I do think on shows like this, if you've got crafty friends or you've got crafty groups, great time to buy, because if you get savings like that for under a tenner, if you're doing Christmas stockings later on, you could be popping these things in your friends' Christmas stockings and things like that. So, or maybe birthday presents or whatever. So if you have got crafty friends, and if you are part of a crafty group, this is when you need to make those savings. So under a tenner to get all of those glue dots. We've got more for you as well on the website, hochanda.com. For example, look at this item. I've got some lovely stamps for you. And if you would like to get the Craft 2 stamps, they are festive. As I've just mentioned the C word, Christmas. They are $9.99 instead of $19.99. They are half the price. You are saving yourself £10 if you would like to get hold of those particular stamp sets there. Good time to buy. Good time to buy indeed. We have got 45 minutes left on this show, and then, in fact, less than that, because we leave at 5 to, don't we? But you've got 45 minutes left of buying, and then the prices are going to go back up. There are queues on the phone, though. Yeah, people are really liking what we've seen so far, so thank you very much for shopping, each and every one of you. They're happy, they're getting the happy hour deals. By the way, if you have not got a web, if you can't get onto the interweb, and you've seen something on the show, if you just ring our advisors and say, there was a bundle, it had red tape and it had things, or I'm sure there was like a glue dot, they will go through everything with you. So they'll say, yeah, the glue dots, you get this, this, and this, and this, and this is the price, do you want it? So you don't have to worry too much. If you've just seen something, just give us a call and explain what it was, and we'll sort the rest out for you. Now, let's have a look at these fantastic dies. These are from Spellbinders. We know that Spellbinders were one of the original die making companies. And you get great quality with Spellbinders, but you also get a lot of versatility and flexibility in what you can do with these. Now, these are interesting because if you're looking at the diagrams there, you can see that you actually make things out of them. So, like, for example, this is your spiral blossom, but what you do is that you cut that, and then you can roll it up and make it into a flower. And I'm just going to have a look actually at the... because sometimes they have inspiration on these and they can show you what they do. I know that one does do that because I've worked with it before. No, it doesn't. It doesn't show you what you can do, which is a shame. But you do. They're quite self-explanatory. You just literally roll on that one and make a lovely flower. This one, I'll just flick that around so you can see the size of that one. So this is your rather large circular die. Now you can see, look at all the detail in there. So you're getting 8 dies in total, but look at that detail. Every single one of those is different, and that's what makes your circle shapes interesting. So you could just use one of those and it would be interesting by itself, or use them all together combined. And then if we go on to our next one, I will switch this one around for you as well, like that. And you can see once again, sizable die, but intricate and different pieces. So once again, it's the detail and it's the versatility of what you can do with it. So 3 beautiful results. If I just show you the back of this packaging, if I go to what's the front of the packaging now, I've turned it around there, and you have a look what it's saying there, it's giving you those different results. So you can cut, you can emboss, and you can stencil there with that one. So I think that is a really good collection. You've got your sort of essential shapes there with your circles. You've got a lovely little flower, and then you've got one that will do the cutting, embossing, and the stenciling. So that's great. Now, look at the price. 37 pence a die it's coming out at, which is crazy. Sorry, 77 pence? What? Yeah. You are saving yourself £55. Yes, it should be nearly £66 for all of those, down to under a tenner today. £9.96 again. Great stocking fillers. But for yourself, just great to have on hand and play. 20% of the stock has gone, so obviously you're appreciating these. 890614, your item number. You've got 41 minutes left to get these prices, and then they will disappear, but definitely worth thinking about that one. Now, this one, this is your permanent foam tape. I have to say, this is the biggest roll of foam tape I've ever seen in my life. I don't know why I just put my hand through there. I just felt like doing it. But it's actually 40 metres of this. That's amazing. It's 3 millimetres thick and 1 centimetre wide, as you can see there. But how fabulous to be able to have it on a roll like that and just use whatever you want to use. That's brilliant. And what's brilliant is the price, because it's under a tenner. So £9.99 instead of £18.50. That is 893518, your item number, if you would like to get hold of that big roll of tape there. And of course you can cut them to whatever length you need. So if you just need to have, you know, a little tiny square foam pad, or maybe the tiniest slither, so you don't want to waste a foam pad, well, you can just cut off, you know, a tiny little bit if you want to. But if you need a foam pad that's that size, and you've only got foam pads that size, instead of using 3 of your foam pads, just use 1 bit. So it's actually really brilliant value as well. So 893518, your item number, £9.99 if you would like to get hold of that roll of foam tape there. We've got some brilliant bargains on the show, absolutely brilliant, and so many people are going for them. Now, let's have John now. He's next door, don't you know? He's always next door, John. He never comes through the door. He's always next door. John next door. Now, we're already at 60% of the stock gone here. And what you are getting here is your large and small scallop card base there, 2 dies in total. So it's self-explanatory. You run them through the machine and you get a card shape straight away, which is fantastic. So you are getting your scalloped edged, but in smaller and the bigger size there. Now that is £9.99 instead of £21.99 if you would like to get hold of those there. 842-503, but we're over 80% of those gone. So a lot of people are thinking, yes, shaped cards for under a tenner, definitely having those from our John next door. Oh, they've gone. They are technically sold out now, which means that every single one of those is allocated. So if we have any bounce back, we will let you know. They may come back onto the website, but at the moment, every single one of those has gone. Fabulous. Well, what else is busy on our website? All sorts of things. It's hochanda.com, by the way. I tell you what is busy. Pink frog. You are loving the pink frog things on this show, and also the 7-day savers. And these are your holographic A4 cards sheets there, 80 sheets in total. And I'm going to show you these actually in a second because they're too good to be missed. So let's just have a look at these. So holographic, we all know what holographic does, but this is brilliant because it's kind of like a 3D effect. It's like there's a shape within the card. It's really quite clever, and I love the vibrancy of the colours because you've got that red, you've got that fabulous blue. Look at that. Whoa! And that's where you can see that holographic really coming through. You've got the spirals there. Fantastic in that purples and blues. Look at that! That is just clever. And imagine if you were to make a gift box out of these or something like that. But, you know, these are great fun to play with. Now, holographic and, you know, these kinds of sheets can be really expensive. They should be. There's £52 worth here with 80 sheets in total. And you can see why, because the imagery is really fantastic and you're getting that great effect there. But here today, $14.99. It's not just the holographic, though, because you also get your mirror as well. Let's have a look. So you've got your mirror card. I mean, that's a fabulous shine. You know, I think Pink Frog are one of the best companies that I've seen actually in terms of their cards and the quality of their card. They really know what they're doing, and that is a fantastic mirror board. And then you have got your sort of matte gold here, and also a matte silver as well. It's like a brush steel, that's the word I was using for, because I was going to say gunmetal grey, but that's wrong. No, brush steel is what is correct. Thank you, lovely producer Kim. So there you are. You have got you've got the gold and the silver there. So that is $14.99 if you would like to get hold of all of that there. 004529, your item number. Fabulous. That's that. And then Vintage Chic from Catherine. So this is a lovely collection here. 200 GSM, 30 sheets in total. You get 12 sheets in each of the packs, so you can see the different designs as we're going through. This is also another one of the 7-day savers. What is a 7-day saver, I hear you say? Well, a 7-day saver is basically something that's on offer for 7 days. They always start on Sundays. So this deal, these sheets will go back up to $19.99 on Sunday. So you need to get shopping, £9.99. And of course, it's not always the day, sometimes it's the stock, because if this stock sells out before Sunday, that'll be the end of the 7-day saver. It'll have been a 3-day saver. So there you are. If you'd like to get hold of those vintage sheets, it is 186723, your item number, a tenner. Now remember that if you're a part of our Freedom Club, you get special prices like these all the way through the month. You also get free postage and packaging. Here is more.
Hello everyone, I've got a minute or two to tell you why you should all be members of Hochanda Freedom. Did you know that with Hochanda Freedom you could be saving on your deliveries every single month? For just a £6.97 monthly fee, you'll benefit from unlimited standard delivery, which means the more you spend with us, the more you save. And do you know the best bit? You can cancel at any time. Becoming a member of Hochanda Freedom, you'll also be able to take advantage of our exclusive Freedom members discounts, where you can save anything up to 20% on an already fantastic Hochanda price. Freedom members will also receive our exclusive members badge and Freedom newsletter, which will keep you updated with all the goings on behind the scenes. Look at all these benefits for £6.97 per month. Over 12,000 of you are already members, and we thank you so much for being part of our family and sharing your crafting passion with us. In fact, I'm going to hand over to you to tell everyone else about your experience with Hochanda Freedom.
I'm a Freedom member, which means I can shop a lot. It's the discounts and all the special offers you get. I get special offers, I get special discounts. They tell me when everything's happening. So if there's a special show I want to watch, then it's there. I'm able to just shop when I'd like. It's just good to have.
Yes, you do save. If you buy like I do, you save.
You see, you could be a member instantly for £6.97 per month with no monthly obligation. So when you want to cancel, you can. Just give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 888 So, don't forget you get your unlimited standard delivery, exclusive Freedom discounts, members badge and members newsletter. What are you waiting for? Join Hochanda Freedom today and become a member of the growing Hochanda family.
Well, hello, we're back again after that short interlude there. We are now halfway through our happy hour deal show. Now, there's a clue there in the title. It's a happy hour show, which means that at the end of the hour, the prices literally go back up. And you can lose some absolutely gigantic savings. We are having a very busy morning. It's one of those things sometimes when you tune in and you just go, wow, how lucky was I to tune in, because this should be our one-day special show, but that's sold out. So we've popped in a happy hour for you, and that means that you get some bargains that you weren't expecting, we weren't expecting to bring to you, but everybody is happy. It's a win-win situation. Now, two of the most popular items on our show is our first item and our red liner tape, which I'll come to in a second. But this is your masculine collection. A lot of you have loved this, so much so that 60% of the stock has gone in 28 minutes, which means that by the end of the hour, this could have sold out. And then you will be missing a £22 saving, because this is a fabulous collection of goodies. Now, as we were saying, that a lot of people struggle with the kind of masculine or teenage cards. So this is just a great collection to have. Now, as well as your decoupage and everything, which we'll go through in a second, you are getting your stamps in here as well. And what I will do is show you both sides so you can see exactly what you are getting. But that is your phones. Remember those phones? Yes, I do. Like I say, I remember writing text on those. It used to take hours, not like nowadays. But that's the phone. And then if I show you what it looks like when it's stamped out, it's like that. So if you are doing kind of fun cards, teenage cards, masculine cards, you could write a little message in there, couldn't you? You know, with a pen, or you could use, you know, little stamps if you've got them, but you could write a little text in there for your loved ones. That's quite cute. So that is there. You also get your ties. As we were saying, that's about the size of a school tie these days. They all wear them short, don't they? But that's what it looks like. So great for a card. I would literally, for that one, I would just put 3 or 4 or 5 stamps in a row, and then I would colour the stamps in different colours, and then I'd just put happy birthday over the top, or happy Father's Day. You You don't need to do a lot else, do you? So for a masculine card, that is fantastic. Or anybody who might be a clown, which may be a rarer occurrence. Clowns wear ties, wear little ties, don't they? And then you have got your set here. So you've got, sorry, I watched Modern Family last night and he's a clown in that. Anyway, you've got your shirt, you've got your ties, you've got your boots, and you've got your belt there. So a whole collection there for the male outfit. And I'll just show you the stamp so you can see the size of it. So there you are. That's what your stamps look like. There, we may as well stay down here because we've got all sorts of little embellishments here. So you've got all sorts of tags there, blood, sweat and tears. You've got whiners are, whiners. Winners are grinners. I thought it was saying whiners are, I thought, what? Train hard, kick butt. You've got best on ground today because, so you can write things in there. So proud. Yep, you've got extra special. Great for your little journal pieces as well. Bigger, better, faster, stronger. That sounds like some political statement. Is it a Kanye West song? I don't know. Then you've got believe, achieve. You've got your lovely trophies there. So if you know someone who is winning something, you want to say congratulations to them. They've got their trophies there. First place, of course. Brilliant. So sport, achievement. You've got your stopwatches there. Fourth place. We're celebrating fourth place. I tell you what, I wouldn't want to be reminded I've just won fourth place in something. Tell you. Let me just tell you my school run story. Every year at primary school, we would enter the mum's race. And for the dad's race, you know what men are like? Men are like, it's like 150 of them, all in there, not worried who sees them, and they all run like lunatics, and somebody always hurt themselves. Women, no, 6 of us, the same 6 every year. And unfortunately, I was always one of the oldest mums in the school, because everybody else had their kids when they were 20. So I didn't stand much of a chance, but also if I'd been doing a marathon, I might have lasted a bit longer, I might have done well. But sprinting is not my thing. And I always just come last, every time. Last, every time. Of 6th place. I think the last year, actually, I think we did it for 5 years, and the last year, I think I came 2nd to last. That was an achievement for me. I was happy. I was like, yes, I've not come last. It's like I'd won. I've not come last. My daughter was proud of me, though. She was proud. I just showed her that you can't always win in life. It's the taking part that counts. Right, let's have a look now at the sheets that you are getting. So you get 2 of each of these designs, and these are great because you get all sorts of hobbies here. So they're called Kimsies, not Whimsies, Kimsies. Why are they called Kimsies Whimsies? I don't know. Our producer is called Kim. We're a bit surprised by this. I thought she was making it up. They're Kimsies. Kimsy, come on, Kimsy. I'm going to start calling you Kimsy from now on. Kimsy. Right, so we've got musical, 2 of each, 10 designs. So you've got all sorts of different people covered here. You've got your motor racing there. You've got your you've got your tools. It's all going a bit wrong. Just put that there. Yeah, all gone Pete Tong. Talking about Pete Tong. Music. And then you have got your workwear there, which is fab. So, I mean, you know, great that they are all covered, the chaps, isn't it? And teenagers or whatever. Got gardening sort of there as well for you. Yeah, are these... No, I thought for a second they were stickers because of the paper, but it's decoupage papers. And then we've got more here as well. You've got footballs and sports. Yeah. Golf bags. Golf mitts, maybe. No, that is a boxing glove. That is a boxing glove there. Yeah. They're not golf mitts, they are boxing gloves. Right. Then we've got your sentiment toppers. I know we've got a Mother's Day in there, but they're on black and you get them in cream, and you've got lots of male ones in there. So you've got It's a Boy, well done, get well soon, happy birthday, thank you. You've got Happy Father's Day in there, just for you, with love, etc. So, I mean, if you're just starting out, I think this is a great way to start because you've got toppers, die cuts, sentiments, stamps, and some little extra bits and pieces to work with as well. So it's a very good kit. Okay, so you've got your... Now, these are pop-outs, as you can see. Oh, Oh, that's a bit behind. Oh, I'm going mad. There is a pop out, isn't there? Is it these toppers? Yes, I knew something popped out. So, we've got the scrum in there, which confused me. You've got your lovely country scenes. And then, if we go through, you've got your albums. We're discussing the vinyl collectors amongst us. And then we've got your gardening items there as well. I like to play in the dirt. Really? So 883747 is your item number. 80% of this kit has now gone, and it is a £22 saving. Will it last the hour? Well, we're now on 12:34. I'm betting not. So if you want to get hold of this, be very quick indeed. 883747, your item number for £12.99. Then we have got your red liner and your tape runners. Limited stock on these. We've been so busy for these this morning. I'm not surprised. It's a brilliant price at £12.99 instead of £23.99. And you know, these are your essentials. This is when you want to stock up. Now, what's great is you are getting 6 of the red liner tapes, and they are assorted widths, as you can see, including a 24mm one, which is fabulous. A nice, big, thick piece of red liner tape there. So for construction and things like that, brilliant. And then here, these aren't just tape runners, because you have got different things in there. So you've got some glue dots, you've got permanent tape, and you've got your strips as well there. So you get 2 of each. So in terms of, you know, being able to affix whatever it is that you want to work with in your different mediums, this is a fantastic collection there of adhesives. So 287350, your item number, should be nearly £24, £12.99. It is 287350, limited stock, and I've been told it's very, 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 very limited, because we're in single figures, which actually, this is how limited it is. 99% has gone. Let's be precise. Let's put it out there. We're in single figures, which means less than 10. And now it's technically sold out. I was waiting for that. Technically sold out, so yes, if any bounce back, we'll let you know. But this is what's happening on this show, so if you want anything, jump ahead now. Go, 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 go. Pink Frog now, you know, they really do offer you some of the best card and paper to work with. I mean, that's what they do. That is their company. They are sourcing fantastic card and paper. So you know that when you work with their card and papers, you are getting a great, great deal. You are today. I tell you something, it's working out about 10p a sheet, which is amazing when you look at the value. I mean, the quality, look at this. Look at the sheen on that. Lovely for 10p a sheet. So now this should be £35, because you are getting the brushed gold, oyster and chocolate. So you're getting all 3 of those. In terms of layering those together, what a perfect combination they are. If that was an outfit, it would be working tonally perfectly. I mean, absolutely lovely, and different thicknesses as well, because you've got your 120 GSM, which of course is your brown paper that you can see there, and then you've got your card, which is 300 GSM. You've got that lovely oyster pearl, which is that one, and then you've got your gold metallic, and I'll just show you the sheen on that one as well. So this is a fantastic deal. Should be £35, near enough, but £9.99. Now, over half of the stock has gone, but imagine all of that coming to you today for under £10. And if you're a Freedom member, you don't pay postage and packaging either, which is fantastic. So 182200 is your item number if you would like to be able to have that. Just talking about the Freedom membership, by the way, if you're not a Freedom member and you think, oh, I could have had free postage, you can join any time you want. And then when you join and you put your order through, you get your deal. So you could do that today as well. Now, by the way, news, the masculine collection, technically sold out. So that's also gone. Wow. So if you want it, make sure you check out your baskets, because if any bounce back, we will let people know and they will grab them. Yes, check out your baskets on that one. Now, these are your lovely stamps. These are absolutely huge stamps, great florals. They are from Be Crafty, your botanicals, and they're designed by Tilly. And if I just turn them around so that you can see the size of them, I mean, look, they're beauties, aren't they? Absolute. What have I done there? Oh, I've turned the plastic around, haven't I? That's it. So you can see just how big they are. Now, you know, I mean, look at this one, that one. Imagine all that if you were washing that and playing with colours and things, because of that shading you've got in there and that detail, it gives you that instant depth, it gives you that instant kind of 3D effect almost. So they are cracking, those flowers. And you know, I think that if you were doing those on a card or a piece of artwork, you wouldn't need to add a lot extra because they make such a great statement themselves. Also, you could make some wonderful backgrounds with them as well, couldn't you? You could, you know, use multiples of them, make a whole meadow of those flowers, particularly, yeah, that one there. If you just put those along, absolutely. They're almost like bluebells, aren't they, a little bit? Yeah, they're lovely. So if you want to get hold of both of those, they are $9.99 for the two. 161618 is your item number for those. We've got craft card on the show as well. That's been popular today. If you want a vintage craft card up or make it look like leather, it's a brilliant thing to have. I do think craft card can be really underrated. I mean, I think matting and layering with a bit of craft card, you know, craft with white looks fantastic. So yeah, don't you know, don't ignore that, or ignore that at your peril, as they say, because it is a great card to use. Now, fantastic with construction as well, because it's 250 GSM, so it would work for that. And today it should be £50 down to $14.95, so another great bargain there. So 409511 is your item number if you'd like to get hold of that fantastic craft card. Now, glue dots. We have every type of glue dot you could possibly imagine here, but that is great because glue dots save you a lot of tape. If you are wanting to... Is there anything in here? No, they're empty. Just the boxes. Oh, the top one's out. Oh, it's behind me. It's behind me. Well, let's have a look at the difference. Just look at the difference of them. So, for example, this one, peelable dots. This is great for your photo album, scrapbooking, collage and memos. Sorry, Jack. So if I just show you how they pop out, I mean, they are. So look, literally come out like that. And then just put them onto your project. You would actually press them down onto your project and then peel away. So you get your dots in there. So that's one of them. And then the other one, now these are raised dots, if you can see there. So these are your 3D dots. So, you know, you're going to be able to give your projects a bit of depth by putting things on them. But I wonder if you could actually put these over a substance and then get a kind of 3D effect as well from whatever it is, the medium underneath. Maybe, I don't know. Like sort of drops, like dew drops and things. Experiment. The thing is that when you get this many for this price, you can experiment, can't you? $9.99 for the lot instead of nearly £24. That is a great bargain. But you've only got 17 minutes now to be able to get hold of this collection. 470475 is your item number if you would like to get hold of all of those for $9.99. So let's just reiterate what you've got. You've got 3D dots, you've got poster dots, you have got scrapbooking dots, you have got your crafting dots in general, you've got your everyday glue strips, which is great, and then you've got your small dots as well, so small embellishments that you need, fantastic, and another small dots as well, so two of those. So that, and your peelable dots, which I just showed you there. So you've got a great collection there. 470475, very busy on this one. I think when things are under attack, you know, I think in these times, I don't know about you, I'm starting to go a little bit, and I think we just need to start treating ourselves a little bit. Well, I certainly do. So things like a tenner, you can just go, do you know what, if I've got a tenner, I'm going to get my essentials. So 470475 is your item number if you'd like to get hold of those. Now, we've also got these for you. I know they are festive stamps, but we know what happens. It always comes round. So why not get things now instead of wait nearer the time when the price goes up? These should be £20 for these stamps. They are £9.99. That's 669800. That is your item number if you would like to be able to get hold of those there. So 669800. By the way, we've had some emails in, which is fantastic because I didn't even ask for them. If you want to email in, I mean, I'm here for the next I was going to say 6 years. Next 2 and a bit hours. The contract is for 16 years with no escape. No, I don't think I've even got a contract. I just hop in. I just come in. Like the Easter Bunny. I just hop in. Hello! Hop out again. Yeah, I'm here for the next 2 and a bit hours. So if you want to email in at all in the 2 and a bit hours, please do. studio@hochanda.com. Show us your crafty makes. Show us what you're doing today. If you're baking, show us some cake. Oh, we're getting to lunchtime, I'll be getting hungry. Easter cake, Easter eggs. Have you eaten them? Are you halfway through them? Have they gone? We'd love to hear from you, so studio@hochanda.com. But we've had some crafty makes from some lovely viewers already today showing us their Christmas cards that they are making. We might dig those out for a bit later. Right, okay, let's have a look at these wonderful dies. Spellbinders, we know that they are one of the first companies to make dies. Now this is a brilliant collection, you know, for a start, because of the saving. Yes, you are saving yourself £55.30. Let's just let that sink in for a second. £55.30. Now that's why we're approaching 70% of the stock gone, because a lot of people are going, what? I'm saving £55 and I'm spending under a tenner. Yes, I will buy those. What's also why people are buying them as well is the variety. If you want to make a flower, all you do is die cut that one, roll it, and then you have got a lovely little blossom flower. Circles are essential for our dies, for our projects rather, and you've got your circle dies here, but look at that detail. It's absolutely fabulous, isn't it? Really amazing. And then you have got this one, and if you see with this one, I'll just show you the back first of all so you can get an idea of how big it is. I mean, that is absolutely huge. And they do come separately. You get 4 dies because one's in the middle, and you've got 2, 3, 4. So you've got 4 dies there, and then as we turn it round you can see the 3 beautiful results. So if I just hold that up, you can see that you can cut with them, you can emboss with them, and you can stencil with them as well. And that's what Spellbinders do so well. They give you variety, flexibility, versatility. So you are getting all of that in there for under a tenner. And another 10% has gone while I've been talking, so over 80% of the stock has gone. Over 80%. We're very busy. Will it be our next sellout? We don't know. 890614, your item number 996, but only for another 13 minutes and 29 seconds, and then that price is going to go up. The tape. This is the biggest foam tape roll I've ever seen in my life, but it's very handy because you just peel off whatever you want. What is fantastic is if you want the tiniest little sliver to for a little tiny embellishment, then you can take off a little tiny sliver. But if you want something that is that length, then you can. You might only have foam pads that are that length, and that means that you're using 3, 4, 5 of them to try and get the length that you want. So this is actually great value as well for your crafting projects. So it's foam on a roll, £9.99 for that one instead of nearly £20. Again, another great saving, but only for 12 minutes and 42 seconds. 893518 is your item number. Now, our Catherine, of course, her A4 card collection here. It's Vintage Chic, it's called. And these are absolutely lovely, lovely images. Probably, if I put it that way, actually, on that one. So you can see you've got the musical annotations down the side. You've got your record player. It wouldn't have been a record player, though. What was it called? Thingygram. Something phone. Yes. Oh, what's it called? What was it called? Gramophone. That was it. Yes. So your gramophone there. So here, obviously, you could just go with your image down the middle, but you could just, you know, cut and just use elements of this if you wanted to. So it's totally up to you. But some lovely vintage collections here. 36 sheets in total. So you are getting 4 of each of your sheets. You can see that lovely bird there. Beautiful. And then go on to the next collection. So once again, you've got your gorgeous type down the bottom and flowers. You've got butterflies. You've got that lovely graduation and shading. By the way, it's all 200 GSM and you get 36 sheets. This is lovely. It's like a sort of flock wallpaper, it really just makes you feel that there is texture there because of the way that it has been drawn. But if you were using these with colour washes, they'd be gorgeous. I think that is beautiful. I mean, I think you could fold that and make a sort of card out of it, or make an insert out of it, but it's a beautiful hydrangea. But I love the coloration there and that kind of, you know, curve as well on there. It's fabulous. Okay, and then we have got more script and flowers. Always works together, script and florals. Absolutely beautiful. Then you've got your, this is, you know, a beautiful sort of ditzy print flower, isn't it? Which is absolutely lovely. And then once again, those floral borders there, which are fantastic. Again, following through with the florals, and then look at that. I mean, for me, it's that kind of violet and greens that are working together so well. But very, very pretty indeed. And your last page there. So 186723, your item number, if you'd like to get that collection, again, under a tenner. So £9.99 for that card collection. Great. And then we have got our pink frog 7-day saver. Now this is holographic card, which can be really quite expensive. Now there's holographic and then there's holographic, and I really think the pink frog, you know, they know their cards, they know their paper, they know what they're doing. That is their business. That's all they do, and they are searching for it. Look at the colours that you see in here, that 3D effect. It's almost like those are swirls of waves moving. I mean, it's quite incredible. So you've got different colours, you've got different patterns. I mean, that's like some kind of fairground thing, isn't it, when you walk through with the mirrors like that. And then you've got your flowers there, and then this is great. Look at that. So you could make a box out of that, you could make a bag out of that. You've got your spirals in there. Fabulous. So you have got all of that wonderful, wonderful mirror card. Now, not only that, not only do you get your holographic card, sorry, I just said mirror card, I meant holographic. You are also getting your brushed metal. It's like a sort of, yeah, beautiful brushed metal cardstock as well. You've got a gold as well, a brushed gold. And then look at this mirror board. Hang on. Look at that. Now that is a serious bit of mirror board action there. Now you're getting 80 sheets in total. Again, brilliant pricing for all of that, and you can believe it because it can be very expensive. Should be £52, but today £14.99. 004529 is your item number, and that is a lot for your pennies there. Okay guys, listen, you've got 8 minutes and 25 seconds left on this show to get your bargains. You must go to the website hochanda.com. You must pick up the phone and give us a call. If you want to get the prices, you have to order by the next 8 minutes and 13 seconds. And of course, we're bringing you great prices, we're bringing you extra flexi payments, we're bringing you wonderful pricing. It's all part of our extra event.
The extra flexi event. Join us from 6 p.m. Thursday the 9th of April to 6 p.m. Tuesday the 14th of April, as we'll be offering you an extra special treat to help ease the cost of your Easter purchases. All of your crafting favourites will be here with us, celebrating the Easter break by demonstrating and showcasing their latest products. So, not only will we reduce the Flexi Basket value from £60 to £30, but you will also be given the opportunity to spread the cost of your purchase over 3 exciting Flexi Buy payments instead of 2. So get cracking and take advantage of our Easter Extra Flexi event from the 9th of April at 6 p.m.
Yes, what a fantastic event. And I tell you something, what a brilliant show this has been. It's nearly over. You've still got 7 minutes to do some shopping, but this show is over in a couple of minutes now. And we've brought you some great bargains. You may see that my counter is a little bit emptier because we've had several sellouts on the show today because the prices are just too good, and you all know a bargain when you see it. And so thank you very much for shopping with us today, and well done for grabbing those bargains. This has been very popular. This could be the next sellout. It is wonderful paper and card again from Pink Frog. As I say, they know their stuff. This is your brown. It is paper because it's 120 GSM. I mean, when they call it chocolate, I mean, look at that. You want to eat that, don't you? That is the most amazing milk chocolate. That's if you've not had enough chocolate already, of course, but that's fantastic. And then it's combined with this wonderful gold, which has got this very subtle sheen, but when you put that together, what a lovely tonal combination. So if you were matting and layering, I think underneath those would look absolutely amazing, wouldn't they, together? And then how about throwing in some of this wonderful pearl? Look, oh, amazing. And I'll show you the sheen on that so you can just see. Beautiful. So 182-200 is your item number if you would like to get hold of all of that. Now, that is going to be $9.99 as a price, but only for another 6 minutes. It's instead of £35 there. So 182-200 is your item number if you would like to get hold of that. Right, we're going to disappear. You've got a few minutes until the next show, which is going to be a lovely show, actually. We've got some great stamp sets for you, once again at great prices. But in this time now, you've still got 5 minutes. Don't panic. Pick up the phone, give us a call, or go onto the website. I will tell you those Spellbinders buys are now limited stock. This is busy. Those glue dots as well. And there's a lot of things left on this show that are under a tenner. So if you've got £10 and you want some essentials or some treats like those Spellbinders dies, hop onto the website, hochanda.com, or pick up the phone and give us a call. And then somebody will take your call and you'll get a bargain. See you in a minute. Okay, so coming up now, as I just mentioned, it's Studio Light. We've got some cracking things for you on that show, and then Jewellery Designs, and then it'll be up to Mixed Media with Alison. That's later on.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now and a designer for just over 10 years. Sentimentally Yours is my multi-award winning brand of clear stamps, rubber stamps. I've now also introduced lots of craft dies in there, designer papers. I have my mediums where we've introduced the Flawless Media brand into the Sentimentally Yours family. So on our Hochanda shows we aim to inspire you, to be educational and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. The Sentimentally Yours family has grown to include my good friend Julia Watts and our new designer Trudy Howard. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration. Be sure to join us for our Sentimentally Yours shows on Hochanda.
Hello everyone, I've got a minute or two to tell you why you should all be members of Hochanda Freedom. Did you know that with Hochanda Freedom you could be saving on your deliveries every month? For just a £6.97 monthly fee, you will benefit from unlimited standard delivery, which means the more you spend with us, the more you save. And you know the best bit, you can cancel any time. Becoming a member of Hochanda Freedom, you will also be able to take advantage of our exclusive Freedom member discounts, where you can save anything up to 20% on an already fantastic Hochanda price. Freedom members will also receive our exclusive members badge and Freedom newsletter, which will keep you updated with all the goings on behind the scenes. Just look at all these benefits for £6.97 per month. Over 10,000 of you are already members, and we thank you so much for being a part of our family and sharing your crafting passion with us. In fact, I'm now going to hand over to you to tell everyone else about your experience with Hochanda Freedom.
It's lovely because you have the special offers, don't you, that give you a nice discount off, sometimes up to 20%.
I don't have to worry about the postage. I can spend a £5 on something that I've seen as and when I've seen it, or I can spend 20 or 30 or £50, it doesn't matter.
I get special offers, I get special discounts, they tell me when everything's happening, so if there's a special show I want to watch, then it's there.
Yes, you do save. If you buy like I do, you save.
You see? You could be a member instantly for £6.97 per month with no ongoing monthly obligation. So when you want to cancel, you can. Just give us a call or go to our website quoting the item number 88888. So don't forget, you get your unlimited standard delivery, exclusive Freedom discounts, members badge and a members newsletter. What are you waiting for? Join Hochanda Freedom today and become a member of the growing Hochanda family.
Hi, I'm Katrina from Rovendine. We're a small family business that design embroidery kits. Embroidery has always been my passion, and I'd love to show you how to do some of the stitches and some of the kits. We're based in Derbyshire, and I'm really inspired by the landscape and flora of Derbyshire, and I think other people will be too. Our kits are really easy, and I hope they inspire you to have a go at stitching. Since we've been on Hochanda, we've had a great time. Everybody's been really friendly and really good. We've met loads of people all around the country who watch Hochanda and find it really inspiring. Don't forget to join me on my Rovendine shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Rob from Add Some Sparkle. My wife Jackie and I have been running Add Some Sparkle since 2010 as a small family business. We're both very passionate about papercraft in general, and Jackie's particularly passionate with paper embroidery, which is one of the main things we focus on now. So make sure you don't miss our Add Some Sparkle shows on Hochanda.
Well, hello, how are you? How are you coping today with this lovely Monday we've got out there? Mind you, saying lovely, the weather has sort of dropped a bit, hasn't it? It was so weird yesterday because I went out cycling in shorts and a t-shirt and it was like Barbados, and then by 7 o'clock it was midwinter. It was very odd. Anyway, tomorrow apparently the sun is going to start shining on us again. Great day to do your shopping today though. Stay indoors, do some shopping, get your crafty bits, and then start crafting when they come in the next few days. Let's have a look at what is on this show for you. We are talking about some essentials for you, and our lovely Lou Withers is going to be doing some demonstrations for us in this show. She's going to be showing you lots of really good basic techniques and how you could use some of these things. Now, the pricing is so good today on these items that people are already shopping on the website, which of course is hochanda.com. But we're looking at stamps and die sets here. The two things combined so that you can stamp and then you can die cut, and you can create lovely little images here. So we are talking about these two sets which are coordinating, called Just For You and Let It Grow. So you've got your sentiments in there: happy, just for you, sorry, thank you. Lovely lace borders, gorgeous florals as you can see, even the odd little love heart in there as well. I really like that that sort of wreath effect there as well at the bottom there with those little florals coming out from there. And the little sort of, you could make those almost into like a sort of lily pad, couldn't you, those little flowers at the bottom? They look like they should be floating on a pond or something, but some really nice sentiments and shapes there. Now that is £12.99 instead of £17.99, and you get the two together. So 225801 is your item number if you'd like to get hold of those. By the way, everything in this show is coming out to you on the 20th of April, so next week, not too long to wait, just a week before everything sets off for you. So 225801 is your item number. Let's move on to our next collection. Now, this is Flower, Bloom and Swallow, and you have got a lovely collection here combined with the two together, and you can see there how they are coordinating again. So you have got your lovely sort of swirls there. You've got triangles there, you've got flowers there, as you can see, but really nice. I mean, that you could easily sort of wrap a sentiment around there, go underneath, believe in your garden. If you would like to, if you like your garden that much. And you've got all sorts of little flowers on there, and that triangle as well. So you've got, and the swallow. There's a beautiful swallow. Looks like it's taking flight. So 437859 is your item number if you'd like to get hold of those two together. £12.99 instead of £17.99. Fabulous. Let's move on to our next collection now. And this is Farm Animals and Sea Life. Now, this is so cute. Oh, look at those little animals. So let's have a look. We've got the octopus in there. We've got that lovely, what's the official name of him? Beluga whale, beluga whale. It's a white one, isn't it? You know, in Nero, no, what is it? Not Nemo. What's the second? What's the second film? Saving Nero and Finding Dory. I think it was Finding Dory, wasn't it? That they had the. Oh no, it was like the first one when they go into the. Yeah, they end up in the. Yeah, and there's a beluga whale, and he's really cute. Yeah. Anyway. Random information just reminded me of that was in my head anyway, but you've got him. That's how I know it was white, because I'm thinking of that character and that shape. And then you've got your little octopus, you've got your fish, looks like he's wearing sunglasses on his head, but I'm sure he's not. And then you have got little pigs, you've got your cow in there, and little goat, and you've got your rooster, it looks like, as well, and your breakdancing sheep. Look at him go, he's showing off, bit of popping and locking. And that cow, by the way, that's the closest I'll ever come to a cow, because I have a phobia of cows. Yeah. I do. My husband and I used to do circular walks. We're in London, we'd do big circuits, so we'd get a train somewhere or a car somewhere, we'd drive, and then we would do like a 12-mile walk with a pub in the middle, always with a pub in the middle. And when we would come to a field with cows, I would say to him, no, we'd have to do an extra 3-mile detour to walk round the field. I won't go across it. Do you know how dangerous cows can be? Do you know how dangerous they can be? I don't care, it's very rare. It's probably going to happen to me. Because, you know, if they can set upon you, they can. They're loving the cows in my ear. They're going, what's wrong with cows? Probably, I think if you've got a dog, it's probably worse, isn't it? I think they sort of a bit affected by the dogs, or maybe they've got youngsters with them or something they might. But I tell you, they frighten me. And my husband was like, they're so lovely, got long eyelashes, look at them. I'm like, they're just waiting for me. They're going, come on in, Rachel. So no, we say no. If it was, I mean, if I'm in a zoo and I see one or something, I'm not, you know, a farm zoo. In a farm zoo, you know, there's little farm parks. I can stand next to one. It's not like I think it's going to bolt over the gate. But it's just walking through a field. No. Computer says no. Right, let's have a look. So if you want to get hold of those, 519944 is your item number. We get a what, dear? 11 stamps in total. £12.99 if you would like to get hold of that collection there, 519944. Right, much excitement for the next one, because we've got summertime florals and we've also got pets as well. Oh, okay, let's have a look at these two then. So you can see your summertime florals, and then next to it you've got your lovely little dogs. You've got a cat on there. You've got Woof, obviously, the little dog bowl and the bone and the paw prints. They are very sweet, actually. Ah, and look, meow, meow. And then you have got your lovely florals, as you can see, which are very nice, good size. And there's a simplicity to those florals, isn't there? I know we've done a lot of floral stamps this morning that have had all the kind of depth of colouring and shade and been very sort of realistic. There's a nice simplicity. They're almost like a sort of simple pen drawing, and then you go in and you do your colouring with them. So 722099 is your item number. They should be £17.99. They're down to £12.99 today if you would like to get hold of those. And then we have got a journal. An art journal. My husband bought me an art journal for Easter. I said, don't get me chocolate, thinking he wouldn't get me anything, and he bought me a journal instead, which is great because I've always got loads of little ideas, and so I write them down. But this one, of course, is your art journal, so it's a really nice card. Now, this is 300 GSM, and I reckon you could watercolour on here. It feels like a watercolour card. Yeah, I think you could. So you could use pens and you could use papers. Also in here, you have got your little zip top bag as well. So if you want to put any of your pens and things to take out with you, or if you're using that for stamps or dies, you can protect everything in there. Maybe you've got a little watercolour set with a little paintbrush. You could pop that in there and then take this out and about and just do some doodling and sketching and watercolouring. But really nice. And of course the cover as well, lovely sort of pink. I don't think it's a leather. It's probably a faux leather, but I think that is a really lovely little gift actually for anybody. So a nice little journal. 065448 your item number. That is £14.99 instead of £19 £2.99. Glorious. Well, all you've got to do now is decide what you want. Remember, it's our extra event, and that means that if you're spending £30 instead of 60, 30 and above, you get FlexiPay and you get an extra FlexiPay. So if you spend £30 today, for example, it's only £10 today that you have to pay. Now, that's going on until tomorrow night as part of our Easter event. But back to this show. We've shown you some of the things. How do you use them? You need a really brilliant artist to come on board, a really talented lady, a real creator, and she happens to be called Lou Withers.
Hi, hope everybody's okay out there. Just want to show you that Studio Light bring a series of products called Essentials, and these are all stamp and die sets. So what are stamp and, well, they're exactly that. You get the stamp and the die that fit together, but it's a really beautiful sort of idea of compact. They're not huge, but you don't want them to be, and you can make, without being rude, a 5-minute card. So I was looking at these and thought there's so much more to them than this, and I was in particular looking at this, but all those techniques that we know we could put on this. So what you get on each one is the dies that fit the stamps, and then you get sentiments. Some you don't get sentiments in. The one I'm using today doesn't have a sentiment. So what we've got on the word, I've got the bird and I've got the flowers. So I'm going to choose that one. So the first thing I've done is I've got a piece of white card. This is pink frog card because I really love this. And I've got one of the stencils from the One Day Special. Now looking at this, I need it to be quite dainty and sort of pretty. So you've got an option. Now we could use this one or maybe even this one. I quite like this lacy one. I think it's got a really lovely feel. So what I've done is decided that I'm going to use this, and I've got an aperture in it. So turn my car over, like magic, there's one. So I've made an aperture in there. You don't have to. You can just draw around anything and cut it out. And I'm going to keep that in there because what I'm going to do is use this as a mask and a stencil. So I'm just going to place that there. And I'm just going to get something like peacock feathers, which is going, it's got to be one of my favourites. And I'm going to get my distress pad, just a tiny bit. And I mean a tiny bit. You can add, you can't take it away. So I always try, because these are strong colours. And remember, we've got this aperture here. So let's go lightly, very lightly, and just introduce. And remember, you're going to go over the, not all over, you just want a little bit like almost a shadow. And I'm not known for being delicate, as we know that. But I am going to do my usual 3 areas. And then I'll just lift up to see. You can see I still need a little bit more, but I'm quite happy that it's not too much. So a little bit down there, because I'm going to think about putting the bird and the flowers all together. So let's have a look. A bit more there, a bit darker I think. I can go a bit darker. And yeah, I'm happy with that. So tiny bit. So if I take that away and show you, you can see I've got a tiny bit, not a lot, just a small bit, but don't lose that because we're going to be using that in a minute. So if you want to, you can go back in with another, just a tiny little bit more with another one. I think I just want to put a little bit more of a sort of echo around the side of it, just to give it, that's it, a little bit more interest. And you can do this with the stencils because they all work well together. That's it. And you can see. I maybe want to bring a little bit up here just to lengthen and broaden the work out that way. And let's see. Yeah, that's it. So now let's take my circle away. Yes, I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that because we're going to have a bird here and flowers there. So you go that. Now when you've done that, you leave that to one side and you get your card. And then you get your card. You go and get your die cuts. And you die cut all the birds. Now the birds, this is again the pink frog. You die cut all your birds out, or how many you want. And then you get your stamps and you can see how well they just stamp over. So you cut first and then stamp. So this is the part you can go away and do now. I'll go away and finish mine. But if you just want, I'll just show you how easy it is to stamp. So you get that, we've got the black ones there, and I'll just show you how easy it is. I'm using archival ink for this. You can use, you know, your preference. So let's see, this is the middle one, and they're quite easy to line up. quite easy to line up because it's got like a little bump down there, so I know when I do that it's going to fit. So ink up your stamp really well, etch these actually, and just hover over. Sorry, my head's in the way. Stamp, perfect. So I'll do perhaps another one to show you. So you can see you've got a really nice bevel around the edge. Stamp, straight up and done. So you can keep going as many as you want. You've got the others. Do as many as you want, and then we'll come back here in a minute to colour. Right, okay, but the part of this part of the show is going to be about is analogous colours. Analogous colours means that next to each other on a colour wheel. So, you know, if you start here, you go all the way around there. So I've been looking at this. So I thought these blues and greens, analogous colours, will work really well. So I'll just show you how I've done this first. So to do this, it's really quite simple. You can use watercolours, you can use your pens, you can use anything you want. And all I've done here is I've just chosen a spot near where the feathers are underneath, just very gently. It's not watercolour card, but it works quite well, and blend out really simply. And this is just a waiting game with this, because once it's wet, you've got to sort of leave it to dry. You can add colour on top, so you can bring in a little bit of lemon from the opposite end, and because it's analogous, which means near it, you can blend it and you get the lovely greens happening. So really simple to do. So I've done that. Another little tip is if you cut a spare one out, what you can do is use it as a shadow later on if you so desire, and I'll show you what we're going to do. So I'll bring back in at ours. So we've got our circle there, and our lovely little colours are going to be here, but I want to do something in here because I want us ready for a sentiment there. Now I'm not that known for sentiment, so you know, thinking to me, I've done some of the other ones that are really good. So just to show you, all the colours are there, all that's coloured in. But there's this, what we're going to do with this. Well, I'll be honest with you, I really like that shape, but I thought, well, how am I going to do this so I can get this lovely analogous feel there? And I thought, well, I know what I'll do. I'll get my pen, and I'm just going to, bear with me, get my pen, and this is the colour, and this is a koi, and it sort of goes with that. I'll get my what colour wheel. It's analogous, look, it's in that line, and I'm just going to draw a line. Now this is like, oh, what's she doing? What's she doing? It is quite scary. It doesn't matter if you make a mistake, but just be careful. You don't want to go too sort of Pete-tongue. Now it looks absolutely atrocious, but what it has done is given you a dark outline there. Then what you do, look at that, it looks awful. Then what you do is you get your analogous colours again, which already we've got the koi water, the brush down. I'm just going to introduce a tiny bit of colour to the edge and activate the koi marker. It's not a watercolour. Don't go over that line. Don't go over that line at all. That's not what you want. You want it to sort of now to come out. So you don't go outside it. Oh, I have. She said don't do it, and then blooming does it. So I'll just do a bit down here. So you go up to the fibre line that you are. Now bear in mind this is not watercolour paper, so I will get a slightly different reaction. But I actually really like what this does. It sort of pulls the water up and makes it almost 3D. So blend it and blend it and blend it, blend it, and then I'll finish blending in a minute and come back. Right, okay, so I went away, coloured these in as much as I wanted to. I can faff around if I want. So when I drew that line, what I did was I pulled the colour in. So we've got this like almost like a sky watercolour effect. So even though you think it's not watercolour paper, it's worked really, really well. And as you can see, I have glued down all my little critters and animals. But to me, it's missing something. I mean, if that was already in there, I'd just stick that on. But one of the other little sets, they've got this made with love and this little oval. So what I did was I've used the yellow and the orange and just let it blend itself in. I've stamped with peacock feathers and I'm just giving it an edge because the colour creeps up. Because it's damp now, the colour creeps up and you'll get a beautiful array of colours. So don't forget, we're using analogous colours, so colours that all work together. So these colours now, they're not fighting, they're actually on, you know, on the colour wheel next to each other. And I think if I was to just put that there, that's wrong side, sorry, that one. I did it twice to make sure, and then all I would do now is put a few stamps on that, and I would just have it a little bit higher, not a lot, but you could emboss this, you could do all sorts with it. Now these little stamp things are annoying, we all know that. These are the vein of my life. Find them, I got out of the shower and found them in the shower. So I'm just going to put that there. So the weight of the card is like that way, that's good. So the other bit is the analogous colours, that's good. If you look on the colour wheel, they all sit near each other on the colour wheel. So let's get this out again and see the cut there. And then what you can do is you can see how many techniques you can do just using those 3 colours, using this card, and seeing how many different, like I say, versions of this card that you can get. So I hope you enjoyed that. I did.
We certainly did, Lou. We love watching Lou with us. She's so passionate about what she does. I loved that blue that she was doing there. It's interesting. She said it wasn't watercolour card she was working on, so she got a different effect. I think that was, yeah, that was good. Wasn't it interesting to see how it changed? Anyway, let's talk about what's on this show then, because of course we have got the wonderful stamp and coordinating die sets. 1, 2, 3, 4 of those, and a lovely pink journal on the end as well, which has been very busy. If you want to do any shopping, you can shop ahead of us on the website. Of course, it is Hochanda.com. Also as well, I'd always like to say, if you want to phone up, if you haven't got the web usage in your house, and you've seen something and you think, and you can describe it, if you give us a call, our lovely call operators will be able to find out exactly what it is that you're talking about. So if, for example, you said, I saw a set and it had farmyard animals with it, they would be able to bring it up and go, was it this set? And they'll describe it to you, and then you can buy it that way. So don't ever be put off if you can't get on the internet. Right, let's have a look at our first collection here then. So this is our Just For You and Let It Grow collection here, and what I will do is I will turn the packaging round for you in a second, because a little sample on each of them as well. It's like a bit of inspiration for you. But first of all, have a look at the stamps. So you've got your dies there on that side we're looking at with the little love hearts, and you've got those lovely little sentiments as well. So let it grow, I love you, get well soon, made with love. I love that down here, this wreath effect with these lovely florals, and that's quite unusual because normally a lot of wreaths are round with lots of circular flowers on them, but I think that is actually a really interesting shape and quite different. I was saying these as well, they look like they could be sort of on the top of a pond or something, a bit like a lily pad, don't they, with the way that they're sort of sitting up like that. But there's actually 16 stamps in this collection, so very good value. Over onto our dies, and as you can see, that's almost like a sort of mandala flower there at the bottom, isn't it? That's a lot of detail in there. Then you've got those sentiments, just for you, and I'm sorry, thank you, enjoy, happy. Your gorgeous lace border there as well, which of course you could just keep going around the edge of a card and creating a border with that. Let me turn these round so that you can have an idea of what you can be making, because there is some inspiration on the back there, as you can see. So that lovely sort of mandala border there, and the dies, and then you can see how they would coordinate together, those little flowers I was talking about, and that heart shape there, as you can see, that is attached to your circular or your oval sort of die topper there. Not die, your oval topper that then you can put your sentiments into the middle, and the same with that wreath as well. So that is 225801 as an item number, and that is £12.99 instead of £17.99 today. So if you'd like to get hold of those, hop on the website right now. Of course, it is Hochanda.com. On to the next two. And this is your flower, bloom and swallow, and 437859. Of course, these were featured in the demonstration that you just watched there with Lou. There is another demonstration coming up in a few minutes time with Lou, so hold on for that one. But here you can see that lovely curved kind of floral element there, that lovely swirl, and I love it how this curved sentiment as well works with it, doesn't it? There it is, look. So that's working along that sort of curve there, which is clever. But you've got all your little floral embellishments that would work with it as well. And then on this side, you have got those triangles, which make for very interesting shapes. And you have got your bird. That's the bird at the top there, just taking off there, just heading off mid-flight there. And your gorgeous florals. I will turn these around for you again so that you can see the inspiration on the back of the packaging there. I know Lou's inspired us as well, but there you are. You can have a look at those pictures there. So that's the kind of thing that you could be making if you want to put the elements together. And you know, if you are starting out, you don't know what to do, it's great to get the inspiration actually, because sometimes you can look at these and go, well, how would I? But it's really fantastic to have that bit of inspiration there. So 437859 is your item number, £12.99 instead of £17.99 on those. I'm just looking at these stamps actually, they feel nice. Sorry, just distracted there for a moment. Right, let's move on to our next two. Now, these are your farm animals and your sea life. I'm not looking at the cow. I'm not looking at the cow. See, he looks friendly. If I saw him in a field, maybe I'd walk through it. But you can see there you've got your goat, you've got your lovely, very happy little piggy, you've got your rooster, you've got your breakdancing sheep, and your lovely little cow there. Then you've got your sea life. So you've got your beluga whale, you've got your fish, and your sea lion, and your octopus there. And then you've got a jellyfish there as well. And also you've got some dies on both of these, as you can see. So you can cut out your imagery. So your beluga whale can now become a 3D item if you want to put that onto a seascape. I'm thinking actually with those sea life creatures, what you could do is stamp them, cut them all out. And then you could do a little bit of perspex with a blue background, and then you could put your things in there, and then you could do another layer in front of that and put in a liquid. So then you would have a sort of a sea shaker card with your sea life behind. Get me feeling all inspired. So if only we had all the stuff, I could do it right now. Leonie's desk's over there. Let's not do it. I'd have to plan it for at least 3 days before I attempted that demonstration. Right, so if you would like to get hold of these two together, then it is 519944, £12.99 instead of £17.99. Perfect. Let's move on to our next stamp. Oh, actually, before we do, I was just going to show you the packaging here, if that's all right. Yeah, the inspiration. Because I know that I've inspired you hugely, right? But you can see some pictures. There we are. That's why they forgot, you see, because they were so carried away with my idea. Let's have a look. So if you have a look at those pictures, oh no, we've moved on. We've moved on now. Right, we've moved on. So now we're looking at the summertime floral and the pets dies. So you can see there you've got your dies at the top, you've got your stamps which are coordinating, of course. Let's have a look through. We were saying about the florals that they're like sort of pen drawings, aren't they? So they're very sort of simplistic in the way they're rendered. And also I love the little pets as well, because you've got the woof, you've got little doggies, you've got the dog bowl and the paws. Oh, you see, you could just literally use those paw prints on their own, like a diagonal across a card, couldn't you? Like a little creature has walked across the card. And then what you could do is you could get a white piece of card, and then on your card you could have your little paw prints going across it like that. And then when you open the card, the paw prints go back down the diagonal and then across the card to your sentiment. And a little dog sitting there next to the sentiment. The silence is astounding in my ear. They're not impressed by that one. I think that would just be a nice simplistic card. You see, I like white space. I like clean, simple, contemporary. That's me. But, you know, what I'm saying is when you've got the stamps, it's quite easy to just come up with something in your head and create it. Or you could look at the packaging. Let's have a look and see what you could be making. Yeah, they haven't done what I've done, but they have done pretty things. So you can see how those florals are all working together. And then your lovely pets card there on the other side. So 722099, your item number, £12.99 instead of £17.99 for those today. Glorious. Then we've got some 7-day savers for you on the website. Have a look at those because we've got some great tools on there for you. So you have got your liquid applique pens, you've got your Ranger melt and pour tape, and 20 aperture cards as well. So all sorts of lovely goodies on there. Now that should be $59.95. It's down to $24.95 today. You are saving £35, but only until Sunday or when the stock runs out. That's 300 198, your item number, if you would like to get hold of those. We also have some clear poly bags for you as well. These are always handy to have, always buy them when they're on a deal, and this is 706 802, £9.99 instead of nearly £40. Wow, and they've got handles on them as well, so you can put all sorts of things into there, and yeah, they're going to keep everything nice and protected and safe. So that's a very good bargain there, isn't it? I tell you, another great bargain is this journal. Absolutely love this journal. Talking about little pockets and keeping things safe, at the top of this journal, that's what you've got, a pocket to put everything in, and it's got a little closer there as well, look, fastener. So you could put in there, I'm thinking, if you wanted to take this out and about with you, you could put in some very fine tip roller pens or pencils, and then if you've got a little water brush paint set, you know, little palettes, you could put that in there with a brush or a stencil, and then you could take this out with you and just do some journaling wherever you are, some sketching. So I think that's quite a nice idea. We're thinking this is definitely watercolour cards, so you could use watercolours on there and other mediums as well. And if we have a look on here, you've got your lovely sort of faux leather on the front. That is printed on, by the way. You get 30 sheets in here, and what's more is if you do something that you're not happy about, you can unclip, take out, and then get rid of it. But I always say keep all of your mistakes, or you can add more pages, of course, if you want to. Then you've got a little band to hold it all together. I think these are really nice things to have. I always carry a journal around because I get all sorts of little ideas for things that I'm going to do with my company and stuff. So it's quite good to just keep ideas like that. So 065 448 is your item number, £14.99 instead of nearly £20. Now, there are lots of great things on the show. Something else that is great at the moment, it's the Extra event. And what's happening is, until tomorrow, you are getting the chance to get an extra FlexiBuy payment and also spend less to get that as well. Now, normally for our FlexiBuy, you have to spend £60 and it's split into the two costs there, two monthly payments. But now we're doing spend £30 upwards and divide the cost into 3. That's good, isn't it? So if you want to have a think about that, get some goodies. You could go onto the website, you could buy anything on our counter today, throw in some red liner tape, got loads of that, throw in foam pads, throw in glue, get a nice bundle together, spend £30, split the cost into just £10 today. So that's a great way to shop. Hochanda.com. Now, our lovely Lou showed us some demonstrations a moment ago. She's going to continue with some more technique-based demonstrations. Let's see what she gets up to.
Okay, we're going to look with analogous colours again. I always get that word wrong. And I'm looking again at this. So the point of this is to show you that you can use all these in one colourway. All the different items we've got, you know, and they work well together as long as the colours are adjacent to each other. So here I've got the lovely flower stamp, and I've done these extra where I've die cut them just in case I use them in a bit, but we'll see if we need them. So I've just got some archival ink because I'm going to be using water, and I'm just going to stamp off the edge. Now, this is watercolour paper, so it's really thick, so I have to make sure that I am really making contact. Right, I want to create a continuous line where they sort of join, but just off the edge, like that. Right, I'm going to twist it round, and just a little tip, when you die cutting these and stamping them, I put a little tiny green mark on there and on the die cut, and it really helps you to balance it all up. Right, so I'm going to just bring that way. And then if you have like a bit of a Pete Tong moment like I have, don't worry, because all I do then is go in with a black pen. So, quite happy with that. Now, what do? You've got to leave it to dry for a minute, no problem there, that's dry now. So I'm going to go with the same colours. So this time I'm looking at the teals, the greens and the yellows on this wheel. So again, like the other card that we did, I'm looking at these colours. The blues, greens and yellows. So all I'm going to do is get my watercolours. Now you can use any colours you want, and I'm going to really neatly, not. I'm just going to put blobs of colour on. So just move that up a little bit for you. I'm just going to go with colours like that. I'll do them more in the middle. So I'm just basically blobbing a bit of colour on there, and then I'm going to use the orange, but what I'm going to do is mix it on my palette just to show you that it's more of an eggy. And this, not all of the ones, I'm not doing it all, just now and again. And you can see now, even when I missed that little bit of stamping, don't worry, because you won't see it in a minute. So I'm mixing these colours, I'm getting a little bit on each. I'm trying to get a blend of colours, so I don't want it all to look orange and yellow. I want it to be like lots of reds and yellows and oranges. And a bit down here. So I'm not being neat, I don't have to be. As long as you don't go too far with the lines. I don't mean like just like my normal slap it on all over. I've got a little bit of red now, and I'm just going to bring it this way. See, a bit of red in there. Now I'm not too, this is powerful, these colours are powerful, these are the studio light watercolours. So what I don't want is this overpowering it, because any darker colour or a rich pigment will overpower some of the, the softer colours. So a clean brush, and all I'm going to do is make sure I've got a little bit of yellow stood by so that I can use that, and then blend in just with water and a clean brush. Take some of the colour out, blend them in so you've got like a nice hue. Don't worry too much about that because we're going to do something with that. So now I'm going to just take these colours in as well. Might need a little bit more colour in one, not a problem. Not a problem. Just keep doing this. And there's a reason I don't mix off it. It's because sometimes the colours that you mix off it, they look nice, and then you put them on here and they don't. So if you mix them on here, I think it's easier. It's just easier. You get some nicer surprises, I think. So I'm just going to go up to the lines, a little bit more yellow in here when it's dried. And you can do this any colour, as long as, like I say, the idea is having the colours that are adjacent to each other and they're near each other, therefore they're going to work. It could have been the other half of the colour wheel, which would be, it could be purples to oranges, we could go purples to oranges. So just look at the colour wheel and look at what you've got, especially the colours you've got. Right, so what I'm going to do now, bit there, is I'm going to finish there, finish off my colouring, and I'll be back in a minute. Right, there's two ways you can do the next step. It's really easy. If you've only got, you haven't got watercolours, you can use a pen as well. And I'll show you with the pen, and I'll show you with the watercolours. And you're just going to draw a line. Now this is the colours along that colour wheel on the same side, so we're just going to bring out the colour. Now don't worry about this side at all. So we're just going to bring in that colour. If you've got watercolours, just drop the watercolours in and around, and give it a little bit of depth around there. Don't put this, I've got a little bit too much water on here, so I want a little bit more pigment to show. So drop some in and then go all the way round. I will only do one flower and then you'll see. So you go round, add a little bit more colour, and then just do this. And the more colour I drop in here, it will, because there's a lot of water swooshing about now, it will actually work against me really. So what you've got to do is, whilst it's still wet, is just bring that out to nothing. So again, do a little bit at a time, let it come out, brush it out. And if you've got a little bit too much water there, don't worry, get a clean cloth and you can blot it off. I personally like all the colour on that, so I would go with it. Again, blot colour in. So I'll see you back here when I finish doing this. Okay, so I've cut loads out, I've watered down the watercolour and have let it flow out. You can carry on doing that as much as you want or as little as you want. So you can spend time doing it. But what I want to show you is I'm just going to cut all this out. So I'm not worried about it being too neat, because it's just to reveal. And I thought if at home you might have some nice papers or anything else that you want to put as a reveal. So it's just a bit of fussy cutting. Now I was thinking, well, why do that when you've got a die cut? Well, I can die cut everything, but I'll be honest with you, when you're doing this, sometimes it's easier just to do it like this, because how can you not? It's really difficult to do it with a die cut anyway, like this. So all I'm doing is snipping into the card, and if you was, say, doing your own paper for the background, I'll just show you this, I won't finish it. Say you've got like a blue-green or a green-blue page that matches, that doesn't really match that. But what you could do is then just place that there, and you can see how it just overhangs this. Now these are all obviously got these orange colours now, but these need a little bit more work on them. So what I'm going to do is just to show you is I would add a little second coat of going in with your yellow and your orange but no red. And what we're trying to do is really build up this colour so that we've got nice layers happening. That's a bit too much. Don't worry, it's watercolour, it'll blend out. But if you do get a patch like that, just blot it off. Can you see how it's a bit wishy-washy? We want some bright colours. So we're going to do that and finish that off. Then what I'm going to do is get the wonderful stencil from the One Day Special. And this has got a similar sort of spiky shape to it. I'm just placing that on there. And I'm going to get the peacock feathers, which that's a surprise. So I'm going to start a little bit. So turn it this way. So I've got it there. I'm going to start, and again, it's all to do with the colours that are on the right side. I'm going to start quite dark on this side. So we've got dark here, dark here. But then I'm just going to really, really, really subtly blend that out. Now, I don't do a subtle blending really. I'm not known for it. So I'm hoping that I can just do it here. So that when we get that off, there we go. We've got this now ready. I've got some more of the die cuts which I can add to this if we want. So I'll see how I go. I might not want to. I've got some more die cuts that I can add to that if I want, if I don't want. But that's the beauty of it, is I can make another card with all this, or I could leave that there and just put a sentiment. So I'll be back to see what it looks like when I've got it sort of nearly finished. Right, okay, now, so I've added some more. I've got some little black lines there. I've got some 3D tape on here, and I'm just going to sort of wiggle them together. I'm not really fussed how I have these, because I don't want them sort of too much in a line. I sort of want them misshapen, but it doesn't really matter because you can squash them in like that and just do. But you can have them however you want. So I've done that. I've put some little bits of pointillism with a black pen in the middle of these. I have added a little bit more of the colour in the background, so you can see this here. It's got the shading using the back there. It's still a little bit damp. But what I thought would be a really nice little ending thing is to bring it all together, is to just on the parts here, just on these, if you just put like your glue, not your glue, your gels, pens or anything, or if what I'm going to do is just add a few bits of glue like that all over, and then just to finish it off. Now you can do it two ways. You can do it how I'm going to do it, which is very structured, not. So you can flick some beads on like that, and then just get your container and just put them in. So just leave them, press them in. Don't know where they are, but I'm pressing them in, and then I'm just going to pull the squares off. And now what you can do, don't forget, because that'll dry really clear, is just press them in. Any spare ones you won't, it's better if they come off now than later. That's it. And then what I can do now is just have accentuated that. I could put a couple there if I wanted to, but I just think, see, so the colours that are together, and just colours, 2 cards, very different, but using exactly the same colours. Hope you enjoyed that. Thank you.
Oh, thank you at the end. I love Lou. She is just one of the most genuine people, and she's so giving, and she's just lovely, as well as being incredibly talented. So there you are. That's what you can do when you get those stamps and those dies, and we have those stamps and dies here on the show. Here, of course, they are coordinating beautifully. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 sets for you, and a lovely pink journal. Let's walk down the counter again so that you can see what you want to buy for the last time before we move into our next hour, which is a sewing hour. Jewellery Designs. It was a very busy show this morning. I've been looking at Humpty Dumpty over there. It looks absolutely glorious. So that's coming up in the next 20 minutes. But before we finish this show, let's have a look once again at what you can be buying. So we're talking about coordinating stamps and dies, and they're called Just For You and Let It Grow, because of course there is a garden theme in there. So you've got these wonderful kind of mandala compositions, I think, with these circles and the big kind of star bloom, and that one at the bottom is just beautiful. And then you've got the lace border as well. Of course, you've got those sentiments: just for you, I'm sorry, thank you, enjoy, and happy. And then as we move over to the other side, you've got that lovely heart. Now, that heart as well can go into the oval there, and then you can make a sort of oval shape out of your card, and then you can stamp into it there. So Let It Grow, I Love You, Get Well Soon, and Made With Love. And then, you know, those sentiments are really useful, aren't they? Because let's face it, you know, they kind of say it all, don't they? I love this wreath here, because as I say, with a wreath normally it's circular with loads of flowers. This has got that kind of geometric pattern here with these lovely florals, and it's not symmetric, which I think makes things look sometimes more expensive when they are non-symmetrical. And you've got your lovely little flowers as well that, as I say, they look like a sort of lily pond flower, don't they? Because they've got the curved shapes. They look like she's sort of sitting on the top of water, so you could make them to a lily if you wanted to. But a lovely little set there. $12.99 instead of $17.99. 225-801 is your item number if you'd like to buy the two combined. Let's move on to our... do you want me to show you the pictures quickly? Let's show you. Bring back the details, and I'll just show you what you can make, because it gives you some inspiration, and it's good to know it's on the back of the cards as well. So once again, you've got the mandala kind of lace flower border there moving in. That's a really nice standard shape. And then you've got your oval there, as we're saying, with that lovely heart at the bottom, those little lily flowers. And then we've got that non-symmetrical wreath as well. So that's a clue as to what you could be making. Let's move on to our next two then. And this is Flower Bloom and Swallow. Got a beautiful swallow taking off mid-flight here. This is our most popular item on the show. I'm not surprised. What I'm going to do, I'm actually going to flick these round straight away, because when you see what you can make out of these, I think they are beautiful. So you can see how you can put those swirls and flowers together with the garden theme. And then you've got that lovely sort of triangle, which is a geometric shape with that swallow in flight and the flowers to soften it as well. So you've got all sorts of ideas there as to what you could be doing, but a wonderful collection of stamps and dies. As I turn these around, I do think as well these are really nice sizes to work with as well. You know, they're not too big, so if you want to make quite a bit of detail on a card, you can, and you can really pack it in and kind of make scenes up as you go because of the size of the stamps. So I think they're actually a really great size to work with. I like that. Let your flower bloom, and as I say, you've got your lovely little flowers in there and your swirls, and then your dies to match as well. So 437859 is your item number, and that is $12.99 instead of $17.99. Let's move on to our next collection now. Let's start again by giving you the inspiration so you can see what you could be making. These are farm animals and sea life animals, and as you can see there, we've created a little beach. So we've got your little seal sat on there, your sea lion, and then you've got your octopus, no, you've got your jellyfish rather. Yeah, jellyfish. It's a jellyfish. My producer just said it's a jellyfish. And then you've got your other fish in there as well. So if you would like to get hold of that collection, it's there for you on the screen. Let's switch it round though, because you get your farmyard animals. As you can see, your little moo cow and your goats and your little happy pig and your break dancing sheep, as you can see there, and your rooster. And the dies that coordinate with those animals, you have got your sheep and you've got your cow. It looks there, the cow, it looks like he's lifting his leg up and like he's sort of dancing, but it's not. That's his bell or her bell. And then you've got your fish on the other side. So you've got your beluga whale, and within there you can see you've got your jellyfish. You've also got your sea lion, and then you have got your fish there that you can see swimming along. Now, everything, by the way, is dispatched to you on the 20th of April, so that is next week, so not too long to wait. But if you want to get this collection, it's $12.99 instead of $17.99. Your item number is 519944. But you could make all sorts of seascapes or kind of, you know, farm park scapes with those. Those are quite good fun. Great for children's cards as well. Sorry, my producer is taking me down a road and I've got no idea where she's going. She just said, cupcake! You could put things in a cupcake and decorate them. Right, I'm with you. So what you mean is, if you're doing a children's party or something, you get your cupcake and then you make little flags, your cocktail stick, with a little flag and your animal on there. Or just cut out the animal and put it onto a cocktail stick and stick them in your little cakes. Yes! I am so glad that I've explained what she was mentioning, because that is wonderful editorial. You see, the things that we have in our ears, and it is so funny when people just have random thoughts and they just throw them at you, expecting you to be on their wavelength, and we're not, you know, we're not geniuses, are we? I mean, clearly. Our floor manager, Jack, then was shaking his head violently. No, you're not a genius. A little bit too much there. You could have gone more, you know. No, he's still shaking his head. So anyway, no, it was very good. It was very good. Thank you very much, Kim, for that editorial, because it filled another minute. So I've only got another 4 minutes to talk now. Right, let's have a look at our next collection now. These are your little pets. So you can see that you have got your dogs, you've got your paw prints, woof, you have got your little bowl and bone, and then you have got your dies to cut out those creatures. And then you've got your florals. As you can see, we've been saying that those florals, very simple sort of pen drawings, and so you can really go to town with those, with the colours, as our Lou was doing in her demonstrations. And then, of course, we'll go up to the dies, and you can see that you've got 2 or 3 of those flowers to be cut out with those dies as well. Shall I turn and show? Yes. Let's give you some inspiration. So you can see what you can do with those flowers, very similar to what our Lou was doing actually there with the coloration. And then you have got your paw prints with your little doggy in a cup. I'm not sure why he's in a coffee cup. And then you've got your woof. You've got teacup dogs. You get teacup dogs. Dogs that fit in a teacup. What, real dogs? How small is it? I've never seen a dog that size. Teacup dogs.
I never like a small pig and a finger monkey.
We've heard of small pigs and finger monkeys.
Yeah, you've never seen a finger
No!
monkey? It's like literally the size of a finger.
Really, little monkey that size? I've not watched enough David Attenborough. Clearly, was it Richard Attenborough? David Attenborough. Yes, the other one was the actor. Yeah, David is a story. He is amazing. We bow down to him, but I always get their names confused. Richard is the actor. He sadly passed away, didn't he? He was his brother. Yeah, so I need to watch more of those to see this little... I've never seen a dog in a teacup. That's new on me. I'm missing out. Anyway, look, if you want to be able to get hold of this set and make things like that, then you can if you use the item number 722099. It is £12.99 instead of £17.99 today. Next up, we have got our journal. I love this. I'd actually like to take this home, but I think it would be noticed. They just went, yeah, I would. We're going to check your bags when you leave. Right, so you get your band around to hold everything in. Isn't this lovely, though? So it's like a sort of faux leather. And this on the front has not been stuck on, it's printed in. Now this is great because you get your lovely sheets in there. You will notice it is a ring binder. So if you want to add sheets, you can. If you want to add other things, make up a kind of journal, you can. If you want to take out sheets that you don't like and you're not happy with, you can. And then in the front, you've got this very handy little zip pouch. Now I was thinking that you could take out pens, you could take out pencils, you could take out a little watercolouring set with a palette and some brushes, and then you could just do your sketching and your painting writing on the go and on the move. I think that is a cracking little journal. 300 GSM as well, so this page can certainly take a lot of mediums on them, and it is watercolour as well, so you could certainly be watercolouring on there. So I think that is a lovely gift for £14.99. I think that's a bargain, instead of £19.99. Now, talking about bargains, our 7-day savers. They're always launched on a Sunday. The price ends on a Sunday, so make sure you have a look in there every single week, because there are always some fabulous 7-day savers. We've picked out a couple of the 7-day savers for you here right now, because we know that cardstock and papers are absolutely essential. And I think on there you will find other bits and pieces to stick all those bits together. That's a really good one, those clear poly bags with those handles. £9.99 for those, which is fantastic value. So do have a look for those 7-day savers. As I say, launched on a Sunday, finishing on Sunday, but sometimes the stock will disappear before the actual Sunday comes around. Just a couple of quickies. You've got your Catherine vintage papers here. These have been selling very well indeed. These are part of your 7-day savers here, and you've got all sorts of lovely vintage designed papers there. 186723 is your item number. £9.99 instead of £19.99. You save £10 on those vintage papers there, so have a look at those on the website. And also, Pink Frog, when it comes to papers and cards, that's what they do. This is your holographic card here, which can be really expensive, but not today, because instead of nearly £52, we're looking at £14.99. So imagine making bags or little cards out of those. Great fun, lots of different colours and shapes for you. Not only that, you are also getting your brushed metals. So you get a silver brushed metal card, you get a gold brushed metal card, and then you have got this Miri card, which is fantastic quality. That is 004529, £14.99 instead of £52, near enough. That's a great 7-day saver. So do have a look for that one on the website right now, hochanda.com. Of course, you can pick up the phone and give us a call, 01733 62,000. Is that right? Is that right? 62,000. Yay! Okay, I'm going to stick around. I've got another hour. It's sewing up next. I do hope that you can join me then. But jump on the website. And as I said, it's sewing with Jewellery Designs. And we've got Julie on the phone in a matter of minutes. Following that, Mixed Media with Alison Seaboard. Our Leonie's doing that. And Craft Yourself Silly with some MDF frames. All coming up on Hochanda.
Hello, I'm Barbara.
And I'm Julie.
And together we're Scarlet Rose Crafts. We're a family-run business, been in business for 2 years, and our aim is to bring new and innovative new products to the crafting industry.
We've both been involved in crafting industry for many years, and we're continuing to move forward with our new company now.
The Easy Matte Plate is our flagship product, followed by our innovative Easy Shim product.
Our range includes diamond trail plates, ultra-sized dies, cards and sticky sheets.
We're constantly developing new and unusual products, so watch this space.
On our shows, we hope to inspire you with our products so that you can carry on crafting, because our motto is, because we can.
So don't miss the Scarlet Rose Craft shows on Hochanda.
Hi, my name's Leona. I've been into crafting for many years now. As a little girl, I'd craft with mum and dad, but then obviously it stuck with me that much that it became my career. I think for me, crafting's so fun because there's always something new to learn. There's always something new to play with, and it's such a rewarding hobby as well. That's why I absolutely love it and recommend it to so many people. I'm really thrilled to be part of the Hochanda family. Really excited about seeing how it's grown, seeing how it's developed so far, and all the brand new things that I know we've got coming up. I'm really passionate about getting back into demonstrating on TV as well, and actually sharing techniques with you, products with you that I personally love. I hope you can tune into my shows here live at Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Hayley. Join me for some amazing fabric freedom shows. Fabric Freedom design all their fabrics here in the UK, and they design them with quilters in mind, so they're really good at picking out those unidirectional prints, really nice and small prints so you can work on smaller patchwork projects, and paste prints as well, which is one of their signature fabrics. They do lots more fabrics besides quilt and cottons, so tune in to the Fabric Freedom shows here on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Matthew Palmer, professional artist with the SAA, the UK's largest and friendliest art community. The SAA exists to inform, encourage and inspire all who want to paint, and that's exactly what you'll learn to do with me as your teacher. As a self-taught artist of 30 years ago, I know the challenges of a white piece of paper and learning how to paint. But with me, Hochanda and the SAA, I'll show you how easy watercolour painting really is. I'm here on Hochanda because I want to show you my watercolour painting techniques, and I want to get you over that white paper fear and get you started and develop your watercolour painting. So whether you're a beginner or an advanced artist, I've got some fantastic watercolour techniques that will get you started and take you even further on your watercolour journey. So join me, Matthew Palmer, for my shows on Hochanda.
Hi, my name is Catherine Sturrock and I work in collaboration with FMM. FMM creates some wonderful cake decorating cutters. We've brought them to Hochanda and used them with air dry clay to create some beautiful flowers, leaves and other florals. We use them then to decorate various products such as laser cut designs, mixed media, card making and many other items. So join me on Hochanda and let me guide you through the process of putting together various flowers such as roses, peonies and lots more besides.
Well, hello, a very good afternoon to you. Happy Monday, happy Easter Monday. It is a lovely time to be here because we have got a great show coming up for you now. It's all about sewing. If you like your sewing, if you like your patterns, if you like your fabrics, then we have got the one for you. And I've just got to show you this fella straight off. I mean, look at him. He is absolutely fabulous. Look at him. And there he is. He's happy as Larry. And then we turn him around. Oh. So basically, yesterday he was given his Easter eggs and he just thought, yeah, Easter eggs are going to eat all the chocolate. And then he goes, oh, what have I done? I've eaten too much chocolate. Oh, maybe he's just fallen off his wall. Yeah, it's got cracks. Oh. Anyway, so that's him. Now, we are going to be talking to the lovely lady who's designed him in just a second. She's called Julie. But if you want to get shopping ahead of us on the website, you can, of course, because we've got lots of lovely new items. We've got the lady who lives in the shoe. We've got lovely Humpty. We've got a great little bag, and it's fantastic because you've got all of your pockets for your tools. Very, very busy for that. And we also have this fantastic quilt kit as well. It is your jungle walk. It's your elephants. And I've got to start by saying it is limited stock. Now, if you want to make this glorious quilt for yourself, you are going to have to be quick because the first launch hour this morning with our Hayley was incredibly busy. And so there you have it. It is £28.33 today, your first of 3 interest-free flexible payments. If you would like to get your pattern and your fabrics and some lovely backing cotton as well. Sorry, the cotton to go on the front there. All of that together. But you're going to have to be quick because it's about to go. So 264108. Jump on the website right now, hochanda.com, and grab that collection if you would like to. So as I just mentioned, we have got the lovely lady who is responsible for all of these designs. I haven't worked with her yet, but she of course has been here for some time, and she's called Julie. Hello, Julie.
Hello, Rachel. How are you?
I'm very well, my lovely. How are you on this fine Easter Monday?
I'm very good, thank you.
That's good. You're
Very
nice and safe at home, keeping yourself safe.
I am, yes.
Very, very good, my darling. Well, can I say, Julie, I would like to live inside your head because, first, I love this Humpty. He's amazing. What sort of inspired you to make the Humpty?
Well, it comes as a panel, and all the pieces are pre-printed, and the instructions are actually printed on the panel. So it's really easy to make. So it's not, I can't claim it's my idea. One of my suppliers came up with it and had them pre-printed, but I think he's lovely.
He is lovely. Yeah, he's great fun. So, Julie, obviously you and I haven't worked together. So just, and for anybody else who doesn't know about you and your company, just tell me, I mean, for a start, how long have you been sewing, Julie?
Well, as long as I can remember, to be honest.
Yeah.
You know, my mother taught me to sew when I was, I don't know, 4 or 5, so it's quite a long time, to be fair.
Yeah, it's, you know, it's the sewers that I talk to that say that. I go, how long have you been sewing? And they go, oh, since I was about 4. So Jewellery Designs, this is your company.
It is. So I started it probably nearly 7 years ago now.
Oh, great.
And we used to have a shop in Newbury, but we shut that last year. I have a lady called Sue, but she's obviously in Newbury at the moment. I'm in Wales, so she can't be here to help. And Sue helps me with the designs, and you know, we just have great fun. She usually comes and stays for a long weekend, and we just sit and sew.
Well, that's nice, isn't it? That's a lovely thing to do. And your elephant quilt, I mean, you may have just heard me say that it is now limited stock. So that was launched this morning, of course, on the show. Where did the inspiration for the elephant quilt come about then?
Well, I had the border fabric, and I just thought I need to do something with it. And I had the lovely coordinating fabrics, and just, I don't know, it just came to me.
Well, we're glad it did. I do think, though, Julie, that elephants are quite, I mean, they're quite a symbolic creature, aren't they? I think a lot of people are drawn to elephants. They are a nice creature. So it's nice to have something in your home, I think, that is like that with the elephant.
Yeah, elephants are supposed to be lucky, I think, aren't they?
Yes, they are. And I've told this story before that I was in Thailand and I bought a sarong, which I've still got. I mean, it must be 25 years old, and it's got printed elephants. And I'm sure that in Thailand they told me that if the trunk is up like you've done it, it's a lucky symbol.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's lucky, because I didn't know that.
Yeah. So it's a good job you didn't do it the other way. Exactly, exactly. Well, that's been very, very popular, so thank you very much for bringing that to us. I have to say as well, the other item, Julie, is this lovely little bag. I mean, I love the scissor fabric. It's really very pretty, but really clever of you to put all the pockets on the inside as well. So is this one of your designs again, or was this a colleague of yours?
No, that was one of my designs. So I had the fabrics in, and I thought I need to do something with it. And of course, they're all sewing related, so I decided to make it into a craft bag. It took me a couple of goes to get it right, because I wanted to use as much of I wanted to make it out of the 4 fat quarters.
Yes.
Which is what it uses perfectly.
Yes. Well, it is a beautiful bag, and I love the colourways, the pinks. Can I ask you, Julie, on this show, for anybody who's lucky enough to get the last few of the quilt, and looking at the bag and the Humpty Dumpty and the Lady in a Shoe, because those are the 4 new items today, are these beginners' projects? Is there anything of these 4 that you would say, oh, I wouldn't attempt that if you're a beginner, or you need to have special skills? What do you think about the skill range of the 4 projects that we have?
The Humpty Dumpty is perfect for an absolute beginner.
Brilliant.
It's very easy. And probably all the others are okay for somebody with a little bit of sewing experience, but they're really not difficult. The craft bag,
yes,
it's got lots of pictures in there, and so it's quite easy to follow. And you could make that in a couple of hours, to be fair.
Yes. Okay, so that's that one. A couple of hours. Be about 5 weeks for me to try and make that, I think, but I know where you're going with that, Julie. And then the quilt, is that quite an easy project as well?
It is, yes. It's just got a little bit of a plique, and then some Dresden plate. And I suppose the only thing is you've got mitered corners, but they're not difficult.
Yes.
You can see lots of tutorials online on how to do those.
Okay, fabulous. Well, Julie, just before you go, I'm going to let you go now, but just to let you know, we've actually had a technical sellout now on the quilt, and that means that every single one of the stock that you have given us is now allocated on the website or sold and gone this morning, which is fantastic. And also your lovely bag as well, that is also a technical sellout. So there you go, Julie. Great show put together by you, so thank you very much, and lovely for you to know that people are liking what you do.
That's nice. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome, my love. Well, look, you have a lovely rest of the day and rest of Easter, and stay safe, keep indoors, and we look forward to welcoming you back into our studio when, of course, all of this is over and we can move back to normal.
That would be lovely. Look forward to meeting you.
Thank you, darling. Take care. Thank you, Julie.
Bye.
Bye. Oh, she sounds absolutely lovely, doesn't she? I love hearing the inspiration behind people, actually, and where they come up with things. So, yeah, as we said, technical sellout on that, technical sellout on that. We'll let you know if anything comes in stock. But we do have Humpty Dumpty. And remember that Julie was saying this is great for a beginner project. You've got the two sides to him. You've also got the wall as well. And just to show you the panel so you can see, all you have to do is cut the panel and then stitch it all together. It doesn't really matter which way I hold that, to be honest. It's always going to be upside down. Which way is the writing? We'll go with that way. So if you can see there, you've got the instructions on the panel. Now, in the previous hour, this did actually sell out, but we were able to get some stock for you, but it's on extended delivery, so it's coming out to you on the 17th of April there. But you can see all the instructions, everything is ready. You just have to literally cut out and sew. So I can see why Julie was saying that if you're a total beginner, that is a great place to start. And then, look, even these little bits as well, these extra bits are just great fun, aren't they? Yeah, the King's horses and the King's men, look. So you see, there you are. That's the whole collection. 943147. I think that would be great in a child's bedroom, wouldn't it? A child would be able to play with that, and it looks really colourful and lovely as well. So 943147 is your item number if you would like to sit on your wall, Humpty. Otherwise, you're going to hurt yourself again. There you are. 943147 if you would like to get hold of Humpty Dumpty there. And then we've got the old lady in the shoe. So once again, it's the same principle. It is a panel with your bits and pieces that you cut out, and then you have got your instructions on there as well. So I'll just show you that. So you can see all the bits and pieces. So Julie was saying that this is a great project for beginners. And again, it just makes lots of fun to work with and to make, and then for someone to play with. Now, this actually sold out in the previous hour. It is now back in stock. Again, it's on delayed dispatch for you. It's coming out on the 17th. If you saw limited stock flash up there, it's not. That was a mistake on the graphic, so it's not limited stock. But this is fantastic. So you've got your massive shoe, and then you've got the ladies who live in the shoe. How fabulous is that? And if you want to sort of put them in the top, then they can sit in there like that, because the shoe is stitched at the top. So you can see now the ladies are sitting in their shoe. If you want to put them in the house, they're in the house. It's not particularly flattering. But there you are. So that is your ladies in a shoe. 796454, your item number. $18.99 instead of $21.99, an introductory price for you. Now remember today, if you are buying anything on the show, because we do have other kits for you as well, if you are wanting to spread the cost, you can use FlexiBuy. Today, instead of spending £60, you have to spend £30 to get your FlexiBuy, and you get an extra payment as well, so you can divide it into 3. It's part of our extra event, and it's closing tomorrow. Now, if you would like a sunflower cushion kit, this is the one for you. You get your full instructions, you get all of your fabric, and then you can be making something like that. It's just a case of cutting it out and appliquing it into position there. So that is 085034. It's £24.99, and you do get the fabrics to complete the front, the back, and the binding. That's great, isn't it? So you've got everything in there. All you need then is a cushion to go inside, and that's it. So that's a really great buy. 085034, your item number, £24.99. Lovely. Then we have got your flower garden next for you, and if you have a look at this, again, it's a pattern. It's a lovely cushion. All you need is your inner, because you have got everything again to make the binding, the front and the back. I'll just show you the back actually so you can see it. Lovely. So that's what your cushion looks like, and you can see that has had the free motion embroidery on there. And then at the front, if I turn it around, you can see those lovely flowers. So it is your flower garden basket cushion kit, $23.99, 979618 is your item number. I'm just going to show you one of the patterns as well so you get an idea of what they are like. So in there you can see you've got your detailed instruction there. So you've got the examples visually and you've got the written word as well. And you get all of your instructions that you would need in your pattern, which of course is included. So that is 979618 as an item number, $23.99. The next one is your heart cushion. Again, you get your binding, your front and your back, and this is what you could be making, which is lovely. And we'll bring up the details for you. Very nice, lovely sort of pinks and greens that have been put together in these fabrics. They're very pretty fabrics. 462818, your item number, $24.99 if you'd like to get hold of that collection there. And you can see there are the hearts, which of course make up the petals with those lovely florals as well. So 462818, your item number there, £24.99. Perfect. You can buy all these things on the website, hochanda.com. If you just want to get hold of some fabrics, we've got some very pretty fabrics. These are very sort of muted colours here with this lovely sort of duck egg blue in the background and your very pretty little round petal flowers there. But some nice prints. And once again, that's a great colour to combine as well with the others. You do get actually 8 fat quarters in here, so this is really great value, £23.99. If you've never seen a fat quarter and what the size of it, let me just show you it. I'll open it out so you can see it. There you are, that is the sizing that you're getting. So you get 8 of those with your lovely colours and patterns there. So 197304, your item number, £23.99. Fabulous. Okay, it's all available on the website, hochanda.com. Now, of course, if our lovely ladies were here, they would be demonstrating for you live. But luckily, we've managed to get lots of video footage. I have to say, our guests have been extraordinary. I think that the videos they've produced have been really great quality and amazing. And, of course, we're missing them and missing having their extra expertise. But at least you can see them demonstrating. This is a demonstration of the sunflower. Let's see what Jules gets up to.
Hello, in this demonstration I'm going to show you how to make the centre of the sunflower cushion. So first of all you need to cut out all your fabrics using the diagram shown in the cutting instructions. Once you've done that, you can take your pieces and fold them in half. These are the petal pieces and I'm just going to fold them in half, so 1/4 inch along the top seam. Sorry, along the top edge, I should say. You can chain piece these, which will make it quicker. If you do that, I would suggest that you shorten your stitch length to about 180. When you're chain piecing, obviously you don't do any securing of the ends. Let's do this last one. Go. We can now separate these and then just trim the corner off here, because when we fold it in it'll just make it easier to get a nice sharp point. There we go. And then we're going to turn it inside out. I usually use the knitting needle, but I haven't got one here, so I have to use these scissors, and just be careful I don't poke them through the end. There we go, and I'll do another one. Okay. So I'll do this one too. There we go. Now, you then want to make sure the seam is pushed down flat into the middle and just give it a good press. So I'm going to do all those now. waited for the iron to heat up. While we're doing that, we'll go on to the next stage. So these are the little triangles that are folded and in the middle, which I think is what makes it look like a sunflower. So when you take your first one and you want to just fold over about ½ an inch. It hasn't got to be exact, but approximately ½ an inch. I'll give that a quick press. So now we can start to construct it. So lay your first piece down and you take this little inset triangle and fold it in half. So you can give it a press if you want, because it does actually stop it from springing up. Quick press. Now, if you place it this way, raw edge to raw edge, just like so, and you want that little folded point to be just below the top of that corner, the folded edge on the petal. I'm going to just get some clips ready. Then you take your next piece and you just place that on top and just make sure it all matches up perfectly. There we go. And then you can clip these together or pin, whichever you find easier. And then just sew 1/4 inch all the way down. When you get to this edge here, the petal edge, you want to reverse back in so that the threads are all inside. I'll just do that. There we go. I'm just coming up to the end here. I'm just going to reverse stitch about 1/2 an inch and cut off my threads. And there we have our first piece. Now you can then open this out and just, well, the first thing we want to do is to just press open these seams here. I'll quickly do that. There we go. The seams are pressed open. Now you can flatten out this centre piece, and you want to get that centre crease along the seam here. I'll just give that a press. And there we go. And you would continue until you've got all 16 blades sewn together. Is it 16? I can't remember it actually without adding them up. Anyway, once you've got all your blades sewn together, you'll have your complete piece. You can then place this onto your background fabric, and then we need to make our centre of the flower. So for this, I've got a piece of the fabric and I've got some interfacing. Now you can either use iron-on interfacing or you can use sewing. If you use iron-on interfacing, you want to make sure that the fusible side is facing out. Okay, so I've drawn around my circle and I've stitched all the way around. So I'm just going to quickly trim that out. So just trim using 1/4 inch all the way around. There we go. And then turn it over, and we're going to just make a little slit in this, put it away from the fabric, just make a little clip like that, and then we can turn it inside out. There we go. There's the little centre flower. You would give that a nice press to roll the edges. And that's your flower centre completed. And that's it for this demo. Thank you for joining me.
You are welcome, Julie. Thank you for giving us that demonstration. Now, we have got so many updates for you and things that have just absolutely disappeared. It's been an incredibly busy morning. Of course, we had 4 new items this morning, all launched in Hayley's show, and they all went a little bit crazy-tastic. So let me show you this sunflower cushion first of all, because that was being used in the demonstration by Julie there. Now, if you would like to be able to make this for yourself, it is 085 034 £24.99 to get hold of this. You are getting your materials, you are getting your pattern, and those materials and pattern will show you, and you will have the ingredients to make the binding, the back and the front. All you need to do is buy yourself a cushion pad, and that is 085 034 as an item number. If you just want the pattern because you'd like to use your own fabrics to make your sunflower, you can, and we'll give you the details for just the pattern by itself. And there you are. It's a sizable cushion to make, isn't it? So 217140, 19 by 19 inches there. 217140, your item number, £9.99 if you'd like to get hold of that. Now, we have got great news for you, because one of the items that was very, very busy this morning sold out. We just made a call to Julie, though, although I did hear our producer. She asked her about 7 items, I think. Can we get this back? No. Can we get this back? No. Can we get this back? No. And then finally she went, yes, oh, brilliant. And it's this. So if you want to make your own little crafty bag, then the 24th of April is when this will be coming out to you. Now, of course, with this, you get your pattern. You also get your fabrics as well, those exact fabrics in the pinks with the scissors and all the bobbins and the bits in between, the little florals and the stripes. And then you can make all of that inside. And that is a great little bag, a little crafty bag, so you can carry all your bits and pieces. That is 110017 as an item number. £24.99 to make your own little bag. And of course, once you've got the pattern, you can use your other fabrics and make as many bags as you want. So do get that one quickly, though, because it's sold out. We haven't got a huge amount of stock back. It will disappear. And then the other big success of the day was this quilt. Now, this disappeared, and if you want to get hold of this, we've got one left. One left. That's all we've got. So 184017 is your item number if you want to get hold of that quilt kit. The garden party quilt kit. It's been incredibly busy today. Just gone. But we have got one of those left. So 184017. It is on 3 glorious flexi buys. 66 today. Your first of 3 interest-free flexible payments if you'd like to have a go at making that quilt. Now, Julie has given us more demonstrations. This one is going to be using that wonderful flower cushion, flower garden cushion. So let's have a look at what she gets up to.
Hello again. On this demonstration, I'm going to show you how to make some half square triangles, which is what we use on the flower garden basket cushion front. So first of all, you're going to take your 2 squares of fabric and place them right sides together. Then you need to draw a diagonal line from corner to corner. Now, I've used a Sharpie on here just so that you can see what I've done. But obviously you wouldn't need to use that. You could just use a pencil or a water-soluble pencil. Then I'm going to sew 1/4 inch across either side of these diagonal lines. A scant 1/4 inch, because we can always trim it down to size. Down the first side, and then we're going to come back down the other way 1/4 inch from on the other side of the drawn line. So that's one diagonal done. And then I'm going to come down on the other diagonal line. Doing this method, you actually make 8 little half square triangles all in one go, which saves an awful lot of time. Even Sue doesn't mind making half square triangles using this method. Normally she doesn't like half square triangles. There we go. And then we're going to cut down these lines. So we're cutting in between, along the drawn line, but in between the two sewn lines. I'm not going to move it either, I'm just going to leave it in place, and I'm going to, should probably have a longer ruler here, but this will be fine. Okay, now we're going to cut right angles across the block, that way, and without moving your fabric, you're going to cut at right angles straight away across this way. Excuse me, there we go, and pull it all apart, and we should have some nice half square triangles. Now I think I need a new blade in my rotary cutter, but this will do. And then we can open this out. I'll just press it open, press to one side. We generally press to the dark side. Okay, now we have our first half square triangle, so we just need to trim that. And if you've got a square ruler, you'll see that there's a diagonal line going across the ruler. So if you place this along the seam line, you will know that it's on centre, and we're just going to use the measurement marks to trim it to size. And I'm going to trim this to 2 1/4. So just trim that way and then down and move it around, and again I'm going to put my diagonal line on the centre seam, and I'm using my markers on here, and I'm just going to trim it again. There we go, both sides are done. And there you have your first half square triangle. So you will do this, and you'll need at least, I think you need 14 to make the basket, and then you can follow the instructions and put it all together. Thank you.
Lovely. Well, thank you very much, Julie. There is more demonstration coming for you in just a matter of moments, but let's just have a quick look at this collection. It's a finished sample, of course, of what Julie was doing there. And this is 20 by 20 inches, this cushion. So it's a nice size. And when you buy the pattern with your fabrics, you are getting everything that you need. So you get your bias binding, you get your front, you get your back, and you get all of those fabrics to make those lovely appliqued flowers there. So that's $23.99 if you want to be able to get hold of that. 979618 is your item number. Lovely. Then we have got the heart-shaped cushion, which is really clever because the petals are, of course, lovely little hearts put together. So once again, you are getting all of your fabrics for your bias binding. You are getting it for your front panel, your back panel, and of your applique designs as well. And here are all of your bits and pieces, as you can see, and your pattern. Lovely colourways, gorgeous soft pinks and greens. They're working together. I'll just flip that round so you can see the back of that cushion as well, because it really is a very pretty cushion, isn't it? Quite simple in its design, but a bit of free motion embroidery on there as well. So 462818, your item number, if you'd like to get hold of that, for $24.99. Then we have got these fat quarters. If you're not aware how big a fat quarter is, let me show you. These are a lovely combination of pinks and yellows and blues, but very, very soft. And you get 8 of these fat quarters, but lovely soft tonal colours that work together, and of course lovely patterns as well. 197304, your item number, £23 and 99 pence if you would like to get hold of those. And just to show you those lovely colourways there. So you've got your patterns, they're all mixing well together. That's really nice, with a sort of lovely soft yellow background, and I love the blue that goes in between as well. So a lovely collection there of fat quarters for £23 and 99 pence. And then we have got another collection for you here, and you can make a tapestry like this, which is glorious. Once again, you have all the fabrics combined to be able to make your binding and your shape. You can see that is a star shape there, and on the back, that lovely fabric there. So 945663. These are fabrics from the Moda range, and it is £23 and 99 pence if you would like to get hold of these. And the designer is Holly Taylor. So that's the fabric that you are using there. Very nice designer fabric there. So 945663 is your item number. Fabulous. Should we carry on? Yes. Now, this is the Riley Blake designed quilt kit. So you get a lovely box, first of all, that it comes in. It's a very classy box. And you could be making I won't be able to hold it all up for you, but give you a good idea of what it is like. Just take that off there, but you can just see the lovely shapes there that you can be creating for this quilt. I think that is absolutely stunning. Love the colours, love the simplicity of the design here, and you're getting everything included here, so you're getting your fabrics and your pattern to be able to make that glorious, glorious quilt, which I think would look nice in any household there. Now it's on 3 flexible payments there, so £50 today is all you'll pay to get this kit home, and it is 046898 as an item number there, but I think that is absolutely lovely. It's got a kind of an American flavour to it, actually. So you get all of that for £149.99, or as we said, your first flexible payment today, £50. You can buy it on the website right now, and that is hochanda.com. Behind me here is this amazing garden quilt, which is just gorgeous. Got your butterflies in there, your lovely petals in there as well. Really very nice indeed. That's 184017, and that is also on limited stock. We've got one left, I think, of that one left, and you've got your flexible payments today, 66.66, your first of 3 interest-free flexible payments. Fabulous. Okay, well, Julie is now going to demonstrate something else for us now, and it is luckily the bag that has come back in stock. Not many left of it though, but here's how you make it.
Hello, and thank you for joining me for a first demonstration. In this demonstration I'm going to show you how to make all the component parts for the Crafty Talk bag. When we've done that, I will go away, and then in the second demonstration I'll show you how to put it all together. So to start off, you want to get your cutting instructions and cut out all your fabrics. One thing to make sure when you cut them out is that you do follow the directions on the cutting instructions, because on some of the fabrics we cut across the width of the fabric, and for the lining we cut down the length of the fabric. Now it's really quite important, because if you do it wrong you won't have enough fabric for the lining, but it's all explained on the cutting instructions. Okay, so to start off, the first thing we're going to do is take all our strips of fabric, and you would have had 3 lots of each fabrics, which you're going to cut out and then cut them in half, so you have 18 strips of fabric altogether. Now the first thing we're going to do is we're going to arrange them, so both sides need to be exactly the same, so you just would arrange them like this. I don't know if you can see, actually. Let me put it forward a bit. No, bring it forward, that's better, sorry. So here we go. So I'm just going to arrange them all out, and then once you've got all your 9 strips arranged, you can then start sewing them together. And we use a 1/4 inch seam, and there we go, and just stitch them all together, quite straightforward from top to bottom. Okay, and there we go. And so you want to, once you've joined them all together, I've done one here. Here we have, as you can see, slightly different layout of the fabrics, but pretty much the same. So once you've done this, you will then cut out your piece disposal, or in-our form, or foam stabiliser, whichever you would like to use. You can use other stuff such as perhaps craft textile, but I would recommend that you do use something stiff rather than ordinary wadding, because you do want it to be quite structured. So once you've fused them, sewn them all together, you take your piece of fabric and lay it out on your, I'm using foam stabiliser here, and just, I'm using actually single-sided fusible, but you can equally use sewing. You don't need to, it just makes it a bit easier. So there we go. So I've now sewn it down. So the next thing we want to do is to just sew 1/4 inch on either side of the sewings of these seams. I tend to start in the middle and work out to one side and then the other side, and then turn it round and go back the opposite way. And here I have one here I made earlier. I've now then trimmed this to size, and all the sizes are given in the instructions. Once you've trimmed it, so you would then do that on both of these, and you trim them both, and then we have our 2 bag outsides ready. Okay, so I'll put those to one side. Move all these bits out of the way, because the next thing we're going to do is to actually make the internal pockets. So you'll have 2 pieces of fabric which you're going to put right sides together and sew down each side, 1/4 inch again. You would then turn this inside out like so. There we go. Now, here's one I made earlier. So what you want to do is to actually, not to put the seams at the top, but you want to drop them down a little bit, so like 1 inch, so that you get the top of the pocket, rather, sorry. Then give it a good press, which I'll do. Then some measurements are given in your instructions. You will make some marks down here, and this is for the lines of the pockets. And on the inside of the lining, we'll do exactly the same. Now you'll see I've interfaced this, and I do recommend you interface the lining, because when you put the pockets on, they will, it gives it a bit of extra strength. Now you'll see that the pockets are actually longer than the lining, but that's great. That's exactly what we want. Okay, so I've drawn some lines on here. Again, you would do these lines, but all the measurements are given in the instructions and also on here. So the first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to measure the 2 central lines here, and I'm going to put a pin in here. And then I've got my second line here, and I'm going to match that up with the line that I've drawn on my lining. So like this. Like this. And on my third line here on this side here. Okay. That's the first part done. Okay, so now what you want to do is to go to the sewing machine, and starting at the bottom, or I start at the top, or start at the bottom, sorry, start at the bottom and sew all the way up to the top, turn around and come back again, and do it on all these lines. So I'm just going to do that, and then I can show you how we make the pleats in it. So just bear with me, it won't take me a minute to do this. By starting at the bottom and then going back down, you give a nice strong seam, but also it also hides the threads as well, so they won't be at the top of the bag. I'll just put the pins in there. I'm going to swivel and come back down again. There we go, that's the thread. I'm going to do the same with this middle one. Start at the bottom. Up to the top, swivel, and back down again. Now, last one. And there we go. So let's bring this ironing board up here so you can see what I'm going to do here. So we can take out all these pins, and as you can see, we've got some a bit baggy here. So all we need to do is just take a little bit and just fold it over and pin it. Okay. Bring a little bit over. On the sides it's quite easy to how much you need to fold, because let's take this out there, because the actual edge of the pocket will line up on the outside. So I'm going to fold that over You can see straight away. I'll give that a quick press just so you can see how it comes together. And there's your first pocket done. But you can see you've got a nice so you've got plenty of storage space. So the next thing we'll do is to just, once you've done them all along here, is to sew down here and all the way along the bottom and up to the top. And that's your linings done. So you'll do that with both sides of your linings. So the last thing that we need to make is our handle. Where is my handle? Bear with me 1 second. There we go. Here's my handle piece. So with the handle now, we're just going to take it and fold it in half, give it a good press. We've got a fold line down the centre. There's no need to interface this unless you particularly want to. There we go. And then we're going to bring the edge, raw edges in to the middle like so. I'll line this as I'm going along because I think it's easier. So just go, and then along to the other side. There we go. Right the way down. Just finish the edge. There we go. And then we're going to fold that in half again. Just, the iron's on the wrong side for me, but straight the way down. And there we go. So that's our handle made. Out of the way. And then we're just going to simply sew very close to the edge, about 1/8 of an inch away from the edge of each side, just to give it a nice neat finish. I'll just do that. I'll just do the one side so you get the idea. Then you sew down the other side as well, and then we're going to cut that in half, and that's our 2 handles for either side of the bag. Okay, so that's it for this first demonstration. I'll go away and I'm going to finish making up all the components, and then we'll come back and we'll start the second demonstration showing you how to put the whole bag together. Hello again. So, final part of the demonstration. I have now got my 2 front bags and my linings, both my linings now, with my lovely pleated pockets, which have got lots of space for lots of big items like needle cases and pin cushions, etc. So next thing we're going to do is to pin our handles onto our front. Okay, now you can tack these on. I won't actually on this occasion, but normally I probably would just tack them into place. And then you're not going to be sewing over pins. So, but for this demo, I'm just going to put them into place. And just make sure that you're not twisted it round, so you don't want it like that, because then you're going to have a twisted handle. You do want to just make sure that it just sits there like that. Okay, so here we go. There we go. So first thing we're going to do, we're going to take our pocket, and you want to put it this way against the thing and flip it over and just pin that into position. Okay, like so. And then using I would probably say 3/8 of a C. We're going to sew this into position. a walking foot, you can use a walking foot because your fabric's in its stage of stepping. I'm not actually using a walking foot, but it seems to be sewing okay, so I'm quite happy. And sew right the way to the end. Oops, that was my pins that just fell on the floor. Never mind. Pick those up later. Okay, so there's our first bag. We can now take those out. Okay. Oh, I haven't sewn this one on. I will just sew this on quickly because then, if you don't mind, because then at least we can complete the whole bag in this demonstration, which would be nice. Sometimes I cut my lining just a tad shorter than my actual bag front. Now the reason I do that is you don't have to, you just need to just pull the lining over a little bit. It does mean that when you turn it out the right way, you're not going to have a baggy lining. It will just fit that much bit better. So, okay. And it should sew all right. I mean, when I say I cut it slightly shorter, it's probably only 1/4 of an inch, and you don't want to make it too short because it won't fit then. Quickly sew along here. Just make sure my handle's in the right place. And not crooked. That's fine, I'm happy with that. And there we go. So there we've got now our 2 bags. I have to make do with just 4 pins, seeing as the rest are on the floor. We've got a couple more here. Here we go. Right, so the next thing we're going to do is going to put the bag base, the bag fronts together. And along the bottom, if you can, you want to try and match those up as nicely as possible. Okay. So we just pin them in position. Along the top. Okay. Now I like to sew the outside of my bags first and leave the lining to the last thing because it's just easier when you come to box the corners. I'll quickly sew all the way around the edge. Okay, just using a 1/4 inch seam. So I'd like to sew the sides first. Okay, and then I'm going to do this side as well. Take the pins out. And then once we've got down to the bottom, I'm going to sew right across the here. Again, you could use the walking foot if you would like. My machine actually is going through both these layers without the walking foot, so I'm quite happy to keep going. But if you struggle, you can try putting on your walking foot. Okay, so there we are, we're at the end. Now you can see why I've left this open, because now we want to reach inside and actually just squash these corners down. You can look inside, and what you want to make sure is that these are the two seams, and you want to make sure that these are quite close together, exactly in position. So push it out, flatten it, and I'm just going to put a pin in. The one thing I haven't got here, have I? Where's my excuse me a minute. Just need a pen. And we're going to quickly just draw a line across the bottom. All the measurements that you need for this drawing the line is in the pattern. But basically, it's probably, we're going to cut about 4 inches off across the hair. I'm just going to draw that quick line. There you go. I'm using a Sharpie, but here we go. And then we're going to sew straight across. And I like to do a reverse seam here, just to secure it. In actual fact, I'll probably go over it a couple of times. I'm going to need to sew it a couple of times just to make it really secure. And then we can just trim it off. And here we have a lovely boxed corner. So you do that with the other side, and once you've done the other side, you can then join the lining together, matching up the pockets here. They should all match nicely. So then sew all the way down here, and then I would leave about 4 inches in the middle of the lining open, and sew down this side as well. Box both the corners in the same way, and then you can turn it inside out, and that is your bag completed.
Well, how fabulous. Okay, I've literally got 30 seconds to say this show has been glorious. Thank you so much for you for buying, and everything is selling, and some things have sold out. The quilts have gone, the 2 big quilts have gone. The carry bag has been just incredibly busy, and Humpty as well. He's very, very busy. So if you want to get hold of anything, you can now. Of course, we're going to go, but you can go to the website, hochanda.com. Thanks to Julie for ringing in as well. But it's all there, still available on the website, the bits that are left. Thank you so much. I'm going to be back tomorrow, but don't worry, our Kev is in charge next. It's Leonie. And that's going to be with Mixed Media. And then after that, she's going to be crafting herself silly with some MDF frames. And don't forget, Crafts 2 One Day Special is launching later on. As I say, I'll see you bright and breezy tomorrow. Ta-ra!
Hi, I'm Andy from Picture This. I've been a painter all my life. Picture This was actually formed on the back of a throwaway remark from one of my art students. This has developed my drawings into a series of photopolymer stamps, clear stamps for the crafting community and the crafting industry. The stamps are all hand-drawn by me, they're made in the UK, most important to us at Picture This, and we have so much more to bring you. Our shows on Hochanda, we hope to make them informative, amusing obviously, entertaining, but mainly it's about bringing the creative spirit to you. Make sure you tune in and watch the Picture This shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Joe from the Mill Shop Online. Welcome to the Mill Shop Online. As you can see, we're a lot of fabric here. We're very passionate about our fabrics. We're one of the largest online sellers in the UK of fabrics for upholstery, soft furnishings, and now the lovely craft market. Whether you're starting out with fabric or you're an experienced sewer, we love to bring projects that every ability can really have a go at. So don't miss the Mill Shop Online shows on Hochanda.
Welcome to Hochanda's Easter Extra Flexi event. Join us from 6 p.m. Thursday the 9th of April to 6 p.m. Tuesday the 14th of April as we'll be offering you an extra special treat to help ease the cost of your Easter purchases. All of your crafting favourites will be here with us, celebrating the Easter break by demonstrating and showcasing their latest products. So, not only will we reduce the Flexi Basket value from £60 to £30, but you will also be given the opportunity to spread the cost of your purchase over 3 exciting Flexi Buy payments instead of 2. So, get cracking and take advantage of our Easter Extra Flexi event from the 9th of April at 6 p.m.
Hi, my name is Blanche Siegmann. I'm the owner of the company La Blanche. The company La Blanche is a crafting company located in Germany. For over 20 years I'm designing and selling stamps, paper crafting products and home decoration. As a passionate crafter myself, I make sure all our products are of highest quality and easy to use. We produce a whole range of products. We produce paper products. We have also shrink sleeves for your jars, glasses. We have home decoration products, paints and wall decals. Everything, the whole range of crafting we produce for you. I hope you enjoy watching us at Hochanda and crafting with La Blanche.
Hi, we're the team from Daisy Bee Stamps. My name's Nina, this is Josie, and this is my dad Roy. And we design and manufacture our very own polymer stamps. So 3 years ago, we decided to embark on turning our own designs into polymer stamps. We're really excited about where this is going to take us in the future and how we can evolve those designs and keep bringing you something that's just so different. So we wanted to add an extra element to our stamp collection, and this was down to Josie using her iPad and hand drawing the amazing sentiments that we now have in our collection. All our designs complement each other so that you can use them again and again to create something new. So make sure you don't miss the Daisy Bee shows on Hochanda.
Good afternoon and a happy Easter Monday. I rang my mum this morning, absolutely forgot it with that Easter Monday malarkey, and my stepdad's off and she was like, oh, we're still in bed, and it like, sorry mum, I thought she'd be up and out as usual. It just goes over your head a little bit, doesn't it? Anyway, I hope you've had a lovely Easter weekend. I hope you've enjoyed a little bit of the sun, either in your garden or your hour's walk, and I hope you're staying nice and safe. I've had a lovely Easter weekend. It's been quite nice. I haven't had to drive anywhere. I haven't had to rush anywhere. It's been lovely. Just chilled out. It's great. But now, this is the beginning of our fantastic 4-hour stretch. We are starting with this beautiful book. Now, we launched Alison's book. This was the launch here at Hochanda of Alison's first book, which is amazing. It doesn't feel that long ago at all, to be honest. It was so popular. It absolutely flew out the door. And it's just beautiful. This is cool because when you look through, I mean, Alison's put all sorts in here. Obviously, because it is a mixed media journey, there's all sorts. There's literally something for everybody, you know, whichever discipline you're using. But as Alison has done, mixing it all up, using all the gorgeous techniques that you might be, you might have looked at, or you might have looked at and thought, how on earth do you do that? It was only the 13th of Feb. So, gosh, that is, what month we're in? We're in April. It flew 2 months ago and it flew out the door. It's a beautiful book. I really want this book because the techniques, there's literally something for everybody. Literally. Now,
There's a little bit of a delay on the dispatch. It's going to go out on the 20th for you, so you don't have to wait long. You're only waiting a week there for this one. A gorgeous, gorgeous book. So Alison's give you the book. You're also getting the DVD as well. So again, even more. And I love this. If you are giving this as a gift, especially now, especially at the minute, I think this is a beautiful thing about one of the, you know, you have to look at your positives, don't you? One of the positives of having to stay at home, you have to start doing stuff. Creative stuff is amazing. So whether you are getting into your art, whether you're just trying something completely new, I mean, this is a wonderful way to do that. The nice thing about mixed media is as well, it's very forgiving. So there's a lot of techniques that you can get away with, if you know what I mean. So you've got the beautiful DVD. The DVD is going to take you through. Now, is it 3 projects on here? Let me have a look. I'm not too sure. I'm not going to read it all just because it'll take me ages. Do you know what? Shall we ask the lady herself? Because our Alison's on the phone. Hello there, Alison.
Hello, my lovely. How are you?
Oh, I'm really well, thank you very much, Alison. I'm really well. How are you doing?
Yes, I'm very good here in Dorset, thank you. This is a bizarre situation, isn't it?
It's a very bizarre situation, yeah. It's a very bizarre situation because here in Oundle it feels like we're in this little bubble where, you know, it just feels like we're not really part of it. It's a very strange situation. What about near you? Do you feel nice and safe, or?
Yes, I'm very lucky down here in Dorset. We're all very safe, I'm very glad to say.
Good, good. And has it been quiet as well? You haven't seen loads of people on the beach and things like that?
No, well, luckily I'm right slap bang in the middle of Dorset, so we're kind of cocooned from everything, which seems that I feel like I'm in a very privileged position, really.
Yeah, me too at the moment. Well, I'm glad you're staying safe, for Alison. Obviously we're chatting about your book and your DVD. This is, I know when you came on, you were so excited, because this is literally the first book you've ever brought out, isn't it?
It is, and to be honest, I'm still really excited about it.
Yeah, I'm so pleased. It's such a beautiful, beautiful book. So for anybody who missed our show, because obviously we launched it in February, what is it all about? What were you covering in the book, Alison?
So the book is designed to be a book that you kind of come back to again and again. So it doesn't really matter if you are a complete beginner or if you've got a bit of painting experience or a lot of painting experience. The basic bit of encouragement is that you experiment, that you mix things up, you test things out, you don't worry about the rules. And I'll tell you about the rules in the book, but I'm always pro the rules being broken at any time.
Cool. And I love that because I think it makes it really accessible, doesn't it?
I hope so. I hope people know me enough by now to know that it doesn't really matter what level you access painting on, as long as you're doing it. The doing it is more important, and actually more so than ever now. Just be creative and don't worry too much about stuff.
Absolutely. And I love this bit as well because this is perfect for now. You know, going collecting, you know, beautiful leaves and things like that and bringing that indoors. I think there's so much of the art world that will really help people, especially staying inside, because it's all about the mindfulness, isn't it?
It is, yeah, and I think it's so important, you know, our current situation or not, that you just immerse yourself in something, but use things that are available to you. Don't necessarily think that there's a certain set of materials. It's all about what you've got, what you can find, and integrating that into your painting skills.
And I think mixed media is absolutely perfect for that because it really allows you to use whatever you can, doesn't it? You know, you might be just using a tea bag, and that's the lovely thing about it, isn't it? You could use anything.
Yes, and I've had some amazing feedback from the book of people who have got in touch and said, oh, you know, you started me off, I tried this and I tried that, and you know what, it's a jackpot for me.
Yeah, it is. That is. It's so rewarding, isn't it? Now, the DVD, because obviously we've got the DVD as well. What's on the DVD, Alison? You know me, I've got the memory of a not a very healthy slug, so I can't remember. What's on the DVD, Alison?
So the DVD is meant to be a companion to the book rather than to replace anything. So it follows the same basic outline of the book. So the book goes through different chapters of integrating different materials each time. So you've got watercolour on its own, watercolour with dry media, watercolour with wet media, and so it goes on.
Fabulous.
But the DVD itself is designed to sort of mirror that, but to show you practically. And then we've got a demonstration of a dandelion at the end, which you don't see in the book. It's completely different, so people don't have to worry that, you know, if you buy one, you're going to get a duplication. It's designed to go alongside with me talking to you directly.
That's fabulous. I love it because everybody will be able to get something out of this. It's a beautiful collection. And of course, if people are worried about drawing, we've got your starting points as well, which is amazing. And I think that's so important because I think that's where people get a bit scared, isn't it, making those first lines?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, one of the best things about the DVD is you've got the line drawings there, so that to do that final project, you've got everything you need to be able to complete it.
Yeah, well done. I'm so pleased for you because it's beautiful. You've done such an amazing job.
That's really kind of you, thank you.
Oh, it's absolutely sincere. Have a lovely Easter and stay safe, and I hope we can see you again soon.
Oh, thanks, my lovely. And a huge thank you to you and to everybody at Hochanda for putting all these things together and for keeping us creative.
Oh, we're just glad. We're glad we can do this. As you were saying, it feels like a privileged position. So, yeah, we're glad to still be airing, quite frankly. Thank goodness. Take care, my love.
Yeah, you too, my lovely.
Speak to you soon. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye.
Oh, isn't it lovely? It's like being on phone to me, mate. Okay, this is it. So if you'd love to get hold of the book with the DVD, this is a beautiful, beautiful gift for someone. Maybe it's going to be for you. And the beautiful thing about this is it's mixed media. So, yeah, raid your cupboards. You know, what have you got in there that you can create with? Be experimental. £19.59, already 10% of the stock has gone. You're saving £9 on this. Remember, only launched in February. So really new to the market, and our Alison is just amazing. 097 712, that's your item number. I love things like that because you get confidence. Now, something I have known for years, I'll move this because we're going to have a play and then run out of time because I'll start faffing. I've known this product for years and years and years, Pearlex. It's a really good quality product. It's funny actually because when I first got into the craft industry proper, you know, not just plain but proper, Pearlex was massive, absolutely massive, and it has always been up there with the, you know, your price here of your micas, but the quality is amazing, and you have got such a fantastic colour collection here. Now, your beautiful Pearlex, so what you've got with these are gorgeous coloured micas. You've got, as you can see, all that shimmer. The richness of the colours is just sensational. Now, this is already busy. Not only do you get your Pearlex, but you're also getting your gum arabic. So this is your binder. This is what's going to keep these together. You can use that for other things because you can use it with your paints as well. You can water it down. So if it's a little bit too, because mind you, it's quite watery, is that? But that is going to allow you to put, to paint with these. They look amazing on black card. I mean, they just make it pop. But you're going to be able to put them on other colours. The pigment as it is, of course, you can mix with other things. So maybe you're going to mix it with varnish. Maybe you're going to mix it with your gel medium. But with your gum arabic, that allows you to mix it straight away. And you can see there just a little swatch of the colours. It is a beautiful, beautiful kit. Now, if you do want to get hold of this, you're getting the full collection with the gum arabic. With your 3 flexes, because it is over £30 and it's Easter, so that's what we're doing at the moment. Your 3 flexes, it's going to be £15.61 per month. You're saving £10 on this collection. That yellow's the one I love. That yellow is just so sunshine, isn't it? £46.82 is your price. 871135, and that is going to be dispatched in a week's time on the 28th. If you are 20th Oz, I don't know what date it is. 20th. Yeah, the Easter event, if you're spending £30, then you automatically get the 3 flexes. So that's already got the 3 flexes. So maybe if you were putting Alison's fantastic book into this basket, it would already get them 3 flexes. Okay, if you do want that, it is 871135, that's your item number. Now, next, something else. Obviously, we're talking about the SAA. The SAA are a fantastic company, an organisation. They bring so many quality products. See, and I've learnt so much. Since I've become aware of the SAA, I have learnt so much. Trace down. I never knew what to do with trace down. I'd never heard of it, to be fair, before the SAA. This is phenomenal. So when you've got, maybe it's a photo you've taken, maybe it's something that you've seen and you want just the outline, this is the one. And this is, now is this the black one? Yeah, so this is the black, this is the graphite, basically with your white pad. Graphite, so it's literally a pencil, but it's on a full sheet. So as you go over it, you're putting the pencil line on, which means, of course, you can rub it out. It's really clever stuff. You're not using it once and then binning it. You'll be able to get uses and uses and uses out of this. Now, not only have you got the trace down, but look at the pad. This is amazing. So you've got 12 sheets here. Now, let me have a look at this, because this is, oh, bear with. I'll just knock over everything for you. Oh. So's Chloe. Hi, Chloe. I've forgotten how to be a presenter. Oh, Chloe, I have forgotten as well. So this, look at that. 3 seconds I stood here, made a right mess. So's Chloe. So's, thank you, love. So yeah, right, I came into the studio and I was stood over there, and Chloe went, Leonie, do you want to get into set? I ain't wrong set. And Ollie were like, it's the one with the cameras pointing at it. I'd forgotten how to present. I've been doing that other bit so much. Anyway, this now. Oh, I do like this. So this pad is, so it's glued round your edges. Now that's cool because it means, you know how sometimes when you're working with watercolour, when you work on it, it all bows and goes like this. Now, so sometimes you have to tape it down. That's glued down. So it means when you work on that, you can literally start working on that and it's going to keep it nice and flat for you. Of course, you can take it off on the board if you wish to. Let me have a look at the, so 300 GSM as well. So really nice, heavyweight. And of course, you don't need to work on that as a, you know, in that beautiful A3 format. Of course, you can cut it down if you wish. So you're getting your 12 sheets there. You've got your how many have we got in there? Trace down. I can't see. I'm not sure either. We've got some trace down. 5 sheets. So you've got 5 sheets of that, and it's massive. It's the A3. You then get in your outlines. Now, this is what you can achieve with trace down. But of course, you've got these in here, 10 of your line drawings and your pictures, so you know where to go. So I know where they go. So you know where you're aiming. And I love this because this allows you, see, things like that are fabulous to start off. This allows you to start those beautiful pictures with your line art, so you know where to go. What? And I think these are Ali's as well. In fact, I'm nearly 100% sure they are. Now, if you do want this kit, only £25.59. It's good quality from the SAA, of course, who, yeah, they're a brilliant company, absolutely brilliant. And they really, really want people, and genuinely, they want people to get into art, whatever level. And whatever level, they support you as well, which is absolutely amazing. If you would like this kit, I'll just do that. 541469 is your item number. If you'd like to get hold of that one. Next, So's Chloe. Now, this one is the black paper pad. So this, oh good grief, just ignore it. Just pretend it didn't happen. So this time, as you can't see because it is sealed, but this time you've got your black paper in here. Bear with, I'll get this open in seconds. Used to this. Now that bit I'm used to. See, so now you've got, again, heavyweight. Do you know what? It's really, really, it seems to be on trend as black watercolour paper at the minute. So, yes, so many people have been demoing on it. I think because it's just so effective. You know, it gives you that real pop. But obviously, if you want to put your mark on there initially, how do you do that? The trace down. So this time you've got the white trace down. So it's going to give you that incredible precision drawing, but you can see where you're going. And of course you can get rid of that. You've also got your beautiful pictures as well. This helps you. This gives you a start. Now, £29.89 is your price if you'd like to get hold of that lovely collection. That is 658360. Obviously, check the website. It's the SAA. We've got so many other things. And if you're checking out your basket and it goes, hey, do you fancy this? The knife that it's saying, hey, they are well cool. I saw those for first time I've ever seen them last week, and it was like, oh, they're so different. They're absolutely amazing. So have a look at that while you're checking out your baskets. Anyway, right, so our Alison's done some videos for us, and we have to thank you very much for these. All our guests have been amazing at doing the videos. So she's going to be talking about the trace down, how to use it, and obviously the benefits. Here's Alison.
So this is trace down. This is a fantastic product for making your line drawings transfer onto your watercolour paper. Now, I use trace down in two different colours. I use the graphite and I use the white. The white I use if I want to do any transfer onto a dark surface, such as the black watercolour paper. The graphite is the one that I probably use the most, which is to get any line drawings I produce down onto my watercolour paper. Let's show you how I do that. I have a line drawing that I created from this photograph. Now this graph I experimented with on 2 or 3 occasions to create a painting, a copy of the painting of Peter that I did a little while ago, and it worked really well. So I know this photograph works brilliantly as a piece of reference material. So here's Peter in all his glory, and in the pack you've got both the line drawing and the photograph to work from. The photograph you'll probably need to do the painting, but it can be useful for the line drawing too. So here's my line drawing, which I have hinged down on one side with a piece of masking tape, and then underneath it I have slid the trace down, dark side down. That's the thing to remember with the graphite. With the white it's a little bit harder to see, but with the graphite it's dark side down. And then I've taken a biro, this is a coloured biro, and I have drawn back over the lines that I've created. Pressed quite hard, not too hard, but certainly not a light touch. It being a biro means that it presses through really well. And it being a coloured biro means that I can see where I've been. And then if you have just a quick peek under, there is Pete transferred. I haven't had to worry about whether his head collar is in the right place, his nostrils, his eyes, all the rest of it. It's there. It's going to prove as a lovely guide for me when I need to do anything else. So when I'm happy, I can peel those two things away and I can put those to one side. One thing that I particularly like to do when I'm doing the trace down technique is I use a putty eraser, because I'm a bit heavy-handed and I do tend to lean on it. And so you can probably see there's a few scuff marks on my watercolour paper. But a really good putty eraser or a plastic eraser, and you will find that those lift off really nicely. Then I can return to my photograph with an ordinary pencil, and I can use the photograph as reference to go back over the detail that I've put in and make sure that I know where everything needs to be. I tend to call this stage of painting navigation, and it helps you to see where things need to occur, where shapes need to be. Because you've had the safety net of that line drawing, you haven't had to worry too much. So there's your trace down technique from turning a photograph from a line drawing into a really nice map on your watercolour paper, ready to...
I love that, because it makes it look possible, doesn't it? You know, and think about all the photos that you've got. You know, it might be, I'd start on something simple. It's funny actually because I've got some photos about 4 years old now, not longer. But you know when you're really proud of a photograph? But it might be something simple. It might just be a flower out the garden. You know, start with something that's achievable. I love it because Alison, I like the way she teaches. She's really gentle, it's calm, it's not pressured, very, very relatable too. So I think that's exactly what you're getting here. So you're getting the beautiful book, first of all, and this is a lovely book. You know, it's such a nice gift idea. Let me start from the back this time, because obviously I start from the front every time. Mix it up. And you can see, look at the projects. Let me move the DVD out the way for a second. So you've got all these beautiful projects. I love it because there's so many different disciplines in this book. You know, there's so many different techniques, whether you are doing beautiful watercolours, whether you're mixing different products up. And she really does experiment, you know, in this book. There's all sorts going on here. So people like me who love, you know, having a play with gessos and things like that, and all your gorgeous texture paste and stuff, you'll get all sorts in this book that will definitely run alongside all the products that you've already got at home. Now, that's a beautiful book, only released in February, and we launched it here on Hochanda with the lovely Alison. So you've got the book, you've then got the DVD. As Alison was saying, this runs alongside the book. It's not a repeat of, it's not giving you projects that you're getting in the book. This is giving you something new. So it means when you're getting both, you're getting even more in the actual DVD as well. And look at that, you see. When I was saying about mixing up your different techniques and your different ideas, and I love that because it just, for people like me, who half the time I feel like I'm blagging it, it's so nice to watch Alison and obviously get more ideas, more inspiration, and how you can use those wonderful products that you've invested in. Now, you've also, of course, got some line drawings as well that will help you get you started, and you need that. Having a starting point is reassuring, you know, and knowing what to do with it. Because you might be looking at that and thinking, I have no idea what I'll be doing with that. That's the beautiful thing about it, because these are going to tell you. And the thing is then, like when you watch Alison use Trace Down, she does it so, you know, it's such an open image, isn't it? Like if I was doing that, naturally, I'd have thought I had to put every detail in. You know, so then basically I was doing a paint by numbers. And I love this because this, and they take a long time, this gives you freedom. So it gives you it's an outline. You know, you're not trying for precision in that image. You're not trying to get a photoreal, detailed image. This is going to give you that that freedom to be a little bit expressive and a little bit free with your artwork. Love it, really love it, because it's teaching you the basics right from the beginning. Now, this bundle, only £19.59. You're saving £9. It's lovely, absolutely lovely, and it's just full of so many ideas. 097712, that's your item number. You're waiting a week for that one, but it is going to be dispatched on the 20th for you. Now, this is lovely. So this is your gum Arabic. Now, I've been having a play with this while Alison were chatting. Have a look at that for colour. How beautiful is that? It is stunning. Stunning on dark, but look at it on a white card. See? Oh yeah, just, isn't that amazing? So rich. This is so rich. Now, you've got an amazing selection of colours. It's one of those that Pearlettes was the first brand in micas I ever knew. I mean, you can see how incredible, how intense that colour is. These are quality. You're getting the gum Arabic, which allows you to mix with the powders, so you're creating a beautiful paint. Obviously, you can use the gum Arabic in other applications as well. It chats about that on the bottle. Shall I have a play first then? Shall I? Why not? So I've got a little paintbrush, pot of water there. I've got just a plastic bag to mix onto, because obviously I was mixing on the paper, but that's a bit daft because you waste stuff, so use it on the plastic. Let me see what colour. Let's go for that yellow, because that yellow was really, really one of my favourites. Now, is that one open? Yes, it is. Sorry, I've got a wet hand with, there we go. Now, these are all brand new. So, open that. Open that. Oh, look at that. Straight away. Isn't that beautiful? And now, I'm quite happy with that. Our said she thought this would have a really posh name, but it's just called Bright Yellow. I'm not going to lie, I love it when colours are just called what they are. That makes me really happy. So, popping a bit of the yellow out, like so. I'm going to keep this, your top, just to pop that on there, just to protect it a little bit. Now, I put quite a bit out there. That'll last you. You can use, with this, if you used water with it, this is a binder. Gum arabic is a binder. The binder will seal it, essentially. So if you used your, oh my gosh, even before I do anything, that looks lovely. Look, that we're cleaning my brush. Doesn't that just look fabulous? So your gum arabic will bind it all together. So you're not going to worry about it not, not sticking to your project. So bring in a little bit of gum arabic in. Now, the more gum arabic you use, the more you're kind of watering it down, if you will. You can water this down as well. So if your gum arabic is a little bit too thick, you can water it down. But just mix all the particles up and look at that colour. Absolutely gorgeous. The beautiful thing about having the powders, you can mix them, so you can essentially create your own paints with this. So if I use this now on my, I know it's not clean card, I just picked up any old card, but look at that colour. Isn't that just divine? That is such a gorgeous bright yellow, isn't it? Look at that. It's stunning. It's stunning. And this is on white cardstock. And I mean, a lot of times when you use your micas, you won't get that kind of finish on a white cardstock, will you? The gum arabic is allowing a little bit more flow. Look at that. That's fantastic, isn't it? The quality. I'd actually forgotten, because I haven't used Pearlex in a while. I'd forgotten the quality. It is absolutely divine. I mean, again, look at that. So on your black cardstock. You can, of course, do loads of techniques. You can water it down. You can do just flashes of colour with this. You can use it to highlight. I mean, there's literally so many things you can do with it. But just painting on there. And I mean, that has gone a long way. You are getting a lot in the pot for this. I didn't use that much. And look, and I've still got stuff left on there. So, of course, I can add a bit more gum arabic. A bit of water if I wanted to. Look at that colour. Oh, I do love this. I absolutely forgot how beautiful this was. And just a little bit more water in that one, because that will allow it to go further. See? Oh, yeah, love this. I forgot how good they were. Okay, if you do want to get hold of this, this is gorgeous. It has got your 3 flexes. And because, of course, we know it's a bit more expensive than you might have got your micas before, but you are paying for quality. I mean, that is lovely. I don't want to stop now. I will stop, I promise. Okay. Oh, it's so fun. And, of course, look, if you start mixing your colours, that's dry. And it dries quick as well, does that gum arabic. Look at that. Oh, yeah. That makes me well happy. Okay, if you do want to get hold of it, I had to have a play. £46.82. They will last you. You'll probably be a bit like me, and they'll be your precious things, that you don't let anybody else use, and you certainly don't let the kids use them who are possibly trying to raid your crafty stash if you've got kids at home. Keep them away. If you do want to get hold of them, 3 flex pays, because it is over £30, and that's what we're doing to celebrate Easter. That is 871135. Now we've got Alison. Let's have a see how the expert uses Pearlex. I can't wait to see this. What's Alison up to?
So these are Pearlex powders. They come in a little pot like this, 49 different colours in the range, but in this set you've got 12 different ones. The pots all look very similar, so I chose to put little labels on the top of each one of mine, just so I can see at a glance which colour I'm working with. And these are the colours that we get in this set. And you can see they've got like a pearlized, they're a lustrous finish. Now, the major advantage of Pearlex powders is that they are completely inert. And what that means is that this little pot of powder can be mixed with whatever it is that you like to be able to create a pearlized or metallic finish on your product. So you can mix them with acrylics or oils or printing inks, encaustics, alcohol inks, epoxies, glues. The list is completely endless. But if you want to turn them into a watercolour type of paint, then there's a very specific product that you need to mix them with. Let me show you how I do that. I'm just going to clear the area that I've got here so that everything is out of the way. And I've got two things in front of me. I've got a ceramic palette, in the middle of which I have poured some gum arabic. Now, gum arabic is the product that makes watercolour have that lovely translucent finish. It's a binder for pigments, and that makes it absolutely perfect for mixing with Pearlex powders to turn them into a watercolour or a calligraphy ink or something similar. Now, to show you how they work, I'm actually going to use a piece of black watercolour paper because the colours show up a little better on there. I'm going to take my pot of Pearlex. I've chosen Solar Gold for this experiment. This is one of my favourites. I have a coffee stirrer. Now, there's lots and lots of different ways that you can transfer the powder to mix with the gum arabic. I just personally prefer using a coffee stirrer because then I can decant as much as I want. So I take the lid off, and you can see straight away in here that it's really fine. It has mica content in it, but don't worry, the mica is ethically sourced. The company that make it go to great lengths to make sure that there is no or human reason why that mica powder isn't safe to use. So you can see the coffee stirrer picks up just a small amount of powder, and really you won't need an awful lot. I'm going to transfer that into my palette, just tap off the excess, and then I'm going to take a brush to move my gum arabic. Now, gum arabic comes in powder form, it comes in liquid form. I've chosen to use the liquid one with this today, and there are recipes that you can look up to see how much gum arabic you need to use, but I like to do mine just by eye. So I'm going to fill my brush with the gum arabic, and I'm going to wipe a couple of brushfuls over onto the palette where the powder is sitting, and then very, very simply I'm going to mix the powder and the gum arabic together, and you can see straight away what a lovely lustrous shine that is. I've been a bit messy with my powder, but that's okay. I'm not exactly the tidiest of painters, so I'm going to coat my brush over. You can see how delicious that looks. And then if I move over to my watercolour paper, if I stroke that onto the watercolour paper, you can see straight away what a gorgeous, bright, metallic shine you get with these products. Now, you don't have to stay with that consistency. If I move that consistency elsewhere onto my palette and add some plain water in with it, I can get a thinner version. So if you wanted to use them as a calligraphy ink, you could just make it a little bit thinner so that it flowed in your pen nib. It's not a great idea to put it through a fountain pen, but certainly with dip nibs it would work brilliantly. And then let's move down, and you can see just get a slightly thinner coverage. Let's do one more of those, and then let's add even more water to that, because this means that you then have the power to be able to make your Pearlex as thin or as thick as you like. It's a fantastically versatile product, and you can see from the little colour samples that I've got here all the different colours that are really going to bring a shine to your projects.
They will indeed. I mean, it is a super shine to your projects. If you do want to get hold of them, I'm just going to pull that up again just to show you the shine. I mean, beautiful, beautiful. And it is the coverage. That is just fantastic. £46.82 is your price. Top quality there. Well, artist quality. 3 payments, £15.61. 871 135. And even the bit that's still on my plastic looks really yummy. Okay, so we've got for you the trace down. Now this is another amazing kit because you've got your A3 paper, you're getting 12 sheets there. This is all glued around the edges, so it's a working palette straight away. 300 GSM, so top quality, and then of course you've got your graphite trace down, which is essentially a massive sheet of pencil, if you will, which allows you to transfer that image, whatever you're working with, you know, whether it be your own photograph, whether it's some amazing, do you know what, as well, it might not be a drawing. You might have seen, you know, the beautiful lettering, you might have seen some lettering and think, boom, trace down it. That is what I'd use it for, to be fair. Can you imagine making a beautiful big, I mean, imagine that. You could make gorgeous hand-designed signs, do the beautiful lettering, and then put loads of little flowers and things around it. You could make it really pretty. Now, this kit, you've also got your imageries. I love this because this teaches you how to actually take a photograph. And I love it because it goes wonderfully with your book and your DVD as well. Taking your photograph and how to sketch that photograph. So not trying to transfer every little bit of detail, not trying to pick up every single little bit of, you know, fur on there. It is literally just transferring the detail that you need to replicate or to start designing that image, which I love. I think that is a really, really good starting place. Now, £25.59. You're saving £13 there, so really good saving. 541469. That's the white. We've then got the black. Now, this goes so well with the book because there is a section in the book that talks about working on your black cardstock, black watercolour cardstock. It's, do you know, I have seen so many people. Oh, sorry, Chloe. It's just a thing, innit? Sorry, Chloe. We'll just leave it. It'll be right. Poor Chloe. Like, you haven't got enough to do. And I just knock down in every show. Hey, wait till we get the MDF, love. I know, popping them out. Whew, I won't, I promise. So you've got, I won't touch them. You've got your wonderful paper. Again, heavyweight. That is wonderful quality, of course, because this is the SAA bringing us these. You've then got the trace, and then the papers. The trace down. The trace down, of course, in white, and then the beautiful practice sheets. Yay! Okay, if you do want this kit, £29.89 is your price there. 658360 is your item number. Now, something we've been talking about the SAA. Now, the SAA, you can join the SAA. I'm a member. My membership gives me it gives me insurance and everything, and that's a lovely thing. There's different levels of membership. With this one, this is your standard membership. Now, you're not buying through this one. This just means doing this, it'll take you, it's got a link, so it'll take you through to the SAA. But when you go on this one, it means your freebie that you're getting are the brushios. It's a really good freebie, yeah. I got proper jealous when I saw this one because I didn't get that freebie with mine. So I had a little bit of freebie envy. It's cracking, is that? So really, really good. And do you know what? Being part of the SAA, they've got, of course, you always get good deals here, but they've got a lovely art shop. They've got so much help. You know, there are artists that come here. They're all part of the SAA. So you've got some incredible artists. They've got, of course, they've got members who help each other as well. You've got galleries to inspire you. So really, really good organisation. Please have a look at that. Of course, that's your link. So it'll take you through so you can read exactly what you're going to get from the standard membership. 430172. Now, we've been chatting about the Pearlex. Obviously, you've got the gum arabic there, but there's loads of other uses as well. We've got another fantastic demonstration.
So how can you combine Pearlex with watercolour paints? I've got this little project started here, which is a little narcissus flower, very apt for Easter weekend. I've used the trace down in the white to get my line drawing onto my black watercolour paper. And then I've started painting it in with some of the SAA's watercolours. Now, one thing to keep in mind when you're using watercolours on black paper is you want to go for the ones that are either opaque or semi-opaque, because they are a nice strong bold colour and they'll sit on the surface. Some of the more transparent ones, like the poppy red for example, you have to use quite neat to get the colour to show up, but I've still managed to achieve that on this and faded it out so that I've got a nice shadow in the centre. One of the odd things for watercolourists about working on black watercolour paper is the fact that your shadows are usually taken care of. When we're on white paper, we're having to add our shadows back in and keep our highlights, but on black watercolour paper, you've got all the shadows there. So all I've done with this yellow is literally fade it out, and the black watercolour paper is coming through underneath to create my shadows. But I can give this a little added dimension. So let's get rid of the watercolour paints. I've used those and this is nice and dry now. And I'm going to add some Pearlex over the top. I've got my solar gold already mixed out here. I'm also going to add blue russet and spring green. So let's show you how I'm going to mix those up. So here's my little pot of a blue russet. And it's called blue russet because it has got a slight blue sheen to it when you mix it up together. That's that one. And here I've got spring green, again, very well named colour. As you can see, there's not much left in the pot because this is one of my favourites. I've got my spring green in there. Using my brush, let's just make it a little bit damp. And I'm going to use the gum arabic, which is in the centre of my palette. This is liquid gum arabic. And I'm going to mix that in with my Pearlex, and you can see straight away how they make a lovely paste-like consistency that I can then alter so I can make it thicker or thinner depending on what it is that I want. Give my brush a bit of a wash. I have contaminated a little bit of my gum arabic there, but it really doesn't matter. Let's pop some of that over into the spring green, and you can see that green really come to life. It's quite a dull colour when it comes out of the pot, but the moment that it's mixed with the gum arabic, it becomes fresher and brighter. Give my brush a wash out. So there I've got my solar gold, my blue russet and my spring green all ready to go. Cleaning off my brush, let's just wet that solar gold up again. That's one of the great things about using Arabic and Pearlex. You can allow it to dry in the palette and add a little bit of and it comes back good again. So I'm going to use that solar gold over the tip of my narcissus petals, and what I'm hoping it will do is give my painting a tiny bit of pizzazz and bring it to life a little bit. So let's put a bit over the end of each petal, working my way around. Let's do this one too, and last but not least, this one here. Wash my brush out, give it a really good rinse around in the water, and then I can blend those colours in with the watercolour that's underneath and into the black of the watercolour paper. And you can see all of a sudden the addition of that Pearlex makes my narcissus flower look three-dimensional. And it's a really quick, easy technique that you can do. So if you've got a painting that looks okay, but it could have a little bit of life in it, Pearlex is a brilliant way of adding that pizzazz to your pictures. So there goes the blue russet over the top of my poppy red watercolour, and I'm going to use the water to blend that out. A little bit more of that over the back of my narcissus flower. Use some water to blend that out. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put the handle of my brush into the solar gold, and then I can use that to dot the centres into my flower. So I'm not over painting it, but it's got a nice dimension to it. And then in my spring green, give it a swirl around, and I can add a little bit of an extra highlight onto the stem. Let's use some water to blend that out, neaten it up a little bit. And then of course it wouldn't be a painting of mine if it didn't have a little bit of spatter going on. So I've got any old pencil here and a brush in my painting hand. I'm going to load it up with the solar gold, make sure that it's really well covered, and I'm going to tap the brush over the top of the pencil. I'm not going to hit it with the pencil. If I hit it with the pencil, all the spatter is going to come up and you'll probably get solar gold coloured freckles. But this way, when I tap it, what I can get is a nice fine sprinkling of colour. I might just do a little bit of that blue russet as well, just to add something to it. There we go. That extra finishing touch to my narcissus flower. Hopefully good enough to send somebody as an Easter card.
That's beautiful. I wonder if she did. I wonder if she sent it. That is absolutely gorgeous. And that's a Pearlex, which is there actually. And it is incredible. I might have a little play if I have time before. We have got, oh, I will have time. I was looking at all the stuff up back. I'll nick some, well, I won't nick, it's my own. Right, okay. This is the book. Now, again, beautiful. Beautiful. It's got so many projects. Like I love, let me have a look. So you've got like your textures. So for me, I mean, that is obviously one I'd be going to straight away, you know, because that's going to allow you to experiment. For me, stuff I've already got. The other bit that I absolutely love, where it's a bit about kind of red in the garden. There's the collage bit. I'm really into collage at the minute, and I'd really like that one. So the collage bit, because that's another one. You know, if you're like me, I'm really addicted to buying magazines, food magazines, but every now and again, like I tell you what I like to buy, you know, those the mindfulness magazines. They're a bit too expensive really, but they're on really nice paper. They're the kind of thing then you can use, you know, you can start cutting up and actually using your artwork. Absolutely love stuff like that. And then look, so this is another bit of the book I absolutely love. It's really working with, like Alison was saying, stuff that you can find, like feathers, just standard sponges to give you loads of different techniques. You know, start raiding your lovely fabric and stuff like that. It's really nice. And then printmaking with stuff around the garden, stuff you're going to pick up on your walk. And you see that's the kind of thing that's good to do with kids as well. You know, and I think that's a lovely thing about this. You're buying it for you, but it's something that you'll be able to do with other people, that you'll be able to do with groups, or, you know, on social media. But you'll be able to do it with kids as well. So I think it's a really nice book to share those techniques. You've got the book, you've got the DVD, which works in hand with the book. You're not going to get a repeat of the projects in there. You do get a different project. And then, of course, those line drawings to start you off. Now, it's a wonderful price, saving £9, just £19.59. She's such a lovely person, such a good artist, and, of course, fantastic at teaching. 097712, that's your item number, and that is so new. Playtime. Right, you look at those colours while I just nip off over yonder. So you've got this lovely collection of colours. I mean, these are beautiful, absolutely beautiful. They're rich, they give you so many different options, and I love it because obviously you might be using these with your paints. Oh, bear with again. You might be using them. See, this is the thing. This is why it's so nice having my little thing there. Having my little thing, My Little Pony. No, I haven't brought My Little Pony into the studio because I haven't got one. No, all my crafty stuff's just there. It's like being in my craft workshop constantly. It's quite fabulous. Oh, we haven't shown. Oh, yeah, we've got the pictures to show as well. So, what you can do with this, obviously we can mix it with a gum arabic. But look, if you've got, you could also, I'm using my heavy body gel. So, of course, you're going to be able to use things like this as well. Let me look at those wonderful colours. You've got the green, the pink, the beautiful metallics. You've also got on the bottom that gorgeous purple, that one. I mean, that looks amazing. That looks like a kind of bronze. That is such a beautiful colour. So if I take this, right, so I'm being really careful. You will treasure these. Oh my God, grief. I mean, look at that colour. That right there, that's an Easter treat, isn't it, quite frankly? So I am definitely not going to sneeze. I'm being really careful. I love it because I'm so precious with these, and popping the lid straight back on, because this is a girl who nearly dropped her iPad in bath today, so we're definitely yes, other tablets are available. And then, oh my good grief, I mean, just like that looks amazing. And then I'm going to take a little bit from here, like so, and then mix it. Now, because this is, again, this will act as a binder, this will dry clear, so where it looks creamy, it's going to dry absolutely clear, and then you're just going to see that incredible colour. Now, have a look how rich that's gone. Of course, with this one, you're not going to see the full impact of this until it's dry, but look how rich that is. Now, when it dries as well, at the minute, it doesn't look as shiny, but when it dries, you will also get the shine. Look at the colour on that. You see, that is just a titchy bit of that incredible powder, and that is beautiful. Okay, please get hold of this. I mean, look at that, just as you drag that colour out, it's amazing. I mean, to do trees and things like that, that's what we're talking about when we're talking about texture. Okay, 3 payments, £15 and 61 pence. Please do not miss out on that. You've got the gum Arabic, you've got those beautiful 12 colours, top quality. They are your beautiful Pearlex, made by Jacquard, of course. Now, 871135 is your item number. I'm sure you can use those on fabric as well. I should have looked at that one. Okay, now then, that is 871135. Alison sent us some pictures and we nearly forgot to show you these. And yeah, I am sure these are from a book, because obviously one of the things Alison draws a lot is her wonderful hens from home. You've got some lovely illustrations in there, some lovely, beautiful... Oh, and look at the doggy! Oh, that's such a nice picture in it. And that one, I mean, that is so striking. Look at the eyes. Imagine being able to do that. That's why going through the book, learning all those techniques, because it's all about techniques, isn't it? One of the techniques that I've been introduced to, whilst of course bringing you wonderful products from the SAA, is a trace down. This will allow you to get that. Sometimes you look at something like that white piece of paper, it's like, where on earth do I start? You know, that is just scary, isn't it? Even if you cut it into like ATC sizes, scary. If you've got your trace down, you can literally take your picture, whether it's a photograph, whether it's, you know, something that you've been spied out of a magazine and you want to do it yourself. You're taking those wonderful images and making them. And I tell you what, there's a lot of books out there that give you patterns that that you're allowed to actually use for your artwork as well. And I think that's a wonderful, wonderful way to work. Now, if you do want that one, £25 and 59 pence. That is 541469. Only got a minute. Okay, if I was shopping today, I'd definitely, if you've not got it already, I'd definitely be getting the book, because it's just lovely. And that Pearlex, because that is seriously addictive, quite frankly. Do check your baskets out. Of course, I'm going to be with you in the next hour, because this is this team. So we've got our 4-hour stint, but that's it. An hour's over already. That went so quick, and I managed to get a cheeky bit of die cutting in as well. Boom. Okay, if you do want anything, check your baskets out. Please make sure you do get hold of that book, because Alison is fabulous, and I know she's ever so chuffed that the book's in print and people are loving it. And do make sure, like Alison said, people have been in touch with her who've bought the book and created from it. And please get in touch, Alison, because obviously she loves to hear how you've loved it. Right, don't you go anywhere. Well, you can nip and get a coffee. See you in a minute. Okie dokie, we've got Craft Yourself Silly. It's MDF frames, which are seriously cool. We've then got a 2-hour launch. It is Crafts 2 one-day special. I'll see you then.
Welcome to Club G45 from Graphic 45. These are monthly tutorial kits that allow you to create beautiful projects by accessing step-by-step instructional videos that are viewable online. You'll get almost everything you need to create both of these projects from scratch. The first kit is Club G45 Birdsong Explosion Box and Origami Envelopes Kit. Simply order yours by purchasing item number 518169 for £49.99 plus your postage from Hochanda.com, or give us a call on 01733 60 2000 for instant access to this month's Club G45 from Graphic 45. The second kit is Club G45 Birdsong Centre Step Card Kit. Simply order yours by purchasing item number 554627 for £31.99 plus your postage from Hochanda.com, or give us a call on 01733 60 2000 for instant access to this month's Club G45 from Graphic 45.
Hi, I'm Emma.
And I'm Pam.
And we're from Quilters Trading Post. We've been open since 2007, so we're coming up to 10 years now.
We started our business in Cambridge, really, with a long arm quilting machine. We decided we wanted to make a proper business of it, so we bought a shop in this area. We soon grew out of that because we became successful, and we bought a school, and now we're in the school.
We have 4 parts to our business. We have the quilting service, we run workshops, we sell patchwork and quilting threads, fabrics and notions, and we do patterns and books. That's our newest thing, and our favourite being our Crafters Carry-All.
We've really enjoyed being on Hochanda. It's made us famous, really. We've got lots of people who now come into the shop and tell us that they've seen us, and that they've enjoyed the demonstrations, and they've watched us over and over again.
Make sure you don't miss our shows here on Hochanda.
Hello, my name's Kay from Indigo Blue, and we've been established for 7 years, and together with my husband Alfie we design and manufacture our own in-house red rubber stamps. We also have our own range of paints, lushes and stencils. We're so proud that we've now got a reputation for such high quality products that we can manage to get in our stamps. What I really love about Hochanda is I get to demonstrate lots of different techniques for you to understand how to use our products and hopefully inspire you. I've got loads of fantastic ideas buzzing around in my head, so I can't wait to get those filtered into our products and out to you at home. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue on Hochanda.
If you love cake and you love to bake, we've got something you're going to enjoy. Here at Hochanda's Crafty Kitchen, we'll be introducing you to brand new guest demonstrators from the world of baking and cake decorating, who will be on hand to inspire you with sugar flour making techniques, food flavouring ideas, baking kits in a bottle, and as well as showcasing some very fashionable kitchen aprons. Watch out for brand new products, some very bespoke to the baking world, but others you can utilise within the world of craft, which will allow you more flexibility between the different mediums. Intrigued? Well, set your temperatures, set your timers, and tune in every fortnight to see what's in the oven on the Crafty Kitchen.
Hello and welcome. I got an O in my head. Oh, Ooh. It's lovely to be with you. You are, of course, tuned into Hochanda. It does actually, our Emily just said it's like a morning programme. It feels like morning. When I came in, our Chloe said, morning. It does, doesn't it? It's just, because whatever time of day you start, even if it is just 4 o'clock in the afternoon, you still feel like morning. And maybe it's just us. What time are you getting up at home? I'd love to hear from you. studio@hochanda.com. Are you finding you're still waking up early, or are you waking up like 12 o'clock? Or has nothing really much changed? Do email us in studio@hochanda.com. Just as long as you're staying safe, that's the main thing. That's all we care about. Now, what we've got for you, craft yourself silly. Our lovely Ailey, hello Ailey. I think we're going to be chatting to our Ailey in a little while. But hopefully, as long as she's not in garden and doing something. I know our Hayley's been keeping herself nice and safe anyway. But what Hayley's done now, I know we have got on the show and they've sold out time after time after time. But what we've got here, now these ones are brand new today. So you're looking at that and thinking, as I did, okay, so you might be decorating these on the outside, you might be using these as a frame, but these are well clever. So you're getting two of your fabric frames. So the way they work, these two work together. The way to think about these, you know your embroidery hoop? You know your embroidery hoop, where you've got one bit and then the other bit and it slots inside and holds it nice and taut? That's what this reminds me of. So you're going to be using those two together and then those two together. Okay, and what they do is this, and it's such a good idea. I've never seen this in MDF. So you've got the two, and all you need to do, just like with an embroidery hoop, is pop your panel in. So this means that you can obviously straight away you can make a piece of art. So that panel, I mean, that is a beautiful fabric panel, love it. But imagine if you've added your gorgeous paints on that. Imagine if you've put lovely feathers in there. Or of course if you started loads of wonderful beadwork in that one. You can do all sorts in that. And look, I mean, it is so, oh, that's the one, I keep doing it the wrong way round. Yeah, we're looking at it the wrong way around before. I couldn't work that out, I'm telling you. Looks quite different. So you have got that incredible unicorn. And this is easy to do. So you literally, can you see? So you literally pop that and just squidge it in. As long as the fabric isn't too thick, then that is going to sit in. Now, of course, you can use those two together, you can use those two together, but what if you use those two, the smaller ones? So you might be using the smaller ones, and that one has been sent in. So actually, if you use the smaller ones, you're going to get the big ones still. So that one, you can literally stretch your fabric over and then just tape it in the reverse. So you can still use the bigger one. Now, if you do want to get hold of these, a really good idea for all your fabric, and it's quick. That is so quick and easy. You don't need to glue them in place, so it means you can keep changing them. For quick bit of wall art, I think that's an amazing idea, and it's really busy. 10% of the stock has gone. Brand new today, £18.99. I like that they're so big as well. You can make some dramatic works of art. Do you know what I do love about this? You know, we've had so much incredible fabric. Did you see the one day special the other day? That was ridiculously gorgeous, ridiculous. See, just a panel of that fabric in there, and you could change it all the time, so you could keep a gorgeous panel, a couple of panels of fabric on your wall. I mean, it's just going to look fabulous, just as it is. 368, no, it isn't. 386-532 is your item number, so close. £18.99. Now, Freedom Price. Boom! £17.09. If you're a Freedom members, you don't pay any postage either. So that's our first brand new today. We've got more shapes for you. So with exactly the same concept. So you've got options first of all. So you've either got the heart or the stars. Or of course you can go for each. However, only £9.99. Now I love it because when you first look at these, you think set of three. But it's the same principle. So they're locking into each other. So that one, and that one. And I like these because they're not a perfect heart. They look like a hand-drawn art, which I think is really cool. Same with the stars. I think that looks really nice. And look at this. So again, just a scrap of fabric. but this is fabric that it might be your favourite fabric. You know, it might be something that absolutely just looks beautiful when it's actually put in here. I mean, doesn't that? Marshmallows, little love hearts. See, just a couple of those on your wall. I mean, this would make an incredible present, because you could do beautiful Christmas decorations, because you can change it every time. But you can easily embroider something on there and give it as a wedding present, couldn't you? Absolutely fabulous, and it's easy. Really nice idea. Now, if you do want the hearts, only £9.99, and I love the fact you can literally just pop it out like so. And that's it, so you just change it just like that. Now I'll have to work on putting that back. I can do it though. And then of course you've got the stars. Exactly same exactly same principle. The item number on that one, 333871. And see, look how good they look. I like the stars. I think the stars are my faves actually, because look how cool they're going to look. See, don't they look good? Love those. And when you look at that, I mean, when you're putting that on your wall, you could literally, you know, just sew a little bit of your hook and thingy. What's it called? Hook and loop. So you could actually have things that you can remove off there, couldn't you? You know, you could have like numbers for days at week, or a little pocket on there. Do you know what I mean? So it could be quite interactive. Now, if you do want that, I like this. I think it's a brilliant idea. Oh, they look lovely when they're actually put all together as well. How cool that looks. How nice. Now, £9.99 is your... Oh, I wonder what they look like. Sauce. Yeah, they look quite cool. See, if the back was quite neat as well, you know, if you're making decorations, see, that'd look cool. They'd look nice as just little placemats. Anyway, if you want to get hold of those, £9.99. But if you want to go for both, we have got a full kit. So you get in the hearts, you get in the lovely stars for just £15.99. Obviously, normally that should be 20 quid for both of those, £19.98 to be precise. So we are saving £3.99 if you want to go for both of them. 074661, that's your item number. Now, this is always really busy if you want to go for your pebbles. I have not seen anything like this before. When I've, and especially if I looked at this as a, you know, papercraft or mixed media, I would think I'd be popping all of these out. However, look at this. I love this. Oh, your bits of fabric. Now, me and our Emily were chatting, and this is such a nice idea, because these might be swatches of fabric that you've got in your stash. So, you know, when you bought all your fabric, like our Miss Paula has been doing quite a lot recently. She's obsessed with fabric. Oh, yes, she is. She's got issues. She ain't really, she's loving it, which is really, really nice, but she's buying a lot of fabric. She's like a woman possessed. But we haven't seen her, we don't see her for weeks anymore. You can just hear when you're walking past her house, it's just all you hear from that house. Like, what's she up to? Sewing. So what you've got, sewing and shopping. So what you've got, you could get your little swatches of fabric and put each one in the pebbles. I mean, ridiculously beautiful. Like the one day special again, because it were all reds, but all the fabric matched. I just think that is gorgeous. And the other thing is, because this is fabric, it's really tactile. I really like this. And do you know what? I mean, that's flat, but you could easily put like a little bit of wadding under those. So you could make them more 3D if you wanted to. Yeah, really like that. That's for your different fabrics. This one, again, different, that's different colours, but this one, all the same colour palette, but they look like little pebbles. I think that is fabulous. And that on the wall is going to look gorgeous. £9.99. It's so nice. And dead easy to do. They're cut really well, so they do come out really easily for you. 146. Oh, and the other thing, this is thick MDF. I mean, that is really good depth of MDF. So it's not flimsy stuff, is this one. Okay, if you do want to get hold of that, I know it's been really busy in the past at only £9.99. It's a big palette as well, so it's going to look so effective. 146727. Now, remember to check your baskets out. We do refresh your basket after 10 minutes. So if your stuff's in your basket after 10 minutes, we put it back on the shelves. So it does mean, unfortunately, if something sells out and you haven't managed to check out, then you miss out. All the outs. Okay, next. This is such a good idea. And again, I wouldn't have even thought of this. So, the mannequins. So you've got your little mannequins that pop out and then the stands are etched into the MDF. If you're like me, you look at this and think, what is that about? And I did. It was like, I don't understand that. Look at this. This looks amazing. Even if you haven't got loads of fabric, look at that, isn't that cool? So again, same theory. If you've got your beautiful swatches of fabric, rather than you having to go and rummage through all your fabric, rather than trying to remember what you've got, this is a beautiful visual diary and collection of all your fabrics. It might not just be fabrics, it might be ribbons, it might be beautiful threads that you've got. I just think that looks gorgeous. When it's run out, obviously you replace it, because I bet there's quite a few that you probably haven't put in here. Doesn't that look pretty? Such a nice visual guide. And do you know what? That is really nice of to be able to colour match, because you'll be able to put them in colour families. Also, so say you think, oh, do you know what? I want to make something out of this one. You can literally take that swatch, go to the shop, and then you can colour match in the shop. You could, on the back of there, I mean, you could actually in pencil write on how much fabric you've got. And you know, once you bought it and you remember, rather than, you know, after a few months thinking, I have no idea. Because you might have put that in, you might only have like a metre or something. But I just think that's a fabulous, fabulous concept. £9.99 is your price. You are getting, how many mannequins do we get? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So yes, 27 little mannequins. Beautiful. That is going to look so pretty on the wall. 242287 is your item. No, it isn't. Here she goes again. 242284 is your item number. £9.99 is your price. Same concept. And again, these fly out time after time after time. Cool. They're well cool. And don't they look good? Cheeky bit of Cindy there in my head. Beautiful, beautiful. 242284, bobbins to you too. These are really, really cute. Now, you could use these independently if you want, but using them as you've seen, use them like that looks fabulous. You can use them for your fabric, but look how good they look as actual bobbins with thread that are then popped back in again. Aren't they pretty? I tell you what, as well, we were chatting about what happens when your mojo leaves home for a little bit. These are brilliant. You know, when you don't really know what to make and you're not feeling inspired, do these. Because just getting the colour out, just feeling the textures, bet you any money that'll help get your mojo back. They're beautiful for scraps of fabric, but you might again be using these for ribbon. And of course, they look gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. How many bobbins do we get? Is it 20? Oh no, it will be more for this one, won't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is 7 5s 35? I know my fives, actually. I don't know any. You've got 35 little bobbins there. Really like it, really well cut, good quality, nice and thick as well. £9.99, that's your price. 242447, that's your item number for that one. Now, these are cool, and I know they're cool because I do believe it was our lovely Lewis who designed these. These are seriously different. I've actually got a cushion out of one of these, one of the other ones in a minute. They're really cool, look. So this is Mrs. Strange Never. Oh yes. And I tell you what, these are brilliant. So you might be adding other steampunk elements onto this. You might be colouring them, and there's so many beautiful ways of colouring these. You might be adding all your wonderful decorative stitches, but they look good just as they are. They're printed on that beautiful fabric, and it's really nice and soft is this, so it feels good. The imagery is so cool. So cool. I mean, she would look amazing, all beaded and with gorgeous feathers and loads of colour on that. But yeah, they look fabulous as they are. Now you're getting all 3 panels. These are big panels as well. As I said, that is lovely, lovely fabric. It feels gorgeous. It looks good. Only £18.99. That's your first 3, so you're getting all 3 of those. 444 422. The next 3, you've got 2 choices in this one. So that was Miss Strange. This is Mr. or Mrs. So that's, look at that. Aren't they cool? So you've got the lady with a fabulous bird cage. You've also got, look, lady with a fabulous octopus. And then, last but not least, the lady with the beautiful wings. Isn't that fabulous? So that is Mrs. Strange. And then we have Mr. Strange. Look at him. He's wonderful. Isn't he fabulous? You can just hear him, can't you? Oh, hello. Oh, hello. He said, no, I'm in my long johns. Isn't he marvellous? Look. Yeah, I love these. Look at this. So cool. So cool. And then... boom, fabulous. £18.99. You have got your choice. You've got Mr. or you've got Mrs. They do go wonderfully together. So if you are getting both of those and just making them into cushion covers, they're going to look amazing. But if you make these into quilts, because you've got big panels, I mean, literally you can make a huge quilt with those, and then just different types of fabric in between. What kind of fabric would you be using? You know, you'd want something a little bit trippy in between these, wouldn't you? Or, yeah, because it's so weird. Or maybe you'd just be going like, you know, your black and white, and, you know, having it quite visually, you know, so visually interesting, so loads of lines and things, so it gives you a little bit of a, you know, so it messes about with your head a little bit. I can't think of the proper word, that's why I'm going for that one. Okay, next one. Look at this. So these are your strange pets. Isn't she fabulous? I mean, just look at her hat. So you've got your wonderful bird there. You've got your cat. Look. Oh, hello. And you do expect them all to speak like this, because these strange pets will absolutely be able to talk. Oh, hello. Yes, I'm called Rufus, don't you know? So that's your strange pets, only £18.99. Again, big panels for these. That's 045479. Last but not least, now this is my favourite. My favourite. Lord and lady. So you need these. Look at these. Hello. I think your mama speak like this. Fabulous. Yeah, they all have it, but I've changed her. She speaks like this. Yeah, and she pecks. She pecks, does that one. She's not got many friends. And then, oh, hello, drink. So ain't she marvellous? Hello, I'm definitely the Easter Bunny. And then, a bit airy, and then, meow. Oh, look at her. Isn't she fabulous? So that's your ladies. But then, favourite, look at him. Oh, he's so cool. I adore that image. That is marvellous. Next one. Look at this one. Isn't that fantastic? I love it. And then last but not least, from our lords, look at this. How cool is that? Boom. Love it. You see, you imagine that with a beautiful tartan on the back. They're my favourite, the Lords especially. Now, if you do want those, so different, so unique, so ridiculously cool, 045479, just £18.99. Now, our Ailey, she sent us a lovely little clip showing you how to use a brand new today. It's those wonderful frames. Here's Hayley.
These are the Craft Yourself Silly fabric frames, and the bundle that you get 5 pieces in. So you get the 2 outer pieces, the two inner ones, and then the central board. So if I take these apart, you can use them in a couple of different ways. You can use them as frames in their own right, so just using the single frame, adding some fabric to the back of it, and away you go. Or you can wrap a fabric round, or the way that they've been designed to be used as pairs. So I would want to frame this piece of fabric just to use maybe as a piece of wall art. Now you can do anything you like with this. You can absolutely have fabrics that you've maybe quilted or decorated in some way first. These are designed to fit all of these Selena panels that we do, the Selena Fenwick panels, and the panels that are on the show with Lord and Lady Strange. So kind of just measure it out first, make sure that you've got enough fabric so you're going to be able to wrap it round each side. And then what we're going to do is we're going to turn the whole thing over. We're actually going to work from the back. So we get our frame in position first, then we put our fabric over the top. These are all square frames, so you don't need to worry about getting it the right way around, because you can always turn the frame. And then we're going to go for the bottom corner first, make sure we've got a nice tight seat there, and then we can slowly push up either side until we get all of those in. Now you can see at the minute there's a little bit of movement in the fabric there still, so all I need to do is hold that in place and just gently pull the excess fabric out to really tighten that up. Once I've got it nice and tight and I'm happy with the position, then my last job is just to neaten it up these edges. Now you can cut off the excess, and what I also recommend that you do is, once you're happy with the position, is just run a bit of masking tape or low tack tape around the edge. Putting the fabric in this way means that you will be able, let's get that the right way up, there we go, it means that you will be able to reuse it, because the fabric can be taken out. There are another couple of ways you can use these frames where it's a slightly more permanent fix for the fabric. Another way to use the frames is actually to use them as a same kind of ways you'd use a canvas frame. So you cut your piece of fabric so that it is a good inch or so bigger all the way around. So you can see I've got plenty of space around the edge there. And if you are using them just as a feature fabric and just as a decorative piece, then you can fussy cut exactly where you want. If you've got a picture that you've maybe hand stitched or you've embroidered that you're looking to frame, then you can see where you're going to put it in the middle before you start. We're going to turn the whole lot over and pop that down on there. Now if you've got a staple gun, you can absolutely do it that way, where you bend them over and staple them, or a good cloth tape is perfect for this as well. So it's going to be a really good sticky one, and you're going to go top and bottom first, just putting a little bit of a stretch on there to keep the tension. Then we're going to go side to side. And it's always easier to turn the frame and pull towards you than it is to try and do it from the other way around. So again, turn the frame, pull that towards me, pull that over, stick that in place, and then I've just got to do the corners. And the corners I'll take across that way first, and then fold in either side so I get a nice neat edge. But that would give you a kind of canvas style frame using the frames. Your third option to use the frames is to use them as a frame with your fabric onto the back. Now this one's a little bit more tricky because you have to be quite accurate in your cutting. So if I flip this over, now my piece of fabric here, you'll either need to fold or you'll need to cut it to exactly the size that you need. So let's start on this edge and just position that one there. So a good high tack cloth tape or a staple gun is the best thing for this. So I can either fold that back, or once I've got it the right size, I can take the scissors to it and just trim it down. And then always best to kind of pull towards you. So let me just swivel that round, and you can see I'm just getting a good bit of tension on there. Might even need to take a tiny bit more off that piece of fabric. And then we're going to stick that in place. And then we're going to do the same top and bottom to create the tension out. I'm just going to put a little bit more tension on from this side. It's often better to stick it to the fabric first, and then you can pull across. You can always trim that excess tape off, but it's quite difficult to kind of add more on. So let me just fold it back. Tape. And we're going to do the same again on this side. We're going to tape fabric first and then pull it across. And last side, needs quite a bit off. Once you've got those 4 corners secured, then you can come back in with additional tape and pull out all of these kind of little soft bits that you've got there. And once it's all together, it's just a case of coming back round and taking off the excess tape.
Easy. Easy peasy, and they look good. Thank you, our lovely Hayley. Hopefully we'll be chatting to our Hayley in a little while. Now, you are getting the ability to do 2 frames, and I like it because it might be that size, those 2, or it might be those 2. It's up to you. It's up to you the size of the actual project that you've got. Obviously, you're still going to be able to use either that one or that one, you know, so you're not wasting anything. This is really nice and thick MDF. I mean, it is good quality MDF. It's beautifully cut, so you haven't got any sanding or anything. You're going to be able to paint this. You're going to be able to put loads of beautiful texture pastes and stuff on this. And of course, any of your wonderful fabric panels are going to fit in perfectly. It might be fabric panels, it might be something that you've actually created. So it might be, I don't know, it might be cross stitch, it might be some beautiful mixed media piece that you've done. It might be some beautiful, I tell you what would look amazing. I had pink ink on the other day, didn't I? Oh, I had such a nice time with that. In fact, I don't know where I put my... Oh, it might be on that table. I might go and have a little look in a moment. But the pink ink things would look amazing in here. So if you didn't want to splash out on like a proper frame for them, if you wanted something that was really quick, that you could decorate yourself however you want, but also that allowed you to transform transfer the image ridiculously easy, then this is definitely the one. Maybe you are a bit like me, you know, and you like to sort of swap your art around and swap your, you know, all your little knickknacks around and things like that, all the stuff around your home. You like to mix it up every now and again. This is a lovely way of doing that. Now, only £18.99. You're essentially getting 3 frames really there. That is 386532. That's your item number, saving £3 there, and that is a really nice quality finish. Now, the pair is the busiest here. I'm not surprised. I mean, you should be paying £9.99 for each of these. If you're going for both of them together, you're only paying £15.99. So it's definitely the way to shop. And these are a lovely idea. These are smaller projects, but again, it might be something from your pink ink. They would look so cool in something like this. This will really allow you to play and to experiment. And of course, this was the one I was going to do, and then I forgot, didn't I? So, what was our Hayley doing? Got it cut to size. Just pop that in, like so. Oh, that's ridiculously easy. I'm not going to do it. Oh, I can't do that. No, it's ridiculously easy. And then, of course, you can pull it tight, just like you would an embroidery ring. It's just such a clever idea. And it looks good. It's easy to change. So you might be giving this as a wedding gift. Whoops-a-daisy. You know, doing some beautiful embroidery in that. And of course you can use it again then for your second or third wedding. Recycle it. I'm only joking. But you can use it for all sorts. I like the fact that you're getting your different sizes as well. You can do so much with it. What fabric have you already got? You just want to use a scrap of fabric. Whether you're then going to use that fabric to decorate, or whether you just love the fabric that much you want to turn it into a piece of wall art, which, let's face it, the fabric that's out there, there's so many beautiful fabrics, it would look amazing as a piece of wall art. And I'm thinking with something like this, you can just use strips of fabric and don't even, I'm thinking, you wouldn't need to sew them together, would you? If you lay the fabric down, so you'd literally just lay the fabric down, going over the big one, and then slot the small one in place, and then you could trim off the excess. You wouldn't even need to sew them. You could get some beautiful strips of fabric. And again, it's a way of, that could be a way of showing what fabrics you've got in your stash as well, couldn't it? Just having lengths of fabric there. I really like these. You've got the heart and you've got the stars. Again, so pretty, easy to decorate. Maybe you're going to embroider someone's name in there or their initial in there. You might be embroidering, again, it could be for a special birthday, special occasion. You could do all sorts with that. But it is one of those that you can refresh whenever you need. Brilliant idea, fantastic price, only £15.99. 074 661 is your item number. Now, popular again as always. Please check your baskets out with these. They're wonderful little pebbles. These look so pretty when they're done. Whether you are using these as a way of basically displaying all your fabrics that you've got in the stash. Maybe you're just using your scraps of fabric. So you've used it nearly all, and these are just your scraps, but you're actually making a beautiful piece of wall art with it, which does look so pretty. And let's face it, we keep everything, don't we? I'm a paper crafter, I keep all paper. I know anybody who's into sewing or dressmaking, etc., they're going to keep all the scraps of fabric, and these are beautiful fabrics. I mean, they blend together so well. That colour, it looks amazing. And I'd paint this, even if you just varnish it so you're seeing the wood of the MDF, it's going to look amazing. But isn't that cool? And remember, of course, these pop out really easy. So if it is a fabric that you've got in your stash, so say this is your pink stash, then once you've run out of the polka dots, for instance, you can literally pop them out, replace them. Really looks cool. £9.99. Thick MDF, good quality MDF, really well cut, so they will come out dead easy. 146727, that's your item number. Love it. The mannequins, these are so pretty, and they do look really, really effective. Once they've actually been, look at that. Once the fabric is in situ, how cool does that look? So good. I really like that. It's such a good way of displaying your fabric. I find it inspirational, and I bet I can imagine our Paola doing this. She'd have to have it all properly colour coordinated. Can I imagine? She'd have one for each colour palette. Oh, now then, what would she do? Would she put them in brand? So would she have like a Modas and then a Liberties? So, and then a Tildas. So she'd have a Moda, then a Liberties, then a Tildas, and a William Morris. Oh my good grief, that I told you. She's only been sewing for a couple of months. The woman's going to have to move out for a bigger house just for her sewing staff. Yeah, 4-bedroom house just for sewing. It is funny. We are taking Mickey. She'll won't mind at all. She won't be watching. She'll be sewing. I mean, what are you doing, Paula? Sewing. What are you doing today? Sewing a skirt, and another 3 quilts. I'm just hand stitching at the minute. I'm really teasing her now. Poor Paola, I'm really teasing her. She's making some incredible things. So I mean, it is beautiful. Some of the stuff she's done already is amazing. So I might be teasing, but it's fabulous. And yeah, it's just jealousy, complete. And it is quite funny as well how she's got into it. It's amazing. But she's good at it. And anyway, she would have these beautifully colour coordinated, they would look amazing. Our Paula, and she'd have them displayed because she has all her artwork at displays and it looks gorgeous. So she'd have them beautifully displayed as well. It would look amazing. 242284 is your item number. Now, someone else who's got one of these, our lovely Ali. Yay, look at that. See, now our Ali, she bought this from our lovely Haley, popped all the fabric in there. Ali, thank you. Isn't that cool? And you can see all as immediately how good your fabric looks in there. And that is something you'd want to display, isn't it? £9.99 for that. Thank you, Ali. Do you know what I haven't done? But now I know our Ali's watching. Thank you. It did get past to me, Ali. Yay. Yeah, look at these. How cool are these? So these are, look, your little throws. So this is perfect for me. I haven't used it yet because I want to come on and say thank you. But it means I can take my makeup off with them and then pop them in washing machine. So you're not going through loads and loads of cotton wool buds or anything like that. Really nice idea. I don't know when Ali was on with these. I know she was on with our Janice. And I know that people had to email in and say which one I were going for. And they said the sloth. Yes, not quite sure why. But aren't they lovely? You what? As Paula emailed in. Are your wife? She'd do it by Rainbow and Brand. See, we were right. We knew you'd have to brand them, and it'd definitely be amazing rainbow. And you should have them all toned perfectly. Oh, nice to hear from you, Miss P. Are you sewing? Send us a picture. Send us a picture of what you're doing, Miss P. Send us a picture of what you're up to at the minute. And, send us a picture of Wasabi. Because Wasabi loves to sit on the back of a settee where she's put one of her beautiful pieces. So one of her gorgeous... Which fabric were that she used? Were it Liberty? Liberty fabric. Cat's that on it. Beautiful. But I like that. I like that. I think it's fabulous. See, if I'd made some out of Liberty, Dave the dog would be sat on it. Maybe not actually with Dave, but maybe definitely not. I think Wasabi's a lot cleaner than my Dave the dog. But I do need to say thank you, Ali. Thank you ever so much. I really love that. Now I've said thank you, I'm going to take it home and actually use it because now I can. Okay, back to what I'm meant to be doing. The wonderful, back in the room for 5 seconds. These are good. The wonderful bobbin frames. Oh, I bet Paula did this, I know, because she just got a lovely thread through, hasn't she? And this looks, I love it. Poor Paula, she's no secrets, has she? She won't mind you knowing she's got some beautiful threads as well. Now this is just got such a nice idea. Again, I love the way they're finished. The way they're finished, it kind of makes you want to see the top of the bobbin, doesn't it? You know, so if I were doing this, I'd definitely only put a little scrap of fabric there because I really like that bit. I like seeing the proper bobbin. I think that's so pretty. But it's up to you. You might be doing the full thing and then you can see the fabric properly. But yeah, I'd be doing it that way. I really like the cotton on there. I just think that's beautiful. And it's a really nice way of seeing variegated thread as well. You might be using these for your ribbons. If you're like me, you've got a ridiculous amount of ribbons. £9.99. This is such a good idea. And as ever, these are always busy. If you do want to get hold of these, 428447, that's your item number. Do not miss out on those. Now the panels. Cool. See, I am imagining a really, really cool quilt with these. Because I'm thinking, like, if you use these for a quilt, say, look, 3 of those panels, already that's massive. Because then you'd have your fabric, like, in between. And I'd have really cool fabric in between these. It could be solid, or I'd have some really good lines and geometrics in there. But that'd be a massive quilt, wouldn't it? And you'd only need a few of your panels to get a double quilt out of those, wouldn't you? And it'd be different, really unique, because that's what you're getting with the designs. I mean, these are fab. What? No, these aren't our Paula. These are definitely more me than Miss P. These are fantastic. You might be putting them into one of the frames that we've got on the show, of course. You might be just making them into cushions. I mean, they're so easy just to make into cushions. You might obviously be using all your beautiful paints, Oh, your wonderful gems that you're going to be sticking on these. You can do so much with these, but there is £18.99. Now that's your first three. That's Miss Strange, 444422. Hello. Miss Strange. This is Mrs. Strange. Hello. And of course, different imagery, but they all match. They've all got that wonderful like Victorian look, but it's definitely a steampunk look because it is that combination of images. I just think they are fabulous, aren't they? Fabulous. So that's Mrs. Strange. Then we've got Mr. Strange. Hello. Hello. What are you doing, Mr. Strange? Oh, just bobbing about. I'm just bobbing about, darling. Oh, okay. Are you going to come back down? Your tea's ready. And, darling, what is that? Oh, it's just an air balloon, darling. Don't worry. Hello. Oh, it's fabulous, isn't it? Darling, why are you outside in your long johns again, darling? You'll just get off the world. Stopping it spinning. And then you look at him. What have you got? I've strapped on my wings, love. I'm going to the office. £18.99. I think they're quite marvellous. Very different, very unique, and again, very, very arty. And then we've got our strange pets. This is definitely not wasabi. Still makes me giggle. I did share your video yesterday. Again, Paula, sorry. Only with my friends. With Nigel, Alan, Jackie and Rachel. But it's the funniest thing you've ever done on TV. It makes me laugh every time I think of it. But anyway, if you haven't seen that, it's probably there in the archives. So you've got your wonderful strange pets, beautiful. So you've got the little putty cat. You've got the bird. Oh, I'm just going to the shops. I wonder, is that a handbag or is it an iron? No, it's definitely a handbag. Yeah, yep. And then last but not least, all right, what you doing? I'm just going to Bookies. Obviously, no, I'm not recommend, especially not at the moment. £18.99, that's your price. Actually, yeah, he's probably more gangster, isn't he? Oh, what are you doing, Sam? 045479 is your item number. £18.99. And then the Lord and the Lady of the Manor, of the strange manor. Fabulous. Aren't they just fabulous? What have you bought these before? What have you made yours into? Are they wonderful pillows? Have you actually decorated them? Have you done something like I'd love to do with these and make them into a really cool big quilt? Maybe a wonderful throw. And these, definitely my favourite. I just think these are ridiculously cool. He's my favourite out of the whole collection. He's an ace. He just suits that overcoat, doesn't he? And then my second favourite, because look at him. Okay, £18, very posh, darling. £18.99. That's your item. Sorry, no, it ain't your item number. It's price 045479. That's your item number. Don't miss out on these. Really popular, really different, really cool. Now look at lovely little wasabi. Oh, isn't that lovely little wasabi? And that is on that beautiful little quilt that our Paula's made, a runner. Look on the sewing machines there in the background. Boom. Isn't that pretty? Little wasabi. I love that it went straight for the Liberty fabric. I mean, cut with taste. Yeah, beautiful. Thank you, wife. Thank you for sharing. Now, we have got another little clip. It is our Haley, and this time showing you how to fill that wonderful pebble collection with wonderful colour.
We're going to have a look at each of the frames in detail now. And these are great for either displaying all the fabrics that you have, maybe creating a memory piece of all of the projects you've sewn throughout a year, or just letting you know what's in your stash, because we're all guilty of having huge stacks of fabric and not knowing what's there. So this is the pebble option. They all work the same way, and that's by taking all of that extra kind of bulk added by the fabric, and that will actually hold each of these pebbles in place without any glue or anything, any adhesive to hold them in there. So that's the pebble option. We also have a bobbin option. Now this one's really nice for also displaying things like threads and things like maybe you've got smaller swatches that you want to put in here. So this one's brilliant. You can get embroidery thread on there, you can get your normal cottons on there. You can either partially cover them or you can fully cover them. And also, actually, before I take this one away, you can put multiple layers on. This one's got exactly the same fabric as here, but it's got organza over the top. And then you've got your mannequin option as well. So the mannequin option, again, works exactly the same way. The threads will kind of form a waistband on this, so I would suggest if you are going to use it for threads, maybe put a base colour down first and then pop the threads over the top. And again, you can multi-layer on this one, so you can put a base fabric down and then things like organza and things over the top, so you can audition your fabrics before you actually use them. So I will flip this one over and we will do a quick demonstration just to pop that one in there. So I've got a few little swatches that I've already got cut. You just place them over the hole and then pop the fabric in place. Now some of these will hand push in. If it doesn't hand push in, then you can always use a little hammer just to bash that in fully, but this one should go in by hand. And then trim that excess fabric off, and that's how you display your fabrics.
Hello and welcome back. Lovely to have your company this afternoon. So you've just seen our Hayley. Obviously, let me just see, you've just seen our Hayley. Hiya Hayley. Oh, it's just a bit too small. Good, because I'm well chuffed with that. But imagine, so those beautiful panels, I mean, they are just phenomenal, aren't they? What you can do with your pink ink. And now you can easily put these in the frames. You can decorate the frames. So I definitely, if I were decorating this, I'd decorate it, but I won't put any paint on the inside of that. Because obviously you want that bit of room, that bit of give, so these will slot in dead easy. But just paint that, decorate it, so you might be using the same colour. You could decorate it every single time you change the actual image in there as well, which is handy. The panels, so those wonderful strange pets fit perfectly in there, which is, oh, have they got names? They're going to have names, aren't they? I wonder, that one, yeah, I think he looks quite male. I think he looks like, what should we go for, Eugene? Hello, Eugene. Oh, hello, darling. I think so. Where are you going? Just go into the library. What's that in your hand, Eugene? I don't really know, darling. It's a walking stick, of course, you fool. Oh, sorry, Eugene. No need to be like that, dear. And then, see, it might be actually wonderful for displaying kids' work as well, isn't it? You know, because, I mean, kids can be quite prolific when they start crafting. So you could be changing it every single week with a new piece that they've made. And it's affordable. When you think about it, you're actually getting two proper frames, if you will, but then you're getting a spare as well for just £18.99. Good sizes, reusable time after time, good quality as well. Now, £18.99, 386532 is your item number. I started having a play with these, so the next one you're getting both the hearts and the stars, if that's what you want to go for. You've got your choice, of course. You can go for them separate, but I wouldn't, because they're £9.99 each, whereas £15.99 if you're going for one at t'other. So what I started playing with was rice paper. Now, only because I thought, oh, I wonder if, like you do, and, well, you can see where I've been playing. So you take your little old heart, like this, get your rice paper. Now, because I've done this once, it might, oh no, should be all right. So just going round, like so, my rice paper. And I thought, now this could be quite cool, because rice paper has a bit of give in it anyway. And then just popping that in there, like so. You then go around the edges. But look how cool that is. Rice paper. Which is quite cool, because think about your mixed media then. boom. And that is so ridiculously easy to put in, isn't it? You know, none of your gluing, none of your faffing. It's in there straight away, which is fantastic. So have a little play with your different, don't just think fabric with these, you know. If you are into all your mixed media, sorry, now I have to put this back just because I can and because I'm stubborn. Think about all your mixed media pieces, stuff like that, your scraps of fabric. I mean, that one now, that one would fit in the... Off she goes, before anyone can tell her not to. So, look. So just way up where it's going to go. I can feel the heart. So you can just go like that and you can feel the heart. So you can position it perfectly. And then, am I doing that wrong way around? Yeah, I'm absolutely doing it the wrong way around. Fool. So, that's better. Took me a while, didn't it? Do you know what as well? I mean, if you really... You know, because I'm thinking of card crafting now, but I could, the way I do with card crafting, you could actually take this, if you cut that and have it coming out of the picture. I mean, you can definitely still do that with your fabrics. You know, there's loads of ways you can use this. So again, that is just going to, so pulling the fabric in, like so. Hope it's not too thick. There. How cool is that? So within seconds, you've actually framed a piece. Oh, isn't that pretty? And then take that away. How pretty and so quick. And then obviously the paint that I've used is multi-surface, so I'd then be able to use the frame as well with exactly the same paint, so it all matches. Oh yeah, I'm into these. So you've got, boom, sold. So you've got your the star. You've also got the heart there. Only £15.99, saving £3.99. 074661. And then the pebbles, really cute. Oh, now, Gemma, it was Gemma, wasn't it? You sent us a picture. Thank you ever so much, Gemma, but I'm really sorry we can't use it because it's all your lovely Disney fabrics and we're not allowed because Disney will be like, So I'm really, really sorry, but thank you ever so much. They were saying in my head how lovely it were, and it looks really beautiful. So thank you very much. It's such a shame we can't show it, isn't it? But I really like it. It's such a good concept. Whether you're going the pebbles, whether you're going for the thingamajobs, mannequins, or whether you're going for the cotton reel thingies, bobbins. Oh, sorry. It only took 2 hours for my brain to start talking rubbish. They all look really good. And this is nice and thick. That is such nice quality. I really like those. They're just cool. £9.99. Look how fabulous that looks. Beautiful. What a way of displaying your fabric or using your scraps as well. Wonderful. If you would like to go for your pebbles, it's 146727. If you'd like to go for your mannequins, which are seriously cool, when these are done, they look amazing. And oh my gosh, I mean, you might be stamping on this to decorate it because you've got some nice big surface area to decorate as well. I mean, you could make that look so cool. It looks amazing as it is. I mean, just varnish that and it'll look really beautiful, won't it? But yeah, I wouldn't actually, this one I wouldn't paint. I'd probably do some nice stamping on it with lovely like vintage, you know, vintage stamps, and then just varnish it, and then you'll see that it makes it richer, doesn't it, the MDF. I just think, and that looks fabulous. Absolutely fabulous. Only £9.99, really adorable. And I love the mix of fabrics. I just love the way those colours pop. It's a really nice way of seeing your fabric. Such a good idea. 242284 is your item number. I bet it's dead mindful to do as well. You know, cutting those little bits of fabric and making it look all pretty. See, that's the kind of thing I'd love doing. Spend hours doing things like this. Last but not least, our lovely little cotton reels. Whether you're using fabric, whether you're using your beautiful cottons, but for ribbons, I think this would be gorgeous for ribbons as well, and for all your lace. Again, as a visual reminder of what you've actually got in your stash. You know, you could frame them. I mean, you could have these in a box so you flip through them, but really you want to see them, don't you? You want these on your wall or out so you can physically see what you've got. But because that is so attractive. £9.99, very well made. I do love the variegated thread. I mean, it looks even better in real life. That is so pretty. Love those. 248447. Now, if you do want anything from our lovely Craft Yourself Silly, please check your baskets out. Remember, we do refresh your baskets after 10 minutes, so please make sure they're checked out. Have a look at the website as well, because Craft Yourself Silly, if you shop by brand, there's always loads of goodies that our Hayley has. So please do have a little perusal while you're there, see if there's anything else, because it is Easter. So if you are spending over £30, then we'll automatically give you a 3 flexi buy, so you can, oh dear, so I don't know what that was. So you can split the cost over 3 months if you're shopping to that degree today. Now I am going to be up, we've got a 2-hour launch. And it's our wonderful John, and he's sent in so many really inspirational clips, so don't go anywhere. Join me in the next hour. See you in a minute. It is indeed that 2-hour launch, Crafts 2 one-day special, brand new dies from our lovely John. We've then got another chance to catch that wonderful mixed media show. So don't go anywhere. I will be up with you for the next couple of hours.
Hi, I'm Gina Barrett from Gina B Silkworks. We're a family company specialising in traditional crafts for the modern maker. Most of our products involve textiles and age-old techniques, from button making, lace making, weaving, and other forms of passementerie. Mark and I work hard designing the kits and developing innovative tools to make all of these traditional crafts more accessible to the modern user. We're really pleased to be part of the Hochanda family, and I'm looking forward to being able to take time and demonstrate some of these techniques and share new ideas. I hope you'll be able to tune in to the Gina B Silkworks shows here on Hochanda.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now and a designer for just over 10 years. Sentimentally Yours is my multi-award winning brand of clear stamps, rubber stamps. I've now also introduced lots of craft dies in there, designer papers. I have my mediums where we've introduced the Flawless Media brand into the Sentimentally Yours family. So on our Hochanda shows we aim to inspire you, to be educational and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. The Sentimentally Yours family has grown to include my good friend Julia Watts and our new designer Trudy Howard. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration. Be sure to join us for our Sentimentally Yours shows on Hochanda.
Hello, I'm Hayley, and you might have seen me presenting here at Hochanda. Well, I've
Hi there, I'm Nick from Crafterscope. I've been crafting for as long as I can remember. It started off making things and family asked for them to. It was really important to me, the crafting arena, something that was different and something that people would enjoy using just as much as I do. I really hope you're on Hochanda for my shows with Craftscope.
Hi, I'm Jenny Mays from Hobby Art. Hobby Art's a family-run company and we've been designing and manufacturing stamps for over 28 years now. We have an extensive range
Hello and welcome. Marvellous to have your company again. And this is it. It is a brand new one-day special from our fabulous John. He always brings us something that, A, you're going to use, which is ridiculous. I know that sounds silly, but it is one of those that is an essential. But there's so many different ways of using this collection, and I've got so many beautiful finished samples. Now, you've got different options. I'm going to run you through those options. I am going to tell you we've got a slight delay on the dispatch. It's okay though, 24th, so you haven't got long to wait at all. Now, let me take you through these, and then we've got a clip. John's going to explain the full concept. So, what you have got in here, your wonderful press cut, they're calling these. Now, look how many dies you get in. 32 dies. 32 dies. That is absolutely incredible. Can I just, look at that. I have not seen any nesting dies. Look at that. How fine that is. The little, the increments. Thank you, my dove. Isn't that amazing? Yeah, these are good. So you've got your squares. Now, what I do love as well, look at this for packaging genius. Cheeky ruler on back. Boom, so you can see immediately the size. I love that. I love that. So many different things I thought about. So you've got 32 dies there. That is that's 8-inch square. That's your largest. Obviously it's going down to your little wee one there. That's your plain square. You're then getting your beautiful stitch dot square. Now with this one you've got 16 dies. These are of course going to work hand in hand. These are going to complement each other. Our John is going to talk you all the way through the concept. Now, this is a massive die set. When you look at how big these are, when you look at how many dies you've got, this is your first one-day special. You're saving £5 there. That's your square. I love it because these are usable. Whether you're making different cards, I love this. I've taken a picture of a few of these because I really like the pattern building that you can create. I just think that is gorgeous. So you might be doing stuff like this, but it might just be simple massing and layering. Your squares are essential. So this is your first one, okay? Saving £5 there. That is 203152. You're already shopping ahead. You've already found the complete. And if you haven't found that yet, then bear with because we have got a complete. That's your first one. The second one, you've got your circles. Again, those increments are ridiculous. You've got 31 dies there. That looks like a little visual thing, doesn't it? Like it looks like it's spinning. It's fabulous. So you've got 31 dies there. You've then again got that beautiful stitch dot die set that goes with these perfectly. You've got another 16 dies in there. Again, these are good big dies. I mean, again, that is showing you the largest one, 8-inch. They're going to go through all, I love that, look at that, it looks like a record. They're going to go through your big die cutting machines, so all your leading A4 die cutting machines. Again, you might, I love these samples, look at these, don't they look beautiful? And I love circles. You could make a record, couldn't you? Yeah. The circles are one of those. They're an absolute must-have. I love them. Plain and simple. Easy for your mat and layering. But there's so many different. Because you've got, isn't that cool? So retro, so 60s. Because you've got so many beautiful dies in here. Whether you're creating frames, whether you're creating mat and layers, whether you're creating apertures. This is what having the full collection will allow you to do. So many different variations. We've got loads of finished samples. I will show you them, but I want to get through all three. You've got another £5 saving there, 203152. However, if you get the full collection, it's going to include these as well. Now, the diamonds aren't a one-day special as such. However, they're really nice. And again, they're really, really effective. So, you've got your beautiful diamonds. You've got 11 of the wonderful, and you can see there, of your stitched dot, and then 15 of your wonderful plain diamonds, if you can call them plain. Again, these look gorgeous. Whether you are using them for your mat and layers, I love that though. That is just stunning. Imagine again the pattern piecing you can do with this. The building you can do with this. The variations that you can achieve with this. Let me just show you that. I love this. Isn't that cool? That is so cool because it's showing you the frames, the apertures, the beautiful thin frames that you can create with these. I mean, look how fine you can get these and the detail on them. That is so gorgeous. That will keep me happy for hours. I'm not going to show you them all yet because I'm waiting. So, if you wanted to get the diamonds, £24.98, 104027. However, the bigger, and this is the one that everyone's going for. You get in both your one-day specials. You've got the squares. You've then got the beautiful circles. Again, I'm not counting these dies, but you're getting a lot of dies, aren't you? 121 dies. Oh my gosh. Because then you've got the diamonds as well. Okay, that is a massive collection. So you're saving your £5 on each one of these. That's carried forward. So £15 is already carried forward. Then a further £15 is taken off that price. And then you've got your 3 flexes, but you've also got, if you're part of the Hochanda Freedom, you've also got a further saving. You've actually got a further £24.99 saving. Remember, you're not paying any postage either. £89.95. When it's split up into 3 flexes, it's under £30, just £29.98. 10% of the stock has already gone on your complete. We're not even meant to be live yet. This is an extra hour that's been squeezed in. Oh, John, well done. These are, I love it because these are your essentials, but there's so much you can do with these. When you're playing, when I show you something, oh, let me just, look at that. Isn't that fabulous? I love that. I love that. Oh, that is so cool. Okay, if you do want these, 204461, that's your item number. Now, our wonderful John is sent in so many wonderful clips to inspire us, but the first one is going to tell us all about the wonderful brand new collection, your one-day special.
Hi, I just wanted to explain a little bit about the dies that are in the one-day special. What's different about them and what's so special? So I'm going to start with the squares. So with the square nesting dies, what you've actually got is you've actually got 22 dies in total in here. But what's different about these have all been done on an imperial measurement. And what that means is, if I take this square, for example, this square is exactly 6 inches square. The next die that goes after that is 6 1/4. The next one is 6 1/2, 6 3/4, and 7 inches. So this is the first time, to my knowledge, that we've done nesting dies that are actually mathematically accurate. So in here we start with a 1/4 inch, but you've actually got a 1/4 inch, a 1/2 inch, a 3/4 inch, an inch, and so on, all the way up to an 8 inch or 8 1/4 inch square as the largest. So this enables you to get your perfect mats and layers. And we've tied these in with the brand new stitch dot squares. So with the stitch dot, again, these have all been done on the same measurements. So these have been done so that they're mathematically correct. And if you notice, because of the double stitch dot, and what I mean by double is that you have the cut line in the center, then you have the line on the one side, which is a stitch dot pattern, and the same on the other, so that the piece that cuts out and the piece it cuts out of both give you that detailing on them. But these have been done so that they intermix perfectly with the plain layers, so that you can mix them together. If I bring up this square here, this shows you I've gone stitch dot, plain, stitch dot, plain, stitch dot, plain, all the way through. So hopefully there you can see that there is a mat that fits every single one of the stitch dot squares that we've got, plus all of these which haven't been used in this pile. So that's the totality you get from the 2 dies within the 1 day special set, all of those different squares. So we do that for the squares. We also have the second option, which is the circles, and these are exactly the same. So these have been done on an inch diameter. So there is in here a 1 inch, a 2 inch, a 3 inch, a 4 inch, and so on. Again, with the 1/4 inch increments. So if you want to put a circle that fits exactly on a 6 inch square card blank, there is a die in there that it will be exactly 6 inches to fit on that, and the corresponding mats and layers. And again, with the stitch dot, we've done exactly the same. So you've got the double stitch dot line on one side and the other, so that the piece that cuts and the piece it cut from gives you exactly the same pattern. But again, these can be tied together. And what I've got here is, I've actually done these loose so that you can see. So you can see there, we start with, you've got the smallest stitch dot circle, which has then a plain, another one, plain, and that goes all the way through. It then continues on all of those, and then we still get all of those circles as well. So that is the totality of all the shapes you get just by cutting each die in the set once. The other new set that we've got, which is available in the larger bundle, are the diamonds, and this is the first time we've done diamonds, and once again these have been done so they're mathematically correct. So these will tie in and match with these dies and will fit on your card blanks. So you have the diamonds in plain, and you have the diamonds again in the stitch dot pattern with the line being on both sides. And with it being a diamond shape, I've been able to again layer this one and go plain to stitch dot, plain to stitch dot, and so on. I've then done a slightly smaller one using all the dies in the set, and we go from stitch dot to plain and all the way through again. And I even have 3 left that don't fit in those patterns. When I put that together, you can see, because it's a diamond, we get to one point where they have to match to make it exactly the same. So that's why I've done them in 2 separate pieces, so you get all 3. So that's a brief understanding of what's happening with the brand new nesting and stitch dot dies from Crafts 2. And available in the larger bundle, you have the diamonds, you have the circles, again stitch dot and plain, and you have in the squares the stitch dot and the plain. All are available in pairs.
Oh, our lovely John. We're going to chat to our John. Is he there? Is he there? Hello.
Hello.
Yay! I love it. We literally all cheered you, John. Hiya, love.
Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me, John?
I can hear you. You're coming through.
Eh?
Yes, I can hear you. You're coming through loud and clear.
Yay! And happy Easter, John.
Happy Easter. I hope you had a lovely one.
Oh, we're having a lovely time. How are you and Sam?
Yes, we've had a wonderful time, thank you.
Good, good. Are you staying safe?
Yes, we haven't been out.
Good. Have you enjoyed the weather, though? Have you gone in the garden?
We have, yes. It's been absolutely beautiful up here.
Yeah, it's been glorious, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Hey, John, your new 1 day special, this is fabulous. You have cranked so many dies on here.
Yeah, it's really annoyed me for years. I've had so many different sets of nesting dies.
Mm-hmm.
And every single one, they don't fit with anything.
Yeah.
They don't fit with dies I've got from other companies. They don't fit on my card blanks. I can't get a nice, really fine matte layer with them. I have to buy 2 sets or 3 sets. So I wanted to design a set that would give me proper 1/4 inch increments to make matting and layering easier.
Yeah, yeah. It is like you say, though, you know, if you've got a specific card shape, there's some beautiful cards here, but if you've got a specific card shape, trying to get the die that's absolutely perfect can be really tricky, can't it?
It can, yeah, definitely. I mean, I work on a lot of 8x8 cards.
Yes.
But I like, 7x7, 6x6, a lot of people love 5x5. That's how we buy our card blanks, but we can't get our dies to match how we buy our card blanks. I always thought it was a bit crazy.
I love them. And it just, I love these as well. I'm showing a few finished samples, John. And the samples where it's just using the actual squares of the circles just to do pattern building. It looks so effective.
Yeah, it really does. I think you don't need complex dies to do it.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the ones I absolutely loved was there's a card that's got, I think, 6 different shapes of squares all used together to fill a rectangle.
Boom, I've just found it, John. Yeah, that is gorgeous. Because this, for me, especially because you've got that stitch dot, that looks like, it's quilting, isn't it? But with your cardstock.
It is, yeah. I mean, it's so easy to do because if you look, you can see, because they're mathematically right,
yeah,
then 2 of a smaller square, it makes 1 of a bigger square.
Yes, of course, of course.
So you can quilt with paper so much easier now because you know they're going to match and work.
Yeah. I think that looks so effective. It makes me want to do a big picture, die cut it, and then mix it all back up again. Do you know what I mean? Just change the whole thing. They're fabulous. And I love the fact that the increments, you've managed to get really nice small increments. So value for money is amazing.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted them tight, and what I said to the manufacturers when I drew them and sent them was every single die must be as I've drawn it.
Yeah.
Every single die is a 1/4 inch. The smallest square is a 1/4 inch square. The next one is a 1/2 inch. The next one is a 3/4 inch. The next one is an inch.
That's perfect.
And by sticking to that increment, we get that that makes matting and layering so much easier.
Yeah, yeah. And it's not just your mass and layering, is it? I mean, creating those beautiful apertures, but then obviously allowing you to create frames around the apertures. I mean, it's an essential collection, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I've actually been holding off using them. There's actually samples for the last couple of months. I've had them on, hidden away. And I've used them in the frames without telling anyone, because as soon as I got them, I've been using them for framing everything.
Obviously. Because that's the thing, isn't it? They're the kind of dies you're going to use time after time after time, and you've just had to be quiet about it, John?
Yes. Usually, there's some samples actually further down with the flowers that were done for a show about 6 weeks ago, and they've been using them, but I had to keep my mouth very shut.
Fabulous. Well done. Well done, dear. I find that really quite tricky. So you've done really well. John, thank you. It's been lovely chatting to you. And I know you've done loads of clips for us as well, so we've got loads of inspiration coming up.
We have, yeah, and it's been lovely talking to you.
Oh, John, it's so nice. Oh, I hope it's not long before we can actually see you in the flesh, so to speak.
There's so many hugs I've got to give out.
I know, right? Parties. John, we need the biggest party ever, don't we?
Definitely. It's going to be bigger than Paola's 40th, I think.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, take care, my love. Give me love to Sam.
I will do. Bye-bye.
See you soon, hon. Right, if you do want this, it is from our John. It is amazing. It is an essential. I love the fact you've got plain, but then you've got that stitch dot, because the stitch dot, that gives you so many configurations, but it also means that it gives you that beautiful attention to detail. I loved, when John just showed us the ones that were all matted and layered perfectly on top of each other, seeing how they looked, because they looked really, really stunning. But it is like John says, for mat and layering, this is going to be ridiculously simple. Wow, it is so busy. Okay, the complete, 20% of the stock has gone. Remember, you're getting the whole lot. You're getting both your one-day specials and you're getting the brand new diamonds as well. All of that with a huge saving, with a Freedom price if you're part of Freedom, and with 3 flexi buys as well. Now is definitely the time to go for this. Remember, this is a 2-hour launch. We're not even meant to be live yet. That is 206461. Now, our John's done loads of wonderful demos to inspire us. So let's have a little see. What are you going to be making, our John?
In this demo, I'm going to show how the squares and the plain squares, so that's the stitch dot squares and the plain squares, can work together to get you beautiful mats and layers and create a really simple but effective frame. So I'm going to bring both die sets in, and as you can see here, you have the double stitch and dot squares, which have a dot and then a stitch line on either side of the cut line, meaning that the frame that it cuts out and the piece that cuts out both have the detail on it. Then you have the plain squares, which just give you a plain square. Now these have all been sized imperially so that you have an 8x8 square, 7x7, 6x6, 5x5, 4x4 and so on, and the intermixing layers in between, each one is a 1/4 inch bigger, so that you could cut yourself a 5-inch square and then have a 5 1/4 inch mat for it, and a 5 1/2 inch mat, and 5 3/4 and a 6-inch, and so on. This makes it so much easier as it matches with the card sizes that us as crafters use all the time. So this time I'm going to show you how to make the frames. So I'm going to take first of all my cutting plates from my machine, and I've added a simple piece of magnetic sheet. This is just a normal thin magnetic sheet on top. You may need to alter the sandwich in your machine to take this, but this gives us really good placement for it. So I'm going to start with a layer cut using the stitch dot. So I'm going to take the largest square from the stitch dot and place it down. I'm then going to take die number 3. So I count from the outside, so that's number 1, number 2 and number 3. So I'm sort of hit 1, miss 1, and I'm going to frame that nicely on there. Now to get the framing right to start with, I'm going to take die number 2 as well and place that in. So I can place die 1, 2 and 3, and that gives me a lot easier way to make sure that I've got a nice even spacing all the way around. Once that's done, I simply take out die number 2, because I don't want that to cut, and we're going to cut our first layer. So I'm going to take a piece of black card for this, pop it on top, put my cutting plate on that, and I'll run that through my die cutting machine. Now, as that runs out, I'm going to show you here, I've already cut this first layer, and when it was in the dies, I marked on top where the top is, because no matter what you do, there will always be a little variation in the size of these, so by knowing which each layer is the top makes it a lot easier. So I'll show you now when I take out my dies. I'm going to take the piece out of spare paper. I'm going to take the central panel out, and as you can see, that has that beautiful stitch dot, hoping you can see that on there. And I'm just going to write on the top of the frame, top. So we take that out, pop that to one side. I'm now going to switch in to the plain squares, and I'm going to take the next square down in size. So for this one, I'm just going to use, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, this is number 6. But as you can see, I'm placing it to get an even border around this piece before I remove it. I take that one out and put it back down, and I run that through now with another colour of card. So I would run that through with the beige colour, and I'll bring in here a piece I've already cut. So as you can see here, I've cut this with the beige, and you've got the beautiful stitch dot around that side and a lovely crisp plain beveled edge there. So that's layer 2. Layer 3, I need to switch back to the stitch dot. So I'm going to go back into the stitch dot and check which size, and it happens to be number 5, fits nicely in the centre of there. So again, use that die that you've already cut in place to get your even spacing, and take that one away. And again, I'm just going to put a piece of card over the top, and I'll run that through my machine. So we'll run that one through, and again I can show you how that one's cut. But once again, I've already got that layer cut. So here is the white layer cut with the top. So you can see now I have, I'll swap them in, a black layer with top marked on it, a brown layer with top, a white layer with top. So those will all stack together. We'll take our plate out, and again I'll show you. So again, before I remove it, mark the top. We'll take that piece out, and I've got that frame, okay, which I've already cut, and we'll do the final layer. So again, it's just a case of rinse and repeat. I find the square that matches and gives me that nice border. So again, I place that down using the outside line, take that away. I'm going back to a piece of black card, so we'll pop that one on, put our board back on, and we'll run that one through. And again, when that one's cut, mark the top, and once again we've got that beautiful stitch detail and that plain edge. All I simply need to do then is to make sure top on each layer, so we go from the smallest top to the white. The next is the beige, mark the top, put that on, and then finally the black layer, and again with the top, and we pop that on, and I'm just going to slip a piece of white card inside so that you can see there how simply that works. And you could use normal glue or foam tape to mount that up, because each layer is level. But you can see there we've gone that beautiful mix from the black to the beige to the white, back to the black, and then whatever you want to frame. A really simple way to make an easy frame using both of the sets.
Now that was indeed using both the sets. Look at this. Look at that. He's even sent the card. Isn't that a very, very organised man? And isn't that just gorgeous? I admit it's even more beautiful in real life. I love it because when you look at the layers, these are easy to do. That background is achievable, but it's beautiful. That is such an effective background. Those layers, all absolutely achievable. And the lovely thing is with that, because you've got so many dies, it allows you to do those beautiful small matten layers. Wonderful. Such a good collection. It is so busy. Please check your baskets out because it is very, very busy indeed. Now, something else that you might love, because I know the ink pads are busy every single time, but this one is brand new, because what you're going to get here, so maybe you haven't invested in these yet, or maybe you want a second set, because one for your workshop bag and one for crafting at home, who knows, but you're going to get both your dyes and your pigment. So the dye ink, which of course dry quick, and you can use them with all your watercolour, etc, etc. Pigment, which you can use with your embossing powders, etc, etc. These are all together now. You're actually getting 20 colours of each for just £29.98. Normally they're £16.99 each. You're actually getting both of these for £29.98. Absolutely lovely, and they're always really busy. So if you do want to go for that full colour collection, there's loads you can do. There's loads of techniques. Of course, you can just do your regular stamping, but there's so many techniques with those. 705 460 is your item number. Now, we have got all the goodies on the show as well for you. So, first of all, you might have seen these, but I like doing these shows where we remind you some stuff that you might have missed out on. These are lovely. I really, these are so nice. Such cool dies. I love the packaging as well because it's showing you exactly what you get. See, I mean, I haven't even opened these, but see. So you've got inside there, you've got the lovely, oh, bear with, that one. So inside there, you've got the lovely leaf dies, and have a look at these. So you've got, the detail is incredible, bear with. So amongst yourselves, the detail is incredible because not only are you getting the actual die cut, but it's going to emboss the veins in there for you, and that isn't necessarily requiring your embossing mat. And I love it because these are nice thick veins in those leaves, so you're going to see all that detail. I like the fact that they're all separate because you can get all your scraps of cards. I also like the fact that you've got a left and a right, so it does mean with those that you're seeing, but that you can do proper floral arrangements. So there are your flowers, your leaves, and you can see, I mean, that is way bigger than on the packaging. So you're seeing exactly what you get, but please remember it is bigger, which means I'm definitely going to open up this one as well. Now, within this collection, only $11.99 for all of these. That's a cracking price, isn't it? These are fab. These are my faves, because that's so cool. So you've got those beautiful little foliage elements. That is great, whether you're using foliage. Now, it's funny actually, because over there I'm doing some die cutting currently, and I'm working with sea images. These would be perfect for under the sea as well. I really, really like them. Again, they could be what? Frog hands. Yes, they could, Emily. Emily said they could be frog hands. They could be little antlers. If you are Emily, whew, she's up there on the creative side at the minute. She's on fire. So you have got both of these, 10 dies in total for $11.99. And see, essential. These are essentials because whatever flowers you use, you're going to be using them. Whatever season, you're going to be using these, especially those. They'll be fab for Christmas as well. Really, really cool. And obviously with these, bear with, I'm trying to find there. You've got, can you see in there again? Just a little touch. And yet it works a treat. £11.99, 319 207. That's your item number. That's your foliage, which is an absolute must-have. You've then got your florals. Now, again, with the florals, I won't open up each and every one of these. In fact, I might ask our Chloe. Our Chloe, can we get... Oh, actually, I will open up each and every one of these. That is such a good design, isn't it? Because when you look at that in one cut, you are cutting all of those. Such a good design. You've got all the petals there. They will fit on each other perfectly. And it's quick. You've got multiples. Now, are they the same size? Yeah. The smaller ones, you've got two at smaller size. I think they are. They look it. Which is brilliant, because then when you're actually building these up, you're going to build them up quick. Now, you're actually getting all three of these for £29.97. If these were individual dies, of course, as it is, you're getting 3 dies. You're not really, because look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You've actually got 9 dies on that one. So if you were actually buying these all individually, it does mean you'd be getting so many dies, not 3 dies. Definitely not 3 dies. Last one, let me show you this, and then I'll show you what they actually do. Now, this one, have a look at this one. Hold on, that one sounds like there. It's such a good idea, because again, you are getting that wonderful, I'll pop them on our magnetic board. Look, perfect, absolutely perfect. Now, if you'd love to get hold of these, it is only £29.97 for all 3 plates. Let me show you what you're doing, because you can make, oh, that's pretty. Look at that card, isn't that gorgeous? And that's just layering a few of these. The lovely thing is with these, you are cutting these out quickly. You're cutting them out easily. Oh, I love that, stamping over the top of those. That is so effective. You can shape them, of course, ridiculously simple to do that. And you're making so many different flowers with these as well. I'm really rubbish with my flowers, so you'll have to excuse me. But that's a rose. Yay! And that one is that bush that my granddad used to have in his garden. Hydrangea, well done. It's because it says it on the instructions. And I told you, didn't I say I never read the prices? Yeah, it's not, I'm not teasing, I'm terrible at that bit. I'd rather make a mess of trying to guess everything. A hydrangea, a peony, which is one of my favourite flowers, and then the beautiful Camilla as well. Am I saying that right? Camellia, not Camilla. Now, yeah, look at the cake. I mean, how fabulous is that? Okay, if you want these, that is such a good price, saving £8 there. You're getting so much for your money. 230980, that's your item number if you'd love to get hold of those. Now, one more to show you. This is such a good idea again. I will show you the actual die. And I have seen this over and over again. I was even thinking of this when I was doing Hayley's show, because that... Come here, you. I didn't swear. Hurrah. That is going to do this. Now, that is such a good idea, because if you need it stronger, you just cut it a few times. But look, that sticks onto your card, so it's perfect. But then that is just folding in. It will fold, and that will give you that wonderful stand. Oh, come on, you. It just needs a bit of scoring. Isn't that... Yeah, definitely user error. Isn't that a good idea? It's a really good die. And you see, the thing is with that one, you can definitely make it, you know, if you've got someone that needs something a bit heavier, you can definitely do it. I will show you, when I go down counter again, show you finished samples, I'll show you more with this one, because we've got a lot of cards that have got that on the back. I love that, because it changes your card into a work of art. So £12.99, that is all you're paying for that one. That is 331330. Now, oh, I love these shoes, because our John has done another fantastic demo for us. Hey, John, what are you going to show us next?
In this video tutorial, I'm going to show you how to make this beautiful colour block card really simply by using a few of the dies in this set of Stitch Dot squares. So I've got the set here, and I've already chosen the squares I want to use. So counting from the outside, I'm using 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, number 12, nearly counted wrong then, and number 14. So I'm just taking those two squares out to start with. But what I'll also need is a square that is exactly 4 times that square. So you can check it to see which one is actually right. 1, 2, and it's actually this one, which is number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, number 6. So to make this piece, I'm going to use dies 12, 14, and 6. So quite easy to remember. So die number 12 is 4 times the size of die number 6. So really simple. So we're going to start first of all with the 2 smaller dies. We'll move this out of the way. And again, I'm using a piece of magnetic sheet just to hold things in place. I'm going to place the die down, and I'm going to place the square in it nice and evenly in the centre. And I've chosen this lovely sort of dark red Crafts 2 linen card to cut it in, and we're just going to run that piece through. Now you will need to cut this in each colour that you're using, so you will need to cut it in 8 different colours. I've already cut it in a lighter red, and I've matched all my shades so that I'm cutting them in a dark red and a light red, a dark green, a light green, a dark yellow, a light yellow, a dark blue and a light blue. But you can choose any colours at all. You could use pattern paper, striped papers, they'd look beautiful. And what I've done is I've already cut this in the light red, and I've used a piece of my double-sided adhesive sheet and stuck the frame down to this. I'm then going to take my dark red piece. So again, this is using dies 12 and dies 14, and the great thing about the Stitch Dot is that it has the Stitch Dot detail on the inside and the outside of the stitch line, meaning that both the piece that you cut and the piece you cut from have that detail on it. And all I'm going to do is place this down onto the double-sided adhesive next to that square. Makes it a little bit easier. I'm going to rotate them then, and I'm going to put the light red in the middle of the dark red and the dark red in the middle of the light red, and simply trim that out. So I'm going to trim out the excess card or the excess double-sided adhesive, and you can use that again for other projects. What I tend to do is to have a piece of the carrier sheet next to me so that I can place the pieces on and I can use those in this or for other projects. So I'm just going to separate those two squares down the middle, and then quite simply I'm going to cut down the centre through the frame, through that square and through the end square with my scissors. You could use a craft knife or you could use your guillotine, whichever you feel more comfortable with. So I'm going to cut through there, making sure I go all the way through the diagonals, and then it's simply a case of matching those two pieces together to give me the alternate square. So there I've got my red on red, and of course by doing it this way I have two pieces, so I could put those together like that, and I could continue that, make a big piece, change colours, so many different things you can do with this technique. So we're going to move those out of the other way, and what I've done here is using the larger die, so this is die 6, I cut yellow, the dark blue, the darker red and the darker green squares, and I cut them each one once. I then trimmed it down the centre to give me 4 pieces, which means by doing this you'll be able to make 4 cards exactly the same. You will only need 1 square of each for each to make 4 cards. So I'm going to bring in now a little piece of card I've already made and I've matted and layered. So I'm going to start by adding the squares, and I'm using just a little bit of wet glue here, and it doesn't matter in which order you put these on, but you want to make sure that you get the stitch dot detail on the outside. So just spend a little time making sure that you keep that stitch dot detail going on the outside. And the reason we don't just cut the smaller square 4 times in the different colours is because that way you get the pattern continuing down, and it doesn't look quite as neat as when you have the stitch pattern going all the way around the outside. So I'm going to glue down this last piece, which is the yellow. You can see there I've got a nice perfect square harlequin piece. So I'm simply then going to bring in, I have 2 pieces of the blue on blue, and on this one I think I've got a little bit of double-sided adhesive, so we're just going to peel that off. And I obviously don't want the dark blue against the dark blue, so this goes into the centre just like that. I take the light blue with the dark blue centre, and again take the double-sided off, and I match that square up so that I've got dark blue to light blue to dark blue to light blue to dark blue. Really simple. It looks as if you put lots more layers in than you have. So I've already got these squares made up, so I've got here the lighter red with the darker red, so I want the darker red to the centre on top of the red panel. I've got the lighter yellow with the darker yellow. This has all been done in Crafts 2 linen card because it adds a beautiful texture. And again, darker yellow to the centre. And it looks as if you've got lots of dimensions if you've done it with foam tape, and you really haven't. And just as a last minute thing to remind you, I'm just going to grab my glue eraser. I've got a few little marks of glue on here from the low-tech tape. So again, I've got these cut separately. So I'm going to take this dark green and this light green, and again I don't want it there, so I want it going into the centre just like that. Take a little bit of that adhesive off. There we go. And again the next piece is the dark green going into the lighter green, and we pop that one on, matching up the corners, and again just clean off. And there we've got a perfect optical illusion. Which square are you looking at? It's almost got a patchwork look. So you've got a square there, you've got a square there, you've got a square there. But a really simple card, but works really well with these dies, because these dies have all been worked out to be mathematically correct. So the sizes are all in inch increments, which fit with our standard card blanks.
Love that. And look, I think that is fabulous. It has been, I mean, as John said, I mean, this has been designed perfectly, so it fits in your cards. So all the standard cards that you work with, it's going to fit in. But doing patterns like this, doing patterns like that, isn't that effective? And that is just plain card. It's the dies that are creating that really gorgeous optical illusion. I love the fact that you've got the stitch one as well. I just think that looks so elegant. Isn't it a nice, yeah, I really, really like that. I think it's visually so pleasing. Just such, and it's all down to precision. You need to be able to cut precision to be able to create something like that, and that's exactly what you're getting with these. As John said, these are mathematically spot on. They're correct, so it does mean those increments are going to give you the perfect mat and layers, but they're also going to go on to, say, your 6x6. You'll be able to cut your perfect mat and layers onto that. You'll also be able to cut your perfect apertures out of that. And of course, with that, then you can cut your own frames. Now, remember, you've just got a few extra days to wait for delivery on these. They're going to be sent out on the 24th. Let me remind you again what you're going to get. So, and you can, if you wanted to, you could just go for this option. As if you just wanted to go for your squares, you're getting 32 dies there. I mean, that is so ridiculously impressive. Just how fine those increments are with those dies. Look at all them dies. I mean, that is amazing. And that first die, an 8-inch die, so it's going to fit on your 8x8 card perfectly. That's how these have been designed. So you've got your plain dies. You've then got the beautiful dot and stitching. That is cool. It details on the outside and the inside of that cut. So it means if you're creating apertures, if you're creating borders, if you're creating frames, you're going to get detail. Now, this is your first option. You're saving £5 there. If you just want to go for them 3 payments, £14.99 already, okay? Already 15 quid today, and you'll get those sent home to your door. You've then got your 2 other payments. That's if you just want to go for those. I am going to show you loads of finished samples in a little moment. That is 203152. The second option that you've got is your circles. Again, they've been mathematically perfectly designed. So these, of course, are going to fit on your 8x8 card. I love that they're going to fit on 8x8 cards, your 6x6s. But not just that. You're making shape cards out of these. You're making shaker cards out of these. You're using these in your mixed media. You know, you're pattern building with these. The amount of dies that you're getting, 31 dies in just that set alone, is phenomenal. And then you've got those beautiful stitch and dot dies. Now, again, you've got your 3 flexes today, just £14.99. You're making that £5 saving there, 203152. Then finally, we have got the diamonds. Again, these are gorgeous, brand new, your diamonds. First time again, our John has done the diamonds. And these will give you that really interesting finish. Again, you've got that beautiful increment cut, mathematically perfect. 15 dies in the plain, and then 11 dies in the stitch and the dot. And these are going to allow you to create so many beautiful apertures, frames, but that gorgeous visual element of creating backgrounds with these, really interesting backgrounds, and so much more. Now, if you want to go for these, you're saving £5, just £24.98, 104027. However, the one that is most definitely the busiest, the one where you are getting the biggest saving. You're getting a £5 saving from the squares, you're getting another £5 saving carried forward from the circles, you're then getting another £5 saving from the diamonds, £15 saving already, and then on top of that you get another £15 saving, a £30 saving. But if you're part of Hochanda Freedom, it's even better, because that saving, on top of the £15, you're getting an extra £24.99 saving on top of the £15 that have been carried forward, and you don't pay any postage. So think about that as well. This is amazing, and you're getting your 3 flexes. Because it's over your £30, that's what we're doing for our little Easter treat. 3 flexes, £29.98. Shall I show you loads of gorgeous finished samples? 206461. Okay, I love this. That's the one that John did for his demo, but that is ridiculously beautiful. That background is so pretty. And do you know why I love this? Not just because it looks so stylish, but that is just so nice to do. I love pattern building. So putting all these in, that is just ridiculously satisfying. Coming up with something like that, it's one of those that is just, you know, when something's really good to actually make. Same with this. That for me is an absolute win. It's just cool. You've got all the perfect line in there. See, that just slots in absolutely beautifully. And then right down to the teeny tiny little diamond in the centre there. And again, just playing with colour, playing with form, playing with the ability to line all these up perfectly. Of course, you can use them for your mat and layer. You can just use them as background, which is really, really nice, just in the background. Have a look at that one. See, how pretty is that? And actually, it's one of those, it could be any which way, couldn't it? I really like that. I think it's that way. Because, again, you're creating your apertures, you're putting perfect diamonds inside, you're creating frames. I mean, there's so many different elements on that one. The flowers, we've got the flowers on the show. Let me show you some more. So there are your diamonds. Beautiful, beautiful cards. Look at this. I haven't shown you this one yet. You ready? Yeah, hold on a minute. So you got that. That did get a bit squeezed in the box, so I do apologise, but watch. I could watch this when it opens. Doesn't that look good? Whoa. Isn't that fabulous? And look, even the inside is circles. Doesn't it look good? I really like that. I just think that looks so cool. That, you see, something like that, you could actually make a really cool work of art just for the wall with something like that, couldn't you? And I bet they will, won't they? I bet they'll interlink, but I'm not going to do it now because that could take me ages. Oops. Oh, there we go. Just matting and layering. I say just. I mean, just mat and layering the perfect circle isn't a just, is it? And it looks brilliant. It looks effective. I mean, let's face it, a lot of us like to just work on circles because they're one of those that everything seems to look just fabulous on circles. That is gorgeous, isn't it? I am holding it the right way around, aren't I? Yeah, I love that. And that's just cutting your card. It's just cutting your mat and layers. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. That's your circles. You are getting your circles. You're getting those 2 sets. And then, of course, you're getting your squares. Just your mat and layering. Just perfect. Yep. Could be any which way. Perfect frames. Perfect mat and layers every single time. And those mat and layers, as I think if you've been crafting for years and years and years, you know how important mat and layers are, because they do, as when you get your pictures professionally framed, you have your mount. Your mount is the thing that draws the eye into the actual design work. It's the mount is the professional finish. That's why we do our mat and layering. And these kind of mounts are beautiful because you've got the outside, but you see into the card. So it really looks like a professional mount. But then you've got, look at that, the perfect mat and layer on the outside. The perfect mat and layer here as well. See that? And that is just spot on. Every single one of these. If you haven't got the mat and layer, it's literally, it just kind of looks lost. This makes it look professional. And especially when you've got that slither of card. And do you know what? That is easy to gut. And if you gut it, if you actually die cut the inside gut, really northern, right easy to gut that, love. Sounds like I'm talking about fish, doesn't it? Which I wouldn't. Vegan. So not doing none of that, darling. We let it free. We only don't. But they are easy to gut. So it means if you are creating that back, because you're covering it up, there's no way you just cover that. You'd be cutting so many layers from that piece of card. Same with that piece of card behind it and that piece of card. Look how many layers you've got there, but it makes it look professional. Really spot on. Perfect, perfect, every single time. Oh my word. Okay, it is really busy. A third of the stock has gone. If you want the complete set, you're making a huge saving. You're getting the full lot. They'll work together wonderfully because they've been mathematically designed, perfectly mathematically designed. It does mean they are going to work together wonderfully. And it means, of course, you'll be using these with all your standard size cards, which again makes them so versatile. I did promise I'd show you, ta-da, the stand. And look, isn't that again just, yeah, it sings to me, because you're just using all those wonderful shapes to create a cool background, to create that wonderful striking centre as well. Really, really like it. Okay, now we're not going anywhere. We've got another hour. This was an extra, so it does mean we've got another hour with those beautiful dice, but of course with more fantastic demonstrations from our wonderful John. Now, all I do need to remember to tell you is that these are being dispatched from the 24th, so don't miss out on that wonderful deal. And of course the 24th, it's not long to wait. I mean, I've no idea what date it is. Is it the 14th today? 13th today. So yeah, not long to wait at all to get this massive collection sent to your door. And they won't even take up much room. Amazing. Right, don't go anywhere. We're going to be back in just a few minutes' time. See you then. Coming up, we have got another wonderful hour of the Crafts 2 one-day special. We've then got another chance to see that lovely Alison show. And then it is your Crafts 2 one-day special. See you in a min.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now and a designer for just over 10 years. Sentimentally Yours is my multi-award winning brand of clear stamps, rubber stamps. I've now also introduced lots of craft dies in there, designer papers. I have my mediums where we've introduced the Flawless Media brand into the Sentimentally Yours family. So on our Hochanda shows, we aim to inspire you, to be educational and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. The Sentimentally Yours family has grown to include my good friend Julia Watts and our new designer Trudy Howard. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration. Be sure to join us for our Sentimentally Yours shows on Hochanda.
If you love cake and you love to bake, we've got something you're going to enjoy. Here at Hochanda's Crafty Kitchen, we'll be introducing you to brand new guest demonstrators from the world of baking and cake decorating, who will be on hand to inspire you with sugar flour making techniques, food flavouring ideas, baking kits in a bottle, and as well as showcasing some very fashionable kitchen aprons. Watch out for brand new products, some very bespoke to the baking world, but others you can utilise within the world of craft, which will allow you more flexibility between the different mediums. Intrigued? Well, set your temperatures, set your timers, and tune in every fortnight to see what's in the oven on the Crafty Kitchen.
Hi, we're the team from Daisy Bee Stamps. My name's Nina, this is Josie, and this is my dad Roy. And we design and manufacture our very own polymer stamps. So 3 years ago we decided to embark on turning our own designs into polymer stamps. We're really excited about where this is going to take us in the future and how we can evolve those designs and keep bringing you something that's just so different. So we wanted to add an extra element to our stamp collection, and this was down to Josie using her iPad and hand drawing the amazing sentiments that we now have in our collection. All our designs complement each other so that you can use them again and again to create something new. So make sure you don't miss the Daisy Bee shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp here in the UK. Teamwork makes the dream work, and at Clarity we are designers and manufacturers of, dare I say, beautiful, top quality and award-winning craft products. We are home to the very first, the original transparent art stamp. We hand make them here in Kent, and our talented illustrators are always coming up with new original concepts and wonderful artwork. In addition, we design and manufacture top quality stencils and masks. In fact, we also make precision cut reusable masks for our stamps. Since January 2017, we are also the new owners of Pergamano International, bringing together a wonderful blend of old and new parchment art. We are so fortunate to be able to showcase our newest and best products here on Hochanda and to be able to demonstrate our art ideas to you, our Hochanda friends. So if you would like to learn more about Clarity stamping, stencil work, parchment art, both groovy and traditional, please join us, myself and the Clarity team, here on Hochanda for ideas and inspiration.
Lovely to have your company. I know, a little cheeky musical interlude for you. Last hour. Honestly, so this is the first time that I've put my presenter hat on since obviously we've reduced our staff and we've reduced our hours, so we're only in the building a little bit. Obviously we've no guests, so we've no guests having to travel, make unnecessary journeys, which is really good, and it keeps the amount of people in the building down as well. So we're taking lots of measures, and I'm really proud actually. I think Hochanda have done such a good job, and honestly our guests have been amazing because they've been sending these clips and it got turned around like that. You know, the decision to make all this happen was so quick, and the guests, they reacted immediately and they've been so brilliant. So our guests and everybody, thank you, because it's it feels like, we're all together as well. I quite like that. But anyway, high five to us all. High five to us. Sounds rubbish, doesn't it? But thank you as well, of course, for keeping us company, because without you, we wouldn't be here. And hopefully, even if you're not spending, if you're not buying, hopefully you've got ideas. It's just kept you entertained, kept you inspired as well, because I think that is one of the tricky bits, if you're feeling a bit flat. It can be really hard to get your mojo going. So hopefully people like our wonderful John are helping you keep inspired. Now, this is your one day special. Your one day special. You might have seen it in the last hour if you tuned in. If you missed it, I'll tell you what we've got, because we have got a lot of new viewers this hour. Hello and welcome. My name's Leonie. Nice to have your company. So, what we've got for you. Now, you've got choices. Wait until I've finished having a waffle. I do apologise. But wait till I've finished, because we've got quite a few different options. The first option are your squares. Now, the squares, these are amazing. They're matte and layering dies, but what our John has done, and he is going to be telling you all about this, so I'm not actually going to do that. I'm just going to be quick and tell you this, so John can tell you proper. 32 dies there. The increments on these are incredible. They are the actual dies. If I do this, there you go. They are the actual dies. They are that fine. You are getting that that amount of detail with these dies, as to the fineness of the cut, as to the fineness of the matte and layer that you can achieve with these. So you've got 32 of your nesting squares. You've then got 16 of the dot and dash squares. These are mathematically perfect. These are 8-inch squares, so they're going to fit in your 8x8 card. They're going to create the perfect layers, apertures, etc. Now, that's your first one, okay? I'll whip through what you've got. You've got £5 saving there if you want to go for that today. 203152. That's your first one day special. That £5 is carried over to the big bundle, which I'll tell you about in a second. The second one day special, your circles. Again, the increments on that are fabulous. It's going up to an 8-inch again, so it's going to fit perfectly on your 8-inch cards, but you're going right down to that tiny little circle. Again, these have been designed perfectly. So you've got your wonderful circles, 31 of those. You've then got the stitch and dot, 16 of those. These fit perfectly together. They give you, again, the matting and layering, that precision that you can achieve with these is sensational. And it's the amount of options. I mean, every single one of these, you're creating your aperture, you're creating frames, you're creating perfect matte and layers. You're creating works of art, though. So it does allow you, just with circles, it allows you so many options. Now, if you do want to go for this one, this is your second one day special, saving £5 there. 203152. That's your item number. So, second one day special. The third collection we've got for you. Now, it isn't a one day special, but it is fabulous. It is brand new, and you have got a saving. So you have got your gorgeous diamonds. Now, with your diamonds, what you get in here, you've actually got 15 of your plain diamonds, if you will. I hate saying plain, but it's plain compared to the gorgeous stitch and dash there. But again, perfectly designed, so they are mathematically spot on, and they are going to fit on all your standard cards. Let me spin that round so you can see the size again. So that one is, again, your 8-inch. I love how there's a ruler there, so you actually know what size it is. Genius. None of this having to faff to try and find a ruler, which we've done a lot. Okay, so if you do want that one, another £5 saving. However, 104027, don't forget that bit, Leona. However, what's been the busiest is a full collection. You're getting all the squares. You're getting all the circles. You're then getting all the diamonds. You've actually got, I think, is it 102 dies? My math. 121 dies. See, so close. I lost some up floor. I lost the little ones. You've got 121 dies here. That is phenomenal. But look at your saving. So the way this is worked out, the £5 from each one, that's been carried forward. So £15 saving has been carried forward. We've then taken a further £15 off this price. So you're actually saving, I know it says 15, it's actually £30 from the recommended retail. You've got a £30 saving unless you're part of Hochanda Freedom. If you're part of Hochanda Freedom, that saving is even better because it's an extra almost £25 off there, which £24.99, almost £25. You've already got that £15 carried forward. So that's 40 quid, isn't it? Yeah, 40 quid. Price of those diamonds. So basically you're getting those for nothing. That is amazing. And you've got your 3 flexes as well. Because it's over £30, that's what we're doing at the minute with our Easter celebration. If you're spending over 30, you automatically get your 3 flexes if you want it. So that means today, £29.98 guarantees you all 3 sets. 121 dies. Of course, you know exactly what you're paying the month after and the month after. You don't get charged any interest on that. You don't have to wait till that third payment's gone through before you get all these dies delivered to your door. 204461. It is very busy. Please check out your baskets. Freedom members, easy to join. You don't pay any postage. That, I reckon, is a why not deal. Now then, our John, he's been ever so fabulous, of course, and he's done some wonderful demonstrations. First of all, he's going to tell you why he's designed these and what makes these so special.
Hi, I just wanted to explain a little bit about the dies that are in the one-day special, what's different about them and what's so special. So I'm going to start with the squares. So with the square nesting dies, what you've actually got is you've actually got 22 dies in total in here. But what's different about these have all been done on an imperial measurement. And what that means is, if I take this square, for example, this square is exactly 6 inches square. The next die that goes after that is 6 1/4. The next one is 6 1/2, 6 3/4, and 7 inches. So this is the first time, to my knowledge, that we've done nesting dies that are actually mathematically accurate. So in here we start with a 1/4 inch, but you've actually got a 1/4 inch, a 1/2 inch, a 3/4 inch, an inch, and so on, all the way up to an 8 inch or 8 1/4 inch square as the largest. So this enables you to get your perfect mats and layers. And we've tied these in with the brand new stitch dot squares. So with the stitch dot, again, these have all been done on the same measurements. So these have been done so that they're mathematically correct. And if you notice, because of the double stitch dot, and what I mean by double is that you have the cut line in the center, then you have the line on the one side, which is a stitch dot pattern, and the same on the other, so that the piece that cuts out and the piece it cuts out of both give you that detailing on them. But these have been done so that they intermix perfectly with the plain layers, so that you can mix them together. If I bring up this square here, this shows you I've gone stitch dot, plain, stitch dot, plain, stitch dot, plain, all the way through. So hopefully there you can see that there is a mat that fits every single one of the stitch dot squares that we've got, plus all of these which haven't been used in this pile. So that's the totality you get from the 2 dies within the 1 day special set, all of those different squares. So we do that for the squares. We also have the second option, which is the circles, and these are exactly the same. So these have been done on an inch diameter. So there is in here a 1 inch, a 2 inch, a 3 inch, a 4 inch, and so on. Again, with the 1/4 inch increments. So if you want to put a circle that fits exactly on a 6 inch square card blank, there is a die in there that it will be exactly 6 inches to fit on that, and the corresponding mats and layers. And again, with the stitch dot, we've done exactly the same. So you've got the double stitch dot line on one side and the other, so that the piece that cuts and the piece it cut from gives you exactly the same pattern. But again, these can be tied together. And what I've got here is, I've actually done these loose so that you can see. So you can see there, we start with, you've got the smallest stitch dot circle, which has then a plain, another one, plain, and that goes all the way through. It then continues on all of those, and then we still get all of those circles as well. So that is the totality of all the shapes you get just by cutting each die in the set once. The other new set that we've got, which is available in the larger bundle, are the diamonds, and this is the first time we've done diamonds, and once again these have been done so they're mathematically correct. So these will tie in and match with these dies and will fit on your card blanks. So you have the diamonds in plain, and you have the diamonds again in the stitch dot pattern with the line being on both sides. And with it being a diamond shape, I've been able to again layer this one and go plain to stitch dot, plain to stitch dot, and so on. I've then done a slightly smaller one using all the dies in the set, and we go from stitch dot to plain and all the way through again. And I even have 3 left that don't fit in those patterns. When I put that together, you can see, because it's a diamond, we get to one point where they have to match to make it exactly the same. So that's why I've done them in 2 separate pieces, so you get all 3. So that's a brief understanding of what's happening with the brand new nesting and stitch dot dies from Crafts 2. And available in the larger bundle, you have the diamonds, you have the circles, again stitch dot and plain, and you have in the squares the stitch dot and the plain. All are available in pairs.
Oh, had he done good? Again, yeah, it's so busy. Please check your baskets out. This is your brand new one-day special from Crafts2 and our wonderful John. The handy dies. I say handy, they're essential dies, aren't they? You know, any card maker is going to use these. If you're into your mixed media, your journaling, you're going to use these because they are the kind of dies that, it's funny actually, they're definitely the kind of dies, especially the circles I'd be working with, you know, because they're easy to use. They're going to go through all your die cutting systems. But with something like this, you can create, I mean, look at that for perfect mats and layers. You can create really, really spot on mats and layers. But for me, you can create perfect circles to work on, you know, every single time. They will as well. I mean, they're going to marry up with so many of the gorgeous things that you've already got at home. I love this. This is another one. Look at that background. That is such a clever background. I mean, that is such a beautiful background. I really like that. And that's just made out of the circles. Really, really clever. Same with this. Again, just made out of the circles. I adore that. I love these. Look at these. Look at all those layers. Those gorgeous layers. And they're perfect. I mean, right down to the little circle. They are absolutely spot on. And I'm going to point out as well, we've got those on the show. So if you do want the frames, they're really, really cool. And they do mean that you can stand your cards up. Remember, these are all part of your one-day special. You're getting your circles. You also get your squares. Now, isn't that gorgeous? And the thing is with this, because you are getting these fantastic big dies, 8-inch die. So it means something like this, you can create some really, really beautiful frames. I mean, that is such a nice frame, isn't it? And it's got that detail because you've got the stitch and dot there, spot on, absolutely perfect. Really like that. Your bigger projects, but right down to your smaller projects. John did demonstrate in the last hour. You can watch it on catch up, so you can have a little look. But he demonstrated pattern building. I love this. I just think that is phenomenal. That's the one that John actually demonstrated. Isn't that cool? And it's just using your card with the dies and just really playing with the way that you build that back up again. So really effective. That's beautiful. And again, perfect mat and layer time and time again. And every one of these, because it's covered, every one of these you can gut. So it means you are going to be saving. You're not just saving, but if they're all gutted, you've created more and more frames, more and more layers, which is such a good way of using these dies. A really good way of using these dies. Now, if you do want your one-day special, you've got choices, but if you want the big bundle, that is the one everybody's going for. It's where you're going to get the biggest saving. It's where you're going to get the full collection. 206461. Going to be dispatched from the 24th of this month, so not long to wait at all. These bits are marvellous because now we all get to chill out, and our John is going to inspire us. What's he up to next?
For this demonstration, I want to show you the benefit of having dies that are imperially correct, which means that each one has been done on a measurement of 1/4 or 1/8 of an inch. So it enables us to be able to patchwork things together perfectly. So I'm just going to bring in my plates, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the stitch dot on this one. These are the stitch dot squares, and I'm going to take the last die in the set. So again, we count down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15. So number 16, number 15, number 14, and number 13. So I'm just going to take the last 4 in the set, and I'm using a piece of bright pink Crafts2 linen card, and I'm just going to run that on and cut it. And what you want to do is to cut all of these sizes in 3 or 4 different colours. So I've decided to cut these into dark pink, light pink and white. So I've used 3 colours on here and I've matched them together. You can see size 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 different sizes on that one. So we'll bring in our piece. So there we go. So I want to cut those first of all plain, which is what I've done. So I've got the simple plain sizes. Once you've cut them plain, you want to cut a second set of these, and this will give you enough pieces to make 2 or 3 of these different cards. And you want to use the next size down on each one to make yourself a frame. So I'm going to use a little bit of tape, and I'm going down on each one so that for each piece I have a solid and a frame. So I'm just going to glue that one on, and what I would then do is take those through and run those through my machine. So once I've got all of those pieces, I'm not going to run those through at the moment because I've already cut these, so I'll pop that to one side. Once you've actually cut all of the pieces that you need, you want to start matting and layering them. So what I've done is I've layered in various sizes, the largest, the next one down, the smallest of the solids. I put a frame in there, a frame in there, a small centre in there and there. So I've chosen out a selection of these, and because, as I said, these are mathematically correct, they will fit together perfectly in patchwork. So you can play with them in lots and lots of different ways. I've already laid out for speed how I'm going to do it, but I've cut a piece of card here, and this is 5 3/4 inches by 4 1/4 inches. So again, this is all in this 1/4 inch increment. And all I'm going to do is, I've already glued these down, I'm going to stick these onto the piece. So I'm going to start with the square there. I'm then going to take this one that has the frame with a little bit of foam tape on it there. And if you see here, 2 of this size, there's the same dimensions as one of that size. This one I absolutely love. I've just added in here a couple of little pieces. So I've got a couple of little bits in there which can fit in there. Yeah, okay. So I'm just going to pop that one in. Leave that one. And I'm going to finish off here with a piece there. So that fits. And you'll see there what I've got is, oh, I've got a little bit of a gap there, a little bit of a kick. That's fine, because the larger size fits exactly into there. So this next size up is the same as 1 of that square and 1 of that square, or 1 of that square and 2 of the smaller squares. I just love the way these all fit together. So I'm going to slip that little piece in, and obviously when I planned this I was going to put a border around, but I'm not going to. And here I've got 2 of the smaller pieces. So again, you spend a little bit longer matting and layering it, but you get a beautiful card of all these different levels and all these different squares that all fit together. And there are so many different combinations you can use for this, so many different colour combinations and combination of sizes, because all of the squares are mathematically correct, so they fit in exactly to the spaces.
I'm going to show you variations. See, variations on the theme. Brilliant demo. Thank you, John. I think these are fabulous. See, whether you, I like them being left blank as well. I love this as well because you can vary it, you know, with the 3D foam elements. That one, just using the squares. And John was saying before, you know, how the squares make squares because, again, it's mathematically spot on. It means you're creating patterns within patterns within patterns. Our Karen emailed in, didn't she? It was our Karen. It was our Karen who emailed in from Pink Pig, Pink Frog. Oh, sorry, I always get my pinks. I know every time. I know, which is terrible when I'm doing shows. But thank you, Karen. And she said the circles, the 2.5 inch, perfect for your ATC coins. Which is again, just a must-have. I was going to pinch one, actually, and see if it'll cut through my acetate, but I was a good girl and I didn't ruin anything. Okay, if you do want any of these, you need to be checking your basket out. That's your one-day special, or, of course, your big bundle. It's a big bundle. That's what's going. 206461. Right. I'm going to remind you some of the other goodies that we've got. I say remind you, you might not watch the first hour. If so, you might not have seen these yet. I hadn't seen these yet. I don't think I've done a show with our John with these. And these are such nice dies. So you've got, these are cool. So you've got these wonderful dies that are the perfect foliage. They're really, really fantastic to add a little bit of interest. You've got the left and the right, which are wonderful for, of course, creating that beautiful sprig of florals, and of course very cuttable, aren't they? You know, you can see exactly where you'll trim those down. You've then got your leaves. They've got the beautiful veining in there to again give you that realism, to give you that detail. And again, the left and the right, which is so handy. Now with that one, bear with, hold on, that's your little flowers. There's some of your sprigs, so you can see, and you only need a little bit of the sprig coming through to add that detail and that dimension to these. Where did I put my cards? Bear with. Sorry for, oh, it's under my board. Of course. There you go. And you can see those sprigs again. So pretty, so delicate as well. Now only $11.99. You've got loads of dies in there, 10 dies in total, really handy dies. If you're going for the flowers, if you've got flowers already, they are just so handy to have in your collection. 319207. Now we've also got for you, talking of flowers, we've got our flower dies, and of course ridiculously handy. I like the way these have been designed because you can see they're on the solid platforms. Now that is handy because with one pass you're cutting all of those out. So we're saying 3 dies, of course, but there's loads more than that. I mean, that plate alone you've got 4, and after that you've got tons. Yeah, loads of dies, and these are fantastic because they're going to make it really quick and easy, A, to cut, but B, to layer up, and they do look really effective. You've got the camellia, you've got, did I say it right this time? Yes, you've got the hydrangea and you've got the wonderful peony. They do look wonderful. I mean, something like that, how pretty is that? Achievable as well. I mean, just getting your polystyrene ball, they've literally been pinned. That is it. It's just been pinned onto the wonderful old polystyrene ball, and that looks so effective. You can, of course, shape them, you can colour tint them. When you think about it, you know, we use flowers all the time for embellishments, so it's dead handy when you can create your own and you can layer them quickly and easily to create beautiful embellishments. I love that one. I just think that is so gorgeous. And obviously, it's saying what flowers they make, but you don't have to. You can do what you want with them. £29.97 is your price. If you do want to go for all 3 of those, 230980. If you're adding anything into your one-day special basket, it means you'll split the payment over 3 months. So again, it's a great way of spreading those payments out. Now, last but by no means least, we've got the stand. This is such a good idea again. So in one pass, you're creating your stand. So with something like that, you'd be able to cut that out to decent weight cardstock as well, because it's not too filigree, it's not too fancy. And it means with your little old stand, let me make sure that is bent properly. There, with your little old stand, you are, I knew it were going to do that, live telly. It's as soon as you make a statement like, look, it'll just stand up perfectly, it always falls over. But you've got that wonderful stand. That is so easy, and it folds flat. Perfect for posting. And the thing is, with something like that, you don't need, you know, sometimes with something like that it folds flat, but then you have to post it and you need to put instructions in there. With this, you don't. It's dead easy. It's dead obvious what it does. You know, that's it. Just make sure you score it proper before you put it in there, so then when you get it, it just folds perfectly. Great idea that. £12.99 is your price. 331330. Now, the words that I love to hear. We've got another wonderful demonstration. Isn't this marvellous? Sit back, chill out, and let's see what our lovely John is going to be making this time.
In this demo, I'm going to show you how to make the beautiful rainbow and the background using the new stitched dot circles. So what I've done here is I've actually taken, what you could do is you could do this as you receive them if they're stuck down, but what I've done is taken a large piece of card, just a really thin piece of card, and put some double-sided tape down. I've crossed off the extra bits and I've put all the circles down in exactly the same place. So these are pretty much very stuck to the paper. So here on the board I've got dies 1, 2 and 3. So stuck down I've got dies 4 to 16. Now it is important for this technique to actually stick your dies down, and I've used double-sided tape, and there isn't enough gap for it to really grab your card. Just make sure, I didn't at first leave, I left some tape hanging out so it ripped my card a little bit, but that's now covered. But just using low-tack tape or on a magnetic sheet, as you take all of the pieces out, these will move, and it's very important that you have these staying in exactly the same place so that it actually works. So that's what I've done, and you may need to alter the sandwich in your machine to actually enable you to cut all of these pieces. So what I've done is I've got my plates here. I'm just going to put my die down flat, and I'm going to start with a piece of red card. So I'm using a piece of red card here. I'm just going to pop it on top, and I'm going to run that through my machine. Now, as I said, it is very important that all of the pieces stay in exactly the right place. So it is important that you tape them down to the die like that. Now, I'm going to bring out the pieces that I've already got cut, which I have here. But I'll show you first of all what you get when these are cut. So when I take my plates off, you can see there I've got all my circles cut through. So I can just peel off each one. If any don't cut correctly, you can always run some scissors or a knife around, although if you get the tension in your machine right, it will be absolutely fine. So I'm going to release all of those circles, and I'm going to cut this in all the colours of the rainbow. So if I move over to here, you can see that this is I've already done. So I've got red and a dark yellowy orange, a lighter yellow, a green, a light blue, a dark blue, and a purpley colour. And you want to take each size, the next size down for each colour. But what this means is, I've calculated by doing this, you will have enough pieces to make yourself at least 6 circles, if not 8 if you start larger. And that means that you'll be able to cut those in half and get yourself 12 or 16 rainbows. So you just take it and start smaller each time. So what I'm going to do is, here I've got a piece of my double-sided adhesive sheet. So I'm just going to peel off the protective cover. So we'll take that off. Well done, John. And we'll place that down. And you may find it easier to keep the protective cover just over the top, just a touch. And I'm going to take, first of all, obviously as it's a rainbow, my red circle. So I'm going to pop down my red circle. We'll peel this off and use that to just make sure it's stuck. Then I'm going to take the next one, and because they were all stuck together, each one of these will be exactly right. So it doesn't matter that I've changed card in between each one. So bright yellow, we're then going to go to the light yellow. I'm going to go to the green, and you can make this in any colour you want. It would look really nice monochromatic, just done in black and white, and alternate each one. So I'm going to go light blue, dark blue, and I'm going to finish off with the purple. So there I've got a sort of target. It makes me think of sort of kids' TV shows from years ago. And all I would do is simply cut this in half. That means each time you do this, you will get 2 rainbows. You can use your trimmer if you want to, and then take a pair of scissors and just trim around each circle. Take a little bit more time and care than I'm doing. I've actually got one already cut, so I'll finish this and move one in. There we go. So we take that off, and then we would cut out the centre piece, and once we've done that, we will have a rainbow just like that. So really simple, but really, really effective. So we've made our rainbow. So what I need to do now is to make the background for it. So I've taken one of the pieces of the stitched dot squares and cut myself a nice mat for that, very, very simply. And I'm going to use my Textures 1 stencil, which I think should still be available on the website. It's an A4 stencil. To make it easier, I've cut it down in the centre because that's a lot simpler. And in there you get the mask and the stencil. So I'm going to start by just putting a moon, or it could be a sun, up here in the top left-hand corner. And I'm using one of the mini Eyes Ink pigment inks and a finger dauber, both from Crafts 2. So take a little bit of ink on, and all I'm going to do is just swirl the ink around this shape to start with. So taking it out quite nicely, we'll put our space back in. You can do this inside your press to impress to keep a magnet to keep it down, or you could use a little bit of glue. And I'm just going to then take the ink and pull it out a little bit on the dauber and pull it out to the edges. The reason I'm using pigment ink is it's a lovely chalky ink that blends beautifully, and it gives you a more opaque look. It's not quite as sharp as the dye-based ink. So we take our moon off, and there we go, we've got our moon. I simply then take the stencil itself, and I'm going to use this section, which is the cloud cutout. I'm going to take more of the ink, and I'm using the same colour on the dauber, and I'm just going to circle around this top edge. You do feel at the beginning as if you're achieving nothing with this. There we go, but you can see there we've got a cloud line. I'm going to move the stencil and put myself another one in, and I would keep working down and just adding these little cloud lines with that until I've gone all the way to the bottom. You can do as many as you want or as few as you want, but then you've also got these little cloud masks that come within the set, and you get the stencil section as well. So I'm going to put those on, and I'm just going to shade the ink all around. So I'm going to have those randomly around, just like that. But you can see the more blue you put on, the more the white is evident. I know it sounds counterintuitive, but literally the more blue we put on, the more that the white stands out. So we would continue doing that until we've filled the whole thing with clouds. And I've got one here that I've already done. So I'm going to pull this one in, and I've matted and layered it using the plain squares, the new ones from Crafts 2, from Presscut. So I matted and layered it onto a light blue and then a dark blue, and I've stamped on the edge a little sentiment from my Loving Sentiments set. I've got here my rainbow, and of course, because I use double-sided adhesive, all I have to do to stick this on is peel off the adhesive and place that exactly where I want it to be. Over a little bit over the moon, into the clouds, and just focusing on that sentiment. We'll pull our piece of card out, and there you go, a really simple, bright, sunny rainbow card for any occasion.
Thank you, our lovely John. And John said I need to pull the tab down, and that's what will make the stand up proper. Thank you, John. Oh yeah, let's see what you. Oh, like that. Oh yeah, John, that's right, isn't it? That makes sense. Thanks, John. Thank you for emailing in. Boom, he's watching. He's making sure. Oh, I shouldn't have ate them peanuts. You just look at that. I won't be a minute. I know, right? Peanuts, not great. Oof. I'm back. Oh, they always tickle my throat, the peanuts. Anyway. That's what our John made, which is fab. I really like that. just the circles. I love the fact that he's using the circles, he's using the wonderful squares to give that finished, perfect finished matten layer. Absolutely gorgeous. You've got I love the fact that he sent the cards as well, honestly. Beautiful, beautiful. It's so professional. Okay, this is your one day special, but it's your options. You've got your options, but that isn't what people are going for. People are going for it bigger. People are going for the squares all together, the circles all together, and then the gorgeous diamonds as well. The whole collection. How much? Whoa. Okay, 50% of the stock has gone. This is the second hour of the double hour launch show. You've got 3 hours to get hold of this tomorrow, if there's any left. I would urge you to check your baskets out. John's shows are always ridiculously busy because he knows what he's bringing to us, doesn't he? Craft 2. I mean, Crafts 2 have been in business for years now. When I started in the crafty business, I used to order things because I used to work at Dawn Shop. I used to order things from Crafts 2. They've been going for as long as I can remember, so they know what they're doing and they know they bring good prices. I mean, really, really affordable crafting materials, but something you will use. You are going to use all of these again and again and again. And the finished samples, I mean, I did show you this one, but I really love these. Isn't that gorgeous? That's the one that John demoed earlier. And it does look like a new baby card, but really cool, really different. I can imagine those framed. I think they just look so effective. Okay, if you do want this, please check your baskets out at hochanda.com or 01733602000. You're only going to wait until the 24th to get these delivered. 206461. Now, hi John, do we want another demo? Of course we do. Here's John again with another beautiful card.
So this is the second part of the demo showing us how to make the easel card, just like this. So in the first part we made our central piece. Now we want to make a card to mount it onto. So what I've got here is a simple card blank. This happens to be an 8x8 that's already folded, and give it a really good score. And I want to choose a die that matches, that's a little bit larger than the actual piece that we're doing, because we want plenty of room around it. So I've gone for one here that's...
It's not John, me. We didn't realise that was the second part, so we felt that it's better just to get out of it and go back into the right one. Have we got the first part? Part one coming up. That's a sneaky peek. Oh, bear with. And that was a sneaky peek of tomorrow's demonstration. But for now, let's start at the beginning, part one.
In this demo, I'm going to show you how to make this beautiful sort of fold-up easel card with a triple stamped layer on the front. So I'm going to move that out of the way, and I'm going to be using the new press cut plain circles and stitch dot circles from Crafts 2. So to start with, we're going to do the triple layer stamping. Now, one of the problems before with triple layer stamping is you had to do it really on squares or rectangles because you couldn't cut the mats and layers quite so neatly. So what I can do with the circles is I can choose the size of circle that I want to be my main element. So I'm going to go in the set and find the right one, which is this one. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take that one, the next one again, the next one, and again follow that on until I have the dies almost in ascending order. So I have the first one, the next size, the next one, the next one, the next one, the next one. And I'm going to put those in two sets. So that's one, miss one, hit one, miss one, hit one. So these three I'm going to cut from plain white stamping card, and you can see here that's what I've done. So I've got 1, 2 and 3. Edit. So I've got 1, 2 and 3, and then from the other next 3 up, I'm going to cut 3 again, but this time in black. So if you mat them together, you can see that your circles go white, black, white, black, white, black. So you've got the perfect mats and layers. So I'm just going to move these dies back out of the way because no one wants to see me die cutting those. And I'm simply going to take then my press to impress, and I want the white layers. So I'm going to put the black layers to one side, and we're going to use the white layers. And what I want to do is mat those up so that they are even all the way around on top of each other. I'm going to pop it into the top left-hand corner of my press to impress and just use my magnets to hold it into place. And then for the triple stamping, I'm using one of the 2J's stamps. This is the Daisy, I believe. So I'm simply going to place that so it's nicely in the middle of those 3, and we'll close our lid. And I'm going to ink the stamp up very well using VersaFine in Onyx Black. So I'm just going to ink the stamp up, and again, just using the cha-cha-cha, make sure you're really tapping the ink on. You don't want to be sort of squishing the ink in, just give it a good firm tap. And there we go. And then we're going to close that, and make sure you press everywhere. You want to make sure you're getting it in contact everywhere possible with the card. So give it a good press. When we open it up, you can see there, if I take the magnets away, that the pattern continues onto the next layer and onto the next layer. So you've got an easy registration for putting them back together. But again, because of the way the stamps worked, we've got these little gaps. We want to nullify those, and that's what we do with the black layers. So I'm going to bring back in my black layers, and I'm simply going to add a little bit of glue to the back of each of the stamped images. Make sure I use the back and not the front, so there we go. And then I'm going to match it onto the corresponding black layer. Again, centering it to get me a nice mat all the way around. So I've got layer 1, here's layer 2, and then we've got layer 3. And when you come to matching these together, it's really simple because the design is still there, but also you can just make sure that they match up exactly. And you can do this either with foam tape or just simply using a little bit of glue. I'm going to use a little bit of foam tape, and I'm just for speed going to add a little bit in the center of these 2 pieces. So I'm going to take the foam tape off, and I'm going to match the second piece to the third, and you can see how easy it is to do because you can see where the pattern ties up. I'm going to take this one and again match the pattern up, and you can see there you've got that beautiful picture going over all of 3. In the next demo I'll show you how to make the card to go with that.
We know we had a little sneaky peek. To see the rest of that demo, you'll see that at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning when it's the early show for the one-day special with the new hours. That's where John is going. And you can see with those circles, you're making beautiful shaped cards. You're making wonderful mat and layers that are perfect every single time. And as John said, you can see that image just cutting through that beautiful circle mat and layer. Spot on. And that's the kind of thing you can do with your stamps, any of your stamps. Have a look round. You'll be doing it on like repeat patterns of stuff as well, like your decoupage papers. You'll be able to create that kind of look. Let me run through what you're going to get again. All of the squares. Remember, in each of these, I mean, that 32 squares. It is incredible. In fact, the squares on their own have been really busy. They are essential. How many times have you tried to cut a perfect mat and layer With this one, you're cutting so many configurations there. And then because you've got the stitch and dot, it allows you to cut those really beautiful finishes as well. And when you combine these, you're going to get so many wonderful matten layers, so many configurations. Now, £44.98, you're saving £5 there. Whether you're using them for your card making, whether, of course, you're using them for your wonderful home decor, because they look professional, because these are going to be even every single time, because mathematically they've been done correct, so it means they'll fit in that beautiful frame. They go up to 8 by 8, so it does allow you to fit them into an 8 by 8 frame perfectly. And that's your gorgeous squares. If you just wanted your squares, saving £5 there, 203152. Obviously, you've then got your circles. This is a second one-day special. Again, with the circles, just the plain, you've got 31 dies there. I mean, that is such a handy collection to have. The fact that these have been mathematically worked out to give you those teeny tiny increments is amazing. And the fact that that is an 8-inch die that'll go on all your standard cards that you're buying from the shop. I love the finish as well on these. That beautiful dot and dash. I think that looks so pretty. Let's lean over. Oh, that's a square one. That's my circle one up above it, isn't it? Yes, it is. Stay. And the fact that you can create not just perfect matten layers, not just beautiful aperture cards, shaker cards, but the fact that you can create wonderful designs, you know, things like that, because that looks cool. It's different. It's really effective. I love it because the background, it's not just your frames, the background's been done with dies as well. And it's perfect. Now, that is your second one-day special. If you'd love to get hold of that one, then the price there, hold on, sorry, I'm faffing, is just £44.98. You've got your flexi as well there. You've got your £5 saving, 203152. However, I'm nearly got ahead of myself. You've also got the diamonds. Sorry, I'm cleaning glue off my hand. You've also got the diamonds. Now, with the diamonds, these are so beautiful, and the backgrounds that have been created with these are sensational. £5 saving again. You're getting 15 of the plain dies, 11 of those beautiful stitch and dot dies for £104. I nearly said for £104 and 0.27 pence or something bizarre. For £24.98, that is 104027. I mean, favourite. Isn't that cool? I've got a lot of faves. I love these. I love these designs. I'm going to get the other one and all. I know I've shown you a couple. Well, I showed you another hour. Isn't that lovely? And you could carry that on, couldn't you? And oh, it's a gift that keeps on giving. That background. If you missed it, that was the first demonstration we showed last hour. We'll probably repeat that tomorrow night as well, or during the day, maybe tomorrow, because that is worth seeing again. That is gorgeous. If you want your diamonds, if you just want your diamonds, £24.98, 104027. Hello, what about this? We've got all of it. So if you want the lot, you want all your gorgeous diamonds, you want your fabulous circles, and of course you want your must-have. That is your squares as well. All of these are the dies you'll be going to day after day, time after time. These are the ones that stay out on your work surface. You don't tidy these away. Just make sure you keep them properly, because I know I'd be losing a few of these. So just be careful. I know what I'm like. I'm really bad. Now, if you want this, that saving, it says £15. It's more than that, because £15 is carried forward. The £5 from each one of these that you're saving from each one of these, that's carried forward and added on to that £15 saving. So actually it's a £30 saving, unless you're a Freedom member. If you're a Freedom member, that £15 is carried forward, and then for ease of maths, you've got an extra £25 saving there, £24.99, but a £25 saving. So you're saving £40, which basically is what you'd be paying for the diamonds. I mean, that is such a good saving. Plus, you're not paying postage if you're a Freedom member. Plus, it is split over 3 months. Just 3 payments, £29.98. Have I time to show gorgeous samples? Yes, I have. 3 wonderful minutes. And look at that. So pretty. Perfect. The perfect matten layer. Absolutely spot on. The perfect matten layer. See, every single time. Really cool cards. You know, designer cards. Fun cards, because you're creating apertures. I love it because you'll start playing. You know, that's the bit of card that you've cut the circles out of. Then you're filling them in. Then you're putting frames around them. And then you're actually building them up. You know, because obviously it's got dimension as well. I really like that. I really like that because you're really, really exploring what you can do with them. Obviously, just use them for batten layering. I say just, it's a finishing touch. It's the way to make your cards look professional. It's the way, obviously, to get everything absolutely spot on. Because getting that level of detail when you cut, you'll see me, I guess my matten layers. When you guess your matten layers, you do not get that precision. You know? Yeah, I do worry. I just put a little fold in it. This gives you that, look at that tiny little increment. And I love that, you see. I like those small matten layers. I like where you just see a little bit of the card. For me, that is just so professional. That's your plain frames, which your matten layer plain looks amazing, but you've got that dot and that dash. And doesn't see now that, keeping the dye in while you ink, and that gives you that beautiful finish. Really, really professional. We can't forget the gorgeous diamonds though, because you can do things like this. Let me just show you right way around. There you go, right way around. I really like that. That is so pretty. And again, things like that, you're playing, look at that, because obviously you cut the diamonds out the white, you cut the diamonds out the black. I showed you it wrong way around, didn't I? But then all the leftovers you're using for the other card. See, I like that a lot because it's fun. Pattern building like that is fun. Cutting all your pretty bits of paper out and just, inlaying them all again to create something completely different. Yeah, it's a good one-day special. It's an even better bundle. If you want to go for it, this is the last live hour this evening. Please check your baskets out. You've got your 3 flexes. We don't charge interest. You know exactly what you're paying every month and exactly when it's going out of your account. But best, you're getting all this delivered before you've even paid for it. Not bad. And you're not really paying for them because of that price. If you want to get hold of these, hochanda.com or, of course, 01733 60 2000. Now, I will be back with you tomorrow evening.